Chapter 1. The evening glow of summer is particularly enchanting, as the remnants of the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the sandy shore. A gentle breeze wafts through the air, and a tattered youth lies quietly by the seaside, unperturbed as the waves wash over him. At a certain moment, an invisible stream of light descends from the distant horizon, landing directly upon him. Suddenly, he appears to awaken, rising only to gasp in pain. Where am I? The awakened youth seems bewildered by this unfamiliar world, scanning his surroundings in confusion. Abruptly, a piercing pain lances through his head, and a flood of information surges forth from the depths of his memory. Is this the world of One Piece? Zhang Jun stands in astonishment, the strange memories that materialize in his mind revealing that he had just been watching the latest episode of One Piece at his computer, and somehow he has truly arrived in this world of pirates. This realm is unlike his original world, brimming with extraordinary powers and beings. Even though the original owner of this body was merely a 16 or 17-year-old boy, a cabin boy who had fled from a pirate ship, it does nothing to dampen his exhilaration. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for binding the Multiverse Fishing System. Multiverse Fishing System? Is this my golden finger? Zhang Jun completely disregards the myriad wounds adorning his body, eagerly delving into the system that has manifested alongside the memories of this boat's former owner. Ding! This system is the Multiverse Fishing System. As long as there is sufficient bait, one can fish for any item from Multiverse. As this is your first use, the system grants the host 10 ordinary baits. Ding! Baits are categorized into 5 levels from lowest to highest. Inferior bait, ordinary bait, superior bait, premium bait, and legendary bait. The higher the grade of bait obtained, the rarer the items that can be fished. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Jun is utterly astonished. Is it really that powerful? What a generous system to gift me 10 ordinary baits. After a brief exploration, Zhang Jun is impatient to try out this system. Looking around, he notices that there is no one in sight, and this bay seems quite secluded. Moreover, not far away is a stone platform. He decides to approach it and attempt fishing there, as remaining submerged in the water is not a viable option. As he moves, he realizes his body is indeed riddled with wounds, yet his determination remains strong, and he perseveres through the pain to reach the platform. After finally sitting cross-legged, he takes several deep breaths and silently focuses on fishing. A fishing rod of unknown material appears in his grasp, adorned with ancient patterns. At the tip of the hook, a small orb of luminescence glows, presumably the bait. With a heart brimming with excitement, Zhang Jun exerts all his strength to cast the hook into the water. The hook glides through the water without causing a single ripple, as though it has entered another mysterious realm. Will I catch on this first attempt? Zhang Jun gazes eagerly in the direction of the hook. After a few minutes, the hook begins to tremble and unexpectedly soars from the water, bearing a greenish orb that floats toward Zhang Jun. Congratulations to the host for catching a vitality refining pill. Consuming it can heal all injuries and alter your physical constitution. The system's mechanical voice echoes, leaving Zhang Jun staring blankly at the verdant pill in his hand. Not bad. With this, my injuries can be... Zhang Jun murmurs in excitement, and without further ado, he swallows the newly acquired pill, feeling a warm current rise from his dantian and flow throughout his body, as if he is bathing in a hot spring. Suddenly, a tingling sensation surges from his bones, swiftly transforming into excruciating pain. After what feels like an eternity, just as Zhang Jun teeters on the brink of unconsciousness, he experiences a sudden lightness in his body, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of relief that compels him to let out a soft moan. How foul! Regaining his senses, Zhang Jun discovers a thick layer of black scabs coating his skin, and he hurriedly plunges into the sea to cleanse himself. To his astonishment, he finds his body devoid of any wounds, seemingly brimming with newfound strength. At that moment, he notices a ship in the distance, gradually coming into focus, its familiar flag making him realize that it belongs to the Simo pirate crew, the very group that had captured his predecessor. A wave of anxiety washes over him. He knows they are undoubtedly coming for him. Although his predecessor was merely a cabin boy, He had burned one of their ships in his escape, and they would not let this transgression go unpunished. Suddenly, a smile graces Zhang Jun's face. After all, he possesses a golden finger. Why should he fear them? What a joke! Without hesitation, Zhang Jun sits cross-legged once more, intent on fishing, his mind focused on reeling in something that could enhance his strength. 10 minutes later, congratulations to the host for acquiring 30 points of combat power. Though Zhang Jun finds the passage of time somewhat puzzling, he immediately merges with the luminous orb before him. A surge of power envelopes his entire being, making him feel as though he could shatter a boulder on the shore with a single punch. Yet Zhang Jun is acutely aware that this is merely an illusion of strength. Gazing at the approaching pirate ship, he dares not squander even a moment of time and resumes fishing. Time passes, and soon all his bait is exhausted, leaving Zhang Jun motionless as he absorbs the spoils of his labor. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 70 points of combat power. Congratulations to the host for earning 400,000 berries. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a newspaper from the East Blue region. Congratulations to the host for acquiring one of the 6 styles of the Navy. Soru. Congratulations to the host for acquiring one of the 6 styles of the Navy. Jeppo. As all the luminous orbs merge into Zhang Jun's being, an extraordinary transformation occurs in his physique and abilities. The once frail form he possessed has been revitalized by the effects of the vitality refining pill, now appearing fair and clean. Although he remains pale, he is now adorned with well-defined muscles. Each muscle seems to harbor immense strength, and even his height has increased by several centimeters. However, the remarkable surge in combat power is not his primary concern. He is far more intrigued by the Navy's 6 styles, Soru and Jeppo. Simultaneously, the system announces, below is the host's information template. Host, Zhang Jun combat power, 102 point skills. One of the Navy's 6 styles, Soru. One of the Navy's 6 styles, Jeppo. Items, 400,000 berries, newspaper from the East Blue region. Upon seeing his information, Zhang Jun is somewhat speechless. He realizes that he earned 50 points of combat power from fishing, while his predecessor's original combat power was a mere 2 points. How weak could one be? Yet in this moment, as his strength surges, a peculiar sensation washes over him. Zhang Jun becomes aware of everything around him. Even a little sand crab scuttling along the beach cannot escape his perception. Ah, the pirates are here. Help! As he experiments with his newfound abilities, anguished cries pierce the air. Zhang Jun's expression hardens, a glint of hatred flashing in his eyes, not his own, but a remnant of the emotions left behind by his predecessor. With a swift motion, Zhang Jun races toward the source of the cries. He soon arrives at a village engulfed in smoke, the air thick with despairing wails, as panicked villagers scatter before 3 grinning pirates wielding large swords, pursuing them leisurely. Oomph! With a cold scoff, Zhang Jun advances rapidly, kicking each of them to the ground before they can react. Hiss! Where did this little brat come from? Daring to disrupt my Simo pirate crew's affairs. One of the pirates, sprawled on the ground, glares at Zhang Jun with a fierce expression, eyes burning with malice. Boss Uli, don't you think this kid looks familiar? He resembles that cabin boy. At that moment, another scruffy pirate leans in close to Uli, whispering something. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the first mini-mission. Eliminate the pursuing squad before you sent by the Simo pirate crew to capture the host's predecessor. Completing this mission will reward you with 3 inferior baits. Just as Zhang Jun prepares to say something, the system's voice interrupts. Instantly, Zhang Jun casts a peculiar glance at the 3 pirates, realizing they are not his enemies, but rather a source of resources. While he is musing, the 3 men suddenly feel a chill run down their spines, involuntarily shivering. What kind of look is that? You little brat? Speak. Are you Zhang Jun? You look just like him. Eula's hair stands on end at Zhang Jun's strange gaze and smile. Yet he quickly recovers, dismissing Zhang Jun as merely a child. Surely, they could overpower him together. Zhang Jun was taken aback upon hearing his words, realizing that these 3 fools had failed to recognize him. However, it was understandable, as he had undergone quite a transformation. Furrowing his brow, he found himself in a predicament, as the system demanded he eliminate these individuals. As a once exemplary youth, this was indeed a challenging situation. Damn it, if he ignores me, brothers, bind him and take him back to the boss. Uli growled, his face contorted with rage. In an instant, the trio lunged towards the still-conflicted Zhang Jun. Initially hesitant, upon seeing the fierce and menacing expressions of the three, Zhang Jun solidified his resolve. This was no longer the peaceful world he once knew here. The air was thick with the songs of blood and fire. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he exerted a slight force beneath his feet, and Zhang Jun's figure abruptly vanished from their sight. The 6 styles of the Navy, shave. The three were momentarily stunned by the sudden disappearance of their foe, only to break into a cold sweat moments later. A formidable adversary. This was the last thought that crossed the minds of the three as their necks were severed. As Zhang Jun reappeared, he brushed off the tattered remnants of his clothing, stifling the urge to retch as he gazed in a particular direction. Clap, clap, clap. How amusing. A little brat like you first escapes from my ship, and then dares to slay my men. Truly, you seek death. The speaker was a pirate captain, his ghastly pale face marred by a long scar that extended down to his neck, flanked by a dozen or so pirates. He approached Zhang Jun leisurely, clapping his hands. Yet, Zhang Jun's attention was drawn to the corpses strewn about, particularly the body of a young boy, no more than 10, lying in a pool of blood. Gazing upon the boy's lifeless visage, an overwhelming tide of guilt and hatred surged within Zhang Jun. These innocent lives had been entangled in his fate. Ding! Task integration complete. Dual revenge born from the hatred of the host's former self and the host's own hatred. Slaying USI will yield ordinary bait 1. Slaying his subordinates will yield inferior bait 1 each. Slaying them all will deem the task complete, rewarding premium bait 1. The mechanical voice of the system rang out abruptly, yet Zhang Jun appeared oblivious to it. At that moment, his eyes were reddened with fury, fixated on a singular thought: kill. Uzi. With a frenzied roar, Zhang Jun charged recklessly towards USI. In truth, Zhang Jun had assessed the combat prowess of these pirates. At first glance, their capabilities ranged between 20 to 30, while USI boasted a formidable 93. Zhang Jun was well aware of the Stigma pirate crew. Apart from the cowardly Yuzuo, was rumored to have escaped from the Grand Line. The rest were merely misfits. However, in his current state of rage, Zhang Jun had lost all reason. Even a swordsman of Mihawk's caliber would not deter him. Bang! In a reckless charge towards USI, Zhang Jun and USI both staggered back a few steps after a resounding clash. Logically, Zhang Jun's strength and speed should have surpassed Usis by a considerable margin, yet he failed to land a direct hit and was instead repelled. You little brat, quite the skill you possess. Am unsure of the fortuitous encounter that has brought about this change in you, but ultimately, you are still Usis' slave, USI proclaimed. A smug expression plastered across his face as he regarded Zhang Jun with disdain. Despite his outward bravado, USI felt a twinge of apprehension. He recognized Zhang Jun. The boy had endured many beatings aboard his ship, yet he had never exhibited any real strength. How could this sudden transformation occur in such a short span? Had he consumed a devil fruit? The mere thought of the devil fruit made Usis' eyes redden with bitterness. After years of struggle, he found himself outdone by a mere child. As the pain coursed through Zhang Jun, he gradually regained his composure. He glanced at the group of ruffians behind USI, a flicker of ruthless determination flashing in his gaze. With a swift motion, Zhang Jun vanished from sight once more. Bang! Bang! Before long, a series of dull thuds resonated through the air, and with each sound, another pirate fell lifelessly to the ground. Quickly, form a circle. This kid is elusive. Don't let him pick us off one by one. USI, a seasoned veteran, immediately strategized. However, this did little to deter the now calm Zhang Jun. He propelled himself off the ground, surprisingly walking midair. The 6 styles of the Navy, moonwalk. Indeed, at this moment, Zhang Jun was executing one of the Navy's 6 styles, the moonwalk, which he had previously mastered. Suspended in midair and moving at a speed far superior to his foes, he swiftly dismantled the formation they had just established. Half an hour later, USI gazed in horror at the scattered corpses before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the distance, a ragged youth stood, panting heavily, a triumphant grin plastered on his face. "You little bastard." D. Fueled by rage, USI charged recklessly at Zhang Jun, only to have him effortlessly evade. USI lost count of how many times he had failed to capture Zhang Jun. Every attempt ended with the boy slipping away like an elusive eel, leaving him to witness the grim demise of his subordinates one by one. It is time for us to settle our accounts. Consider yourself unfortunate for having apprehended the wrong person and committed the wrong deeds. Zhang Jun's breath steadied as he cast a cold glance at us. The surrounding villagers, who had initially watched in secret, gradually became bold, standing at a distance to cheer for Zhang Jun. That moment, it resembled a life-and-death arena from a novel, where only one side could emerge victorious. Zhang Jun adjusted his stance, picked up a knife from the ground, and swiftly charged towards us.At that moment, a glimmer of mockery flashed in his eyes. He had always kept a card up his sleeve. He believed that if Zhang Jun dared to confront him head-on, his exceptional explosiveness and reaction speed would allow him to evade Zhang Jun's attack and slay him. However, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. As Zhang Jun closed in, he suddenly halted, exerted force, and astonishingly maneuvered behind us, raising his knife and bringing it down, severing a head that fell to the ground. US could not fathom how Zhang Jun had accomplished this until his last breath. In truth, Zhang Jun had merely combined the techniques of shaving and moonwalk. Gazing at the spurting blood from the corpse before him, Zhang Jun felt a darkness engulf him, nearly fainting. The battle had drained him considerably, leaving him almost entirely exhausted. Yet, upon hearing the delightful voice of the system, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, acquiring inferior bait 40, ordinary bait 1, and simultaneously. As the host has completed a fusion task for the first time, receiving quality bait 1, the mechanical voice of the system concluded, revealing a hint of astonishment in Zhang Jun's eyes. However, more so was anticipation. It was his first time possessing quality bait, leaving him curious about what he might catch. "Young man, I am the village chief of Baiang village, and I am truly grateful to you. Without you, our village might have ceased to exist." Just as Zhang Jun was lost in thought, an elderly voice reached his ears. Turning to look, an amiable old man regarded him with heartfelt gratitude behind him. Many people nodded in agreement with his words. It was but a trivial effort, nothing to mention, Zhang Jun replied with a smile, nodding as he wearily made his way in a particular direction. Observing this, the villagers quickly cleared a path. Zhang Jun expressed his gratitude with a nod, solemnly approaching the small boy lying in a pool of blood. "I'm sorry," he murmured, caressing the boy's tender yet cold face in a hushed tone. Suddenly, Zhang Jun realized that, indeed, this world was one where strength reigns supreme. "Do not be sorrowful, benefactor." If Xiao Hao could see that you saved his beloved village, he would surely rest in peace, a hoarse voice echoed from behind Zhang Jun. As the old village chief placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, conveying warmth, soon, the villagers began to tidy the disheveled village, burying all the fallen villagers, including Xiao Hao. Zhang Jun was then invited to the village chief's home, which housed only him and his elderly spouse. The couple, childless, embraced Zhang Jun as their own. Despite his remarkable abilities, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to him. Zhang Jun resided in the village for 6 months, during which time he finally found peace within his heart. Simultaneously, he solidified his conviction to protect the kindness in this world. This was his sole demand of himself, his only belief. He never wished to return to his former life. For as an orphan, he had truly experienced warmth in this world. Over the course of those 6 months, he exhausted all his bait, accumulating 152 points of combat power and 400,000 berries, while also acquiring one of the Navy's 6 forms, the paper drawing, alongside a plethora of insignificant trinkets. He hoarded newspapers and shells as keepsakes. Now, only the final piece of quality bait remained unused. The previous ordinary bait had unexpectedly yielded another of the Navy's 6 forms, the paper drawing. At the village's entrance, as the sun rose, the entire village radiated a golden hue, though reluctant to part with the village's simple folk. Zhang Jun resolutely departed in silence. Arriving at the small cove where he had first crossed over, he planned to use the last of the quality bait before embarking on his journey to distant shores. Sitting cross-legged on a stone platform, a gentle breeze caressed him as he gradually adjusted his mindset. With a thought, a mysterious fishing rod equipped with the enigmatic bait materialized in his hands. With a gentle flick, the hook, adorned with bait, descended into an unknown expanse. Filled with anticipation, Zhang Jun slowly closed his eyes and waited. Gradually, an inexplicable phantom appeared in his mind that he strained to see it clearly, striving to discern its nature. After what felt like an eternity, a sudden burst of purple light illuminated his mind, revealing the object before him, a fruit adorned with mysterious patterns. A devil fruit? Startled, Zhang Jun opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his hand as the hook, carrying a familiar purple orb, flew before him. The purple orb landed in his palm, gradually unveiling its mysterious allure. The devil fruit before him possessed an inexplicable attraction, prompting him to swallow hard. Without hesitation, he took a large bite, finding that the anticipated bitterness was absent. Instead, it was extraordinarily sweet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a true lightning fruit, with no adverse effects. Note: this devil fruit embodies the power of lightning control in this world, free from the limitations of water and sea stone, and does not entirely belong to the category of devil fruits. It can be developed and upgraded. Further details can be found in the information template. Stunned, Zhang Jun devoured the sweet fruit voraciously. He was aware that in this world, devil fruits posed a deadly drawback for pirates: weakness to water. However, this fruit seemed devoid of such a disadvantage. This was nothing short of perfection. System. Open the information template. Pondering, Zhang Jun focused his thoughts to access his information template. Below is the host's information template. Host: Zhang Jun. Combat power: 304 point. Skills: one of the Navy's 6 forms, shave; one of the Navy's 6 forms, moonwalk; one of the Navy's 6 forms, paper drawing. Fruit: true lightning fruit. Current development level: 1. Total rank points: 10. Note: each increase in rank enhances combat power by 20%. Items: 600,000 berries, East Blue Region newspaper 1. Zhang Jun noticed something seemed amiss with the data. There was no issue with the berries, as he had secretly set aside 200,000 for the village chief. Yet, his combat power had inexplicably risen by 50 points. It seemed the true devil fruit was responsible for this. Zhang Jun smiled as he stood, a flash of purple light flickering from his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck the sea. Boom! The lightning struck the ocean with a thunderous roar, releasing a cloud of white mist. As Zhang Jun gazed at the scene before him with satisfaction, a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. If this idea could be realized, his practical combat capabilities at sea might see a significant enhancement. Shaking off his excitement, he turned to observe the village, which had begun to stir due to the immense sound. Suppressing his reluctance, he leaped gracefully onto the ship of the Simo pirates, though by now the emblem of the Simo pirates had long been cast into the sea. This vessel now solely belonged to him. Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun. After a while, the village chief and his wife hurriedly approached, carrying a bundle and calling out loudly, "Village chief, I will return to see you. The contents of this package are my tokens of gratitude. Please take good care of everyone." Zhang Jun stood up involuntarily, waving farewell to the villagers. After a long while, the ship, propelled by the waves, vanished from sight. At that moment, Zhang Jun held a compass in his left hand and a map in his right, furrowing his brow as he pondered which direction to head. The East Blue region was not like the Grand Line. It was relatively easy to find one's bearings. Amidst an unknown expanse of the East Blue, a pirate ship devoid of a flag quietly rested in place. What the hell is this? Where am I? Suddenly, the young boy, seated cross-legged on the deck, let out a piercing howl towards the heavens. In his left hand, he clutched a compass, while his right grasped a map, yet it seemed he had no comprehension of either. This boy was Zhang Jun, who had been at sea for a mere 10 days. The map in his possession had been scavenged from us quarters, replete with meticulously detailed markings, some of which even extended beyond the East Sea, presumably indicating regions near the new trade route. Despite having never sailed before, he found himself unaffected by seasickness. However, he was utterly lost. After wandering aimlessly for 10 days, he felt he was generally headed in the right direction. Yet he could no longer discern where he was. Never mind. Never mind. I shall continue to venture north. I refuse to believe I won't encounter an island. Resolutely, he tossed the map aside and began steering the ship towards the north. After approximately half a day, a thick fog began to envelop the sea, gradually obscuring visibility to a mere 10 meters. Yet, with the compass firmly in hand, Zhang Jun felt emboldened, as long as he sailed in one direction. He believed he would not stray off course. Thus, he navigated slowly through the dense fog until, unexpectedly, he heard voices emanating from a certain direction. His eyes brightened, and he quickly turned towards the source of the sound. Faintly discerning the silhouette of a large ship through the mist, in comparison, his own vessel appeared minuscule. Zhang Jun had no intention of shouting out. Casually approaching unfamiliar ships in this world was not a prudent course of action. Utilizing the cover of the fog, he cautiously maneuvered his ship closer. The Navy. It was indeed the Navy. Upon observing the flag on the grand vessel, Zhang Jun couldn't help but murmur softly, "To be honest." The impression the Navy left on him was rather profound. This so-called righteous force often seemed less honorable than pirates themselves, even though he admired figures like Carp. It did not prevent him from harboring disdain for the hypocritical military faction. Contemplating this, Zhang Jun contemplated slipping away unnoticed. Pirate ship. There are pirates. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Suddenly, it appeared that someone aboard the Navy ship had spotted him, inciting a flurry of commotion, just as he was about to take action. A voice reached his ears. "These pirates are quite foolish. Right ahead lies Gashi Island, and they dare to attack us here, not fearing being caught between two forces." This sardonic remark nearly made Zhang Jun burst into laughter. At long last, his solitary journey across the sea was nearing its end. Just then, Zhang Jun noticed that the cannons of the Navy ship were aimed directly at his vessel, and without further ado, a barrage of cannonballs was unleashed. Boom! Numerous projectiles struck near his ship, causing it to rock violently, while others were on a direct collision course with him. Damn it! With no time to gather his belongings, Zhang Jun swiftly executed the moonwalk technique to escape the area. Watching from the air as the pirate ship was obliterated, he had previously observed that the Navy ship was teeming with personnel. Their combat prowess seemingly formidable, and it was likely that a few skilled fighters were among them. It was best not to confront them head-on. Suddenly, as he gazed at the hail of cannonballs, an idea sparked in his mind. Thus, amidst the cheers of the Navy, he stealthily made his way towards a corner of the ship. Most of the crew had rushed towards the direction of the pirate ship. Leaving this corner unguarded, "Who are you?" Upon entering a solitary room occupied by a Navy sailor, Zhang Jun swiftly knocked him unconscious, stripped him of his uniform, and bound him, shoving him into a cupboard. With that, he swaggered out of the room. "Hey, brother, how long until we reach Gashi Island?" Zhang Jun approached a young sailor and initiated conversation. This sailor, rather gullible, spilled everything he knew without hesitation, fully believing Zhang Jun to be a fellow Navy member. Through this young sailor's words, Zhang Jun learned that they would arrive at Gashi Island in just half an hour. Moreover, this ship of sailors was on a mission to transport an item that the station Navy at Gashi Island had acquired, necessitating their assistance. The commanding officer of this operation was a lieutenant colonel named Xiao Machi. Although this lieutenant colonel might be relatively unknown, he was, nonetheless, a legitimate officer. This piqued Zhang Jun's curiosity about the so-called treasure. After meandering through the Navy ship, he noticed that its combat capabilities seemed remarkably high. Aside from a few sailors like the young one he had encountered, the rest possessed combat strengths exceeding 100. It was worth noting that even us had only been in the 90s. This item must indeed be quite precious. However, it could also be that Lieutenant Colonel Shiomachi was simply too idle and had taken the crew out for a leisurely stroll. After all, he had a reputation among the sailors for being capricious and unpredictable. Before long, the Navy ship exited the foggy region, revealing Gashi Island before them. The weather was clear, and seagulls soared leisurely. It was undoubtedly an opportune moment for action. A mysterious smile flickered across Zhang Jun's face as he swiftly made his way to the explosives depot he had previously scouted, after stealthily incapacitating the two guards. Zhang Jun tossed a torch inside, igniting the residual oil on the ground. The explosives, packed in wooden barrels, would surely detonate shortly. Without delay, he changed back into his original clothing and promptly leapt from the ship. No sooner had he plunged into the water than a tremendous explosion reverberated behind him. He had no time to celebrate. This was merely the first blast, and he mustn't be discovered by other sailors leaping from the ship. Thus, he dove deeper, swiftly making his way towards Gashi Island. For Zhang Jun, swimming was now a task devoid of any strain. Before long, he emerged from a concealed area on Gashi Island, watching the distant billowing smoke. Nearby the Navy's ship, it appeared as though dumplings were falling from the sky. With over 100 sailors struggling amidst the chaos, in midair, a burly middle-aged man, over 2 meters tall, crossed his arms and glowered at the unfolding scene. Indeed, the lieutenant colonel was impressive. He seemed to possess the moonwalk technique as well. Muttering to himself, Zhang Jun utilized electrical energy to dry his clothes, then nonchalantly hummed a tune as he strolled towards the town of Gishi Island. At this moment, many people were gathered at the dock, watching the spectacle, while the island's navy had also mobilized for rescue, completely oblivious to Zhang Jun's sudden arrival. "Hey, brother, is this your first time visiting Gishi Island?" Just as Zhang Jun was curiously surveying his surroundings, a boy around his age approached, sporting a large pack and wearing a hat resembling a grand compass, eagerly inquiring, "Yes? Is there something you need?" Zhang Jun replied, slightly furrowing his brow as he appraised the peculiar boy, who, aside from his odd attire, appeared rather ordinary. "Wonderful. May I be your tour guide? I charge a modest fee of just 10 berries. "What do you say?" The boy gazed at Zhang Jun with hopeful eyes, as if he would refuse to leave should Zhang Jun decline. "All right, but you better not try to force me into any unnecessary expenditures. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Zhang Jun pondered briefly, considering that having a guide in this unfamiliar place might indeed be advantageous, and thus he spoke in jest. "Of course not. Rest assured, you are now my esteemed guest. I shall divulge all that I know." The boy, named Misoajia, wore a fawning expression, seemingly well-versed in dealing with various patrons. "Zhang Jun, you needn't treat me with such reverence. Just provide me with the information I seek," he replied, walking alongside Misoajia, not accustomed to such servile treatment. Misoajia nodded obediently, maintaining a subservient demeanor. Perhaps he perceived this as merely the false kindness of an employer, not to be taken seriously. Shaking his head, Zhang Jun chose not to elaborate further and began to inquire about various matters of interest. After a thorough discussion, he discovered that the current year was 1520 in the era of the sea, meaning that the protagonist of the Pirate King, Luffy, had only recently set sail. His heart brimmed with boundless aspirations, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Simultaneously, he gained a clearer understanding of Gishi Island. Gishi Island was a nameless isle in the East Sea, one that had not appeared in the Pirate King series. However, it was indeed a small, unremarkable island. The dominant force on the island was the Navy, while numerous small pirate crews seemed to have struck a deal with the Navy, allowing them to coexist peacefully. The island's most notable feature was its abundant supply of maritime talent. One of the significant bases for the Navy's selection of maritime talents is indeed here. It seems that whenever one feels drowsy, a pillow is always provided. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun revealed a faint smile and muttered something under his breath. Misaga appeared somewhat curious about what he said, but refrained from inquiring further. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhang Jun acknowledged there was little he could do about Misaga's character. "All right, I am feeling a bit fatigued today. Please help me find a place to stay," Zhang Jun remarked, glancing at Misaga, who had been standing beside him with a hunched posture. "Of course. I shall lead you to the finest inn in town," Misaga responded enthusiastically, nodding repeatedly and taking small steps ahead to guide the way. Zhang Jun shrugged and followed suit. The standard room costs 100 berries per night. After completing the check-in process at the inn's counter, Zhang Jun escorted Misaga to their room. He still had some inquiries to make, and it was best to do so in a relatively secure environment. "Have a seat. I would like to ask you something," Zhang Jun said, settling onto a stool and directing his gaze towards Misaga. "No need. Please feel free to ask." Misaga promptly shook his head in refusal. Noticing this, Zhang Jun did not press the matter further and began his line of questioning. "Are you aware that a naval vessel arrived at Gishi Island today? Do you know their purpose?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jun slowly spoke. "It is said to be for the delivery of something back to Navy headquarters." Upon hearing Zhang Jun's words, Misaga looked up in surprise, then immediately lowered his head to respond. "Oh, you know what that something is?" Zhang Jun continued to inquire. "This." Misaga appeared troubled, glancing around before remaining silent. Observing this, Zhang Jun surmised that the lad likely knew precisely what it was. Therefore, he handed Misaga 10 berries first, followed by a pouch containing roughly 100 berries, placing it on the table. "Yes, it is a peculiar fruit. I happened to see it nearby at the time. However, you mustn't tell anyone, or I will be in serious trouble," Misaga said, his teeth clenched as he eyed the pouch on the table. Noting Zhang Jun's nod, Misaga picked up the pouch and took hesitant steps toward the door. Just as he was about to exit, he noticed Zhang Jun unfolding a map from his pocket and examining it. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Misaga's eyes as he hurried over to Zhang Jun. May I take a look at that map?" A timid voice interrupted Zhang Jun's thoughts. As he was contemplating his next steps based on the map. Go ahead, Zhang Jun replied, somewhat perplexed but still nodded in agreement. Misaga gratefully accepted the map, becoming engrossed in its details. Not only did it feature a complete map of the East Sea, but it also included some special maritime regions at the starting point of the Grand Line. A gasp escaped Misaga's lips, but he quickly regained composure, awkwardly returning the map to Zhang Jun, his eyes filled with reluctance. Subsequently, Misaga departed without uttering another word, leaving Zhang Jun feeling somewhat bewildered after taking another stroll around. Discreetly observing the naval base and changing into a few different outfits, Zhang Jun purchased a knife before returning to the inn. The dinner at the inn was rather unremarkable, but after 10 days of subsisting on hardtack, it was a welcome improvement that as night fell. The weary Zhang Jun soon succumbed to slumber. Around 1 in the morning, the sound of rustling stirred Zhang Jun from his dreams in his dazed state. He spotted a familiar figure rummaging about the room. Initially inclined to subdue the intruder, he decided instead to squint and observe. Indeed, the figure belonged to Misaga. Zhang Jun watched as he searched for something and finally retrieved a rolled-up map from his pack, appearing quite satisfied as he departed. Once Misaga had left, Zhang Jun, filled with curiosity, stealthily followed him. He found it puzzling that someone who was a thief would not target valuable items. What use could a map possibly serve? Was it not something readily available for purchase? Surely a map could not be that expensive. Quietly trailing behind Misaga, Zhang Jun arrived at a dilapidated little house. The flickering candlelight seeped through the cracks, casting a somber atmosphere. Zhang Jun pondered for a moment before turning back to the inn. Now that he had discovered Misaga's residence, there was no urgency in reclaiming the map. He was rather intrigued as to why this timid lad would resort to thievery for a mere map. The following morning, Zhang Jun ambled toward the dock. The naval ship he had sunk the previous day had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few scattered sailors searching for something in the sea. With his curiosity about the world still piqued, Zhang Jun began to observe his surroundings, unknowingly wandering near the naval camp. Halt! You, kid, you're not from around here, are you? When did you arrive? Cooperate with us for an inspection. At that moment, a group of sailors passed by, and the leader, noticing Zhang Jun's fine attire and his vigilant gaze, grew suspicious and stopped. Sir, I hail from Baihang village. I don't believe I've done anything wrong. Zhang Jun replied coldly, furrowing his brow. The audacity of the Navy was astounding. Did he truly seem like a nefarious character? Unbeknownst to Zhang Jun, he was indeed the villain who had sunk a lieutenant's ship the day before. Baihang village, never heard of it. Now I suspect you may be linked to yesterday's shipwreck. You will accompany us to the naval camp for an examination. Otherwise, the naval leader, infuriated by Zhang Jun's apparent disregard, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at the slightest provocation. Yet, by sheer coincidence, he had stumbled upon the true culprit. Fate is indeed quite whimsical. This young man is truly unfortunate. How did he manage to provoke famine? He is notoriously known as a bully. Overhearing the whispers of the onlookers, Zhang Jun began to grasp the situation. It seemed famine was indeed a troublemaker, stirring up conflicts without allowing anyone to rebut. Just as Zhang Jun prepared to take matters into his own hands, he suddenly caught sight of a figure rushing toward them. Stop! Stop! Famine! Sir, you are magnanimous. So please do not hold it against my cousin that he has only been on Gute Island for a few days and is unfamiliar with the rules. That I apologize on his behalf. Oh, and here is a little something for you. A youth, burdened with a large satchel and wearing a compass-like hat, panted as he spoke, simultaneously producing a tattered pouch and extending it toward Famine. What a fine lad. This is your cousin. Tell him to refrain from wandering aimlessly. He is quite blind. Famine snatched the pouch, weighed it in his hand, and disdainfully remarked before striding away with his entourage. What are you stopping me for? Zhang Jun shrugged off Misaga's hand, frowning. These weaklings with barely 100 points of combat power dare to insult him. Be careful. He might leave them unrecognizable. My goodness. Why would you provoke this little tyrant? He is the son of Lieutenant Faxi, Misaga exclaimed, a look of exasperation on his face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun pondered thoughtfully. It turned out Famine was indeed the son of the island's naval commander. Faxi, in no wonder he could flaunt his power without anyone daring to intervene. Suddenly, a realization struck Zhang Jun, and he turned to Misaga with a knowing smile, remaining silent. Misaga felt a chill run down his spine under Zhang Jun's gaze. Lowering his head and avoiding eye contact. "Follow me," Zhang Jun declared abruptly after a moment of silence, then turned and strode away. Misaga, gritting his teeth and appearing resigned, took small, determined steps to follow. Upon returning to the inn, Zhang Jun sat while Misaga stood beside him, hunched over. "Speak," Zhang Jun said, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. "I apologize. I just wanted to replicate it and return it secretly." Misaga's face flushed crimson as he stammered, feeling an inexplicable pressure emanating from Zhang Jun, who appeared to be of the same age. "That is not what I wish to inquire about. I am curious as to why you stole this map." Zhang Jun replied with a faint smile, his gaze expectant as he looked at Misaga. He hoped to hear the answer he longed for, "Because I have always aspired to be an exceptional navigator." However, unlike his companions, he was not selected by the Navy for specialized training. Misaga, upon hearing Zhang Jun's words, felt somewhat perplexed, but meekly responded, "In truth." Even Misaga himself did not notice the spark of aspiration in his eyes when he spoke of his dreams. Suddenly, a mechanical voice from the system triggered a task. "Subdue the aspiring navigator Misaga. Task rewards. Common bait 1. Inferior bait 10. Just as Misaga's words fell, the system's voice echoed through the air. Zhang Jun's expression brightened. Another task had appeared. Moreover, the rewards for this task were surprisingly generous, and he noted that the system seemed to be evolving. It appeared that the true nature of this system was only just beginning to unveil itself. With a smile and a nod, Zhang Jun's gaze towards Misaga took on a new light. "I say, little me, ahem, do you wish to join the Navy or become a navigator?" Zhang Jun asked, his face alight with mirth as he gently patted Misaga's shoulder. "Well, of course, I want to be a navigator. Not all in the Navy are good people," Misaga replied, glancing at Zhang Jun, feeling a chill run down his spine, and swallowing hard as he spoke resolutely. "Good lad, then follow me. I am destined to become the king of pirates. I will ensure you become the greatest navigator." Zhang Jun replied with a hint of mischief, yet this was indeed his earnest desire. One day he would stand atop the world, surveying all beneath him. Misaga's face reflected skepticism as he slowly retrieved a map from his bag. "I apologize, but I'll return this to you now. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. If you need anything, you can find me at number 60, West City. I will surely do my utmost to assist you." He spoke as he walked away, leaving Zhang Jun in a state of confusion behind. "A bit awkward, but surely you will follow me," Zhang Jun confidently remarked, rubbing his proud nose that he recalled the Navy ship from earlier. Now it was time to attend to another matter. The night was enveloped in tranquility, particularly at the witching hour. Whoosh! A cold breeze swept through, and at the entrance of the Navy's garrison on Gashi Island, 2 sentinels had already succumbed to drowsiness. None noticed as a shadow stealthily infiltrated the Navy's camp. "Wow, this camp is quite large." The shadow was none other than Zhang Jun, who had come to ascertain what the lieutenant colonel named Zamaki was there to transport. He had no intention of allowing the officer responsible for wrecking his ship to complete his mission effortlessly. After all, had Zhang Jun not mastered moonwalk or swimming, he would have met a dire fate. "Damn it! Are you sure this is it? Did my old fox of a father really stash the goods here?" Just as Zhang Jun wandered aimlessly, a faint voice caught his attention, sounding somewhat familiar. After a moment's contemplation, he stealthily followed the direction from which the voice emanated. Moments later, 2 figures appeared before him, sneaking about. "Boss, I assure you, I witnessed the lieutenant colonel bring the items inside with my own eyes." A sharp voice rang out, causing Zhang Jun's eyes to gleam with interest. "Humph, that old codger, hiding good things instead of sharing them with me, planning to hand them over to the Navy headquarters. Just wait until I consume a devil fruit. Let us see who dares to look down on me." Indeed, the speaker was the bully famine whom he had encountered earlier. He was currently venting his frustrations about the lieutenant colonel. What a stroke of luck! This is quite the serendipitous turn of events, Zhang Jun thought to himself as he observed the 2 slip into an inconspicuous room. It must be said, the lieutenant colonel truly had a knack for concealment. Who would have imagined he would stash the devil fruit in such a nondescript location without any guards? Zhang Jun found a prime hiding spot to observe the situation while silently contemplating. After about half a stick of incense's worth of time, the 2 emerged from the room. "Damn it. Next time check thoroughly before dragging me along. You've wasted my time." As soon as they exited, Famine slapped the other person across the face. Yes, boss, I was wrong. but I genuinely saw the lieutenant colonel sneak in with a box. After he came out, the box was gone. It's truly bizarre." The other person said, covering his face, his tone laced with disbelief. Once they had departed, Zhang Jun furrowed his brows and stepped forward. The term secret chamber flashed in his mind, prompting him to survey his surroundings before deciding to investigate himself. Entering the room, a musty odor assaulted his senses. After a cursory glance, he realized this appeared to be a storage room. Various items were piled haphazardly, and several cabinets were present, with a somewhat chipped lampstand in the corner. A lampstand! Zhang Jun's eyes lit up. Lampstands were a staple of secret chambers. Furthermore, the worn areas revealed a metallic sheen, indicating it had been frequently touched. Approaching the lampstand, Zhang Jun attempted to twist it, but found it immovable. Had he misjudged? Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly felt the lampstand yield slightly under his hand. His face brightened with excitement as he pressed down forcefully. Click, click, that a faint mechanical sound echoed as an entrance quietly revealed itself before Zhang Jun. Without hesitation, he stepped into the secret chamber. Inside, torches ignited spontaneously, and by their flickering light, Zhang Jun beheld a large chest with a smaller box resting atop it. He approached and opened the smaller box, which was unlocked, likely because Lieutenant Colonel Faxi did not anticipate anyone discovering this place. Inside, a fruit adorned with white patterns lay quietly. The patterns resembled clouds, a devil fruit. He exclaimed softly, a grin spreading across his face as he envisioned Lieutenant Colonel Zamaki's grim countenance. Crack! Following that, Zhang Jun opened the larger chest, revealing it packed with an abundance of berries. "System, collect," he mentally commanded, and in a flash of light, the berries and the devil fruit vanished from sight. This was the system's built-in storage function. While not ideal for public display, it was an incredibly convenient ability. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained devil fruit, climate 1. Berries, 100,000. The system's voice soon followed, leaving Zhang Jun somewhat astonished. He had never heard of a climate fruit before. Surveying his surroundings, Zhang Jun's lips curled into a smirk as he swiftly made his exit. His escape was uneventful, and he returned to the inn without arousing any suspicion. By this time, the sun had begun to rise. After taking a few sips of water, Zhang Jun immediately retrieved the climate fruit from the system to examine it. System, details on the climate fruit. With a thought, an information panel appeared in Zhang Jun's mind. A feature of the system that displayed detailed information on all acquired items. Climate fruit introduction. Ability. Consuming grants the power to control the weather. Strength increases with development. 7 levels of development. Can control the climate within a radius of 1,000 miles. Side effects. Weakness when wet. Fear of sea prism stone. After reading the introduction, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Zhang Jun's eyes. This was truly the fruit of every navigator's dreams. If he could use this fruit for Misoga. With that thought, Zhang Jun couldn't help but snap his fingers in enthusiasm, eagerly exiting the room, the devil fruit secured in his bag. "Hey, where are you off to? It's quite chaotic outside. Don't venture out. The Navy seems to have gone mad, searching everywhere and capturing anyone they find." Just as he reached the inn's entrance, the innkeeper stopped him, earnestly advising against going out. Although there was a hint of suspicion that Zhang Jun might demand a refund, he still nodded in gratitude. "That I didn't expect the Navy to discover this so quickly," Zhang Jun thought, moving to a corner where he ordered a few dishes, eating while observing the situation outside. Soon, a team of Navy officers arrived at the inn. "Innkeeper, have there been any suspicious individuals staying here recently?" A stern-faced, no-nonsense Navy officer led the charge into the inn's hall. Scanning the area before heading straight for the counter to inquire. No suspicious individuals at all, Major Gua. If you wish to search, I will not impede you." The shopkeeper, hunched over and wearing an apologetic smile, spoke up. Upon hearing the title of Major, Zhang Jun could not help but cast a glance his way at a combat power of 230. The Major is quite formidable. Zhang Jun found himself somewhat curious about the Colonel's combat prowess. The last time, he was too far away to gauge the strength of Colonel Zamaki. Search. This Major's Wagang was evidently not one to be trifled with, as he waved his hand decisively and commenced the search without hesitation. The dining hall was filled with patrons, yet they all meekly allowed themselves to be inspected. As the search neared Zhang Jun, he instinctively furrowed his brow. With a mere thought, his backpack silently deflated. The devil fruit was directly absorbed into Zhang Jun's system. Nothing. Soon, a naval officer completed his search of Zhang Jun's belongings. Noticing Zhang Jun's unwavering smile directed at him, he couldn't help but frown before shouting. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After a short while, Zhang Jun stood up and headed in a specific direction. Approximately half a stick of incense later, he found himself outside a dilapidated little house. As he drew nearer, he detected a faint yet familiar fragrance emanating from within. However, observing the panicked individuals on the street, he had no time to ponder further. Knock, 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 just as Zhang Jun lowered his hand. The door swung open. "Who is it?" Misua Jia inquired, peering out in confusion. Upon seeing Zhang Jun, his expression changed, and he quickly pulled him inside, glancing around anxiously. Once inside, the aroma intensified, and Zhang Jun scanned the surroundings. Discovering that the house was crammed with nautical books, the scent was, in fact, the fragrance of books. "Why you? What brings you here?" Misua Jia asked, rubbing his hands together nervously. "Do you know something?" Zhang Jun observed him with keen interest. "The naval item has gone missing. Did you have a hand in it?" Upon hearing Zhang Jun's words, Misua Jia seemed to confirm something, gazing at him in astonishment. This was the first time he had looked Zhang Jun in the eye. "Indeed, you're quite astute. Now, do tell, how did you deduce that?" Zhang Jun asked nonchalantly as he settled into a chair. "It's not difficult to guess. First, you appeared on the island the day the naval ship sank. I linger at the docks daily, yet this was our first encounter. Second, you inquired mysteriously about that item on the same day. Then, that item went missing. Ultimately, what confirmed my suspicion was what you just said." Misua Jia articulated, his logic clear and tinged with intrigue, leading him to the correct conclusion. "Ha! Well done. Look what I have." Zhang Jun laughed heartily as he produced the climate fruit and extended it towards Misua Jia. "What is this? Such a peculiar fruit. Is this the naval treasure?" Misua Jia did not take it, his face a picture of bewilderment at that moment. Zhang Jun recalled that many common folk in the world of One Piece were unaware of the existence of devil fruits. "This is a remarkable item, known as a devil fruit. Its effect, this one allows you to control the climate within a certain range," Zhang Jun said, grinning as he awaited Misua Jia's reaction. "See climate? What does that mean?" Misua Jia, quick to comprehend, locked his gaze on the climate fruit in Zhang Jun's hand, his eyes brimming with desire. "Hee, if I give you this fruit, you shall accompany me as my navigator. What say you?" Zhang Jun inched the fruit closer to Misua Jia. "Absolutely," Misua Jia responded without a moment's hesitation. "All right, but regarding the side effects of the devil fruit," before Zhang Jun could finish, Misua Jia had already seized the climate fruit from his hand and took a big bite. "Ugh, this is horrid. What side effects?" Misua Jia looked at him in confusion, yet he appeared entirely unrepentant that it's nothing much. "Just avoid water and steer clear of something called sea prism stone," Zhang Jun said, exasperated, realizing how eager Misua Jia had been. Suddenly, before Misua Jia could utter a word of reassurance, he crouched down, clutching his head that a gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, caused the items within the room to sway. Unexpectedly, a small cloud gathered on the ceiling, rumbling with thunder before unleashing a torrential downpour, threatening to ruin the books in an instant. The cloud dissipated, leaving only a light mist hanging in the air. This, the climate fruit? Fantastic, fantastic. I shall become the greatest navigator. At some point, Misua Jia had risen, his eyes wide with astonishment as he marveled at the spectacle. Then he erupted with joy. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Aspiring navigator. Reward. Ordinary bait 1. Inferior bait 10. Congratulations to the host for recruiting the first crew member. Aspiring navigator. Reward. Quality bait 1. Just as Zhang Jun was taken aback by the unfolding events, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. "Quality bait. How splendid." Zhang Jun suppressed his excitement and conferred with Misua Jia, deciding to meet at the docks the day after tomorrow. Misua Jia had no objections to Zhang Jun's decision, being an orphan with no ties. Subsequently, the two discussed purchasing a ship the following day before concluding their conversation. Sensing the commotion outside had begun to subside, Zhang Jun departed from Misua Jia's home, intending to find a place to utilize the bait. Half an hour later, Zhang Jun navigated through the chaotic crowd and arrived at an uninhabited area of Gashi Island. Settling down, he commenced his fishing expedition. This time, he planned to use the ordinary bait first, followed by the quality bait, while the inferior bait no longer concerned him. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 combat points. After half an hour, Zhang Jun satisfactorily collected the 30 combat points and eagerly cast the quality bait. If only a ship could arrive now, he mused, patiently waiting to eye in truth. Only the quality bait required a longer wait. Inferior bait could be retrieved in mere minutes. 2 hours passed. A golden light descended into Zhang Jun's hand. When the light faded, a miniature ship encased in a glass bottle materialized before him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a ship. Modified Thousand Sunny. Material, Atom Tree. Appearance, completely distinct from the Thousand Sunny. Function, identical to the Thousand Sunny. For details, check the info panel. The two ships are independent entities. The system's voice resonated in real time. This was indeed a modified version of the Thousand Sunny from the Straw Hat Pirates. Seeing no one around, Zhang Jun unscrewed the cap from the glass bottle. That a small burst of white light erupted from the opening, and in the blink of an eye, the light expanded to the size of a ship. Boom! With a golden dragon head as the prow, pristine sails billowing in the wind, and an ancient, mysterious wooden hull, a stunning and imposing vessel emerged upon the sea, creating massive waves. Ha ha ha. What a delightful coincidence. Just when I wished for something, it arrives. From now on, you shall be named Longting Wanli. Zhang Jun laughed heartily, his eyes filled with hope for the future as he exclaimed as soon as he finished speaking. An odd sensation washed over him, as if at that moment, Longting Wanli had come to life. System, details on Longting Wanli. Longting Wanli introduction. Material, Atom Tree. Function, possesses all capabilities of Thousand Sunny. For specifics, consult the user manual. Special, ship spirit has awakened. Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled as he read through the introduction, and upon seeing the functions, his mouth twitched. However, when he saw the mention of the ship spirit, he almost burst into laughter. Excellent. With a ship spirit, there's someone to navigate. I need not worry about control, he muttered, chuckling as he returned Longting Wanli to the bottle. From now on, I entrust everything to you. Zhang Jun gently caressed the bottle with his right hand and murmured softly. As his words faded, he sensed a slight tremor emanating from within the Longting Wanli vessel. Pleased, he stored it within the system and, with a lightened step, made his way towards the town. Upon entering, however, Zhang Jun quickly noticed something amiss. The bustling market, usually teeming with life just a short distance from the town entrance, lay eerily deserted today. Strewn with debris, concern filled his eyes as he hoped that Misogwa had not encountered any trouble. With the assistance of T, Zhang Jun swiftly arrived at Misogwa's doorstep. The door was wide open, yet no one was inside. Although there were no signs of struggle, something was clearly awry. Hey, kid, where did you scurry off to? Hurry and join me at the naval camp. Colonel Faxi is about to give a speech. Suddenly, a squad of Navy personnel appeared behind Zhang Jun, reaching out to grab him. With a crisp slap, Zhang Jun furrowed his brow and swatted away the hand that clutched his collar. You dare to retaliate? The short Navy man, his face contorted with rage, prepared to seize this reckless youth, but was rendered speechless by Zhang Jun's piercing gaze. Humph, I'll accompany you, Zhang Jun scoffed, gesturing for them to lead the way. At least you know your place. The short Navy man seemed relieved, guiding Zhang Jun towards the naval camp. Before long, Zhang Jun found himself in a bustling square within the camp, where a throng of people jostled closely together. High barriers encircled the square. Go. Get in. Taking advantage of Zhang Jun's momentary distraction, the short Navy man shoved him inside. Zhang Jun turned and shot him a fierce glare, only to find the man unflinching as he boldly closed the gate behind him. Zhang Jun's mind raced. Something must have gone terribly wrong. Esteemed villagers, thank you for your hard work. I have called you all here to announce an important matter, as Zhang Jun strained to locate Misogwa amidst the crowd. A resonant voice echoed throughout the square. Raising his gaze, he spotted a middle-aged man of refined appearance standing on an elevated platform, adorned with medals, undoubtedly the Colonel Faxi he had yet to meet. Everyone knows that our Navy has always treated you well. Yet, it has come to my attention that someone has stolen the precious treasures our Navy has painstakingly acquired. This is something I cannot overlook. Colonel Faxi continued, his smile unwavering as he spoke each word. Throughout his speech, murmurs of dissent arose from the crowd, who were aware that many in the Navy often bullied the weak and had oppressed countless citizens. Thus, to uncover the true culprit and provide you all with a chance to repay the Navy, I hope you will come forth in an orderly manner for inspection. Take heed, should I discover any wrongdoing. You will face severe consequences. However, if you step forward now, I may show leniency. Colonel Faxie's gaze swept the crowd, and upon seeing no one respond, his expression darkened. With a grand gesture, he signaled for the inspection to commence. Immediately, small openings appeared on each side of the barrier, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Under the Navy's direction, individuals approached to touch a seemingly ordinary stone. Those who touched it left in confusion, unaware of what was happening. This is bad. Though most were oblivious to the stone's significance, Zhang Jun suspected it to be the Hailu stone, a rarity in the East Sea. Just as he anxiously searched for Misogwa, a commotion erupted from the east. "Commander, someone has fainted here." A shout rang out from the crowd. Zhang Jun, not far from the source, squeezed through the throng and finally reached the scene. Misogwa, a flicker of realization struck Zhang Jun. This clever boy. What is happening? What is going on? Quiet down. At that moment, a burly Navy man approached, signaling for the crowd to remain calm. "Commander, this is my cousin. He has always suffered from malnutrition and poor health." Which is why Zhang Jun quickly stepped forward to support Misogwa, who appeared feeble. Upon seeing Zhang Jun, a glimmer of joy crossed Misogwa's eyes, though he maintained a facade of utter weakness. "You too. Come with me." The burly Navy man, frowning, led them to a spot near the Hailu stone, indicating they should touch it. Misogwa, still unaware of the situation, hesitantly reached out as he made contact. Zhang Jun felt him weaken slightly, but thankfully he managed to steady him without revealing any unusual signs. "You?" Misogwa recoiled in alarm, while the Navy man shook his head and gestured for Zhang Jun to extend his hand. Unfazed, Zhang Jun complied, confident that the devil fruit he had consumed bore no adverse effects. Soon, they were led to a nearby bench to rest. "You two can sit here for a while. Once your cousin feels better, you may leave." The burly Navy man displayed unexpected kindness. Just then, Colonel Faxie approached them. His expression darkened. "It's you?" He glared menacingly at Misogwa. "Colonel Faxie, what are you talking about? We passed your test." Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, uncertain of what had gone wrong. They had been discovered. He knew all too well that Colonel Faxie possessed a combat power of 490, while his own was merely 334, despite having consumed a soundwave fruit, which enhanced his perception. He felt at a disadvantage. Colonel Faxie, suppressing his fury, forced a smile. He even revealed that he too was a fruit user, seemingly dismissing any threat posed by the two youths before him. Ding! Mission triggered. Escape from Gushy Island. Mission reward. Quality bait 2. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Zhang Jun barely had time to feel elated. Although Colonel Faxie stood alone before him, the ever-elusive Colonel Xiaomichi could be lurking nearby. Fog. Escape. At that moment, Misogwa's voice rang out, and a thick fog enveloped the area within a 10-meter radius. A fleeting moment of joy crossed Zhang Jun's face as an idea sparked in his mind. With a swift motion, he darted towards the Hailu stone, seizing it before vanishing from the spot. In another instant, he reappeared beside Misogwa and, with a thought, unleashed a surge of lightning that scattered in all directions. Swiftly grabbing Misogwa and employing the Soru technique to race towards the camp's exit. All Navy personnel, pursue. Colonel Faxie, finally reacting, harnessed the power of the sound wave fruit to burst through the fog. His hair disheveled and face smeared with soot, a stark contrast to his earlier composure. With a roar, he charged after Zhang Jun, yet a numbing sensation hindered his speed. How intriguing! From a distance, atop a rooftop, a robust man clad in Navy lieutenant attire observed the spectacle with great interest. This was none other than the elusive Colonel Xiaomichi. "Boss, let me go. I feel utterly powerless right now. I can't assist you, and am just a burden." As Zhang Jun strained to make his escape, a weak voice reached his ears. It was the remorseful Misogwa. "Haha, silly boy, look what I have." Zhang Jun, while running, brandished the Hailu stone for Misogwa to see. "This? I told you. Boss, why are you holding on to this? It was touching this that left me feeling so weak." Misogwa's face was a mix of astonishment and confusion. "This is a treasure," finding a seemingly safe spot. Zhang Jun paused to catch his breath, noticing that the Navy had not yet caught up. He stored the Hailu stone in the system, knowing it would prove invaluable in critical moments. Although Misogwa was perplexed, he wisely refrained from asking further. "All right, let's go. I'll carry you. It will be faster." After a brief respite, Zhang Jun dashed towards the seaside with Misogwa in tow. "Hey, you little brat." About half an hour later, panting heavily, Zhang Jun arrived at the shore, only to hear an eerie voice emanate from beside him. Turning his head, he was startled to see a large face, causing him to instinctively take 2 steps back. "You, Shiomachi." Zhang Jun set Misogwa down, his expression grave as he regarded his opponent. Xiaomachi was undoubtedly the most formidable individual he had ever encountered, possessing a bizarre combat power that reached an astonishing 900. At that moment, Xiaomachi stood with his arms crossed, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he observed Zhang Jun far in the distance. Faxi had not yet caught up, and just as Zhang Jun was on the verge of escape, he was inexplicably intercepted. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Jun stomped his foot on the ground, propelling himself into the air towards the stationary Xiaomachi. As he neared, Xiaomachi remained utterly unmoved. Zhang Jun's heart sank, and with a flick of his wrist, a knife materialized in his hand, crackling with electric energy. "Huh!" Xiaomachi exclaimed, his tone laced with suspicion, before effortlessly pinching the electrified blade between two fingers as if it were a mere leaf. Zhang Jun was at a loss for words. How could he possibly fight like this? Just as he contemplated retreating, feeling as though escape was futile, Xiaomachi glanced into the distance, an inconvenience. He muttered, before swiftly seizing the bewildered duo and soaring towards the ocean's surface. Moments later, the three found themselves aboard a vessel 100 meters from the shore. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: high-quality bait 2. As Zhang Jun steadied himself, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. But this was hardly a time for celebration. Mysogia, equally perplexed, stared at the unfolding scene. "Relax, you two little ones. I harbor no ill intentions." Xiaomachi reassured them, gesturing for them to follow him into the cabin as the ship sped away into the depths of the sea. Mysogia cast a worried glance at Zhang Jun, who decided to follow suit, leaving him no choice but to trail behind into the cabin. "Sit, I have a few questions for you," Xiaomachi declared as he settled himself comfortably, a smile gracing his lips. "Colonel Xiao, please ask away. We shall speak without reservation," Mysogia chimed in, sensing that this seemingly formidable colonel posed no threat. "Haha, how intriguing. Very well, I shall be direct. Who stole the devil fruit? And what abilities does it possess?" Xiaomachi inquired, laughter punctuating his words as he fixed Zhang Jun with an intense gaze. "It was I who pilfered it. After all, you destroyed my ship. As for the fruit, it grants control over certain weather patterns within a defined range." Zhang Jun replied, his eyes flashing as he delivered this feigned ignorance as a test of Xiaomachi's true intentions. If there were malice afoot, it could mean their doom. Boom. "So it was you. Ha ha ha. Good lad, quite impressive," Xiaomachi exclaimed, slapping the table, startling Zhang Jun and Mysogia, who nearly bolted for the exit. However, he quickly followed with hearty laughter, an expression of genuine admiration on his face. "All right, I'll be straightforward. Would you two care to join the Navy?" Suddenly, Xiaomachi's tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Join the Navy?" Zhang Jun and Mysogia exclaimed in unison. At that very moment, on Gushi Island, Bastards, don't let me run into you again, or I shall tear you to shreds." Colonel Faxi, leading a throng of disgruntled Navy personnel, reached the shore only to discover that Zhang Jun and Mysogia had vanished from sight, leaving him to roar in frustration. "Indeed, join the Navy. You two have both consumed devil fruits, making you invaluable assets to our forces," Xiaomachi continued, his smile unwavering as he spoke, though he too was puzzled by Zhang Jun's ability to touch sea stone. Yet, the power he exhibited was undeniably that of a devil fruit. In truth, he harbored some ulterior motives, while he could not resort to kidnapping a junior for experimentation. If certain individuals within the Navy discovered Zhang Jun's unique trait concerning sea stone, it would certainly benefit the Navy. "Colonel Xiaomachi, I fear I cannot join the Navy, for I have always aspired to be a pirate, perhaps even the Pirate King," Zhang Jun declared, a resolute understanding dawning upon him. As a devoted admirer of the Pirate King, he yearned for the life of a pirate deep within his soul. Simultaneously, Mysogia recalled Zhang Jun's earlier words, and upon seeing the spark in his eyes, he nodded firmly in agreement. "Are you certain? You two are now effectively my prisoners," Xiaomachi remarked, taken aback for a moment before speaking with a teasing tone. "Since the colonel has stated it so, I have no further words to offer. However, even if it means death, I shall never betray my principles," Zhang Jun asserted resolutely, meeting Xiaomachi's gaze unflinchingly. Mysogia, drenched in cold sweat from fear, was about to interject to lighten the mood, but Zhang Jun's gesture silenced him. "Ha, splendid. I shall suppress my strength and engage you in battle. As long as you entertain me, you may do as you please." Xiaomachi suddenly burst into hearty laughter, darting onto the deck in a flash. This vessel, just as massive as the previous Navy ships, boasted a deck ample enough to accommodate their duel. Zhang Jun surveyed his surroundings, stepping onto the deck to confront Shiomachi. In an instant, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the entire deck. Zhang Jun had no intention of striking first. Clearly, Colonel Shiomachi was a master of martial arts, possibly having grasped the rudiments of Haki. Against such a skilled opponent, it was more prudent for Zhang Jun to adopt a defensive stance. "Watch out, kid." Suddenly, Shiomachi bellowed, his form flashing forward, landing right before Zhang Jun's electric field, the moment the sound reached him. Zhang Jun reacted instinctively, surrounding himself with crackling electricity, creating a unique domain. Boom! Shiomachi's fist struck the field, generating a gust of wind that caused Zhang Jun to stagger backward. Impressive. Good lad. Both combatants exchanged fleeting thoughts as they engaged in a rapid flurry of exchanges. Trading blows in a whirlwind of movement, the deck resonated with the thunderous sounds of their combat, electric arcs illuminating the area. Meanwhile, Misogia, observing from the sidelines, instinctively retreated into the cabin. Half an hour later, Zhang Jun stood breathless, his clothing tattered and hands trembling uncontrollably. In stark contrast, Shiomachi appeared only slightly singed, his hair and attire bearing the brunt of the battle, yet showing no significant injuries. All right. You've made excellent use of that fruit, and my techniques have flowed smoothly as well." Shiomachi gestured for Zhang Jun to cease hostilities. "Thank you, Colonel." Zhang Jun bowed slightly in gratitude. It was evident that Colonel Shiomachi had no intention of coercing them into joining the Navy, nor did he wish to impede their endeavors. "Now, I absolutely detest this charade. By the way, how did you come to possess the Navy's techniques?" Shiomachi inquired, moving closer to Zhang Jun and throwing an arm around his shoulder with a smile. "Well," Zhang Jun stammered, at a loss for words. Should he admit he had caught it? All right, you really are dull. My mission to transport the devil fruit back has been thoroughly disrupted by you two," Shiomachi remarked, feigning disappointment as he observed Zhang Jun's discomfort. "Colonel, it's entirely my fault. I shouldn't have consumed that fruit." Misogia, who had been watching from the sidelines, interjected, fearing the worst. "This kid. Can't you tell when I'm joking? Whoever eats the fruit will benefit. I don't believe the true strong rely on external factors." Shiomachi shrugged, casting his gaze toward the horizon, contemplating his own path. "Now, what do you two intend to do?" "I need to return to Gushi Island to gather my useless subordinates." Zhang Jun and Misogia, still reeling from Shiomachi's previous statement, were abruptly interrupted. "Colonel, we shall return as well. However, I hope you can go slowly. I have some preparations to make," Zhang Jun promptly declared, completely disregarding Misogia's astonished expression. "Return? Very well. I shall turn a blind eye to your grievances. That I will retrieve my comrades and take my leave." Shiomachi stroked his chin and spoke nonchalantly. "Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel," Zhang Jun sincerely expressed as he watched Shiomachi's departing figure. "Hey, boss, why are we going back? Are we seeking trouble?" Upon seeing Shiomachi leave, Misogia immediately lost his composure, lamenting with a tearful face. "The wise man has his own strategies," Zhang Jun replied with an enigmatic smile, causing Misogia to feel a sense of unease. Subsequently, the ship began its journey back, while Zhang Jun found a spot by the sea to sit down. Glancing around, he noticed they were alone, thus he commenced his fishing, this time, having acquired 2 high-quality baits. He was certain to reel in something splendid. As for the 10 low-quality baits, they could be addressed at a later time. Half a day later, on the deck, Zhang Jun sat there with his mouth agape, lost in thought. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 combat power points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill lightning release. 1,000 birds. Information template. Host. Zhang Jun. Combat power. For 34 skills. Navy 6 styles. Shave. Moonwalk. Paper drawing. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. Fruit. True lightning fruit. Current development level. 1. Total grade points. 10. Note. Each increase in grade boosts combat power by 20%. Items. Approximately 700,000 berries. Low-quality bait 1. Compass 1. Zhang Jun gazed at this panel, marveling at how swiftly he had grown stronger. Suddenly, he realized there seemed to be an issue with the fruit's enhancement of combat power, as it only raised it by 20% at the moment of acquisition, with no further increments thereafter. Shaking his head, he thought, "Well, this is still quite good," as he observed the outline of Gushi Island emerging in the distance. A smile crept upon his face. "I have returned." During this period, Zhang Jun had learned from Misogia about the various misdeeds of Fa Shi, the station lieutenant colonel at Gushi Island. They were akin to malevolent pirates, oppressing the common folk, collecting protection fees, and bullying the weak. Even more egregious was their control over Gushi Island, preventing its inhabitants from joining the Navy and acquiring the qualifications to become navigators. This was tantamount to transforming Gushi Island into their exclusive colony. Upon grasping these facts, Zhang Jun, who initially sought revenge for being disgracefully expelled from Gushi Island, now felt an even stronger resolve to eliminate Fa Shi. This was, after all, for Mi Suojia, who held a profound sense of belonging to Gushi Island and had long desired to liberate it from Fa Shi's grasp. All right, you two, it's time for you to disembark here. I do not wish for some individuals to learn of my connection to the future Pirate King. Ha 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 ha. As Zhang Jun and his companion were conversing on the deck, suddenly, Xiaomachi appeared out of nowhere. Seizing both of them and tossing them onto a small boat that had mysteriously appeared at sea. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel, the two exclaimed in unison as they landed on the small vessel. Exchanging glances. All right, you little rascals. I believe you will achieve fame across the seas. I hope our next meeting will not be on the battlefield. Xiaomachi turned and waved as he disappeared from their sight. Zhang Jun's expression became somewhat complex. Such individuals indeed existed within the Navy. Shortly thereafter, the two began rowing the small boat towards Gushi Island, and from a distance, they noticed that the coast appeared eerily devoid of Navy presence. Presumably, Fa Shi did not believe Zhang Jun would return immediately, but unfortunately for him, this provided an advantage for them. Boss, what should we do now? In a secluded area along the coast of Gushi Island, Mi Suojia looked at Zhang Jun, who seemed deep in thought. Here's the plan. Mi Suojia, you should find a place to hide. Once I deal with Fa Shi, we will rendezvous here. Zhang Jun stated with seriousness, recognizing Mi Suojia's lack of combat prowess. His climate fruit's damage was also minimal, so it was best for him to remain safe and sound. Mi Suojia felt a surge of anxiety. But upon seeing Zhang Jun's resolute gaze, he nodded in agreement. With a decisive gesture, Zhang Jun soared into the air without hesitation. A short while later, before the Navy camp, Zhang Jun stood in a concealed corner. Observing two individuals exiting the premises, that old man has long been instructed to hand over the devil fruit to me. Now it seems he has squandered it. The individuals emerging were none other than Fa Ming, the sole heir of Fa Shi, who was currently venting his frustrations to his attendants. As fate would have it, an opportunity to eliminate Fa Shi had presented itself. Zhang Jun felt a surge of excitement. His singular aim was to rid himself of Fa Shi without resorting to mass slaughter. His own strength was insufficient, and facing a multitude of Navy personnel would likely spell his doom. Once the two had distanced themselves and the surroundings were devoid of witnesses, Zhang Jun swiftly moved forward, delivering a swift blow to the still chattering Fa Ming, rendering him unconscious. That one of the attendants was about to scream. But Zhang Jun swiftly subdued him with a forceful strike to the ground. You, return and inform Fa Shi to come alone to the southern beach outside the city. He is to come alone. Otherwise, he may collect his son's remains. Zhang Jun spoke coldly, and with that, he dragged Fa Ming southward. The attendant, trembling, rose and dashed back towards the Navy camp. Approximately an hour later, Zhang Jun leisurely fished by the seaside. With Fa Ming lying nearby like a lifeless dog, suddenly, a figure swiftly approached from a distance, prompting Zhang Jun to calmly reel in his fishing line. Ding! Task triggered. Eliminate Fa Shi. Rid the world of evil. Task reward. Ordinary bait, 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20 combat power points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a shattered teapot. 1. The two notifications chimed in succession, as he had utilized the 10 low-quality baits. Apart from acquiring 20 combat power points, the rest turned out to be useless items. However, with the additional 20 points, Zhang Jun's combat power was now drawing closer to Fa Shi's at this moment. Zhang Jun's combat power stood at 454, while Fa Shi's was at 491. You little brat, release Fa Ming. A sound wave resonated, carrying Fa Shi's boundless fury. Zhang Jun's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Fa Shi would launch an attack so swiftly. Sensing the force within the sound wave, Zhang Jun knew he could not withstand it head-on and promptly evaded to the side. Humph! Seizing the opportunity, Fa Shi attempted to reclaim Fa Ming. Naturally, Zhang Jun would not allow him to succeed. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A surge of lightning coalesced in Zhang Jun's hand, forming the shape of a bird, accompanied by the cacophony of countless avian cries. Lightning released 1,000 birds, A flash of electricity surged forth as Zhang Jun's figure rapidly approached Fa Shi. Roar. Fa Shi, startled, abandoned his attempt to rescue Fa Ming and darted aside, simultaneously unleashing a visible sound wave towards Zhang Jun. However, it seemed the sound of the thousand birds had a certain effect. Although Zhang Jun felt as if he were being sliced by blades, he continued his advance towards Fa Shi. Seeing this, Fa Shi executed several swift maneuvers while bellowing relentlessly in an effort to thwart Zhang Jun's approach. Finally, after another of Fa Shi's thunderous shouts, Zhang Jun involuntarily halted, feeling the pain coursing through his body, a flicker of shadow passing through his eyes. Fa Shi had been evading him all this time. Not only was he unable to inflict harm, but he was also suffering injuries himself, rendering Zhang Jun's secret weapon ineffective. Humph, you underestimate my strength far too much, young man. To dare challenge me in a one-on-one duel is akin to seeking death. Unbeknownst to him, Fa Shi had positioned himself before Fa Ming, a mocking expression adorning his face. Do not celebrate prematurely. Zhang Jun's expression grew grave as his mind raced, seeking a solution. Just then, Fa Shi abruptly turned his gaze towards a cluster of jagged rocks nearby. Ah, so you have accomplices. Come forth. Fa Shi's demeanor darkened as he sent a sound wave towards the rocky outcrop. Not good. Zhang Jun, having spotted Misujia's silhouette amidst the rocky terrain, felt a pang of urgency and dashed forward. Sandstorm. At that moment, Misuajia, pale-faced, shouted loudly, and instantly, a 10-meter radius around him was engulfed in a swirling sandstorm. Dust filled the air, and the sound wave was gradually diminished, ultimately dissipating into a mere breeze before reaching Misuajia. Not good. Within the sandstorm, Fa Shi's expression shifted as he attempted to flee. Zhang Jun, however, felt a surge of joy. With a mere thought, a pair of glasses materialized on his face. These were the plain glasses he had fished up from a low-quality bait. Now proving to be invaluable, with a swift motion, Zhang Jun charged towards Fa Shi, who was still caught in the sandstorm. A shimmering blade of lightning appeared in his right hand, while his left gripped a peculiar stone. Fa Shi, your demise is imminent. Amidst the swirling sands, Faxi's sonic abilities were markedly diminished, compounded by the fact that Zhang Jun was already considerably faster than him, leading to his swift pursuit. You shall not escape. Faxi exclaimed, turning around with a desperate resolve, unleashing waves of sound. Unfazed, Zhang Jun's left hand flickered with electricity, and a stone hurtled through the wind, striking Faxi. What? See stone. Instantly, Faxi felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Terror gripping his heart at that very moment, Zhang Jun's blade, empowered by his lightning abilities, descended upon Faxi's neck. With a thud, as the dust settled, a headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task reward. Ordinary bait, 3. Zhang Jun, with a serene expression, picked up the sea stone from the ground, stowing it away in the system before turning to face the panting Misoga. Misoga, I owe you an apology. It is thanks to your assistance that I was able to slay Faxi. Zhang Jun spoke with a hint of guilt. No worries. As long as I could help the boss. But you were too quick. I almost couldn't keep up and let you escape from my control, Misoga replied, scratching his head. Zhang Jun chuckled and glanced at the still-lying Famine. Boss, what shall we do with this fellow? Misoga glared at Famine with disdain. Fear not, he shall not have it easy, Zhang Jun retorted, producing a large wooden plank from somewhere and binding Famine to it, pushing him towards the sea, watching Famine gradually disappear into the distance. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Now he shall truly suffer. In the distance, a figure stood atop a rocky outcrop. Colonel Zamaki, who had been observing the battle. This kid is indeed formidable and clever as well. Eliminating a scoundrel like Faxi lifts a weight off my heart. Ha ha. Good lad. Zamaki laughed heartily before moving swiftly towards the distant naval ship. Shortly thereafter, the two made their way towards the town. Previously, due to the unexpected turn of events, they had not had the chance to procure necessary supplies, so they needed to hurry and purchase provisions for their impending voyage. Boss, I know we need to buy supplies. But, Misoga hesitated in front of a shop. Oh, just a moment, Zhang Jun exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He slapped his forehead, retrieving a cloth bag from the system and handing it to Misoga. What is this? Misoga gasped in astonishment, unable to contain his curiosity about the origin of the bag. However, before he could inquire further, he was rendered speechless by the contents inside. The bag was brimming with berries, given the sheer volume. There must have been thousands. Zhang Jun, however, appeared entirely unfazed, as if it were of little consequence. Gulp. Boss, you must be a tycoon, Misoga exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with awe. This was the first time in his life he had ever seen such an abundance of wealth. Ha ha, I have plenty of money. Feel free to spend, Zhang Jun proclaimed with pride. After a while, the two arrived at the coastline, looking utterly exhausted. Shopping had proven to be incredibly tiring at this point. They had refreshed themselves, discarding the tattered clothing from their escape and battle. They exchanged a smile, sitting on the ground as if they had just come from a grand battle. By the way, boss, I've been meaning to ask, where did you store all the supplies we bought? You're not a deity, are you? Misoga joked. That is a secret of yours truly. It must not be revealed to others. Otherwise, I might find myself captured for experiments. Zhang Jun replied with a serious expression, aware that such abilities could not be exposed in this world. Had it not been for Misoga's trustworthiness, he would not have divulged this information. Upon hearing this, Misoga felt a surge of emotion and solemnly nodded. Well, there is something else that will broaden your horizons. Allow me to introduce our new companion, the Longting Wanli. As he spoke, Zhang Jun produced a glass bottle, uncorking it to reveal a majestic pirate ship emerging upon the waves. Under the bright moonlight, the ship swayed gently, leaving Misoga utterly awestruck, speechless in his astonishment that haha. Let us board. Zhang Jun laughed heartily, lifting Misoga aboard. Boss, this ship is so cool. Misoga finally regained his composure, his face flushed with excitement. Naturally, your compliments will surely delight it. Zhang Jun nodded, speaking mysteriously. Misoga was puzzled, but soon he was once again amazed. The ship began to glide towards the sea on its own, and oddly, it trembled slightly at Zhang Jun's words. Is this? Misoga exclaimed. Zhang Jun nodded with a smile that it is said that some ships possess a mysterious spirit. Known as the ship's soul, a ship with a soul has boundless potential, something every pirate yearns for. Who would have thought we would come across one? Misoga's heart raced with exhilaration. Likewise, Zhang Jun's aura became increasingly enigmatic in Misoga's eyes. By the way, boss, does our pirate crew have a name? I just thought of a great one, Misoga exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he gazed at the dragon figurehead. Yes, how could I have overlooked such an important detail? Zhang Jun scratched his head awkwardly, looking at Misoga, who was brimming with hope. Long Jun pirate crew, Misoga declared, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Long Jun, soaring through the skies, with thunderous might. Excellent name. We shall call ourselves the Long Jun pirate crew. One Piece, you shall soon belong to the Long Jun pirate crew, Zhang Jun proclaimed fervently. The two youths stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance, which was filled with promise. Subsequently, they each selected a cabin to reside in. Misoga chose the topmost room, allowing him to observe the changing weather at any moment. His room was stuffed with books on navigation, all procured from their recent shopping spree, with an empty bookshelf awaiting further additions. Zhang Jun opted for the central cabin on the deck level, the most stable and quickest route to the deck. One day, in the kitchen, gulp, boss, what is this? Misoga stared at the peculiar food on the table. Bewildered at a hodgepodge, my signature dish, Zhang Jun proclaimed proudly, though in truth, he had only ever mastered instant noodles. Please, boss, spare me, Misoga pleaded, appearing utterly tormented. And what about your cooking? Chili stir-fried apples, tomato bitter melon stew, Zhang Jun exclaimed, slapping the table emphatically. Sigh, we need a competent cook to save us. Moments later, the two slumped in their chairs, utterly defeated. The sea is not always calm. The Long Jun pirate crew, en route to Logue Town, the nearest destination on the New World, encountered their first storm. Misoga, quickly, tighten the sails. We must not capsize, Zhang Jun shouted, gripping the helm tightly to steer the Longting Wanli through the tempest. No, we cannot furl the sails now. Wait, Misoga clung tightly to the mast, carefully scanning the surroundings. The wind rises, hard to port. Suddenly, Misoga realized the opportune moment had arrived. He conjured a strong gust of wind within a 10-meter radius while instructing Zhang Jun to steer hard to the left. Without hesitation, Zhang Jun trusted his partner and, with all his might, yanked the helm left. Boom! The ship shuddered violently as a surge of energy erupted from the stern. Instantly, the vessel shot forward at an angle. Propelled by a confluence of forces, what is this? Wind blast! Zhang Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Although he was aware that the Longting Wanli shared similar capabilities with the Wanli Yangwang and had previously installed cola as fuel, this was the first time he had witnessed the wind blast in action. Look, look, there's a flying ship beyond the ominous clouds, aboard a pirate ship adorned with the Black Bear flag. A pirate pointed in sheer astonishment at the vessel emerging from the gloom, exclaiming, "A flying ship? What on earth?" Nearby, a robust man reclining on a deck chair initially froze in disbelief before removing his sunglasses and rubbing his eyes in incredulity. This man, with a formidable physique and a coat of thick black hair, bore a striking resemblance to a black bear from a distance. Suddenly, the ship trembled as the dragon soaring across the skies landed steadily on the ocean's surface. Misoga seemed equally taken aback by the vessel's flight, now excitedly dashing around the deck. "All right, calm down. This ship possesses many more features. You will see them all soon. Moreover, we have someone to assist us with the necessary operations," Zhang Jun said with a smile. Gently caressing the ship's hull, without warning, a pirate ship sped towards the dragon soaring across the skies, exuding an aggressive demeanor, clearly harboring ill intentions. "Hey, brothers over there, did your ship just fly in the sky?" The approaching ship belonged to the Black Bear pirate crew, and the burly man resembling a black bear bellowed towards Zhang Jun and his companion. "Caution, their intentions are not friendly." Misoga retreated a few steps, whispering behind Zhang Jun. "Humph. And what of it?" A glint of cold light flickered in Zhang Jun's eyes. With these shabby miscreants, whose highest combat power barely reached 300, did they dare to covet him? They must have a death wish. Don't misunderstand. We harbor no malice. We merely wish to make a friend. Seeing that Zhang Jun and his companion were unperturbed despite their smaller numbers, the Black Bear's heart sank. It seemed they had encountered formidable opponents. As he spoke, he discreetly signaled his subordinates behind him. His comrades understood the cue and stealthily entered the ship's cabin. "Friendship is unnecessary. We have matters to attend to. We must take our leave." A mocking smile graced Zhang Jun's lips, deepening the coldness in the Black Bear's eyes. "Are you perhaps afraid? How about sharing a drink?" The Black Bear stepped closer, aggressively challenging them. Misoga, frowning behind Zhang Jun, sensed something was amiss. These pirates clearly bore hostile intentions. Why then did they feign amicability? Did they fear they could not overpower the two of them? Ding. Task triggered. The healer's poison. Completion condition. Acquire a new crew member. The healer Sierra. Task reward. Common bait. Toot. The system's voice rang out abruptly. Excellent. Zhang Jun's heart stirred, promptly accepting the Black Bear's invitation, leaving Misoga bewildered behind him. However, the thought of those common baits reminded Zhang Jun of unpleasant memories. Previously, he had acquired 2 common baits, hoping for perhaps another set of Navy 6 styles, only to fish up a hodgepodge of books and a set of women's clothing. Shaking his head, Zhang Jun cast aside his worries and nodded to Misoga, signaling him to trust in his judgment. Following the Black Bear, the two descended into the ship's cabin. "Please, take a seat. This is a rare fine wine. I hope you enjoy it," the Black Bear boisterously proclaimed, settling into a chair while a subordinate brought forth 3 glasses of vibrant red wine. Zhang Jun ignored the offer, crossing his arms and regarding the Black Bear with a gaze full of significance. While Misoga nervously scanned the surroundings, "Are you two refusing to show respect? Do not concoct excuses to avoid drinking. Despite your youth, surely you are not so naive as to traverse these waters without knowing how to indulge in a drink?" The Black Bear squinted suspiciously. "Enough? I advise you, Bear, to abandon your provocations. You are well aware of what lies within that wine. I doubt you comprehend my reasons for accompanying you," Zhang Jun declared, observing the Black Bear's increasingly grim countenance. "Is there a maiden named Sierra aboard your ship?" Zhang Jun leaned forward slightly, fixing an intense stare upon the Black Bear, his eyes demanding an answer. It appears you seek riches as well. Then there is nothing further to discuss." The Black Bear's expression shifted abruptly, and before anyone could react, he hurled a handful of powder towards the two. "Hold your breath," Zhang Jun hissed sharply, propelling Misoga back towards the deck. However, the cabin door had already been locked. "Ha! You two are utterly arrogant, to dare intrude upon the enemy's stronghold. How laughable. You must be feeling quite powerless now, yes? Surrender your flying ship to us." The Black Bear advanced step by step, cackling maniacally at that moment. Zhang Jun and Misoga indeed felt their strength waning, with Misoga collapsing to the ground. "How amusing that you remain unaware of who is truly foolish," Zhang Jun murmured, addressing Misoga. "Mist, arise." Instantaneously, Misoga unhesitatingly activated his fruit ability, enveloping the entire room in a dense fog. "Boss, he has consumed a devil fruit." A startled voice cried out amidst the haze that "Oh, not panic. They are likely paralyzed with fear." Zhang Jun commanded, his voice steady. Onward. The black bear's tone grew slightly frantic, yet he still brandished a hefty hammer, moving toward the direction where Zhang Jun and Misoga had been. At that moment, a spark flickered in Zhang Jun's eyes, and his body, momentarily electrified, regained sensation. In quick succession, a long blade materialized in his hand, crackling with electricity. "Prepare to meet your end, scoundrels." In a flash, anguished screams erupted from the mist. After a brief interval, only the black bear remained alive in the cabin. "All right, Misoga, your efforts are commendable. Dissipate the mist," Zhang Jun declared, grateful for Misoga's control over the fog's density, which had facilitated his swift elimination of the pirates. "Spare me. Please, show mercy. I beseech you, do not hold my misdeeds against me." The black bear, pale and trembling, gazed at the scattered corpses throughout the cabin, hastily discarding his weapon and prostrating himself. "Humph, you brought this upon yourself. Now, I have a question for you, and if you answer truthfully, I may spare your life." Zhang Jun regarded the black bear with disdain, noting his burly frame devoid of any fortitude. "Yes, please, ask away. I will speak with utmost honesty." The black bear's face brightened, kneeling and thumping his chest in assurance. "What is the situation with Sierra?" Zhang Jun inquired, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. "My lord, you have seen that bounty, have you not? Sierra is worth 300,000 berries. We managed to sneakily abduct her. But since you have taken an interest, I shall gladly present her to you." The black bear's demeanor shifted to one of relief, his expression growing increasingly relaxed. "Go. Fetch her," Zhang Jun commanded with no intention of further explanation. "Alas, I fear I cannot comply. Sierra possesses unparalleled medical skills, and her poisons are equally formidable. We only succeeded in capturing her by striking from the shadows. Now, who would dare approach her, were it not for her need for sustenance? We might have all perished at her hands." The black bear's face was etched with helplessness. Kidnapping such a figure had become a significant humiliation in his life as the black bear. "Oh, intriguing. Take me to see her." Zhang Jun's curiosity about Sierra piqued, and he nodded to Misoga, instructing him to wait for his return. "Boss, are you truly going?" "That is poison," Misoga fretted, concerned that should Zhang Jun succumb to poisoning, it would spell disaster. "Fear not," Zhang Jun reassured. Following the black bear deeper into the ship's innermost layer, Misoga, feeling resigned, noted that while Zhang Jun possessed many admirable qualities, he also harbored an audacious disregard for danger. The lowest level was shrouded in darkness, and when the black bear illuminated the area, an eerie atmosphere enveloped them. Zhang Jun's heart raced. Should Sierra prove to be a witch of sorts, he would be reluctant to invite her to join his crew. "My lord, the room at the very back is the one. I think I will stay back here," the black bear whispered, pointing towards an iron door, his demeanor fraught with trepidation. "Quit your prattling. Move." Zhang Jun snapped impatiently. Kicking him forward, the black bear reluctantly nodded and advanced. "Damn it, this fool is courting death and dragging me along." The black bear grumbled inwardly, thoroughly vexed. He was indeed terrified of the healer, for only a handful of them remained alive after her poisons had wreaked havoc on his crew. "Knock, knock, knock. Miss Sierra, there is someone here to see you." The black bear rapped on the iron door and cautiously opened a small window above, his heart racing uncontrollably at that moment. "Someone wishes to see me?" Who could it be? Just as Zhang Jun curiously leaned in to peer through the window, a voice like silver bells rang out, crisp and melodious. "Open the door." A look of relief washed over Zhang Jun's face. The voice suggested it belonged to a stunning beauty. He promptly kicked the black bear, urging him to open the door. The black bear stared at Zhang Jun in disbelief, stammering and at a loss for words. Zhang Jun shot him a glare, conveying that if he didn't open the door, he'd be the one facing dire consequences. With a reluctant click, the black bear opened the door. The room was bathed in a warm, soft orange light. A girl with deep green hair was seated on a chair, gazing curiously at the two at the door. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. Her large, expressive eyes sparkling with life. She was simply enchanting. The only flaw in her beauty was the somewhat tattered white dress she wore. Puffed. Zhang Jun was momentarily spellbound, only returning to his senses when a laugh broke the silence, causing his cheeks to flush. "Who are you? What brings you to see Sierra?" Sierra showed no signs of being imprisoned. She curiously glanced at the cowering black bear, and asked in confusion, "Let us step outside to talk. This isn't a suitable place for conversation." Zhang Jun, now composed, smiled gently and gestured for Sierra to follow him. "All right," Sierra nodded, though she thought the current setting was quite pleasant. Yet it had indeed been a long time since she had seen the outside world. She followed Zhang Jun, while the black bear let out a sigh of relief. The trio rejoined Misoga in the previous room. Upon seeing Sierra, Misoga's reaction was even more intense. His cheeks turned crimson, and he stuttered, unable to utter a single word, which elicited peals of laughter from Sierra. "Well, Miss Sierra, I shall speak plainly that I hope you will join my pirate crew." Zhang Jun smiled slightly, his gaze earnest as it met Sierra's. "Huh, a pirate crew." Sierra's face was a picture of astonishment. She hadn't anticipated that this seemingly cultured individual was actually a pirate. She had assumed he was the offspring of some naval officer. Given the commanding aura he exuded. Sure, but if I join your pirate crew, you must protect me," Sierra said playfully. "Of course." Before Zhang Jun could respond, Misoga, blushing, thumped his chest in affirmation. Instantly, the attention of the three was drawn to him. His face flushed crimson as he lowered his head in silence. Misoga was right. It was a given. Zhang Jun smiled subtly, agreeing. "Then I shall join." A glimmer of emotion sparkled in Sierra's large eyes as she nodded in agreement. Ding! Task completed. Healer Sierra. Task reward. Ordinary bait 2. New crew member successfully recruited. Reward. Premium bait 1. As soon as Sierra's words fell, the system's voice echoed in Zhang Jun's mind. The three beside him looked on in puzzled curiosity at the inexplicably grinning Zhang Jun. "Ahem, since that's settled, let us return to our ship." Zhang Jun scratched his head, using a cough to mask his embarrassment. Master, what about me?" The black bear anxiously stepped in front of Zhang Jun, his head bowed. "You, figure it out on your own," Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, sidestepping him as he made his way back to the Longting Wanli. "Sierra, while I have granted him mercy, I certainly did not promise him a comfortable departure." "Wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Jun smirked wickedly at the youthful and vibrant Sierra as they returned to the Longting Wanli. "Indeed. After all, they did capture Sierra, although I have enjoyed some peace during this time. I am well aware of their intentions, so I will trouble you to give him a good lesson," Sierra retorted playfully, her tattered white dress adding to her charm. Naturally, with a grand flourish, Zhang Jun sent a cannonball soaring towards the distant Black Bear ship. With a thunderous boom, the Black Bear ship was split in two. The Black Bear, unable to shout in anger, could only scream incessantly. "Ha!" The three exchanged knowing smiles, and the Longting Wanli gently trembled, as if sharing in their mirth. "Brother Jun, why do you wish to become a pirate?" On the boundless sea, the Longting Wanli sailed leisurely forward, where a girl in a pink frilly dress rested her chin on her hands, her lips parting to speak. This girl was Sierra, whom Zhang Jun had rescued from the Black Bear pirate crew, and she was now clad in the very attire Zhang Jun had fished up, fitting her perfectly. "Becoming the Pirate King has been my dream since childhood. I never had the chance before, but now that the opportunity has arisen, I shall strive with all my might." Zhang Jun, who was fishing nearby, smiled, his gaze profound as if containing the stars and the sea. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Navy's 6 styles. Iron block." The system's cold voice resonated in Zhang Jun's mind, causing him to frown slightly before he elegantly reeled in his line. The iron block was notorious for being the most derided skill among the Navy's 6 styles. He wondered how it would perform in practice. Irritated, Zhang Jun noted that the 2 ordinary baits he had just acquired had been completely consumed. And unexpectedly, aside from the iron block, he had also caught an inexplicable old book. "Brother Jun, Sierra is particularly curious. What exactly are you fishing for?" "You haven't caught a single fish." Sierra's small face was filled with immense confusion. "Ah, it is a state of mind I am fishing for. It serves as a form of cultivation for me," Zhang Jun replied earnestly, although it had been quite some time since he had caught anything of battle prowess. His meager training had only increased his battle power by 10 points thus far. Wow, what an impressive feeling. Sierra's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had heard from Misoga that Zhang Jun had defeated a major, and that he single-handedly took down the Black Bear pirate crew. Naturally, she unreservedly overlooked Misoga's contributions, for who could resist the charm of Brother Jun? By the way, Sierra, do you recognize the characters in these 2 books? Could you help me decipher them?" Zhang Jun asked awkwardly, chuckling as he produced 2 rather ancient-looking tomes from seemingly nowhere. Under Misoga's scrutinizing gaze, "You've come to the right person. Sierra knows many scripts, Sierra beamed as she eagerly took the books from Zhang Jun's hands and examined them closely. Brother Jun, this appears to be ancient script, but Sierra cannot comprehend it, she said, pouting with a frown after a while. Fear not, dear sister Sierra, it's all right, Misoga, who had drawn closer, quickly reassured her. Ancient script? Historical texts. Zhang Jun exclaimed involuntarily. Ding. Task triggered. Ancient script. Completion condition. Acquire 2 books written in ancient script completed. Task reward. Next fishing attempt has a 5-fold increase in the probability of catching knowledge of ancient scripts, the higher the bait quality, the greater the chance. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Zhang Jun's mind, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. In the world of One Piece, there existed 3 ancient weapons with the capacity to destroy the world, all bearing the title of God: Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. The historical texts not only contained the true essence of history, but also potentially detailed the whereabouts of these ancient weapons, although 2 of the ancient weapons had already made their appearance in the storyline. With the mermaid princess likely being Poseidon and the plans for Pluton eventually being destroyed by Frankie, the fate of Uranus remained a mystery even to Zhang Jun. After all, the plot of One Piece had yet to unfold to that point. However, acquiring the ability to comprehend ancient script was undoubtedly an immensely valuable skill. One might even assert that without a person capable of interpreting the annals of history by one's side, the aspiration to become the Pirate King is nearly unattainable. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jun disregarded the 2 individuals beside him, who were caught between frustration and consolation, and promptly commenced fishing. This time, he employed the finest bait he had acquired to date, premium bait. He could not afford to wait indefinitely for even higher quality bait before embarking on his fishing endeavor. This was the best choice available. Should he succeed, it would be a joyous occasion for all. If not, he would simply devise another plan in the future. Observing Zhang Jun's grave demeanor, the 2 onlookers, though utterly unaware of the circumstances, silently stood by, awaiting the outcome. The longer they waited, the more torturous the anticipation became, and this particular fishing session inexplicably stretched on for an unusually long duration. Misoga had long since lost her patience. One retreated to her quarters to delve into the navigator's texts, while the other ventured into the kitchen to showcase her culinary skills. It is worth noting that ever since Sierra boarded the ship, the 2 had indulged in her remarkable cooking. Her culinary prowess was nothing short of astonishing, and she claimed to specialize in medicinal cuisine. As dusk descended, even Zhang Jun, usually composed while fishing, displayed a hint of impatience. At long last, after an indeterminate period of fishing, a luminous orb, visible solely to Zhang Jun in the night, emerged from the fishing hook, gently drifting towards him, radiant like the moon in the sky. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to interpret ancient texts, which may be bestowed upon others. At that precise moment, the system's voice resonated. Bestow upon others? What nonsense! A twitch appeared at the corner of Zhang Jun's mouth. While he indeed held great admiration for Sierra, he had no intention of granting her this ability. For once the existence of such a skill was revealed, it would spell disaster if one lacked sufficient strength. Zhang Jun made a swift decision, integrating the orb into his being. Moments later, he returned to his quarters, rubbing his slightly aching head. Brother Jun, it's time for dinner. Sierra's voice called from outside the door. Completely disregarding Zhang Jun's wishes. What a delightful girl. Coming. Zhang Jun shook his head, took a hearty sip of water, and stepped out of his room. After the meal, Zhang Jun retreated to his chamber once more. Retrieving the 2 volumes inscribed in ancient text, Medical, the True Explanation of Medicine, both volumes. Ah, so it is the first and second volumes. Zhang Jun meticulously examined the books in his hands. Brother Jun, what have you been up to these past few days? You've been hiding in your room, and I barely have had a chance to speak with you. Indeed, boss. What have you been so busy with? A few days later, Sierra and Misoga stood before Zhang Jun, whose appearance seemed somewhat haggard, and inquired curiously. Nothing much, just studying a few things. By the way, Sierra, here you go. Zhang Jun smiled as he handed the 2 ancient texts to Sierra, the fruits of his tireless translation efforts. Although there were aspects he did not fully comprehend, he was aware that these were 2 profound medical tomes. Boss, what kind of books are these? Misoga took one from Sierra's hands, flipping through the pages while questioning. Ah, what is this? The True Explanation of Medicine. Jun, Brother Jun, where did these come from? Do you realize the tremendous value of these 2 books? And you just gave them to Sierra. Suddenly, Sierra exclaimed, her face flushed with disbelief as she stared at Zhang Jun. Misoga, startled by her outburst, accidentally dropped the book, prompting Sierra to hurriedly pick it up, casting an admonishing glance at him. "You are my companion. I care not about the value of things that may prove useful to you. Unfortunately, I currently possess nothing of worth for Misoga that I shall take a nap. If we encounter an island ahead, we must stop to procure some supplies." Zhang Jun yawned as he spoke, making his way toward his room. Behind him, Sierra gazed longingly at Zhang Jun's retreating figure, clutching the two books tightly to her chest. "Boss, I love you." Suddenly, Misoga's loud call snapped Sierra back to reality, and she shot him an exasperated look before hurriedly returning to her room to study the true explanation of medicine. After becoming accustomed to her surroundings, Misoga transformed entirely. No longer timid and reticent, she now resembled a wild dog unleashed, and though Sierra had only recently joined, her integration into their dynamic was remarkably swift. Upon learning of Sierra's past, both Zhang Jun and Misoga treated her with exceptional kindness, akin to that of an older brother to a younger sister. According to Sierra, she had grown up under the tutelage of an elderly physician in her village. The old man had treated her with great kindness, imparting his vast medical knowledge to her. Sierra was indeed a prodigy in the field of medicine, quickly mastering the old man's lifetime of expertise, which brought him immense satisfaction and hope for her future. However, one fateful day, Sierra inadvertently concocted a deadly poison based on her pharmacological studies. This poison was exceedingly potent and possessed an inexplicable allure for insects and beasts. For several consecutive days, countless poisonous creatures perished within and around their home, their remains secretly discarded into a valley. Subsequently, the poison inexplicably evolved into a plague, spreading to the villagers who had ventured near that valley. Within a fortnight, the inhabitants of the village either perished or fled, leaving behind only a scant few. Sierra wept daily, consumed by despair, as she locked herself away in her room, desperately seeking an antidote. Yet, not only did she fail to produce a remedy, but she could not even concoct a potion to alleviate the symptoms. The old man continued to treat her with the same kindness as before. But the flicker of resentment and fear had become apparent in his eyes. One day, he could no longer endure the situation. Although they resided outside the village, where safety was more assured, upon witnessing the last villager succumb, he resolved to send Sierra away. He administered a pill to her, a concoction he had created to resist the plague. Then, amidst Sierra's tearful protests, he rendered her unconscious and placed her aboard a vessel, allowing her to drift toward the sea. After all, she was the child he had raised, and he chose to confront this reality in such a manner. However, neither the old man nor Sierra anticipated the outcome of this event. Sierra became notorious, publicly referred to as the healer. While behind her back, she was dubbed the Poison Maiden. Sierra was fortunate, however, to be rescued by a kind-hearted individual. This benefactor took her in, allowing her to assist with various tasks. Although she occasionally reminisced about the old man's smile, she believed her life would proceed in this manner. Yet, fate seldom aligns with one's desires. One day, her kind benefactor arrived home accompanied by several intimidating figures, intent on capturing Sierra for a substantial bounty. This bounty had been issued by a mysterious individual, the reasons behind which remained unclear, but it amounted to a staggering 300,000. Fortunately, Sierra happened to be out at the time and witnessed the unfolding events. Disheartened, she fled into a forest. Within the confines of the forest, she discovered a cave, where she dedicated herself to the study of medicine, simultaneously delving into the art of poison crafting. Eventually, she emerged from the forest, adopting a new identity to heal and assist others. Unexpectedly, her true identity was uncovered by the likes of the Black Bears, leading to her abduction aboard their ship. Fortunately, her skills in poison crafting proved a formidable threat to their lives, allowing her the opportunity to evade external dangers. Subsequently, Zhang Jun came to her rescue. It can be said that Sierra's plight was harrowing. Both Zhang Jun and Misoga had never encountered anyone so unfortunate. Yet, Sierra seemed to hold a different perspective. She believed that fate had laid the path before her, and that in addition to acceptance, one must also learn to resist. Days passed, and soon the Lonting Wanli ship anchored near an island. "Sierra, are you all right?" On the shore, Zhang Jun inquired, observing the pronounced dark circles under Sierra's eyes. During this period, Sierra's quarters had been lively, with an array of aromas wafting through the air, occasionally punctuated by explosive sounds. Zhang Jun and Misoga were quite worried. "Rest assured, Brother Jun, Sierra is fine. She has merely become too engrossed in the true explanation of medicine. I shall be more mindful in the future and will not cause you any worry. Hee hee. Sierra rubbed her cheeks, revealing her pearly white teeth as she smiled. Sierra, I worry about you even more than the boss. I've been waiting outside your door every day. Misoga chimed in, a frown of displeasure etched on her face. All right, Misoga, let us hasten our ascent to the island. Zhang Jun playfully patted Misoga on the head before leading the way toward the island. Boss, aren't you afraid of damaging my head? Who will navigate for you in the future? Misoga shouted and hurried after. Behind him, Hill felt a warm sensation in her heart and followed suit. Be careful. I sense something is amiss. Zhang Jun led the way down a seemingly secluded path until they reached the entrance of a village. However, it appeared to be deserted, prompting Zhang Jun to signal his companions to tread cautiously. Young man, are you with the Arlong pirates? Suddenly, a figure appeared before the trio, clad in a police uniform, with a menacing scar adorning his fierce face. Oddly enough, a pinwheel on his hat spun gently in the breeze. The Arlong pirates? Zhang Jun was taken aback upon hearing the name. Wasn't this the very storyline connected to Nami's homeland? So, this is Kokoyashi village. He chuckled to himself, much to the confusion of his companions. Ahem, young man. While I do not comprehend the reason for your laughter, it seems you have stumbled into the wrong place. You should leave quickly. This is not a safe haven. The village officer frowned, urging the trio to depart. Sir, please do not chase us away. We have indeed come to the right place. By the way, we are friends of Nami. Zhang Jun's eyes twinkled as he gestured for the others to remain calm, intending to explain later. You know Nami. Hurry, get out of here. To Zhang Jun's astonishment, the village officer's expression shifted dramatically, and numerous villagers emerged behind him. Eager to expel the trio. Stop. They claim to be my friends. Leave them to me. A melodious voice rang out from behind the three as she spoke. The villagers' expressions altered simultaneously, their faces displaying a complex array of emotions as they retreated to their homes. Nami, you. The village officer's fierce demeanor softened momentarily, as he sighed heavily before turning away. Are you Nami? Zhang Jun turned, his gaze brightening. Here stood one of the protagonists from the Pirate King saga, at this stage. Nami still bore the semblance of a rebellious girl, her youthful visage already hinting at captivating beauty, her figure approaching perfection. Aren't you my friends? How come you don't recognize me? Nami first cast a surprised glance at the equally beautiful Hill. Then teased, perhaps we weren't friends before, but I believe we shall be soon. This is not the place for idle chatter, Zhang Jun declared, patting Misoga on the head, who was staring intently at Nami. Then adopted an enigmatic demeanor. All right, follow me. Nami frowned slightly but nodded. She sensed no malice from these individuals and was curious about their intentions, leading them to her home. Along the way, each harbored their own thoughts. Remaining silent, Zhang Jun was brimming with excitement, eager to meet the long-awaited Luffy. Misoga pondered why their captain could so easily befriend beautiful girls. Hill, on the other hand, pouted, visibly displeased. Sit down, speak. Upon entering the room and closing the door, Nami perched on a chair, crossing her legs. That we plan to defeat the Arlong pirates, Zhang Jun stated bluntly. Captain, Brother Jun, Misoga and Hill exclaimed in unison, startled. Zhang Jun had not previously disclosed this plan, and they were aware that the Arlong pirates were the most notorious band of pirates in the East Blue. Just as they were about to voice their concerns, Zhang Jun silenced them. Are you jesting? Nami initially gaped in astonishment, then regained her composure, skepticism evident in her expression. Meanwhile, as the group conversed, a ship approached Kokoyashi village across the sea. Zoro, we shall soon reunite with Nami. On board, a boy with a long nose bounced excitedly. Indeed, I will bring her back, replied a green-haired youth, his tone subdued. Not at all. Our Dragon Jun pirates seek to make a name for ourselves through this battle. In the room, Zhang Jun proclaimed confidently that as soon as he finished, a bolt of lightning crackled from his hand, striking the ground and leaving a sizable crater. What? You will pay for this. How dare you damage my floor? Nami sprang to her feet, astonished, then placed her hands on her hips, pointing at Zhang Jun. Ha ha ha. As expected of you. Fine, I will pay. Zhang Jun, momentarily taken aback, retrieved a pouch of coins from his pocket and handed it to her. Umph, miser, money grubber, Hill muttered discontentedly, pouting. Ahem, you likely have some knowledge of my abilities. I am also aware of your situation. Shall we collaborate to defeat them? Zhang Jun cleared his throat, pretending not to hear Hill's remark. Then spoke seriously. Little sister, This is not avarice. It is called being prudent. Ha ha ha. How much do you know about the Arlong pirates? While you certainly appear formidable, I am still skeptical that you can. Nami began with a smile, then frowned. Wait, how do you know about me? No, more importantly, how much do you know? Suddenly, Nami seemed to realize something, her expression turning wary. Who are you? It's evident that Brother Jun intends to help you. Why do you react this way? Hearing Nami's words, Hill stood up, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Hill, calm down. My apologies, Nami. My sister is overly concerned for me. Your reaction is quite understandable, and I can empathize. However, I have my reasons for not disclosing everything. Rest assured, my goal is solely to vanquish the Arlong pirates. Zhang Jun sighed as he patted Hill's shoulder, then turned to Nami apologetically. That I understand that in that case, I will provide appropriate assistance. Ultimately, it depends on your strength. Nami nodded nonchalantly. Everyone has their own beliefs and ideas, and as long as their enemies align, they can be friends. Gather. Everyone assemble at the village entrance. Early the next morning, under Nami's direction, the three were simultaneously awakened by shouting outside. What is happening? Can we not sleep in peace? Misoga groaned, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Enough. You two stay put for now. I will check the situation, Zhang Jun declared, sprinting toward the village entrance, sensing that the plot was about to unfold. What is it? Why is Brother Jun so invested in Nami? How annoying. Hill pouted, watching Zhang Jun's departing figure. However, neither of them intended to follow secretly. Their time together had taught them that Zhang Jun always had a plan and would not engage in senseless actions. Brother Arlong, return to the paradise. If this continues, we will lose another source of tribute. Just as Zhang Jun arrived, he spotted two fishmen escorting Arlong away. That it seemed Usopp had already made his appearance. Though Zhang Jun regrettably had not seen him, standing in a corner, Zhang Jun scanned his surroundings, but did not catch sight of Usopp. That I'm back, everyone. Just then, Nami returned from her encounter with Arlong, and immediately spotted Zhang Jun in the corner. Zhang Jun nodded at her and turned to leave. What a mysterious person, Nami murmured, not dwelling on it. She planned to visit her late mother's grave, having not returned in far too long. As a devoted fan of the Straw Hat Pirates, Zhang Jun was well aware of the forthcoming developments in Kokoyashi Village's storyline. Furthermore, there was a particular scene he desperately wished to prevent. He hurried back to summon Misoga and Hill, who were sipping tea, and together, the trio headed toward the dock. Captain, are we going to the dock? Are we leaving? Don't you plan to help Miss Nami? Weren't you so excited yesterday? As Misoga, trailing behind, could no longer contain himself, he hastened to catch up with Zhang Jun, bombarding him with a flurry of questions. Beside them, Sierra gazed at Zhang Jun with curiosity. Well, there are certain matters I cannot disclose to you, but you may consider Nami and her companions as dear friends of mine, and thus, I shall extend my assistance, Zhang Jun earnestly proclaimed, his gaze drifting towards the horizon, where a flicker of profound emotion danced in his eyes. Perhaps this was the genuine sentiment of a pirate enthusiast. I understand now, Brother Jun. Misoga and I will certainly aid you, for we are comrades. Are we not, Misoga? Sierra declared, noticing the expression on Zhang Jun's face, while casting a reproachful glance at Misoga. Why must Misoga ask such foolish questions, causing Brother Jun to appear displeased? In truth, Sierra had misjudged the situation. Zhang Jun was filled only with excitement, not displeasure. Indeed, Chief, we shall undoubtedly assist you. However, must we truly confront the dragon pirates? They are notorious as the most ruthless pirate crew in the East Sea. Misoga expressed his trepidation, clearly reluctant to engage with Arlong and his band. What are you afraid of? Your leader's strength is formidable. Moreover, we have several powerful allies who will fight alongside us, Zhang Jun responded with a smile, leaving the two in a state of confusion. Soon, the trio arrived at the dock, where, under Zhang Jun's guidance, they found a concealed spot to sit. The three engaged in casual conversation, during which Zhang Jun shared information about several of Arlong's key officers. Although his recollections were not particularly clear, he had a general understanding. There's the six-sword style user, Xiaoba, the soft-boned fishman, Karubi, who has mastered fishman karate to the 40th degree, and the kiss fishman, Chu, before long. Villagers from Kokosia began to gather at the dock, and a naval ship appeared on the horizon, its sails emblazoned with the number 77. Hey, Chief, the Navy is here. Could Arlong and his crew be defeated by them? Misoga exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Young man, you are quite naive, Zhang Jun replied with a smile. gesturing for the others to observe. Indeed, in no time at all, the naval vessel sank beneath the waves. What? Misogai gulped, his heart racing. Even Sierra's complexion turned pale, struggling to comprehend how such a large ship could be so effortlessly submerged. This was indeed the handiwork of those 3 officers. Zhang Jun's expression grew solemn. It had been a long time since his combat prowess had rapidly increased. And he wondered if they would be a match for Arlong. Indeed, we cannot escape Arlong's dominion, lamented the village guard. Jian, his face filled with disappointment, mirroring the disheartened expressions of the other villagers. Wait, look, another ship is approaching. Could it be that the Navy headquarters has been alerted? Have they sent reinforcements? Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the crowd as another pirate vessel docked, drawing the eager gazes of the onlookers. Squeak, cough. I am a colonel from Navy headquarters, here to complete a mission. Does anyone know the whereabouts of the thief? Nami, a naval officer resembling a rat, stepped down from the ship, addressing the villagers of Caucasia. From his hiding place, Zhang Jun observed the target, noting with surprise that his combat strength was only 420. He was even weaker than the previous Lieutenant Faxi, proving to be nothing more than a corrupt official colluding with the dragon pirates. Despite Zhang Jun's own combat strength having stagnated, it had still reached 464, making the defeat of this rat-like colonel a mere formality. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be deceived by this hypocritical scoundrel. They have come here to steal Nami's belongings. Zhang Jun signaled for Misogai and Sierra to act accordingly, positioning himself in front of the villagers to confront the rat colonel. Ding! Mission triggered. Rescue Nami's belongings. Defeat the rat colonel's group. Mission reward. Common bait. Toot. The sudden notification from the system filled Zhang Jun with joy. A long-awaited mission had finally arrived. Young man, you are far too inexperienced. The village guard, Jian, frowned, attempting to voice his concerns, only to be interrupted by the rat colonel. Squeak, where did this impudent brat come from? How dare he obstruct the Navy's mission? Someone, seize him and teach him a lesson. The rat colonel, with an air of disdain, waved his hand dismissively. Though he was baffled as to how this young man had learned of his intentions, he resolved to eliminate him. Humph, foolish. Everyone, step back. Zhang Jun huffed, preparing to strike, but he quickly halted and urged the villagers to retreat, sensing an inexplicable gust of wind that alerted him. Confused, the villagers followed Jian's lead and withdrew to a safe distance, while the Navy remained bewildered, unsure of what to do. Trouble. Squeak, the rat colonel, realizing something was amiss, changed his expression and attempted to flee. Too late. At that moment, a melodious voice chimed as Sierra emerged from the shadows. One by one, the Navy soldiers collapsed to the ground, their faces turning pale. Chief, how was that? Aren't we impressive? Misogai boasted proudly, having conjured a wind that carried Sierra's poison towards the Navy. Well done, Zhang Jun praised, striding towards the fallen rat colonel. Tell me, Colonel, how do you feel? Rest assured, I have some questions for you, and once I receive your answers, I shall allow you to leave unharmed. Crouching before the rat colonel, Zhang Jun smiled. Humph, I know not what foul means you employed. I advise you to release us at once. Otherwise, both the Navy and Arlong will not spare you. Even the village of Caucasia behind you will perish. The rat colonel scoffed, believing that his affiliation with the Navy and his cooperation with Arlong rendered him untouchable. Unfortunately for him, he had underestimated the situation. Zhang Jun's expression darkened as he swiftly maneuvered behind the colonel, delivering a kick to his waist that sent him soaring through the air. Squeak! A piercing scream echoed as the rat colonel arced gracefully before landing at the feet of the villagers of Caucasia. The Navy soldiers accompanying him fell silent, paralyzed with fear. You dare to harm me, Squeak! The rat colonel rasped, his voice hoarse and his eyes bloodshot. Humph, you wretched rat! Do you not comprehend the gravity of your predicament? Sierra retorted, displeased by his ugliness and lack of intelligence, placing her hands on her hips and preparing to deliver a kick of her own. Sierra, do not soil your feet, Zhang Jun feigned reprimand, halting her motion. I understand, Sierra blushed, stepping back. Brother Jun is simply too kind, she exclaimed, before clearing her throat. Young man, what is the meaning of this? They are, after all, the Navy. And what was it you mentioned earlier? At that moment, village guard Jian posed the question that weighed on everyone's mind. Right? I almost forgot the matter at hand. This rat colonel has been in collusion with Arlong for an extended period. Arlong bribes him to impede the Navy's arrival. This time, it is because Nami is on the verge of accumulating 100 million berries, and he is unwilling to let her go. Therefore, he dispatched the rat colonel to seize her treasures. If I recall correctly, he intended to give you a 30 cut? Zhang Jun glanced towards the rat colonel sprawled on the ground. Who are you? How do you know all this so clearly? Squeak. The rat colonel stammered, disbelief etched across his features. It's true. It is indeed true. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Scoundrel. Scoundrel. How dare you bully our little Nami? Indeed. How dare you trample upon little Nami's kindness? In an instant, the villagers erupted in a frenzy, their anger boiling over as they rolled up their sleeves, eager to confront Arlong. Everyone, calm down. I require your assistance with a task. At that moment, Zhang Jun proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing his words, the villagers fell silent, clearly recognizing the strength of the group of youths, who seemed to be genuine friends of Nami. They might even be exceptionally close friends. Otherwise, how could Nami confide such intimate matters to him? In truth, the villagers had misunderstood once more, but perhaps this was not entirely a bad thing. Friends, I need you to relay this matter to Nami. I am aware that you have known this for some time, yet chose to keep it from her, all to spare her the burden of thought should she contemplate escape. However, as you have seen, Nami would never abandon you, and Arlong has no intention of honoring his promises. Thus, it is time to sever ties with them decisively. Zhang Jun declared with conviction, emphasizing that for the plot to progress, Nami must relinquish her feelings for Arlong. The villagers exchanged glances, nodding in agreement with Zhang Jun's sentiments, resolute that Nami should no longer be deceived. Youth, we are immensely grateful to you. Yet, Arlong, you must depart. He is not someone you can contend with. The village chief, Jian, expressed his gratitude while urging them to leave swiftly, before Zhang Jun could respond. They hurriedly dashed towards the village. Well, all right then. Zhang Jun awkwardly smiled at the two behind him. He then hoisted Colonel Mouse and made his way toward the shore. What are you doing? Let go of me. Let go of me. Squeak. Colonel Mouse struggled with the last of his strength. Upon reaching the beach, Zhang Jun extended his arm, releasing Colonel Mouse, who screamed as he plummeted into the sea. Very well, I shall reluctantly fulfill your request. Zhang Jun sighed, clapping his hands as he returned to the shore amidst the fearful gazes of the Navy personnel. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task reward, ordinary bait 2. The system's voice resounded, bringing a smile to Zhang Jun's face. Yet, to the Navy's eyes, that smile seemed akin to a death warrant, prompting them to hastily beg for mercy. Enough of this noise, Hill exclaimed, stamping her foot and flinging some white powder upon the Navy personnel. Instantly, they fell silent. Hill, what are you doing? Zhang Jun asked, somewhat taken aback. Was Hill truly this ruthless? Don't be silly, Brother Jun. Hill merely silenced them. She did not kill them, Hill retorted, observing Zhang Jun's astonished expression with discontent. My apologies, my apologies. I should have known our little angel would not be so cruel, Zhang Jun said with a contrite expression, gesturing for Misoga to help clarify. Indeed, the boss should not harbor such thoughts about our little angel, Misoga chimed in, embellishing the narrative. Hey, you brat, are you itching for a fight? Zhang Jun swiftly charged at him, delivering a playful slap to his head. All right, let's get down to business. I need to find a place to attend to some matters shortly, so you all head to Arlong Park and assist. Remember, only join in when the battle commences and ensure your safety. After a brief moment, Zhang Jun spoke with a serious demeanor, knowing that while the next plot point would take some time, it was best not to squander it. After instructing a couple more of them, Zhang Jun made his way to a relatively secluded beach and sat cross-legged. What he needed most now was combat power. He hoped to catch as many fish as possible. Indeed, Zhang Jun resolved to begin fishing at this moment, fearing he might not stand a chance against Arlong and his crew otherwise. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 points of combat power. 10 minutes later, with the first ordinary bait consumed, he truly realized how crucial combat power was at this juncture. Zhang Jun wasted no time and continued fishing. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a bottle of softening spray. Description: can soften any object. The system's voice echoed once more, though it left Zhang Jun somewhat disappointed. What on earth is this? 50 points of combat power would be far more desirable, Zhang Jun muttered as he rose to his feet. At this point, Zhang Jun's combat power stood at 514, utilizing the Navy's 6 styles, shave, utilizing the Navy's 6 styles, moonwalk. Under the influence of the Navy's 6 styles, Zhang Jun soared through the air towards Arlong Park. Soon, Arlong Park appeared before him. Ding, task triggered. Join forces with Luffy to defeat Arlong. Task reward: quality bait 1. Ordinary bait, 5. Simultaneously, the system's voice chimed in, yet Zhang Jun's focus was elsewhere. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a massive creature was hurled through the air. Good heavens! Is that Momo? It seems they have already engaged in battle, Zhang Jun muttered, pressing onward to Arlong Park, if his memory served him correctly. Luffy was about to be tossed into the water. The thought of soon encountering the real Straw Hat Pirates filled Zhang Jun with excitement. Luffy? What the hell? Just as Zhang Jun arrived at the entrance, he witnessed Luffy being thrown into the sea, prompting simultaneous shouts of alarm from Sanji and Zoro. Zhang Jun's gaze sharpened. He refrained from revealing himself immediately, having observed that Arlong's combat power had reached an astonishing 800 points. His subordinates boasted impressive figures exceeding 500 points, while Sanji and Zoro also exceeded 500 points. It was evident they were not a match for Arlong, especially with Zoro currently injured. They would have to rely on Luffy, the main protagonist. Clearly unsuitable for a direct confrontation, Zhang Jun dived into the water and swiftly swam towards the spot where Luffy had fallen. In no time, Zhang Jun reached Luffy, who, luckily, had not yet lost consciousness. Zhang Jun nodded at him, then kicked the large rock tethering him. Boom! With a dull thud, the boulder shattered into pieces, and Luffy regained his freedom. However, as he could not swim, he merely blinked at Zhang Jun from the water. Zhang Jun smiled and lifted Luffy before swimming toward the surface. Everyone, I'm back. As soon as they emerged from the water, Luffy shouted loudly, "What is going on? Who are you?" Arlong glared menacingly at Zhang Jun, who had just set Luffy down and appeared somewhat dazed. Zhang Jun noticed that Luffy's combat power was only a little over 600 at this moment. Curiously, however, Luffy's combat power seemed highly malleable, fluctuating significantly. This bizarre situation was a first for Zhang Jun. It was undeniable that Luffy was indeed the protagonist. Luffy, I'm relieved you're all right. You idiot. You worry everyone, Zoro and Sanji exclaimed in unison. Yeah, thanks to this brother. Luffy turned and flashed a broad smile at Zhang Jun, revealing his pearly whites. Brother Jun, Misoga and a long-nosed fellow are being chased by Arlong's subordinate. Suddenly, Hill's voice echoed from the entrance. Hill, step back. The battle here is too perilous. There is no need to worry about them. They can certainly hold their own. By the way, toss over a bottle of the emergency medicine, Zhang Jun called out urgently, instructing Hill to keep her distance. Hill understood the gravity of the situation and, recognizing the danger of the battle, threw the emergency medicine before organizing the villagers to stand at a safe distance to observe. I am Zhang Jun. I have come to defeat the Arlong pirates. You must be the pirate hunter Zoro. This medicine will greatly aid your injuries. Zhang Jun sighed in relief, speaking as he tossed the medicine to Zoro. Thank you. Zoro wasted no time, gulping down the emergency medicine without hesitation. You lot, do you think we are invisible? The soft-bodied fisherman crocodile expressed his displeasure immediately. Exactly. You think Xiaoba is absent. Xiaoba is right here. Chimed in the octopus. Xiaoba. I'll take on this octopus. This big fellow is mine. Zoro and Sanji simultaneously selected their opponents. Then Luffy, let us join forces against Arlong. Zhang Jun turned to Luffy. Oh, let us go. That scoundrel made me drink so much water. Gum Gum Pistol, Luffy bellowed, stretching his arm back and then launching it at Arlong with a swift motion. Humph, overestimating yourself, Arlong scoffed, preparing to bite Luffy's arm. Electric net. Zhang Jun, seeing this, swiftly waved his hand as an electric net enveloped Arlong. Another devil fruit ability? However, is he not afraid of water? At this moment, Eren was profoundly astonished, retreating in an attempt to evade the electric net. Yet, Zhang Jun's electric net was not so easily escapable. He had simultaneously unleashed an electric field. Eren felt a wave of numbness wash over him, and by the time he regained his senses, he was already ensnared by the electric net, with Luffy's fist landing squarely upon him. Bang! His body collided with the wall, producing a thunderous sound. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. One must commend Zhang Jun's impeccable coordination. What have you done? Eren's voice rang out amidst the exclamations of astonishment. Warm up, Luffy replied, commencing a series of warm-up exercises. Eren, spare me your idle chatter. I have no time to waste with you, Zhang Jun declared, retrieving 2 knives from the system, charging them with electricity. You lowly committee members, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Iron teeth technique. Eren's veins bulged as he charged at the 2, wielding a pair of teeth in each hand. Impressive. Luffy couldn't help but exclaim. Eliciting a wry smile from Zhang Jun with a swift motion, Aaron lunged at Zhang Jun, one hand gripping the teeth. Zhang Jun, feeling a prickle of fear, wielded both knives, enveloped in electric energy. To counter the attack, however, with a crack, the knife shattered. Damn it! How formidable! Zhang Jun's expression darkened, realizing his combat prowess was woefully inadequate. Yet, he noticed the electric currents coursing through Aaron's arm, rapidly spreading throughout his body, rendering him once more paralyzed. At that very moment, Luffy's fist struck Aaron's face, sending him hurtling backward, his teeth shattering. In that instant, Zhang Jun recognized how to proceed with his assault. He swiftly darted away to a distance. What is happening? Is that guy trying to flee? Usopp and Misoga, having just returned, stood at the wall opening, witnessing Zhang Jun's actions. You scoundrel, don't think you can insult my captain just because we fought side by side. Misoga retorted indignantly. Damn it, you two worthless trash. Aaron gritted his teeth, charging forward. The shark bites, Luffy shouted, evading Aaron's attack. Zhang Jun darted around, unleashing bolts of lightning upon Aaron. Damn it, you rodent, after a fierce battle. Aaron, charred and panting, spoke. Humph. Aaron, you should just admit defeat. Zhang Jun stood atop the building, arms crossed. Ha! Indeed, you shark bastard, if you don't concede, you'll be roasted. Luffy laughed heartily beside him. Bastard, Aaron roared, plunging into the water. Not good, his abilities will double in the water. Zoro and Sanji, having defeated their respective opponents, sat heavily wounded at a distance. Sanji expressed his concern upon observing the unfolding situation. Has he escaped? Luffy on the shore inquired curiously. Zhang Jun's expression grew serious. Shark flying arrow. Aaron bellowed from beneath the water, surging towards Luffy on the shore at an astonishing speed. With a resounding crash, Aaron collided with Luffy, shattering several walls. Damn it, he's too fast. I fear I won't be able to evade. Zhang Jun muttered. Shark flying arrow. Once more, Aaron burst forth from the water, this time aiming for Zhang Jun. Electric net, electric net, electric net. In an instant, Zhang Jun hurled several electric nets to intercept Aaron. Yet, their effect was negligible. Torn apart the moment he made contact. Zhang Jun's expression shifted, and as he sidestepped, he still felt Aaron pierce his side. Damn it. Aaron's nose is too tough. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Zhang Jun's mind. A spray appeared in his hand. This electrifying foe was indeed troublesome. Though the electric nets could not hinder him, they inflicted pain. In the water, Aaron, feeling the agony coursing through him, glared at Zhang Jun on the shore with gritted teeth. Luffy, hold him off for a moment. I have a plan to destroy his nose. Zhang Jun whispered to Luffy. All right, leave it to me, Luffy shouted, positioning himself in front of Zhang Jun's shark flying arrow, although Aaron was oblivious to their intentions. He charged once more. Rubber net. Luffy's fingers elongated, forming a net to obstruct Aaron mid-air. Moonstep. Zhang Jun swiftly appeared beside Aaron, unleashing the spray upon him. What is this stuff? Aaron fell to the ground, clutching his nose and screaming hoarsely. To their astonishment, Aaron's once hard nose visibly drooped. Hop ha ha. Your nose has softened. Luffy laughed, holding his belly in mirth. Damn it. I'll kill you both. Aaron bellowed, shattering a wall and retrieving a large blade from within. Not good. A saw blade. Be careful. Nami, donning her straw hat, shouted a warning from afar. Really, this spray is far too scarce. Zhang Jun, with a look of frustration, tossed the empty bottle to the ground. Who would have thought the softening spray he had previously fished would prove so effective here? Die. Aaron raged, wildly swinging the large blade as he charged at the two. Zhang Jun recoiled, knowing he was no match for Luffy's resilience when he had yet to master elementalization. Before long, Luffy found refuge in the highest room. Though the others below were unaware of the discussions inside, Zhang Jun had a general understanding. One by one, items from the room were hurled out, and below, Nami could not restrain her tears of gratitude. Zhang Jun smiled faintly and approached Hill and the others. All right, the battle is nearing its end. Everyone, stand back. This paradise is about to collapse, Zhang Jun announced loudly, and although the crowd was skeptical, they chose to heed his words. Boy, is that rubber kid truly unharmed? A Jin asked, concern etched across his face. Do not worry. He will be fine, Zhang Jun reassured, nodding before heading toward the top floor. You two scoundrels, prepare to meet your end. Aaron roared, charging at them. Shark tooth wheel. Lightning release. Thousand birds. Battle axe. The three explosive shouts resonated simultaneously. Aaron was overwhelmed by their dual assault. plummeting to the lowest level, unconscious. The tremendous impact sent the entire Aaron paradise teetering on the brink of collapse. On the top floor, Zhang Jun seized Luffy's arm and dashed outside. Given the commotion they had caused, Aaron would surely be unable to evade the Navy's capture, as they watched Aaron's paradise completely crumble. The two figures suspended in midair appeared colossal under the sun's rays. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission rewards. Premium bait 1. Regular bait 5. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in Zhang Jun's mind. Moments later, wonderful, I truly appreciate all of you. Among the crowd, the Straw Hat Pirates and the Dragon Jun Pirates expressed their heartfelt thanks as they gathered together. All right, we must take our leave. Zhang Jun waved his hand, heading toward the exit as the crowd urged him to stay. Hey, what's your name? Luffy called out from behind. Zhang Jun. Thank you. Nami also expressed her gratitude. My name is Zhang Jun, captain of the Dragon Jun Pirates. Until we meet again, Zhang Jun replied while continuing to walk away, waving his hand. What a cold-hearted fellow. Yet, he knows how to protect the ladies. That suits my taste, Sanji remarked, taking a puff from his cigarette as he spoke slowly. What a shame he cannot wield a blade. Zoro crossed his arms, expressing a hint of regret as he spoke. Hey, that guy named Misoga. Next time we meet, let us have a friendly spar, but surely. It will be you, Usopp, who proves to be more formidable. Usopp suddenly shouted at Misoga with a loud voice. Bah, it is you, Misoga, who is truly impressive. Ha! Until we meet again, Misoga turned, spat dismissively, and waved as he caught up with Zhang Jun and the others. At that moment, Zhang Jun felt quite pleased, yet he wished to keep his distance from Luffy and the crew, for he feared that his presence might alter the storyline in ways unforeseen. The deeper the bond formed, the greater his guilt would become. Brother Jun, are you all right? I see you have been injured. Here, take a hemostatic pill. Hill continuously expressed concern for Zhang Jun despite his current physical condition rendering the injuries trivial. He accepted the medicine that Hill offered. Under the sunlight, the trio's departing figures left a profound impression on the villagers of Caucasia and the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Mysterious. Once again, the endless expanse of the azure sea stretched before them, coupled with a sky adorned with bright, white clouds. After spending considerable time at sea, monotony inevitably set in at this moment aboard the Dragoness flight. Misoga sat with a book in hand, staring blankly into the distance. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. First bounty. Task reward, quality bait 1. Suddenly, the cold voice of the system echoed in Zhang Jun's mind. A hidden task? How intriguing! Zhang Jun murmured with a hint of surprise. Coo. At that very moment, a messenger pigeon flew over the Dragoness flight, dropping a stack of newspapers onto the deck. Captain, Hill, quick, look. The captain has made it to the papers. There's a bounty. Misoga was the first to snatch up the newspaper, discarding the book in his hand. Oh, a bounty. How much? Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, eagerly glancing at Misoga. Hearing Misoga's shout, Hill rushed out of the cabin. Clad in a white protective suit, also looking forward to Misoga's response. 50 million berries, Misoga proclaimed proudly, as if he himself were the one being rewarded. Wow, Brother Jun is so impressive, Hill exclaimed, jumping with excitement. How could it be so high? Let me see it. Although Zhang Jun was equally thrilled, he felt a tinge of confusion. During his battle with Arlong, he hadn't contributed much due to his insufficient strength. So it seemed unlikely for his bounty to be so elevated. After all, in his recollections, Luffy's bounty from that skirmish was merely 30 million. Oh, it seems the events on Gashi Island have also come to light. Could it be due to Colonel Shiomaki? Zhang Jun pondered thoughtfully. For pirates, the height of one's bounty undoubtedly serves as the best testament to their strength, and nearly all pirates aspire for their bounties to soar to the heavens. Ding! The fishing session has concluded. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1. Navy 6 styles, Galefoot 2. Navy 6 styles, Fingergun 3. Switch Gaming Console 4. Combat Power, 45. Combat Power, 50. Suddenly, Zhang Jun felt a looseness in his hand as the system's voice resonated in his mind. He had used 5 ordinary baits but managed to reel in such valuable items. Now he finally possessed the complete set of Navy 6 styles. Misoga, Hill, come over. I have something fun to show you. Zhang Jun called out, waving the gaming console in hand. The two, still engrossed in discussing the bounty, were quickly drawn to him and approached. Captain, what's this? It looks quite appealing. Misoga took the gaming console from Zhang Jun. Examining it curiously, I say, Misoga, why the rush? Brother Jun hasn't he even explained yet. Hill playfully snatched it away, also grinning as he began to inspect it. All right, you two are something else. This is a gaming console. Let me show you how to use it. Thus, the trio began to play together, alleviating the monotony of their sea voyage significantly. Wow, this guy Zhang Jun is truly a hidden gem. Next time I encounter him, I must challenge him to a duel. At that moment, Luffy, upon seeing Zhang Jun's bounty, burst into exuberant cheers. Enough, you two, continue your games. I have matters to attend to. After a while aboard the Dragoness flight, Zhang Jun passed the gaming console to the two, waved goodbye, and returned to his previous spot to sit cross-legged. Hey, Misoga, why do you think Brother Jun is so obsessed with fishing, especially when he hasn't caught a single one? Hill whispered to Misoga as she gazed at Zhang Jun's back. Who knows? Just get used to it. Now, let us play this together. Misoga focused on the switch, prompting Hill to roll her eyes at him. Yet they both joyfully immersed themselves in the game. In truth, all of them, in one way or another, chose not to mention Hill's bounty. Yes, Hill had also been given a bounty, 600,000 berries. But both understood the reason behind it. Her inadvertent actions had led to the poisoning of the entire village, and that toxic substance had even spread across a vast expanse of ocean. Such a bounty could only be deemed a disgrace, and thus, they chose to overlook it. Hill felt deeply touched. It was precisely because of this that her sense of belonging to the Dragon Jun pirate crew surpassed even that of Misoga. Fishing, quality bait, Zhang Jun silently recited within his heart, gently casting his fishing rod, allowing the hook to plunge into a mysterious realm. He hoped this quality bait would bring him a delightful surprise. His current strength was insufficient. Since his battle with Arlong, Zhang Jun had felt his power lacking. However, the boosts from ordinary baits were minimal, leaving him to anticipate that the two quality baits would yield remarkable results. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the martial technique. Thunderstorm Blade. With sufficient strength, one can cleave through mountains and seas with the power of the skies. After an indeterminate amount of time, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Thunderstorm Blade? How extraordinary! But why must it rely on my strength? Why can't it directly enhance my combat power? Zhang Jun sighed. Though the technique was indeed powerful, and he instinctively grasped it the moment he caught it. However, without sufficient strength, he would be unable to unleash its full potential. Now, it's all down to you. You must come through for me. Zhang Jun cast out the final quality bait, his eyes fixed intently on the surface of the sea, his heart brimming with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for elevating fruit ability tier 1. Just as Zhang Jun gazed hopefully at the ocean, the system's mechanical voice abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Jun was initially taken aback. But then elation washed over him as he felt an unexpected surge of power coursing through him. Small arcs of electricity danced across his body, illuminating the now darkened world. System, display attribute template. After a considerable time, once the transformation concluded, Zhang Jun eagerly recited, Information template, host. Zhang Jun combat power, 725 skills, Navy 6 styles, shave, paper drawing, gale foot, iron block, finger gun, moonwalk, lightning release, 1,000 birds, martial technique, thunderstorm blade. Fruit, true lightning fruit, current development level, 2, total tier levels, 10. Note. Each tier increase permanently enhances combat power by 20. Items, approximately 800,000 berries. Modified Switch Console 1. That after reviewing his information template, Zhang Jun was momentarily stunned, astonished that his combat power had skyrocketed from over 500 to over 700 within a single day. Not to mention, he had acquired a formidable set of techniques and advanced his devil fruit to the 2nd tier. Wow. Captain, what on earth are you doing over there? One day aboard the Dragoness flight, Misoga observed Zhang Jun, who was enveloped in crackling electricity on the deck, astonished. What crackling? Why can't you ever find the right words? Hill, who had been cooking in the kitchen, emerged, glaring at Misoga. You two should stop bickering. What I have is called Thunder Bodyguard. Zhang Jun laughed heartily, dissipating the lightning enveloping him. This ability had naturally emerged after the lightning fruit reached the 2nd tier. In truth, Zhang Jun's description of it as Thunder Bodyguard was somewhat incomplete, for this power did not merely fill his body with lightning for protection. Its greater purpose was enhancement. Zhang Jun had checked. And in this state, his combat power would increase by 20%. In other words, With the current invocation of the Thunder Shield, his combat power would reach an astonishing 870. However, this state is not without its limitations, lasting approximately 10 minutes. Yet, the impact of such a dramatic increase in strength during battle is undeniably remarkable. One might argue that even 1 second could determine life or death. Moreover, and perhaps more crucially, this ability is permanent. This implies that regardless of how much Zhang Jun's combat power may rise in the future, under this condition, it will always be augmented by 20%. The only uncertainty lies in whether this ability will persist after achieving full elemental transformation. Brother Jun, look, there's an island over there. Suddenly, Sierra's exuberant voice interrupted Zhang Jun's thoughts. Following the direction of Sierra's pointing hand, he indeed spotted an island in the left foreground of the Londing Wanli ship. From a distance, the island resembled a large sword resting upon the surface of the sea, presenting a rather peculiar sight. Excellent. It has been far too long since I last set foot on solid ground. Let us first partake in a meal, and then we shall explore that island. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement that an hour later, the Longting Wanli docked at the harbor of the island. Pirates. No sooner had the three descended from the ship than they were encircled by a group of men wielding blades. Who are you? Are you seeking death? Zhang Jun's expression turned icy as he positioned himself protectively in front of Sierra and Misoga. The combat prowess of these men was quite formidable, reaching 300 to 400. Kid, you must be that so-called thunderer, Zhang Jun. I have accepted your bounty. Suddenly, a short, fierce-looking man among the group charged towards Zhang Jun with a knife in hand. Thunderer was indeed the title Zhang Jun had been awarded on the bounty notice. And it was rather appealing, perhaps thanks to the influence of Zamaki. Overestimating oneself. Zhang Jun scoffed coldly, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the man with blinding speed. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying. Landing several yards away, his charred body twitching uncontrollably. Ahem, pardon the interruption, but I must take my leave. The weather is quite splendid today. The assailants, realizing they were no match for Zhang Jun, promptly scattered like frightened birds. Brother Jun, they were truly amusing. Sierra giggled, clearly entertained. Sierra, what have you done? Zhang Jun inquired, a pained smile gracing his lips. Brother Jun is simply clever. Siege merely taught them a lesson. It serves them right for being blind. Sierra tugged at Zhang Jun's sleeve, looking up at him with innocent eyes. That of course not. Zhang Jun shook his head. These men had brought their misfortune upon themselves. Sierra, what exactly did you do? Misoga asked curiously. They probably won't be able to get out of bed for days. Sieker skipped alongside Zhang Jun. Misoga, sympathizing with the retreating figures, mused, what a pity for those who crossed this little witch. Boss, do you have any good knives here? I'm looking to purchase one. The group arrived at a weapons shop, though it was evident that they were being watched from the shadows along the way. Yet, as long as they refrained from causing trouble, Zhang Jun chose to feign ignorance. This young man has finally come to the right place. While we may have little else, we certainly have an abundance of knives. Please, take a look and see if anything catches your eye. The shopkeeper, a round, middle-aged man with a thick mustache, replied with an ingratiating demeanor upon hearing Zhang Jun's request. I have already examined the weapons displayed in your store and have a general idea of their quality. Let us skip the pleasantries and bring out the truly exceptional items. Zhang Jun shook his head. While his discerning eye might not be perfect, he had reached a level of intuition capable of assessing the quality of items. The visible wares were decidedly unimpressive. A connoisseur. Please hold on for a moment. I'll be right back. The plump shopkeeper, surprised by Zhang Jun's keen perception, was scrutinized by the three as he retreated into the back room. After a brief interval, he re-emerged with 2 long boxes in hand. Young man, these are the finest 2 swords in my shop. The one on the left is named Blowing Snow, while the one on the right is called Flashing Wind. The shopkeeper declared with solemnity. They are indeed fine swords. Zhang Jun's fingers glided lightly over the blades, causing them to tremble gently in response. Although the swords were of high quality, Zhang Jun felt a lingering dissatisfaction, as though he should be able to find something greater on this island. Ding. Mission triggered. Obtain the evil sword, Thunder Blood. Mission rewards. Premium bait 1, ordinary bait 10. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Evil sword, Thunder Blood. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Zhang Jun's eyes as he murmured, his instincts telling him that this was the very sword he sought. The instant Zhang Jun uttered these words, the shopkeeper's expression shifted dramatically. Young man, I suddenly recalled something. I cannot sell you these 2 swords. The shopkeeper's tone turned stoic, leaving Zhang Jun bewildered. However, he was no longer concerned with those swords. He had better options. Nodding to the shopkeeper, Zhang Jun and his companions exited the shop. Brother Jun, what just happened? Why did the shopkeeper suddenly refuse to sell? Sierra asked, puzzled. I suspect it has something to do with what you murmured. Boss, I noticed that the moment you mentioned the evil sword, Thunder Blood, the shopkeeper's expression changed drastically. Misoga chimed in thoughtfully. By the way, boss, where did you hear about that sword? I hadn't paid attention to that. I merely read about it in a book long ago. It seems to be located on this very island. Could it be that this sword possesses some mysterious qualities? Zhang Jun replied, somewhat astonished. While the term evil was already suggestive, he had not anticipated that it would cause such a drastic reaction from a local shopkeeper, even leading to the cessation of a transaction. As night fell, the three found lodging in an inn. Zhang Jun shared a room with Misoga, while Sierra had her own. After a day of exploration, they learned that the island they were on was named Divine Sword Island. According to legend, thousands of years ago, this sea region did not harbor such an island. Rather, it was plagued by a peculiar sea beast known as the Blood Thunder Beast. This creature devoured every passing ship, instilling widespread terror, to the point where no one dared to navigate these waters. Ultimately, after wave upon wave of brave hunters perished in their attempts to slay the Blood Thunder Beast, a divine being descended from the heavens, cleaving the beast in two right at the location of what is now Divine Sword Island. Afterward, the divine being departed, and over the course of millennia, the remains of the Blood Thunder Beast gradually transformed into an island. Remarkably, the island took on the shape of a sword overnight. Many believe that it was the divine being who carved the island into this form. Hence the name Divine Sword Island. Boss, this legend sounds far-fetched, Misoga remarked, observing Zhang Jun lost in thought. Well, legends are not to be wholly trusted, yet they should not be entirely dismissed either. Time to sleep. We shall inquire about the evil sword, Thunderblood, tomorrow, Zhang Jun replied. Furrowing his brows, he had already checked the details of the evil sword, Thunderblood mission, and it was clear to him that this island should not be as sacred as it was portrayed. According to the system's description, it was the evil sword, Thunderblood, that had given rise to the island's sword-like appearance. Early the next morning, the trio set out to gather information. Zhang Jun ventured deep into the heart of the town. Noticing the peculiar glances directed at him by numerous locals, while he sensed their scrutiny, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he inquired about the evil sword, Thunderblood. Strangely, upon hearing those four words, the townsfolk hastily distanced themselves from him, as if those words carried a curse. At noon, the three reconvened at a tavern. After exchanging their experiences, they discovered a commonality in their findings that at this rate, it will be challenging to make any progress. Nevertheless, I am determined to acquire that sword. Zhang Jun frowned, a confident smile gracing his lips as he expressed a newfound interest in the enigmatic evil sword. Thunderblood. After lunch, Zhang Jun led his companions back to the previous weapons shop, seeking out the plump shopkeeper once more. Welcome. Oh, it's you again, the shopkeeper greeted with enthusiasm upon seeing customers, but his demeanor immediately soured upon recognizing Zhang Jun and his companions, as he seemed eager to usher them out. Boss, I have some inquiries to make, and I assure you, I am willing to pay enough to meet your satisfaction. With a smile gracing his face, Zhang Jun approached the rotund shopkeeper and spoke. With a creak, Misoga, who was trailing behind, closed the shop door. It must be said that the business of this establishment was decidedly lackluster, for even now, not a single customer had graced its threshold. Young man, are you attempting to resort to coercion? The shopkeeper's expression shifted slightly, his body retreating a few steps as he spoke with a grimace. Why must you speak so harshly, dear shopkeeper? We have inquired of nearly every soul in this town to glean this information. Yet to no avail. It is precisely because we thought of you as the kindest, perhaps willing to assist us, that we sought your aid. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Hilton pouted and sidled up to him, tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful expression. Little girl, it is not that I am unwilling to help, but this concerns the core secrets of our Divine Blade Island. The shopkeeper, gazing at the delicate beauty of Hilton, softened slightly. Indeed, the proprietor is astute, already aware of our inquiries. May I ask, what perils might arise should you divulge this information? Zhang Jun stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the shopkeeper. Well, the truth is, there should be no real danger. It is merely, under the pressure of Zhang Jun's commanding presence, the plump shopkeeper hesitated. In that case, I shall offer you 300,000 berries. How about you share this information with me? Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Zhang Jun felt a surge of joy. It seemed promising. 300,000. The shopkeeper's eyes widened, swallowing hard as he stammered. Such a sum was considerable, nearly the total income of his lackluster shop over several years. It appeared the shopkeeper was inclined to agree. If that is the case, why not first reveal the information regarding the evil blade of Thunderblood, and I shall fetch the money for you. Zhang Jun smiled, gesturing for the shopkeeper to take a seat and converse. The shopkeeper hesitated briefly before nodding and sitting down. After a while, Zhang Jun and his companions exited the weapons shop. Their spirits notably elevated. The sky had dimmed, prompting the trio to return to the inn. Zhang Jun retrieved a wooden box containing 300,000 berries. Subsequently, Misowa transported the box to the weapons shop, while Zhang Jun settled into a chair. Contemplating the shopkeeper's revelations, according to him, Divine Blade Island was not its true name. Its authentic designation was Evil Blade Island. The tale of the divine being purportedly circulating outside was, in fact, a fabrication by the island's native inhabitants. The true narrative was starkly different. It was said that a sea beast known as the Blood Thunder Beast had once ravaged these waters. However, an island already existed here at that time. Subsequently, a remarkably powerful swordsman perished alongside the Blood Thunder Beast on this very island. Later, an evil blade smith arrived, melding the corpses of both into a sinister sword. On the day the sword was forged, thunder rumbled ominously and countless bolts of lightning struck down. The malevolent bladesmith was reduced to ash amid the storm, and the sword vanished without a trace. Once the tempest subsided, the entire island took on the shape of a colossal blade. Only the surviving natives of this island were privy to this tale. Despite its sinister nature, they understood that the sword was undoubtedly immensely powerful, yet they spent their lives in vain searching for its whereabouts. As the last of that native lineage approached death, he named the sword Evil Blade of Thunderblood, fabricating the tale of the divine being to ensure that future generations would only speak of this false narrative. He urged them to locate the sword and fulfill their desires. Yet, years have passed, and the sword remains elusive. The story and the admonitions have been passed down through generations, yet no one has sought the sword anew. Thus, those individuals shunned Zhang Jun, unwilling to transgress their ancestral vows. However, after so many years of fruitless searching, how could he possibly uncover this elusive treasure? Zhang Jun felt somewhat exasperated, as though he had squandered a considerable sum on information of little utility. This matter lingered in his mind, preventing him from slumbering soundly late into the night. As silence enveloped the world, Zhang Jun, after a time, finally felt the onset of drowsiness. Suddenly, a humming sound pierced his ears. Jolting him awake, he opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, discovering that Misowa remained in a deep slumber, seemingly oblivious to the deafening hum that nearly whisked him away. What could that be? Just then, another humming sound echoed, and this time Zhang Jun perceived it more distinctly. Glancing once more at the unreactive Misowa, he stealthily rose and ventured outside. The humming persisted, almost beckoning him forth. Upon exiting the inn, Zhang Jun found the island shrouded in profound silence, a sensation that he was the sole inhabitant of the world. That he followed the direction from which the humming emanated. Soon, he arrived at the location where the handle of the blade-shaped island connected to its body. The humming resonated again, this time emanating from beneath his feet. He stood precisely at the junction where the handle met the blade, upon a vast circular platform. From his recent inquiries, he learned that this platform had existed for quite some time. Having been the training ground for many renowned swordsmen, logically, one would expect such a conspicuous platform to raise suspicion, yet astonishingly, no one had ever questioned it. The stone was impervious to even the mightiest of swords, leaving no opportunity for doubt. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Jun was certain that the humming originated from beneath him. Furthermore, he was now convinced that the sound was a manifestation of the evil blade of Thunderblood. Zhang Jun paced restlessly upon the platform, contemplating how to obtain the sword. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. This was the first task issued by the system to procure an item, and it surely held significance for him, especially given its name contained the word thunder. Thus, Zhang Jun seated himself in the center of the stone platform and began to channel the power of the thunder fruit. In no time, arcs of lightning enveloped his body. At that moment, the humming sound crescendoed, its frequency increasing with urgency. Yet, it still felt as if it had not reached its zenith. Thunder shield, Zhang Jun bellowed, and the dispersed lightning converged within him, amplifying its intensity. A sound, audible only to Zhang Jun, reverberated through the air. He snapped his eyes open to behold a knife suspended before him. This blade radiated a crystalline blue hue, interspersed with streaks of red light that danced within. The blade emanated a chilling glimmer, resembling the most exquisite work of art. Thunderblood. Zhang Jun breathed in awe, instantly captivated by the blade. Unable to resist, he grasped the hilt of Thunderblood. Thud. The sound of the blade clattering to the ground coincided with Zhang Jun collapsing. There he lay, one hand clenching Thunderblood, unconscious upon the floor at that moment. Thunderblood's brilliance dimmed, transforming into a silvery blade, appearing less ornate but far more foreboding. Even the air around grew frigid. Where am I? Hadn't I just grasped Thunderblood? Zhang Jun's consciousness now traversed into an entirely different realm that it was a crimson ocean, the sky looming low, and a faint crimson mist hung in the air. Zhang Jun found himself standing above this ocean, surveying his surroundings in confusion. The scent was overwhelmingly pungent. He pinched his nose, for the stench of blood was overpowering. That I understand now. This is an illusion. Suddenly, a term flashed through his mind. Having read numerous fantasy novels in his past life, he was well aware of what an illusion entailed. However, it was his first experience, and thus he did not immediately grasp it. Hiss. Upon realizing he was in an illusion, Zhang Jun immediately bit down hard on his own arm, only to find that the pain did not liberate him from the dream. This must be an illusion conjured by Thunderblood. Could it be that only by unraveling this illusion could he truly claim it? At this moment, Zhang Jun was no longer concerned about the scent of blood, furrowing his brow while stroking his chin. He spoke softly that a sense of anxiety gripped him, for his sixth sense warned him that if he could not unravel this illusion, he would remain trapped here until his physical form perished. Curse this wretched system, he muttered under his breath. Unfortunately, the system remained utterly unresponsive. Just then, Zhang Jun felt his body gradually sinking. Startled, he began to run in a specific direction. His sixth sense urged him onward, indicating that the illusion was compelling him to move. Yet, the sensation of sinking persisted. After changing directions several times, he finally discovered that one path allowed him to ascend without sinking. What a game! Zhang Jun thought, a torrent of frustration coursing through him that he dashed madly in that direction. After an indeterminate period of running, the scenery around him remained unchanged. Why now? Zhang Jun was utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the imminent threat of being submerged upon halting, he would have stopped to rest long ago. Gritting his teeth, he continued trudging forward, feeling parched and mentally foggy, as though he might collapse at any moment. Just when he felt he could no longer endure, he suddenly sensed solid ground beneath his feet. In that instant, the weariness that had plagued him vanished. Good grief, it was all an illusion. Zhang Jun was taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, he began to survey the terrain beneath him. He found himself on an island devoid of vegetation, its soil a striking the center of the island loomed a towering mountain, standing out starkly against the landscape. Clearly, this mountain concealed some secret. Zhang Jun hastened toward it. After what felt like an eternity, he finally arrived breathlessly at its base, unable to utter a single word. Before him was not a mountain in the traditional sense, but rather a grotesque mound of corpses piled high. These bodies, men and women, the old and the young, even numerous non-human forms, were contorted in a myriad of horrific poses, evoking a chilling sense of dread. Having traversed from a civilized society, Zhang Jun, despite having taken lives, had never encountered such a ghastly scene. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally regained his composure, his face ashen, circling the corpse mound. He noticed two blood-stained stone tablets inscribed with grim messages. With one strike, countless bones laid to waste, and upon reaching the summit, 100,000 corpses await. These words were etched deeply into the stone. Was it truly 100,000? Zhang Jun let out a bitter laugh. At this moment, he understood how to break this illusion. Paradoxically simple, he merely needed to ascend this 100-meter peak. I shall ultimately reach the summit. Nothing shall disturb me, and all obstacles must be severed, he proclaimed boldly, his voice echoing throughout the illusion. Resolutely, Zhang Jun began his ascent. However, the task proved to be more arduous than anticipated. With each step he climbed, he was ensnared by yet another illusion. In these illusions, he faced a multitude of adversaries, including a small child who innocently offered him a piece of candy, only to stab him in the abdomen the moment he let his guard down. In shock, Zhang Jun had no choice but to end the child's life. As he ascended higher, Zhang Jun's demeanor grew increasingly intimidating, an aura of palpable killing intent enveloping him. His gaze hardened with determination. It felt as if a century had passed. At last, Zhang Jun reached the summit of the corpse mound. His entire being radiated an aura of lethal intent, and it seemed as though the very air around him had solidified. At the pinnacle, wielding the sinister blade, "I shall shatter this illusion," he declared, surveying the landscape, his voice resonating with power, shaking the very fabric of the illusionary realm. With a crack, a faint sound reverberated from the heavens. And instantly, the entire cosmos became fissured with countless cracks. These rifts multiplied rapidly until, in an explosive moment, the world shattered, engulfing Zhang Jun in blinding white light. The croaking of frogs echoed, rousing the slumbering Zhang Jun. "Ah," he sighed, rubbing his head as he blinked into the light. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Task rewards. Premium bait 1. Ordinary bait 10. Simultaneously, the system's monotonous voice chimed in. Zhang Jun's heart surged with joy as he realized he was gripping a silver blade. Just then, a stream of information flooded his mind, and he recognized this blade as the exquisite sinister knife he had seen earlier. Thunder blood. What a fine weapon, Zhang Jun exclaimed, gently caressing the blade as though it were the hand of a beloved. It was impossible for him not to adore this knife. To acquire it, he had traversed a nightmarish illusion, slaying countless foes along the way. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely succumbed to the overwhelming killing intent upon stepping onto the corpse mound. Fortunately, Zhang Jun, having lived 2 lives, possessed spiritual and mental fortitude beyond the ordinary, which was the primary reason he could endure. Thunderblood, let me witness your power. A glint of determination sparked in Zhang Jun's eyes, and his aura transformed dramatically, resembling the youthful king who tread upon a sea of blood in the illusion. The air crackled with killing intent. Even the frogs trembled in silence. Thunderclap slash, he shouted. Channeling all his electric energy into Thunderblood, in an instant, the blade shimmered with a translucent blue hue, streaks of red light swirling within it. As Zhang Jun pivoted, he unleashed the Thunderblood with a fierce, domineering momentum. In his imagination, this strike should possess immense power. However, its actual might exceeded his wildest expectations. As the blade sliced through the air, it drew upon the elemental forces of the universe, in an instant. The sky darkened ominously, dense storm clouds gathered above the isle of the sinister blade, thunder roaring with ferocity. Countless individuals were awakened, panic-stricken as they fled toward the sea. The strike was slow, almost agonizingly so, as if gathering momentum for a cataclysmic blow. Half an hour passed, and the thunder clouds thickened ominously, lightning snakes writhing within, poised to obliterate the world. Brother Jun, boss. Just as Zhang Jun was becoming increasingly frustrated, the two who had been searching for him finally found him, paralyzed and immobile. Quick, get on the ship. The farther you are, the better. Rest assured, this is my conjuration. Hurry, I will come for you soon, Zhang Jun urged with a reassuring smile. Suppressing his anxiety. Go. Seeing the two exchange glances yet remain still, Zhang Jun's aura surged as he bellowed, startling them back to their senses, prompting them to dash toward the SEA. Be careful, boss. Brother Jun, come back soon. The distant voices filled Zhang Jun's heart with warmth. Damn this cursed blade. With everyone finally evacuated, Zhang Jun couldn't help but mutter a curse. No sooner had the words left his lips than Thunderblood began to tremble ominously. The thunder above grew increasingly volatile. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted. The torrent of lightning descended violently, engulfing the entire island. Boss. Brother Jun, no. Please, no. Meanwhile, aboard the Longting Wanli, Misa gazed blankly at the ocean of thunder, her eyes gradually filling with blood, tears streaming uncontrollably. Beside her, Sierra reacted with even greater intensity, screaming heartbreakingly at the tempest, her face drained of color, her eyes vacant. After enduring much together, the trio had long regarded one another as close companions. In that moment, they believed Zhang Jun had perished in the sea of thunder, their hearts heavy with grief and despair. Yet, at that very moment, Zhang Jun stood in place, a look of confusion etched on his face. Although he was enveloped in the sea of thunder, he felt no trepidation. Instead, he discovered that Thunderblood acted as a lightning rod, continuously channeling the power of the storm into his being. Though painful, he could distinctly sense his body growing stronger with each cycle of destruction and regeneration. Indeed, the might of the thunderous power infused through the blood of lightning not only brings devastation, but also a spark of life. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as the entire island was left unrecognizable after the onslaught of thunder, which gradually began to dissipate. Simultaneously, Zhang Jun, having undergone countless trials, finally opened his eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host, your devil fruit rank has upgraded to 1. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed, informing Zhang Jun that he had remarkably enhanced the ability of his devil fruit without any fishing involved, with no time to experiment with the newfound rank's capabilities. Zhang Jun noticed 2 figures rushing towards him from the distance that he hurriedly retrieved a deep blue garment he had prepared earlier from the system, for his clothing had been obliterated by the thunder, leaving him entirely exposed in the vastness of the heavens. Boss? Ah, Brother Jun, you're all right. Thank goodness. Woo-woo. The 2 individuals were Misogwa and his companion, who had returned for one last confirmation. Upon their reunion, Misogwa was left speechless, while Hill momentarily froze before rushing to embrace Zhang Jun's arm, tears streaming down her face. It's all right. I'm fine. Let us head back to the ship. Zhang Jun gently patted Hill's head, feeling a pang of guilt as he observed more and more people stepping onto the charred earth. At this moment, the thunderous blood had been stored within the system, and he was wary of using the blade recklessly, uncertain of what unforeseen consequences might arise. Fortunately, the time spent gathering power had been sufficient, and no one remained on the island. Everyone had fled to their respective ships. The only limit was that the buildings and treasures had been utterly annihilated. Boss, how did you survive such terrifying celestial wrath? On board the dragon soaring 10,000 miles, Misogwa posed the question that both were eager to know. Because of this blade, and of course, my thunder fruit, Zhang Jun replied, placing the thunderous blood on the table before him. Slowly recounting his experience on the surface of the sea, Misogwa and his companion listened intently as Zhang Jun shared his harrowing tales, particularly the 2 most vivid battles he had faced while climbing the mountain of corpses, which elicited expressions of fear, astonishment, and admiration from both. Had they exchanged identities, they surely would have been lost amidst those deadly encounters. Simultaneously, the dragon soaring 10,000 miles gently set sail, a vague silhouette drifting in the captain's quarters. Ah, the most troubling aspect for me is the final thunderous might that turned the entire island into a wasteland, Zhang Jun said with a sigh as he flicked the thunderous blood. Brother Jun, what does this have to do with you? It's clearly the fault of the thunderous blood, Hill pouted, casting an indignant glance at the thunderous blood, seemingly blaming it for causing her beloved brother Jun such distress. Hearing her words, Zhang Jun exchanged a knowing smile with Misogwa. As days passed, the 3 resumed their monotonous life at sea. During this time, Zhang Jun experimented with the abilities granted by the 3rd rank. While it appeared less impressive than the 2nd rank's permanent 20% enhancement in combat power, Zhang Jun felt it surpassed expectations, for the 3rd rank bestowed upon him the power of electromagnetism. This meant he could manipulate all metals at will. Even more astonishing was the ability to direct this electromagnetic force, concentrating all its might onto a single object. He could fly on a sword and strike down foes from 1,000 miles away. Zhang Jun was elated. This was precisely the type of offensive capability he had long desired. 2 more days passed, and Zhang Jun composed himself, ready to fish once more. As usual, he settled into a meditative position, silently praying before casting his line. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a bag of beauty-enhancing hawthorn candy. Consuming it will enhance your appearance. After a long while, a voice announced, leaving Zhang Jun momentarily stunned. What was this? After some time, he rose with a smile. Though he had caught some peculiar items, the overall outcome was still favorable. Ding! Fishing complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bag of beauty-enhancing hawthorn candy. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 combat points. Congratulations, host. You have received a weather stick. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Thunder Stick Technique 1. Can be gifted. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1 million berries. Congratulations, host. You have received a super grenade. Indeed, this time, the premium bait had yielded a super grenade. When the internal explosives detonated, countless lethal shrapnel and steel balls would scatter, inflicting immense damage on any unprotected life forms within a 10-meter radius. Such high technology was truly nostalgic. Zhang Jun gazed at the exquisite iron object in his hand, unable to suppress a quiet admiration. According to the system, the power of this super grenade was likely no less than a blow from one of the 4 emperors at 50% strength. This meant that with this super grenade in his possession, Zhang Jun had secured a life-saving trump card for the early stages. Wow, this item looks truly innovative. At that moment, Hill snatched the super grenade from Zhang Jun's hand, curiously toying with it. Hey, be careful. Don't. Zhang Jun instinctively gasped, but quickly regained his composure. The reason he had referred to the super grenade as high technology was that it was equipped with a chip capable of recognizing the owner's voice. As soon as it heard the owner shout, it would explode instantly. Otherwise, it would remain inert unless subjected to significant impact. All right, Hill, give it back to me. This is our secret weapon. By the way, here's the hawthorn candy for you. It's beauty enhancing. Zhang Jun relaxed and handed the hawthorn candy to Hill. Beauty enhancing. Thank you. Brother Jun, girls truly cared about such things, and she snatched the hawthorn candy eagerly before tossing the super grenade towards Zhang Jun and bouncing back to her room. Boss, we're almost at Rog Town. Just as one had left, another arrived, with Misogwa excitedly approaching Zhang Jun with a map in hand. Rog Town? The famous Rog Town. Zhang Jun's expression brightened with surprise. This Rog Town held immense popularity within the world of One Piece, as it was the birthplace and final resting place of Pirate King Joel D. Roger. It was also known as the place of beginnings and endings. Zhang Jun's astonishment was not merely due to Rog Town itself, but because they were approaching so swiftly. He had anticipated encountering some unexpected events, something worthy of his traverse in the system. Yet, it seemed they were arriving rather uneventfully. Given the timeline, Luffy and his crew were likely still far behind. Yes, boss, it's that Rog Town, Misogwa exclaimed, sharing that they had learned from the map that after passing Rog Town, they would soon reach the Grand Line. That was the starting point Zhang Jun had consistently mentioned to them. All right, I see you're excited, but there is something that will excite you even more. Here, take this. Zhang Jun shook his head and handed the weather stick to Misogwa. This will help you control the climate better. It's called the weather stick, made of exceptionally sturdy material, and can also be used as a weapon. Additionally, I have something else for you. Come to my room. Noticing Misogwa's curiosity, but lack of overwhelming excitement. After all, he could control the climate himself. Zhang Jun decided to gift him the thunder stick technique. Half an hour later, Oh my god, dear heavens, Mom. Strange exclamations echoed from Misogwa's room, prompting Hill to inquire incessantly from outside about what was happening. Hill, don't worry, it's nothing. He has just successfully mastered a set of stick techniques and got a bit carried away. Zhang Jun said with a smile as he emerged. I told you he would be excited. The thunder stick technique was aptly named. Embodying swiftness like the wind and ferocity like thunder, it was on par with Zhang Jun's thunderous blade. It was a pity that Misogwa's physique was not robust enough to unleash its full potential, which served as a significant motivation for him to begin intense physical training. Never mind that madman. Brother Jun, have you noticed any changes in Hill? Hill appeared rather indifferent to the matter, instead eagerly holding her blushing face and asking, Hill, you've become more beautiful. Zhang Jun, fully aware of her intentions, exclaimed in admiration. It's all thanks to the hawthorn candy you gave me. Brother Jun. Brother Jun, look, suddenly, Hill exclaimed, pointing towards the front of the ship. This moment, Misogwa emerged from the cabin, having quelled the excitement bubbling within him. The three stood in a line, gazing into the distance. Beneath the blazing sun lay an island stretching out before the Longting Wanli. Various vessels of all sizes continuously entered and exited the bustling port, creating a vibrant scene. For some inexplicable reason, this seemingly ordinary island exuded an enigmatic aura, rendering it particularly grand and majestic. Rog Town. Zhang Jun stood in the center, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. This was the place of beginnings. As the saying goes, a distant mountain appears nearer than it is. It took a full hour for the Longting Wanli to reach Rog Town, after ensuring their ship was properly secured. The trio stepped onto this island imbued with profound significance. Zhang Jun held two vivid impressions of Rog Town. Firstly, it was the birthplace and final resting place of the Pirate King, Roger. Secondly, it marked the inception of the legendary journey of the protagonist, Luffy. Moreover, Zhang Jun had a premonition that this place would be his land of fortune. Perhaps, here he would find the companions he had long sought. At that moment, the three had just entered the port. Standing beneath a triangular archway, the street ahead was lined with shops, bustling with a continuous flow of people. From Zhang Jun's understanding, the Straw Hat Pirates had yet to arrive at Rog Town. Brother Jun, I want to go shopping. Will you accompany me? Suddenly, Hill, her eyes sparkling, tugged at Zhang Jun's sleeve. No. I have other matters to attend to. Misogwa, you go with Hill. All right. Zhang Jun shuddered at the thought of enduring the ordeal of shopping with a girl and quickly shifted the burden onto Misogwa. Sure, Boss, you go ahead with your business. I'll make sure to accompany Hill on her shopping spree, Misoga exclaimed with delight, nearly jumping for joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Humph. Hill stomped her foot in dissatisfaction and then headed towards the marketplace. Misoga gave Zhang Jun a thumbs up and hastily chased after her. Misoga, the sycophant has nothing to gain, Zhang Jun muttered while shaking his head, moving in a specific direction. This is the place, after a bit of inquiry. Zhang Jun arrived at the entrance of a weapon shop. If memory served him correctly, 2 swords would accompany Zoro for a significant time here. Among them, the one that left the deepest impression on him was a cursed blade known as Sandai Katetsu. You brat, back again? Scram, scram, scram. Don't disturb my business. Before he even entered, a booming voice reached Zhang Jun's ears. Curiosity piqued, he stepped into the weapons shop. Inside, a middle-aged man with a peculiar hairstyle impatiently pointed at a young boy. The boy sported a short black haircut and donned all-black clothing that did little to conceal his muscular physique. Even more striking was his face. He had a pair of crimson pupils, paired with a cold expression that gave him an almost demonic appearance. Moreover, having sensed the aura of the cursed blade, Thunderblood, he could discern a similar eerie energy emanating from this boy. It was akin to the cursed aura surrounding Thunderblood, yet distinctly different. At that moment, the boy was silently fixated on a particular sword. Following his gaze, Zhang Jun noticed that the cursed blade, Thunderblood, which he had already drawn and sheathed at his waist, was now faintly vibrating, as if responding to something. It seemed this blade was indeed Sandai Katetsu. Stroking his chin, Zhang Jun muttered thoughtfully. Ah, welcome, esteemed customer. I am the owner, Ippon Matsun. What can I assist you with today? At that moment, Ippon Matsun seemed to finally notice Zhang Jun, shooting a glare at the boy before hastily approaching. Boss, who is this? Zhang Jun inquired curiously, glancing at the boy who remained transfixed on Sandai Katetsu. That kid? He's not from around here. I have no idea where he came from. A few days ago, he stumbled into my shop, and I thought he was a customer, but as soon as he entered, he headed straight for that cursed blade. Since then, he has been staring at it. I thought, it's just a cursed sword. If he can take it, so be it. But this kid is something else, claiming he is not worthy of the sword. The worst part is, after saying that, he doesn't leave, coming in every morning to stare at it. I can't chase him away, and many customers have been scared off, Ippon Matsun recounted, scratching his head as he noticed Zhang Jun's interest in the boy. Upon hearing Ippon Matsun's words, Zhang Jun's heart suddenly stirred. This boy might be the very person he had been searching for. Long ago, shortly after he began watching One Piece, Zhang Jun became an admirer of Zoro. He had always envisioned that if he ever entered the world of One Piece, he would form a pirate crew and recruit a swordsman akin to Zoro. Hey, kid, do you really like that sword? Zhang Jun approached the boy and asked. Yes, I want to wield a great sword and become the greatest swordsman. The boy replied firmly without turning his head. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Zhang Jun's mind. Ding. Mission triggered. Mad Swordsman, completion requirement. Successfully recruit Gue Moyen. Mission reward, quality bait 1. Significantly increases the probability of catching named swords. Zhang Jun speared its sword at the system's announcement. Indeed, this boy was the swordsman he sought. Brother, what is your name? Zhang Jun inquired, positioning himself beside the boy, maintaining an outward composure despite the thrill within. Gue Moyen. The boy turned for the first time to look at Zhang Jun. No, rather than looking at Zhang Jun, it was as if he were gazing at the Thunderblood that Zhang Jun had already drawn and sheathed. Gue Moyen. A fine name. I am Zhang Jun. Do you like my sword? Zhang Jun squinted his eyes, smiling at him. A good sword. Very strong. You are also very strong. Gue Moyen spoke sparingly, enunciating each word. Ha ha ha. You have an eye for quality. Now, let's get straight to the point. Zhang Jun laughed heartily, his demeanor shifting dramatically, an aura of chilling authority permeating the weapon shop. Join my pirate crew. I will make you stronger. Likewise, I will provide you with a sword that rivals Sandai Katetsu. At that moment, Zhang Jun was no longer the amiable figure he usually portrayed. He now resembled a lofty monarch or a demon lord from the depths of hell. A murderous intent enveloped him, while a subtle yet palpable aura of dominance began to quietly manifest. All right, huh? To Zhang Jun's astonishment, Gue Moyen readily agreed. He blinked in confusion, retracting his imposing presence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission reward, quality bait 1, significantly increases the probability of catching named swords. Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the Mad Swordsman, rewarding quality bait 1 and ordinary bait 3. yet the system's voice resonated at the perfect moment, confirming Gue Moyen's acceptance of Zhang Jun's offer. Why did you agree so quickly? Aren't you worried I might be deceiving you? Zhang Jun asked, puzzled. No. Gue Moyen appeared reluctant to elaborate, glancing at Thunderblood and then at Zhang Jun. A fleeting glimmer of light flashing in his crimson pupils as they strolled through the streets. Zhang Jun still felt a bit dazed, but he relished the success. He forewent his original plan to observe Sandai Kitetsu and Yukazuki, as the urgent matter at hand was to return to the ship and fish for a named sword for Gue Moyen. The two walked one behind the other, and for some reason, Gue Moyen maintained a distance of over a meter from Zhang Jun. Hey, look, it's him. Suddenly, a startled voice rang out. Zhang Jun noticed a lanky boy with yellow hair pointing at Gue Moyen in astonishment. What are you afraid of? A burly man with a somewhat foolish appearance tried to maintain his composure in response to the lanky boy's words. Zhang Jun felt somewhat perplexed, but seeing Gue Moyen appear oblivious, he shrugged and continued walking forward. Hey, freak, why aren't you at home like a good boy? What are you doing here? As he took a couple of steps forward, the voice of the slender monkey caused him to furrow his brow. Although Gue Moyen maintained an indifferent expression, seemingly oblivious to the remark, Zhang Jun could no longer contain himself. What did you say? With a dog-esque mouth, it's better to refrain from speaking. In a swift motion, Zhang Jun positioned himself before the slender monkey, exuding an aura of menace that enveloped him. With a thud, the slender monkey unexpectedly knelt on the ground, his eyes wide open as if confronted by something terrifying, his body trembling uncontrollably. Regardless of Gue Moyen's past, now that he is a member of my crew, no one is permitted to insult him. With a cold snort, Zhang Jun retracted his threatening demeanor. Unbeknownst to anyone, a fleeting glimmer of emotion flickered in Gue Moyen's eyes, barely perceptible but filled with gratitude. Initially, he had been drawn to Zhang Jun's menacing presence and the intimidating blade that sent shivers through his very soul, leading him to join his pirate crew. He had not anticipated Zhang Jun's profound sense of loyalty. This gentleman, my younger brother, did not mean it that way. It's just that he truly is an oddity. The simple-minded big brother of the slender monkey was indeed naive, daring to counter Zhang Jun at such a moment. You. Zhang Jun found himself at a loss, torn between laughter and frustration, ready to unleash his wrath when Gue Moyen intervened. Let him speak. You will eventually find out. A fleeting shadow of pain crossed Gue Moyen's face, yet he maintained a facade of indifference. Zhang Jun's curiosity was piqued once more. It was evident that Gue Moyen harbored untold tragedies from the past. Under Zhang Jun's guidance, the four of them entered a private room in a tea house. Speak. No sooner had they seated themselves than Zhang Jun impatiently urged the simple-minded big brother to recount his tale. Yes, it is as follows. My lord, Gue Moyen and I hail from the same region. He is the sole heir of the powerful Gue family in our locality. I had the fortune to be one of his attendants during our childhood. The simple-minded elder began to narrate, yet Zhang Jun sensed something amiss. Where was the supposedly tragic story? Just as his confusion deepened, the awaited tale finally commenced. My family has served the Gue family for generations. Thus I am aware that every year they hold a certain ritual. Back then, we were merely children, filled with curiosity about this ceremony, which was exclusive to the Gue family members. That night, we stealthily perched upon a rooftop and witnessed everything. The protagonist of the ritual was none other than Gue Moyen. At the center of the ceremony lay a blood-red blade. For reasons unknown, upon sighting that blade, we were gripped by an innate fear that prevented us from gazing at it any longer. What Gue Moyen was destined to do during the ceremony was to cut his own wrist with that blade, letting his blood drip upon it. Although such a scene was bizarre, we could still accept it. However, this was merely the beginning. As Gue Moyen's blood fell drop by drop, the entire ceremony became eerily silent. We instinctively held our breath. Suddenly, every member of the Gue family, except Gue Moyen, prostrated themselves on the ground. Strange sounds emanated from their mouths, syllables we had never heard before. The bizarre atmosphere intensified, causing one of my friends to wet his pants. Yet, overwhelmed by sheer terror, we dared not move. After a considerable time, with a collective shout from the Gue family, the scene fell into a profound silence. That moment, Gue Moyen made his move. He grasped the handle of the blood-red blade, nearly as tall as he was. Instantly, a crimson glow enveloped all the members of the Gue family. They appeared astonished, yet immediately erupted into fervent cheers. Gue Moyen, however, remained composed, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light. what followed was unimaginable. He wielded the great sword, systematically slaying every member of the Gue family. As the elder recounted this part of the tale, he seemed to be transported back to that harrowing moment, shrinking back in fear as he glanced at Gue Moyen. His eyes filled with dread and aversion. Upon hearing this story, Zhang Jun finally understood why Gue Moyen was deemed an oddity. Despite having slain countless individuals in the realm of illusions, it was a far cry from reality. Gue Moyen, Zhang Jun first sent the slender monkey and his companion away, then furrowed his brow as he regarded Gue Moyen. Are you afraid? The faint bitterness lingering on Gue Moyen's face gradually dissipated with Zhang Jun's inquiry, replaced by a hint of derision. Preposterous. Afraid? Me? For reasons unknown, Zhang Jun felt a wave of sympathy for him. To bear such burdens at such a tender age. Gue Moyen appeared somewhat surprised, yet he had no intention of uttering a word. Listen here. No matter how you were before, now that you are part of my pirate crew, you will dutifully serve me. From now on, anyone who dares to call you an oddity will face my wrath. Zhang Jun patted Gue Moyen's shoulder, tactfully refraining from pressing further. Deity is both a curse and a rebirth. Gue Moyen lowered his head, his expression obscured from view. Yet, a barely audible whisper drifted into Zhang Jun's ears. Zhang Jun remained silent, patiently awaiting the continuation of his tale. This is a curse directed at the Gue family, a curse that ensures we shall never see the light of day. And that blade is the source of the curse. Only those Gue family members who earn its approval can fulfill its conditions to break the curse. Indeed, Gue Moyen revealed the hidden truth. Although his expression remained unseen, the tears that fell to the ground betrayed the profound sorrow within him. It was he who had personally slain his kin, rendering himself forever alone, branded as the despised oddity. He had never offered an explanation to the outside world, perhaps due to the guilt and unease that plagued his heart. Regardless, Zhang Jun believed in him. From this moment on, the Lonting Wanli would be your home, and all aboard shall be your comrades. The resolute tone of Zhang Jun compelled Gue Moyen to raise his head. His tear-streaked eyes met Zhang Jun's sincere gaze. Captain, a hoarse yet resolute voice emerged from Gue Moyen's throat. Zhang Jun harbored little interest in Rog Town, and with the plot involving Luffy's impending execution still some time away, he promptly led Gue Moyen back to the Lonting Wanli. Moyen, that cursed blade. Zhang Jun inquired about the sinister sword that had cursed his entire family while he fished idly in the volcano. Gue Moyen leaned against a pillar, his arms crossed, responding nonchalantly. This prodigal son, that blade is undoubtedly a fine weapon. If you do not want it, I shall take it. Zhang Jun felt a pang of bitterness. Yet he understood Gue Moyen's reasoning. After all, it was the cursed blade that had condemned his entire lineage. It was natural for him to harbor deep-seated resentment towards it. Just then, a notification echoed in Zhang Jun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the spirit-commanding Ghost Blade. In the midst of their silence, a blade materialized in Zhang Jun's hand. This blade measured 270 centimeters in length, its blade a deep black with a crimson sheen. And the dark handle exuded an eerie allure that compelled one to grasp it as the blade manifested. The thunder blood at Zhang Jun's waist trembled violently, as if encountering a formidable opponent. However, this phenomenon was short-lived. As the thunder blood soon settled down, it was evident that this was an exceptional blade, even surpassing the third-generation ghost cutter that had merely caused a slight quiver. Yet, it was still not comparable to the thunder blood that had nearly claimed Zhang Jun's life. Moyen, come. This is for you. Do not utter any words of unworthiness. I believe you can grow alongside this blade. And one day you will feel deserving of it. Upon examining the blade's description, Zhang Jun realized it was meticulously tailored for Gue Moyen. Indeed, as Gue Moyen's eyes sparkled with excitement while accepting the spirit-commanding ghost blade from Zhang Jun, a strange transformation occurred. The menacing aura that had always surrounded Gue Moyen resonated with the ghostly blade. As the resonance intensified, the red hue in Gue Moyen's eyes deepened, giving him a wild appearance reminiscent of legendary berserkers. This was indeed the case. The cold aura that once enveloped Gue Moyen dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming madness that stirred Zhang Jun's own emotions. And this was merely the most basic manifestation. Even more astonishing was what transpired behind Gue Moyen. A phantom resembling a specter, akin to the one Zoro would later encounter, materialized behind him. However, this ghastly statue was entirely crimson, emanating an overwhelming aura of bloodshed and slaughter. Glancing at the 860 combat power of the ghostly Mo Yin, Zhang Jun swallowed hard. This fellow was indeed formidable. Yet, it seemed that I might be even stronger. Information template. Host. Zhang Jun combat power. 1070 skills. Navy 6 styles. Soru. Jeppo. Shurgan. Tekai. Shurshur Sun. Moonwalk. Lightning release. 1000 birds. Martial technique. Thunderous blade. Fruit. True lightning fruit. Current development level. 3. Total tier points. 10. Note. Each tier increase permanently enhances combat power by 20% of the combat power at that tier. Items. Approximately 1. 5 million berries. Super grenade 1. Premium bait 1. Regular bait 3. Switchcracked console 1. Compass 1. Indeed, upon reviewing the information template, Zhang Jun discovered that his combat power had undergone a qualitative leap following 2 consecutive upgrades of the devil fruit. Mo Yin. Come. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Zhang Jun grasped the thunder blood in his hand, gazing at the ghostly Mo Yin with fervor. Roar. Mo Yin nodded, letting out a mighty roar as he charged towards Zhang Jun. He wielded his blades with wild abandon, exuding an air of madness. Clang. Zhang Jun intentionally braced himself to gauge Mo Yin's strength, parrying his blade head-on. Instantly, a shockwave erupted, and Zhang Jun felt a tingling numbness in his right hand. Now we're talking. A loud shout escaped Zhang Jun's lips as he unleashed his full power, causing Mo Yin to be sent hurtling backward in an instant. Bang! With a resounding crash, Mo Yin deftly flipped and landed firmly on the deck. Mo Yin, you must entertain me well. A smile danced on Zhang Jun's lips as he tossed the thunder blood into the AI. Mo Yin's blood-red pupils flashed with confusion, but it was fleeting. With a slight bend of his legs, he propelled himself forward like a streak of crimson light towards Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun remained calm and unhurried, his fingers subtly moving as the thunder blood in midair abruptly changed direction, blocking Mo Yin's path. Clang! With a thunderous sound, Mo Yin was unexpectedly struck aside by the thunder blood. This was the ability Zhang Jun acquired from his 3rd-tier enhancement, electromagnetic force. Yet, the force exceeded Zhang Jun's expectations, seemingly surpassing his own strength. Frenzied blade. Ghost flash. Mo Yin, sent flying, bellowed as he launched himself back like a cannonball, propelled by an invisible force. Zhang Jun commanded the thunderblood to meet him once more. Back and forth they clashed, and Zhang Jun began to feel his stamina wane, while Mo Yin grew increasingly invigorated. This simply wouldn't do. After all, I am the captain. A blue glimmer flickered in Zhang Jun's eyes. And in an instant, the thunderblood became enveloped in crackling electricity. The dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically. Each time Mo Yin clashed with the thunderblood, a bolt of lightning struck him. Gradually, his movements became sluggish, and he was repeatedly knocked to the ground by the thunderblood's blade. Yet, Mo Yin showed no sign of surrender, his spirit soaring as he continued to clash fiercely with the thunderblood. Thus, upon returning from their shopping trip, Sierra and Misogwa beheld a most peculiar sight. On board the ship Lonting Wanli, a seemingly deranged individual was repeatedly knocked to the ground or sent flying by a flying blade, only to rise again and charge back into the fray, while their captain, Zhang Jun, sat aside, fingers dancing in the air, occasionally sighing deeply. Hey Sierra, what on earth is happening here? Misogwa, laden with bags and drenched in sweat, leaned closer to Sierra and whispered. How would I know? Sierra disdainfully pushed away the odorous Misogwa, looking equally bewildered though. You're back? Come, Mo Yin, we should take a break. Let me introduce you to them. After another round of sending Mo Yin flying, Zhang Jun's peripheral vision caught sight of the 2 bewildered individuals, and he quickly retracted the thunderblood with a sigh of relief. Mo Yin truly lived up to his reputation as a mad swordsman. One could hardly believe that he appeared so cold and aloof, yet fought with such fervor. Was he even human? Wiping the virtual sweat from his brow, Zhang Jun proceeded with the introductions. Greetings, brother Mo Yin. Sierra cheekily winked, while the now composed Mo Yin merely nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Mo Yin. From now on, we shall be family. But Sierra, why don't you call me brother? Misogwa laughed as he shook Missouri Yan's hand before immediately turning to Sierra. Lamenting dramatically, because you're ugly, Sierra playfully stuck out her tongue as the crew of the Long Jun pirates welcomed their new companion at the marine base in Logtown. Colonel Smoker, someone spotted members of the Zhang Jun pirates at the port. A hurried marine burst into the room of Colonel Smoker. The room was shrouded in smoke, the silhouette of a large man barely visible within. Is that the pirate crew led by Zhang Jun? The highest bounty in the East Blue? The man slowly rose, opening the window to disperse the smoke before turning to speak. He was bare-chested, his massive muscles showcasing his formidable strength. Let us go. Clad in a marine coat, and with 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, Smoker waved a hand, leading a squad of marines towards the port at a bounty of 50 million. Huh? I hope it will be interesting. A low murmur escaped Smoker's lips. Hey, young man. A middle-aged man with an eccentric hairstyle called out while approaching the Longting Wanli. Huh? Is that the owner of Eben Song? Zhang Jun remarked curiously, nodding at his companions before leaping to stand before Eben Song. Isn't this the owner of the weapon shop? What brings you here? Zhang Jun inquired, noticing Eben Song cradling a sword wrapped in thick cloth. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the legendary Sandai Kitetsu. Boy, I've made up my mind. That young man, your friend, right? Since he values this demon blade so much, I shall gift it to him. Please deliver it to him. And if he claims he is unworthy of the sword, tell him to strive to prove himself worthy. Eben Song said with a determined expression, handing the Sandai Kitetsu to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun was taken aback, but did not accept the blade. Boss, I appreciate your kindness, but that fellow only needs 1 sword. As he spoke, he glanced over at Mo Yen, who was holding the Yuan demon blade aboard the Longting Wanli. Eben Song said, somewhat disappointed yet inexplicably relieved, before turning to leave. That in truth, Zhang Jun had misunderstood. Eben Song was not merely giving away the Sandai Kitetsu. It was a cursed blade, but his wife was another matter entirely. It was precisely because she had insisted that he quickly rid himself of the blade that he made this decision. Zhang Jun shrugged, preparing to return to the ship, when he suddenly sensed an extraordinary aura approaching him rapidly. Stop! Smoker, rushing towards Zhang Jun, bellowed, closing the distance between them. You are the East Blue's most wanted pirate, the Thunder user Zhang Jun. Smoker confronted Zhang Jun, taking a drag from his cigar amidst the swirling smoke. Smoker? Observing the smoke, Zhang Jun's gaze flickered. So it was Colonel Smoker. Ding! Mission triggered. Defeat Colonel Smoker. Mission reward. Premium bait 2. Simultaneously, the system's voice chimed in. This system's rewards seemed to be growing increasingly generous. A puzzled thought crossed Zhang Jun's mind as he turned his attention back to Smoker. In the world of One Piece, Smoker made several appearances, his smoke fruit skillfully wielded. This moment, Smoker was still a colonel. Though Zhang Jun recalled that 2 years after the Marineford War, he would rise to the rank of Rear Admiral. It seems you know me. Enough of the chatter. Let us see if you are worthy of that 50 million berries bounty. Smoker's expression turned stern, and as his voice fell, smoke enveloped him. Zhang Jun felt no trepidation. Rather, he observed the smoke with curiosity. Meanwhile, Sierra and the others quickly joined Zhang Jun, ready for the impending confrontation. Come on, one-on-one. Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled with electricity as a bolt of lightning shot directly towards Smoker. Humph! The power of lightning is exceedingly potent, and it seemed poised to strike Smoker directly, with a cold snort. Smoker deftly evaded the bolt and charged towards Zhang Jun. Bang! Bang! The two exchanged punches, each thud resonating throughout the harbor. As dusk approached, the port was nearly deserted, with only a few scattered souls fleeing in fright from the commotion. Not bad, kid. After a brief skirmish, the two stepped back, and Smoker offered a compliment. Likewise, Zhang Jun shook his tingling hands. Indeed, Smoker's strength was formidable. Despite his own combat prowess being significantly higher, he found himself outmatched in raw power. It was evident that Smoker was merely testing the waters, while Zhang Jun had unleashed his full strength. However, Zhang Jun's advantages did not lie in sheer strength. Smoker, I am about to get serious. Zhang Jun's voice turned icy, a palpable aura of menace emanating towards the Navy. Instantly, a few timid individuals shrieked in terror. Step back. Smoker furrowed his brow, taken aback by Zhang Jun's unexpected capabilities. Without further ado, Zhang Jun tossed the Raijin blood from his waist into the air, where it hovered gracefully, crackling with electric energy amidst a mesmerizing crimson glow. Even a blind person could sense the immense power radiating from it. Meanwhile, his body crackled with electricity, yet he had no intention of activating his second gear just yet. He preferred to keep that ace up his sleeve. To him, The protective lightning was more than sufficient. Smoker was not idle either. As smoke enveloped him, shrouding the entire harbor, a gust of wind swept through, and in a flash, the two engaged in a furious exchange, sparks flying in every direction. Brother Moyen, you must be quite powerful, right? Why don't you assist Brother Jun? Hiding outside the mist, Sierra, unable to see the unfolding scene, expressed her concerns to Gue. In no need. Gue Moyen replied coolly, a glint of crimson flashing in his eyes. He had discerned that his leader had been holding back during their sparring, and with Zhang Jun's current capabilities, how could he possibly lose to that colonel? Indeed, within moments, the smoke dissipated, revealing Smoker, charred and collapsed on the ground. Colonel, a bespectacled girl rushed to Smoker's side, dragging him back to the Navy's ranks. Zhang Jun, having effortlessly clapped his hands, strolled back to his companions, the system's melodious notification chiming in his ears. Ding! Task completed. Defeat Colonel Smoker. Task reward. Premium bait 2. Is that Dasky? Upon rejoining his companions, Zhang Jun disregarded the system's voice, intrigued by the slender, bespectacled girl that it was said that Dasky bore an uncanny resemblance to Zoro, his childhood friend. Zhang Jun couldn't help but steal a few glances. She was indeed a charming young lady. Alas, she was also a national treasure level fool. Humph! Suddenly, Sierra let out a displeased huff, stomping on Zhang Jun's foot, causing him to gasp in pain. Haha. All right, let's be on our way. Chuckling awkwardly, Zhang Jun gestured for everyone to depart. Zhang Jun, Shumaki has told me about you. I never imagined you'd become so strong. Just then, Smoker rubbed his head and stood up. You truly intend to remain a pirate? Colonel Smoker, everyone has their aspirations. Besides, my aim as Zhang Jun is not to wreak havoc, but to pursue what I believe is right. Until we meet again. Zhang Jun paused at Smoker's words, then waved his hand while replying loudly. I hope you truly mean that. A complex expression flickered in Smoker's eyes. This young man was progressing too rapidly, and if he veered towards a dark path. However, Smoker was astute. He realized that even with all his subordinates, charging in now would yield no fruitful results. He could feel that the boy with the crimson pupils was no ordinary foe. With no further hindrance, Zhang Jun and his party successfully completed their purchases, and thus the Longting Wanli set sail smoothly along its predetermined course. The following day, now I possess 3 premium baits and 3 ordinary baits. It is once again a delightful time for fishing. As the sun began to rise, Zhang Jun, an early riser, stretched and settled into his favored fishing spot. Hey, lad, good morning. Just as he sat down, he spotted Gue Moyen standing atop the mast. Arms crossed, Gue Moyen nodded slightly, drawing his soul-controlling ghost blade and swinging it against the dawn. This kid, when not in battle, is as cold as ice. Zhang Jun thought to himself, opting to ignore him. The salty sea breeze caressed him as Zhang Jun cast his fishing line into the sea, opting to use the premium bait this early in the morning to ensure a good start. Time for breakfast. Everyone, Siena's voice wafted through the air, accompanied by the enticing aroma of food, filling the entire Longting Wanli. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained a Sea King-type treasure ball 1. Can capture any Sea King in a stunned state. After a while, as Sierra began calling everyone for breakfast, the system's voice chimed in at just the right moment. Coming. Zhang Jun responded absent-mindedly, his mind preoccupied with thoughts about the treasure ball. Sea Kings are distributed across various oceanic regions worldwide. However, most reside in the doldrums and the deep sea, which are not accessible at the moment. Still, capturing a powerful Sea King would indeed be quite advantageous. The dining table. Zhang Jun pondered that if he had a Sea King pulling the Longting Wanli, they could navigate the doldrums freely, bringing about considerable convenience. Captain. Just then, Misoga waved his hand in front of Zhang Jun's face. What is it? Zhang Jun snapped back to reality, a look of confusion adorning his face. Honestly, Brother Jun, we were just discussing whether we should head straight to Reverse Mountain and enter the Grand Line. Sierra expressed her dissatisfaction, while simultaneously placing a piece of meat onto Zhang Jun's plate. Oh, thank you. However, we should first visit the doldrums. Zhang Jun took a hearty bite of meat, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The doldrums? Sierra and Misoga exclaimed in unison. Even Gue Moyen cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Jun. The doldrums are incredibly dangerous, filled with numerous Sea Kings, and it seems we can hardly navigate through. Misoga frowned, expressing his concerns. Have you forgotten? I had you buy a lot of cola. This is precisely when it will come in handy. Just kidding. This is the Longting Wanli, a ship powered by cola. Zhang Jun's lips curled into a sly smile. Although he too had some doubts about the principle, he figured they could sail until the cola ran out. Furthermore, once they caught a powerful sea king, they could simply let it pull the ship away. Is that even possible? Misoga and Sierra were once again taken aback. However, since the propulsion aspect seemed sordid, Zhang Jun had likely considered everything else as well. As crew members, all they needed to do was cooperate. This was the shared sentiment of Sierra and Misoga, but Gue Moyen felt differently. My Great Blade is already thirsting for action. This was likely his inner thoughts. All right, we shall proceed as decided. I will fish a while longer. Zhang Jun, satisfied and full, wiped his mouth and strode toward the deck. System, fishing, he silently recited, continuing his fishing endeavor. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've obtained a dragon pulse fruit. Can evolve snake-type sea kings into dragon-type sea kings. An hour later, the system's voice echoed once more, revealing that he had caught yet another item related to sea kings. Good heavens, was this all calculated? It's like they're pushing me to capture a snake-type sea king. Zhang Jun couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Often he felt the system was guiding him. Yet he was reluctant to forsake its rewards. Well, whatever. This system is here to help me grow stronger. Why overthink it? Zhang Jun shrugged helplessly and resumed his fishing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've acquired the skill water manipulation. Can stand on water surface until stamina is depleted. Can easily control water. While fishing, Zhang Jun felt his mind settling into a tranquil silence, with time swiftly slipping away. Before long, the system's voice rang out once more. Wow, this skill is remarkable. Upon checking the skill details, Zhang Jun leaped up in joy. This skill consumed only 1/10 of the stamina required for the moon step, and also allowed for a rudimentary form of water manipulation. In an instant, an intriguing idea sparked in Zhang Jun's mind. With a flash, he appeared on the surface of the sea beside the Longting Wanli. His body stood firmly on the water, without a hint of instability. Yet, that was not the end. Zhang Jun then dashed in a particular direction like a torpedo, full of vigor. At this moment, only Zhang Jun was aware of the swirling masses of seawater gathering around him. The next moment, with a mere thought, countless bolts of lightning surged into the small mass of water. With a crash, the entire mass transformed into gas, propelled away by a swift kick from Zhang Jun. Simultaneously, a bolt of lightning shot towards that gaseous cloud. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued as lightning collided with gas, sending a vast spray of seawater flying. An electrolytic water bomb, as Zhang Jun shouted. The crew aboard the Longting Wanli gazed at him in astonishment. This electrolytic water bomb had been a concept Zhang Jun had contemplated long ago. However, previously, even though he could electrolyze water, he struggled to control the range and achieve an appropriate explosion. But with this rudimentary water manipulation, Zhang Jun could command both water and the gases produced from its electrolysis, enabling him to realize his idea effectively. Unfortunately, the water manipulation ability was not sufficiently powerful. Otherwise, the explosion would have been astonishingly potent. Nonetheless, it was adequate for the time being. Zhang Jun returned to the ship under the astonished gazes of the three. The concept of electrolytic water was indeed documented in this somewhat modern world of pirates. However, no one had ever managed to execute it without external assistance, hence their surprise. Boss, you're becoming increasingly extraordinary. Ah, charge, Misogai, in a daze, exclaimed before retrieving a weather stick and rushing to his cabin to begin training. Brother Jun, you are simply amazing. Sierra gazed at Zhang Jun with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Gamoyan cast a glance filled with combat spirit at Zhang Jun. Then, as if recalling something, leaped to the top of the mast. Brandishing his soul-controlling ghost blade, after finally dispatching Sierra, Zhang Jun restrained his joy and resumed fishing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a large piece of sea floor stone 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 combat points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a tiger whip 1. Initially, Zhang Jun was satisfied with his catches. However, upon hearing the last item, he was so startled that he hurriedly tossed it into the sea. Zhang Jun glanced around and, relieved to find no one paying attention, breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly did not want to be misunderstood in any strange way. Boss, up ahead is the doldrums. Just then, Misogai shouted as he ran towards Zhang Jun. Have we really reached the doldrums? Zhang Jun paused, looking forward from the bow of the ship. Indeed, not far ahead, the sea lay in eerie silence, entirely embodying the phrase calm seas. The doldrums were deadly for nearly all pirate ships since most relied on wind for propulsion and could neither sail nor escape the attacks of sea kings. Only Navy ships, equipped with their own power, could navigate these waters smoothly, especially with seafloor stone to ward off sea kings. With this in mind, Zhang Jun recalled the large piece of seafloor stone he had caught earlier, which he had thoughtlessly stored in the system space. It seemed that the seafloor stone would prove invaluable in the doldrums. Switch to powered navigation. At Zhang Jun's signal, Misogai shouted to the cabin. Moments later, 2 air vents emerged from the stern of the Longting Wanli, releasing jets of gas, propelling the ship into the doldrums. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention that the Longting Wanli has a ship spirit that follows Misogai's commands to navigate. Turning around, Zhang Jun was met with a pair of bewildered red eyes, and he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "A ship spirit?" Indeed, even the typically aloof Gamoyan gasped at the mention of those words. "All right, everyone, prepare for battle. We are entering the doldrums." With a vigorous motion, Zhang Jun rallied the 4 on board to their positions, ready for action. Gamoyan stood at the prow, dual blades poised, gazing ahead. Misogai, armed with his weather stick, anxiously scanned the left side from the deck. Sierra, on the right, held a fragrance pouch, occasionally sprinkling powder into the sea. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, gripping the hilt of his blade, stood atop the mast. The Longting Wanli glided slowly through the doldrums, appearing deceptively serene on the surface. Yet Zhang Jun could vaguely sense a malevolent presence lurking beneath the ship. Roar. Finally, after several minutes, the source of this malice could no longer contain itself and burst forth from the depths. It was a peculiar creature, resembling a ribbon fish with a menacing visage and a massive form. Indeed, a sea king. Humph! The sea king appeared directly in front of Gamoyan, who snorted disdainfully, his eyes flashing red as he leaped to deliver a blow to the sea king's head. With a splash, the severed sea king fell into the sea, blood gushing forth. "Not bad. Ice cube face," Misogai cheered, visibly relaxing, thinking the sea kings were not so formidable after all. "Stay alert. A wave of monsters is about to descend." Zhang Jun shook his head, declaring loudly. The sea king that had just emerged boasted over 500 combat points. This meant that even Misogai, with his combat power barely exceeding 600, was not far behind. Naturally, Sierra, with only over 200 combat points, was in even greater peril. Zhang Jun cast a worried glance at Sierra. Although her poison and medical skills had advanced rapidly, her combat prowess remained woefully inadequate. Shaking his head, Zhang Jun resumed vigilance over their surroundings. He noticed that with the defeat of the Sea King, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The malevolent energy intensified and became increasingly agitated. "Here they come." After a few more minutes, Zhang Jun felt a stirring in his heart and drew his lightning blood. Roar! Hiss! In an instant, 4 sea kings surged forth from the water, each boasting combat power nearing 800. Among them, one serpentine sea king stood out, its body gleaming white with striking blue eyes that shone brilliantly. Its elongated form, even with glistening fangs, appeared quite beautiful. "This is the one." Zhang Jun's eyes lit up. Thoroughly pleased with its appearance, he swiftly moved beside Gamoyan, signaling him to take on the other sea kings. Indeed, this serpentine sea king emerged directly in front of the Longting Wanli, seemingly the leader of the 4. With a combat power of 830. However, they were merely small fry. Zhang Jun smiled confidently, and in an instant, a torrent of lightning enveloped the serpentine sea king. Panic flickered in its eyes as it realized the true strength of the crew, far surpassing what it had assumed when it thought the strongest among them was the one who had slain its subordinate. Hiss! Sensing the dense aura of lightning surrounding it, the Sea King roared loudly, attempting to retreat with its remaining allies. Roar! Just as it resolved to withstand the lightning, a piercing cry echoed. Turning its head, it beheld its most trusted lionhead Sea King being cleaved in two by the menacing figure. Another was engaged in combat with a human wielding a staff, while yet another inexplicably retreated towards the depths. What in the world is happening? This was the Serpentine Sea King's genuine thought. Easy now, don't panic. My companions are not as simple as you think. Allow me to render you unconscious. Zhang Jun noticed the situation unfolding, and with the enhancement of the moon step, he approached the Serpentine Sea King with a sinister grin. Hiss, stay back. The Serpentine Sea King was in a state of alarm. Thunder Prison Shadow Kill Formation. Zhang Jun let out a playful roar, invoking a fearsome name for his technique, as a torrent of crackling lightning surged into the Serpentine Sea King's form. Crackle, crackle. Arcs of electricity danced around, causing the Serpentine Sea King to feel an overwhelming paralysis and an excruciating pain that surged through its head. It fell unconscious with a sense of honor. Excellent. Go forth, Pockball. Zhang Jun stroked his chin, satisfied with his masterpiece, then summoned the Sea King's Pockball from the system, capturing the dazed Serpentine Sea King within it. The Sea King was unable to resist. Effortlessly subdued by Zhang Jun. After securing the Pockball, Zhang Jun leaped back onto the ship. Thus, the 4 Sea Kings that had attacked them, one dead, one escaped, one entangled in battle with Misoga, and the last captured by Zhang Jun, had their threat effortlessly neutralized by these 4 individuals. A feat that was astonishing to behold. Misoga, give it your all. Defeated. Zhang Jun, from somewhere, procured a chair and sat at a distance, taking a bite from an apple while calling out loudly. Phew, this is tough. Boss. Misoga, wielding the weather staff with vigor, struggled to speak as he fought. Now that all battles had concluded, he found himself alone in combat, his sense of urgency mounting. I say, is that devil fruit of yours merely for show? Zhang Jun shook his head. Throughout their journey, Misoga's devil fruit had indeed facilitated their navigation aboard the Longting Wanli. For instance, when dense fog enveloped them, he could disperse the mist, preventing the ship from running aground. Or during a tempest, he could maintain calm waters around Longting Wanli. However, he rarely utilized his devil fruit in combat. This was also why Zhang Jun signaled Xia Er not to assist Misoga. Everyone needed to progress, so they could become the mightiest pirate crew. Weather fruit? Misoga muttered mid-battle, his mind racing. Roar! The panicked Sea King opposite him bellowed, preparing for a final assault. Tempest! Inspired, Misoga shouted, and a fierce wind erupted from behind him. Simultaneously, he dashed toward the Sea King, his weather staff descending upon it with the might of wind and thunder. Bang! A tremendous thud resounded as Misoga struck the Sea King's head, causing it to roll its eyes and collapse into the ocean. Well done! Impressive, not bad, the 3 exclaimed in unison from behind Misoga. Of course, I am the esteemed Misoga, he declared, brandishing the weather staff with pride. Enough of this. Xia rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Hey, aren't you curious about that Serpentine Sea King? At that moment, Zhang Jun remarked mysteriously. Right, boss, I just caught a glimpse of that Sea King vanishing into thin air. Misoga wiped the sweat from his forehead. Astonished. No. I saw Brother Jun capture it within some magical object. I was just curious and almost forgot. Xia instantly turned around. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Zhang Jun. Meanwhile, Gui Moyan furrowed his brow, pondering the matter. All right, follow me. Zhang Jun smiled gently, leading the 3 to the ship's edge. You shall be named, Little Serpent. Zhang Jun bellowed, tossing the red and white Pockball into the air. In a flash of light, a massive Serpentine Sea King emerged, splashing down into the sea. Hiss, hiss. The Serpentine Sea King stood gently in the water, its gaze filled with a hint of resentment directed at Zhang Jun. What a ridiculous name. Little Serpent, what on earth is that? The Sea King expressed its profound fatigue. Wow, how marvelous, Xia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the Sea King. She had always adored these peculiar creatures. And this Serpentine Sea King was strikingly beautiful. And that's just the beginning. There's even more to astonish you, Zhang Jun said enigmatically. System, retrieve the dragon vein fruit. With a thought, a vibrant red fruit appeared in Zhang Jun's hand. Adorned with winding dragon patterns, resembling a devil fruit, but with an entirely different aura. Hiss, hiss. The moment the dragon vein fruit appeared, the Serpentine Sea King became agitated, were it not for its bond with its master. It might have gone berserk. All right, don't rush. Here you go. Zhang Jun flicked his wrist, and the dragon vein fruit landed securely in the Sea King's gaping jaws. Boss, what kind of fruit is that? It looks quite similar to a devil fruit. It won't make it unable to swim, will it? Misoga inquired, puzzled. If a Sea King couldn't swim, it's not a devil fruit. Just watch, the transformation is about to begin. Zhang Jun chuckled, shaking his head. Just then, the transformation commenced. The Serpentine Sea King turned a vibrant crimson, resembling molten iron. Its body thrashed in the sea, creating towering waves. Retreat, Zhang Jun commanded, and the Longting Wanli immediately distanced itself from the Sea King. At that moment, the Sea King's struggles intensified. Its piercing cries echoed throughout the calm belt. A layer of skin began to shed from its form as it writhed. Its abdomen bulged as a pair of protrusions grew larger, and a sharp horn emerged from its forehead, elongating further. An indescribable aura radiated from it, causing deep-sea creatures to tremble and flee in haste upon sensing this power. As time ticked by, its transformation neared completion. The skin had almost completely shed, its once snow-white body now gleaming silver-dotted golden. Pointed horn shimmered brightly at its forehead. Its claws, now razor-sharp, glinted menacingly, while long whiskers floated in the wind. A flood dragon. Xia Er and Misoga gasped in unison, and Gue Moyen also appeared astonished. Roar. As the last remnants of its skin fell away, a thunderous roar filled the air. The silver dragon soared into the sky. Spiraling gracefully, once a dragon, now a flood dragon soaring through the skies. From now on, your name shall be Flood Dragon Roar, Zhang Jun declared, hands clasped behind his back. Roar. The flood dragon Roar's eyes sparkled as it bellowed in acceptance of its new name. All right, enough play. Come down. Zhang Jun nodded, commanding. With a splash, the flood dragon Roar descended into the sea, sending a massive wave crashing down toward Zhang Jun. Childish. Zhang Jun waved away the wave with disdain. Your task is to pull the ship, ensuring no other Sea Kings cause trouble. Understood? Zhang Jun said with a smile. Roar. Though the flood dragon Roar was somewhat displeased with the task of pulling the ship, it nodded confidently. Originally, Zhang Jun had contemplated utilizing the large piece of sea stone, but it now seemed unnecessary. As the flood dragon Roar sank into the depths to begin its duty, Misoga, Xia Er, and Gue Moyen finally regained their senses. Brother Jun, what just happened? What did you feed it? How did it transform into a flood dragon? And how did you make it so obedient? Is it because of that strange ball? In an instant, Xia Er bombarded Zhang Jun with a flurry of questions, leaving him momentarily perplexed about which inquiry to address first. Oh dear, Xia Er, why ask so many questions at once? The boss surely has his secrets. Just as Zhang Jun felt overwhelmed, Misoga immediately interjected. Zhang Jun nodded appreciatively. Indeed, he found it difficult to explain, for the system was a peculiar matter, and exposing it to the wrong ears could spell disaster. As it was a secret, there was no need for elaboration. Gue Moyen also chimed in, subtly agreeing with Misoga's sentiment. All right, I won't pry, Xia Er pouted, then smiled. This is undeniably a challenging secret to explain, but just remember, regardless of the seemingly absurd things I do, it will never jeopardize the bond we share. Zhang Jun spoke with unwavering resolve, stirring a profound sense of emotion among the three companions. Subsequently, with Zhao Hodian propelling the vessel forward, the Longting Wanli ship steadily navigated through the windless zone towards the inverted mountain. Before long, the Longting Wanli emerged from the calm seas, allowing Zhao Hodian to cease its efforts in towing the ship. Instead, it frolicked beneath the waves, creating turbulence while shadowing the Longting Wanli from a distance. Stop the ship. Just as the trio was savoring their time, a thunderous voice boomed. Following the direction of the dragon's head, they beheld a small boat halting before the Longting Wanli. Upon it stood a figure clad in black with a conical hat, each hand wielding a massive hammer. Hey, who are you? Misoga shouted boldly from the bow of the ship. Upon hearing Misoga's call, the man lifted his head. What the hell? Upon sighting the man's face, Misoga instinctively recoiled 2 steps in fright. What is wrong? Is he famous? Zhang Jun queried. His curiosity piqued as he leaned forward to catch a glimpse of the man. Goodness, what an ugly sight. Zhang Jun gasped in disbelief as he beheld the man's visage. How dare you insult my grandfather, Satak? The man below, his face a stormy shade, instinctively lowered his hat and, with a thunderous roar, propelled himself into the sky. The small boat beneath him shattered into pieces under the force of his sudden ascent. Behold the hammer. Satak swung the gargantuan hammer towards Zhang Jun. A battle power of 920? Zhang Jun's heart stirred. This adversary was formidable, yet ultimately not a cause for concern. After all, his own battle power had already reached 1,090 points. In a flash of lightning, a shrill cry of a bird echoed through the heavens. Thunder release. 1,000 birds. In the blink of an eye, the wild dance of lightning collided with the descending hammer. A blinding white light compelled Gue Moy and the others to involuntarily shut their eyes. With a tremendous crash, the trio quickly reopened their eyes. Zhang Jun stood at a distance, his hands trembling slightly. Leaving a faint scratch on the deck beneath his feet, it is worth noting that this vessel was crafted from the great tree atom, which they usually found nearly indestructible. The fact that it bore a scratch this time was astonishing. The force was likely akin to that of a cannonball. Opposite Zhang Jun, a charred, disheveled man clutched his lower body, his form twitching sporadically. His conical hat and clothing had been reduced to ashes amidst the fierce lightning. "My eyes, you scoundrel!" Hill shrieked, turning away with her hands covering her face. "Damn it, Zhang Jun, the Thunderer, lives up to his name. It seems I have met my match this time, whether to kill or spare. I leave it to your discretion." Satak's face flushed as he declared loudly, "Oh, you know who I am. Are you targeting me?" Zhang Jun seized upon the crux of the matter in an instant. "Indeed, your bounty has reached a staggering 60 million. Among the pirate hunters, the strongest are frantically seeking your whereabouts throughout the East Sea. I never anticipated crossing paths with you. Regrettably, my strength falls short. Otherwise, I could claim that 60 million for myself." Satak trailed off. "Wow, boss, your bounty has increased again," Misoga exclaimed, flailing his arms excitedly. "It seems to be a result of defeating Colonel Smoker." Zhang Jun replied with a faint smile. "Deeming it a mere routine, yet you seek to kill me. How shall I respond to that?" Zhang Jun's hands crackled with electricity as he slowly approached Satak, a wicked grin plastered across his face. Wait. At that moment, another small boat approached from the distance that a few seemingly honest middle-aged men and a kindly old man occupied its deck. The previous shout had originated from the old man. "My lord, please bypass Satak. He is only doing this for our sake." As the boat drew near, the old man and the middle-aged men knelt together. "Grandfather Dali, what are you doing?" "Hurry, flee," Satak exclaimed in a sudden panic. "No, I am not an evil man. You are making it seem as though we are bullying you." Zhang Jun sighed, glancing at the impassive Gui Moi beside him. At that moment, he envied Gui Moi's ability to remain unfazed by such matters. "Enough. First, put on some clothes and explain what is happening." Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, retrieving a set of clothing from the system and tossing it towards Satak. Satak, slightly taken aback, complied and donned the garments. A few minutes later, Zhang Jun and his group sat facing Satak and his companions. "You are undoubtedly a pirate hunter, correct? What is their situation?" Zhang Jun sipped his tea, cutting straight to the point. "Indeed, I am a pirate hunter. However, I am a pirate hunter from Daga village." A tender gaze graced Satak's eyes as he glanced at Dali and the others. "There's a story here. I want to hear it." Hill eagerly shifted closer, ready for the tale. "Very well. I shall share my story, and I hope that upon its conclusion, you will allow Grandfather Dali and the others to go free. I will submit to whatever fate you deem fit." Satak's eyes gleamed with hope. Dali and the others attempted to interject, but were silenced by Satak. "Agreed." Zhang Jun replied curtly. He could easily discern that Satak harbored secrets, yet he had come with the intent to kill him. Regardless of any underlying tales, they were not an excuse. He must face adequate punishment. However, letting Dali and his group go was a minor concession. Satak sighed, his gaze drifting far into the horizon. "I am an orphan. Taken in by Grandfather Dali before I could even remember. He treated me well, never differentiating between me and his other 3 grandchildren." As he spoke, a look of gratitude crossed Satak's face as he regarded Dali. "I once believed that my life would continue blissfully in this manner. However, fate ultimately intervened. According to Satak, during his childhood, he possessed fair skin and striking features, making him the most beloved child in the village. Anyone who encountered him would gently pinch his cheeks, exclaiming, 'What a darling!' However, in the year he turned 8, a peculiar stranger arrived in the village. Upon encountering Satak, the stranger's eyes sparkled with a greedy emerald light that he surreptitiously administered a drug, rendering the entire Dali family unconscious. Stealthily, he carried Satak aboard a dilapidated vessel. When Satak eventually awoke, he found himself powerless, lying in a cage. The stranger stood nearby, cackling ominously. His gaze fixed intently upon Satak. As Satak regained full consciousness, the stranger produced a pitch-black vial from his cloak, mumbling incantations under his breath. He pried open Satak's mouth and forced a black pill inside. In an instant, Satak felt an overwhelming chill envelop him, as if he were trapped in an eternal ice cellar, the pill draining the last remnants of warmth from his being. Gradually, he became acutely aware of a searing pain radiating from his bones, as if they were fracturing and reconstructing incessantly. Writhing in agony on the ground, Satak ultimately expended his last ounce of strength. Yet, astonishingly, his mind remained unnaturally clear, capable of perceiving the faintest sensations. The pain magnified infinitely in his mind, and his throat, long since hoarse, could emit no sound. When the bone pain finally subsided, he was suddenly beset by a fierce burning sensation on his face, as if the heat previously absorbed by the black pill had concentrated entirely in that region. He could distinctly feel his face contorting as if it were a plastic bag exposed to extreme temperatures, transforming from fair to a deep, dark hue, marred by a network of grotesque fissures. As the tumult finally subsided, the stranger, who had momentarily departed, returned to the decrepit ship, gazing in astonishment at the now hideously disfigured Satak, muttering disbelief at his apparent failure, in a fit of rage and humiliation. He let out a strange, thunderous roar and stormed out. Moments later, in the terror-stricken eyes of Satak, the bloodied stranger approached the cage, grinning malevolently. He actually unlocked the cage. The singular thought raced through Satak's mind. Oblivious to when the stranger had left, dragging his weary body, Satak stepped into the cacophony of wailing in the village. "Monster, it must be your doing." Suddenly, his once caring Uncle Dolly, for reasons unknown, charged at Satak. His eyes ablaze with fury. Overwhelmed by fear, Satak collapsed to the ground, unable to bear it any longer, and broke down in tears. His hoarse cries echoed with despair. Yet the frenzied villagers did not advance. "Xiaoku, Xiaoku." At that moment, the lifeless-eyed village chief, Dolly, gasped in recognition. Having known Satak for years, he could not help but identify him despite his disfigurement. Tears streamed down Dolly's face as he beheld the transformed Satak. Satak had once believed that time would heal all wounds, comforted by the presence of his beloved grandfather. Yet, fate proved unkind. The children of the Dolly family had all been brutally slain, and in the anguish of losing his children, Dolly's offspring twisted their hearts, demanding that Satak leave their home. However, humanity often reveals its warmth. From that moment onward, while Satak lost his previously serene and joyful life, the villagers never displayed disdain or hatred towards him. Instead, each household contributed to ensure that Satak could grow up free from worries. Though he dined in various homes each day, they all bestowed upon him a warmth that gradually mended his shattered heart. Unfortunately, such bliss was not to last. Approximately 3 years later, a band of marauding pirates emerged, wreaking havoc near the village. They frequently raided, causing chaos, and deliberately sought out the ugly monster Satak, taking pleasure in tormenting him. As days turned into weeks, life in the village grew increasingly arduous, and Satak's resentment festered at last. One fateful day, when he found himself once again trampled underfoot, an immense power erupted from within him, annihilating the pirates in mere moments. Yet, in his loss of reason, he did not cease there. He rampaged through the village, destroying countless buildings and farmlands, even injuring many villagers. When clarity returned to Satak, he felt unworthy to remain, embarking on the path of a pirate hunter fueled by an unquenchable hatred for the marauders. Each year, he hunted numerous pirates, dedicating his spoils entirely to Dolly. Eventually, he encountered Zhang Jun and his companions. "Brother Jun, he is so pitiful," sobbed Sierra, tears streaming down her face after hearing Satak's tale. "I do not care about your past. Since he wishes to kill me, I cannot be so merciful as to spare Satak. However, you all are outsiders and may leave at any time." Zhang Jun frowned. Finding Satak's situation quite troubling, he shook his head and addressed Dolly and the others. Thank you, Satak exclaimed, wiping away his tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, for Satak, these villagers might just represent the last bastion of purity in a corrupted world. "Satak, how about you pledge to become my subordinate? You shall gather strength in preparation for the day you can assist me with all your might," Zhang Jun proposed. Shifting his gaze, he had no desire to be perceived as a villain, and this punishment seemed fitting. "Very well. I, Satak, swear to follow you henceforth." Without a moment's hesitation, Satak's face, once marred by ugliness, now radiated with joy. Clearly, he cared little for his own life. Rather, his concern lay solely with the villagers. As long as he drew breath, he could protect them. Perhaps, on the day he was tormented, his heart had perished, and the villagers' kindness became his new heart, sustaining him. This was likely the reason for his immediate agreement. After Zhang Jun imparted some advice to Satak, he bid him farewell. He did not wish for Satak to commit any misdeeds under his name, which could lead to animosity against him. He also specifically instructed Satak to surround himself with individuals of good character, emphasizing quality over quantity. Otherwise, when Zhang Jun called upon his followers, a motley crew of misfits might answer. Watching Satak depart, Zhang Jun felt a flicker of anticipation, envisioning himself as a pirate lord commanding thousands. Brother Jun, you are so kind. If it were me, even knowing Satak is pitiable, I would surely make him taste the poison I wield if he sought my life. Sierra chimed in playfully, skipping over to Zhang Jun upon hearing her words. Zhang Jun involuntarily shivered. This little witch, ahem, Sierra, one must possess a heart of tolerance. One cannot simply resort to poison at the drop of a hat. Zhang Jun advised earnestly. Yet, Sierra merely responded with a dismissive "oh" before bouncing away. Her past experiences continued to cast a shadow over her. Zhang Jun sighed inwardly, wishing for Sierra to release her inner darkness and truly become a bright and cheerful girl. Captain, there's a trading ship ahead. Suddenly, Misoga shouted at Zhang Jun. Following Misoga's pointed finger, they beheld an enormous vessel anchored in the sea, surrounded by various ships, including several pirate vessels. Misoga, what is a trading ship? Zhang Jun inquired, intrigued. Captain, have you been living under a rock? Misoga exclaimed, leaping before Zhang Jun with a mischievous grin. Enough of your nonsense. Just tell me. Zhang Jun rolled his eyes, finding the boy increasingly unruly. All right, Captain, you really do have a short memory. Ahem, trading ships are rare but bring with them a wealth of treasures, including devil fruits. Each time a trading ship appears, many people flock to it. Everyone brings their own treasures to exchange for items they desire. Misoga provided a brief explanation regarding the function of the trading ship, which took Zhang Jun by surprise. He could not recall such an entity existing in the original work. Could it be that the world of One Piece he had traversed to was somewhat different? Shaking his head, Zhang Jun dismissed the thought of differences, as he was not particularly concerned. Let us go take a look. With a grand gesture, Zhang Jun led Sierra and the others towards the trading vessel. Why two people? Because Gamoyan had absolutely no interest in such matters, spending his days merely standing atop the mast wielding his sword. As the trio drew nearer, the number of surrounding ships increased significantly. Almost every vessel flaunted a pirate flag, with only a scant few lacking any insignia. Who were these impoverished souls rowing over in a small boat? Just as they prepared to board, a burly man with a beard scoffed at them. Zhang Jun cast a sidelong glance and unleashed a palm thunder towards the man. These dim-witted individuals always seemed to revel in seeking trouble. With a crackling sound, the palm thunder accurately struck the man's head, momentarily illuminating the scene with a flash of electricity. In an instant, the light faded, leaving a charred-headed figure twitching on the ground. Impressive. This fellow is quite formidable. What was that? Lightning. Immediately, chaos erupted around them. Hey, where did this brat come from? How dare you harm my second brother? Suddenly, a booming voice resonated. The crowd parted, revealing a bald man towering at nearly 3 meters, wielding a large sword. Liu Jishan? Zhang Jun muttered, the man's demeanor and appearance oddly reminiscent of the legendary figure who uprooted willows. What Liu Jishan? My name remains unchanged. It is Horlupu. To Zhang Jun's surprise, the hulking man had keen hearing. He swung his sword and thumped his chest, declaring, Horlupu, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 10 million. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and people instinctively took a step back. Huh? Who is this nameless fool? Are you not aware that your so-called second brother is merely seeking trouble? A glimmer of disdain crossed Zhang Jun's eyes. A bounty of 10 million and a combat power of 500. What a pathetic creature seeking confrontation. Hey, this little brat actually dares to look down on Lord Horlupu. State your name quickly. I do not slay nameless wretches. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's words, Horlupu's face flushed with anger, and he struggled to contain his rage. He hesitated to provoke this unknown individual, for after all, a single bolt of lightning had incapacitated his second brother. Speaking of lightning, a certain individual crossed his mind, but he quickly shook his head. That person looked far more mature. Whatever, I can't be bothered to waste time with you. My name is Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun rubbed his temples. What? In unison, the crowd gasped, staring at Zhang Jun in disbelief. This name was renowned. In the East Sea, No one was unaware of the notorious lightning master, Zhang Jun. It was said that he had defeated the largest pirate crew in the East Sea, taken down a naval lieutenant, and vanquished a naval colonel. His bounty was twice that of the second-rate straw hat brat. Gulp. You must be lying. Hora Lupu swallowed hard, incredulity evident in his voice. Alas, thunder comes, with a deep sigh. Zhang Jun bellowed, in an instant. Arcs of lightning surged from his being, crackling and swirling, darkening the sky as if thunder itself was rumbling ominously. I was wrong. My lord, please forgive my transgressions, spare me. Faced with this display, Hora Lupu instantly capitulated, feeling as if a mere spark could spell his doom. Get lost, don't bother us. Misoga interjected upon noticing Zhang Jun's expression shift. What a teachable child. Zhang Jun silently nodded. Such tasks were beneath him. Yes, we'll leave this instant. Hora Lupu, disregarding his pride, hastily lifted his brother and fled. Truly, the lightning master Zhang Jun, remarkable. The admiration from the crowd elicited little response from Zhang Jun. His heart had been tempered in the realm of illusions. Meanwhile, Sierra and the others wore expressions of pride, as if the accolades were directed at them. These people were certainly making a mountain out of a molehill. Stepping out of the throng, Zhang Jun remarked dismissively. Ha, brother Jun, you are truly entertaining. Sierra burst into laughter, noting how Zhang Jun had transformed from nonchalance to haughty pride in an instant, finding it quite amusing. All right, boss, let us hurry and see if there are any treasures. Misoga, feeling a tinge of jealousy, promptly interrupted. Thus, the trio advanced towards the trading hub, under the awed and fearful gazes of the onlookers. The ship was remarkably large, its deck expansive enough to rival a small town. Several pathways branched off, each adorned with a sign. After some contemplation, Zhang Jun and his companions ventured down the path marked for curiosities. They strolled further. The area opened up to reveal an outdoor market filled with a myriad of stalls. Thick glass encased the space, with other sections visible beyond. Viewed from above, the structure resembled a honeycomb, with each compartment accessible via a pathway. You must be the illustrious lightning master, Zhang Jun. I have long wished to meet you in person. While the trio observed their surroundings, a voluptuous woman clad in red approached them. Hello there, beautiful. This is my elder brother. Just as Zhang Jun was about to respond, Misoga seized the opportunity to grasp the woman's outstretched hand. This kid. Indeed, I am Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun replied with a wry smile and a nod. Well, what a pleasure to meet you. The woman slightly furrowed her brow as she withdrew her hand, then laughed playfully. Do you have something to say? Sierra, clearly displeased, crossed her arms and looked up at the woman. What an adorable little sister. Are you the lightning master's girlfriend? The enchanting woman playfully pinched Sierra's cheek, her large eyes twinkling mischievously. Sierra's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot the woman a glare, then lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing while casting furtive glances at Zhang Jun. Miss, I believe you are mistaken. Sierra is my sister. Furthermore, if you have something to discuss, why not be direct? Are you too shy to even introduce yourself? Zhang Jun affectionately ruffled Sierra's hair, deliberately ignoring her disappointed gaze, then exuded an imposing aura as he fixed his gaze on the alluring woman. Oh dear, I was too hasty. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Yi Shangxue, and I simply wish to make the acquaintance of the renowned lightning master. Zhang Jun. By the way, I also have a small stall where I trade some trinkets. I wonder if you might be interested? The captivating woman apologized and gestured towards a stall. This woman possessed an extraordinary aura. Every smile and frown exuded a certain charm. All right, let us take a look, Zhang Jun decided after a brief contemplation. After all, they were there to explore curiosities, and visiting her stall would be just as good. However, Zhang Jun couldn't shake the feeling that this woman was somewhat peculiar. Inexplicably, he felt no stirring in his heart despite her beauty. Upon reaching the woman's stall, Zhang Jun inspected the items on display. He found them rather peculiar. A rusted, half-broken sword, oddly shaped apples, and various shells. Yet, the item that captured his attention the most was a bird. This bird had a large beak, an oval head, and a round body. Most intriguingly, its head was perpetually tilted in one direction. What is this? Zhang Jun inquired, pointing at the bird. Oh, this bird. I stumbled upon it by chance and captured it because it looked so unusual. It doesn't possess any extraordinary traits, except that its head always points south. Mi Shangxue casually explained. A guiding bird. Zhang Jun's thoughts raced. While this bird might hold little value in the South Sea, it could prove invaluable in the Grand Line. However, it is rather strange. Zhang Jun distinctly remembers that this type of bird only appears on Gaia Island. How could it possibly be found beyond the Grand Line? Oh, by the way, I discovered these shells in its beak. Suddenly, Mi Xiangxue seemed to recall something, pointing at the shells as she spoke. Zhang Jun's heart stirred. Could they be Sky Island shells? It is indeed rather peculiar. I find myself in need of a pet. Miss Me, what price would you consider for these shells and the bird? Zhang Jun feigned a casual tone as he spoke. Very well, these aren't anything from before. I merely seek something novel. How about this? You give me 100 berry, and all of this will belong to you. Mi Xiangxue cast a flirtatious glance at Zhang Jun. Then thank you. Here you go, for reasons unknown. As he gazed at the enchanting Mi Xiangxue, Zhang Jun couldn't help but shudder, handing over 100 berry. The transaction was swiftly concluded, with Mi Suojia carrying the cage containing the guide bird and Sierra amusing herself with the shells. Thank you. Miss Me, we shall now explore elsewhere, Zhang Jun said with a slight smile, maintaining his politeness. Certainly. However, I shall be preparing a banquet at Wangjiangju shortly. I hope you all will honor me with your presence. Mi Xiangxue nodded and added. For some reason, she cast a glance at Sierra, though it seemed only Zhang Jun noticed. Absolutely. We will definitely come, Mi Suojia eagerly chimed in, his gaze fixed on Mi Xiangxue. Very well, I shall not disturb you any further, Zhang Jun replied, though secretly he relished the thought of enjoying a complimentary meal. Confident in his abilities and with Sierra by his side, he felt little concern about any potential treachery. Securing a delightful meal while befriending a beautiful woman seemed quite appealing, even if this beauty did exude an odd aura. After resolving his thoughts, Zhang Jun set aside his worries and began to leisurely stroll with Mi Suojia. The trio explored various areas beyond the strange objects zone. Zhang Jun and Mi Suojia did not purchase much, while Sierra amassed quite a collection, beautiful accessories, snacks, and peculiar garments, a veritable treasure trove. Fortunately, Zhang Jun found a discreet spot to stow the items within his system. Otherwise, he and Mi Suojia might have lost their way entirely. Boss, look at this scabbard. I think it would suit the Ice Mountain Man perfectly. Mi Suojia pointed at a pitch-black scabbard, despite the varying titles he used for Gui Moyen. They all conveyed the same sentiment. Gui Moyen was far too cold. The scabbard was indeed impressive, and even Sierra admired its aesthetics. Thus, Zhang Jun purchased this final item, concluding their leisurely outing as twilight fell. A young attendant approached Zhang Jun and his companions, guiding them toward Wangjiangju. This revelation surprised them. Clearly, Mi Xiangxue possessed considerable influence. Wangjiangju was a 5-story building situated at the center of the trading ship. Under the night sky, it was ablaze with light. Numerous patrons dined within, creating a lively atmosphere. Occasionally, drunken patrons caused a commotion, only to be swiftly escorted out by well-trained staff. Zhang Jun observed that these enforcers shared a similar combat prowess, each boasting over 600 points. Indeed, a formidable presence in the East Sea. One wonders where this trading ship had acquired such strength. Lord Thunderer has finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence. As soon as they entered Wangjiangju, Mi Xiangxue greeted them warmly. Under the soft orange glow, her exquisite features and alluring figure swayed enticingly. Mi Suojia could not help but swallow hard. Zhang Jun promptly slapped his shoulder. Rousing him from his daze, Mi Suojia scratched his head, grinning silently. Yet he couldn't resist stealing glances at Mi Xiangxue, eliciting soft giggles from her as she led them to a private room on the top floor. The view from this room was breathtaking. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, one could gaze upon a sky full of stars. To Zhang Jun's surprise, he could see the distant silhouette of the Lonting Wanli ship. With his keen eyesight, he could even discern a figure wielding a sword atop the mast. Zhang Jun understood that Gui Moyen's presence aboard was also a means of guarding the ship. Given the multitude of pirates lurking in the vicinity, as he shifted his gaze back to the private room, Mi Xiangxue announced, Lord Thunderer, I have prepared the Hime wine. I trust you will enjoy it tonight. A feast of freshly prepared dishes was gradually set before them. Mi Xiangxue retrieved a plum-colored bottle from a nearby cabinet, pouring several glasses of wine. Instantly, the room was filled with the enticing aroma of the drink. Irresistible to anyone present, the Hime wine. Zhang Jun noticed Sierra's lack of response, his heart settling as he inhaled the fragrant scent and spoke slowly. This is fine wine, rare to find in the South Sea. Mi Xiangxue raised her glass, inviting everyone to join her in a toast. Ding! Quest triggered. Rescue Sierra. Reward. Common bait 5. Just as Zhang Jun was about to lift his glass and down it in one go, the system's voice fell upon him like a bucket of cold water. Indeed, something was amiss. Zhang Jun's heart raced as he discreetly scrutinized Mi Xiangxue. As he suspected, she frequently cast glances at Sierra, her eyes brimming with avarice. Humph! With a cold snort in his heart, Zhang Jun concocted a plan. Come, let us drink. Raising his glass high, Zhang Jun proclaimed loudly, and without hesitation, he gulped down the wine. Exquisite wine. A peculiar sensation surged through his mind, prompting Zhang Jun to exclaim. Seeing this, Sierra and Mi Suajiao wasted no time in following suit. Truly, this was the Long Jun pirate crew. Such forthrightness. Mi Xiangxue set her glass down, a playful smile gracing her lips. This is indeed fine wine. Just then, Mi Suajia and Sierra began to mutter, leaning over the table. Observing this, Zhang Jun mimicked their behavior, resting his head on the table. In truth, he had expelled the wine from his throat using lightning before it could settle. Nonetheless, the taste was delightful, and Zhang Jun couldn't resist smacking his lips. Such rubbish. Little Sierra, I know you excel in medicine. It doesn't matter if the wine is problematic. Ha! After all, it is merely wine, albeit with a stronger potency. Ha! Mi Xiangxue laughed heartily as she stood. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhang Jun sensed a gradual change in the quality of her voice, becoming increasingly coarse. Little Sierra, it's been years since we last met. The poison you once administered to me caused me no small amount of suffering. Squinting slightly, Zhang Jun peered through his narrowed eyes at the figure advancing towards Sierra. Just as the figure reached out a hand towards Sierra, Zhang Jun abruptly opened his eyes wide. Electricity, come, with a commanding shout. A torrent of lightning surged forth, instantly paralyzing Mi Xiangxue, rendering her immobile. What's happening? Zhang Jun gazed at the immobilized Mi Xiangxue, his eyes wide with disbelief. What had once been a stunning beauty now revealed itself as a pale-faced man, though his appearance was somewhat acceptable. It was unmistakably male. Ugh! Mi Xiangxue's eyes widened, and unable to utter a word, she was rendered speechless due to the paralysis. Uncertain of the circumstances, Zhang Jun decided it would be best for her to remain still. He approached Mi Suajia and Sierra, summoning 2 slender bolts of lightning. The electric current coursed through their bodies, quickly reviving them. It's you. How did you end up here? Upon regaining consciousness and seeing Mi Xiangxue, Sierra exclaimed in shock. What is happening? Where is Xiangxiang? Mi Suajia rubbed his temples, inquiring. Here, you're Xiangxiang. Zhang Jun chuckled wryly, gesturing toward the paralyzed Mi Xiangxue. What? Boss, you're joking. This is clearly a man. Misagega was just about to retort when he suddenly caught sight of Mixiangsu's attire and hairstyle, and he let out a despondent wail of despair. All right, enough of the antics. Hill, pray tell, who is he? Zhang Jun waved his hand dismissively, casually sitting down before continuing. He was originally a pirate, known by the name Mixiangsu. He possessed a somewhat effeminate appearance for a man, and upon hearing that name, I had my doubts. However, at that time, he was a woman. He initially had his sights set on my bounty and devised a plan to capture me. For reasons unknown, he later decided against selling me and instead treated me quite well. Gradually, I lowered my guard, and through our interactions, I came to regard him as a friend. But eventually, he revealed his true nature. He was merely lusting after my body. Hill recounted each word with grave intensity, as if transported back to those dark days. During that time, Hill felt utterly helpless. He was like a ray of light, providing Hill with hope. Yet, in the end, that light was extinguished, leading to even greater disappointment. Naturally, I was unwilling, and after a heated argument, he confined me. Later, in my desperate bid to escape, I poisoned him, believing I would never see him again. Hill's expression dimmed, the light in his eyes fading away. That guy. Misagega scoffed disdainfully at the immobile Mixiangsu. Hill, you have us now. Zhang Jun gently patted Hill's head, speaking tenderly. Well then, what about him? Hill's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded, gesturing towards Mixiangsu. This fellow must have consumed a devil fruit to transform his appearance. Zhang Jun, intrigued, scrutinized Mixiangsu, who, upon reverting to his original form, bore an uncanny resemblance to a vampire. However, he now understood why he felt no attraction to the transformed Mixiangsu. If you were to visit Peach Island, you would surely thrive. Zhang Jun remarked, observing the dazed Mixiangsu, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Upon seeing that smile, Mixiangsu felt a chill run down his spine. If he were to discover that Peach Island was a haven for transvestites, would he feel joy or fear? Yet, in truth, Zhang Jun held a fondness for such individuals, particularly Ivankov. All right, enough of this. Back to the ship. Zhang Jun waved his hand, instructing Misigega to take Mixiangsu through the window, while he carried Hill on his back. After all, Hill's combat prowess was somewhat lacking, and his speed was not particularly impressive. Zhang Jun believed that this way, Hill would not slow them down, but Hill did not share that sentiment. Brother Jun is so gentle. He feels so warm, Hill thought dreamily, her cheeks flushed with happiness. Their departure went unnoticed by anyone, perhaps due to Mixiangsu's prior orders that no matter what commotion ensued inside, they must not interfere. Meanwhile, Mixiangsu, being dragged along, was filled with regret. What a self-inflicted plight this is. We have returned. Swiftly, they raced back to the dragon soaring across the sky ship, where Zhang Jun called out to Gue Moyen, who was meditating at the mast. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward. Ordinary bait 5. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, indicating that they had truly escaped danger upon returning to the ship. What is going on? Gue Moyen inquired, jumping down, his curiosity piqued as he looked at Mixiangsu. I'll explain later. But first, take this. Zhang Jun retrieved a sword sheath from the system and handed it to Gue Moyen. Previously, he had kept the soul-commanding ghost blade in a makeshift bamboo sheath, which appeared rather pitiful. Thus, he had the idea to buy him this sheath. What a fine sheath, Gue Moyen remarked, gently caressing it. A look of gratitude reflected in his eyes. The subsequent events unfolded simply, as they brought Mixiangsu into a small dark room to deliberate on how to deal with him. Esteemed sirs, I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Why not just treat me as inconsequential and let me go? Mixiangsu, now free from paralysis, trembled as he spoke. Humph, if you have done something, do you believe I won't poison you again? This time, I assure you, you won't find a way to escape. Hill interjected, her displeasure evident as she stamped her foot in indignation. Now armed with such rare medical texts, she felt justified in making such claims. Oh dear, my dear lady, it's merely that I am too fond of you. Look, you poisoned and tormented me for so long, yet I didn't retaliate. Mixiangsu feigned a pitiful expression. Enough of your nonsense. Hill, you should possess that type of poison, the one that requires an antidote at regular intervals, correct? Zhang Jun kicked Mixiangsu away, exclaiming, this fellow certainly has a silver tongue. Ah, indeed. I do, Hill exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Jun's mind works so quickly. With that, Hill dashed back to her room, rummaging for a while before returning with a small porcelain vial. What is this? Misigega inquired curiously. This is the soul-severing pill. Ancient texts state that one must consume the antidote once a month. If one fails to do so, they will suffer unbearable torment, and if 3 months pass without remedy, they shall perish in endless agony. Hill toyed with the vial, gazing at the black pills within as if they were her own children. Everyone except Gue Moyen shuddered at the thought. What a witch! All right, Misigega, you administer it to him. And then prepare a year's supply of antidote. Zhang Jun patted Hill's head, bringing her back to reality, and handed the vial to Misigega. Come, take your medicine, Misigega declared loudly. Mixiangsu, horrified, recoiled and repeatedly muttered no. Even if you don't want to. You must. Misigega forcefully pried open Mixiangsu's mouth and shoved the pill inside. Help! Mixiangsu shrieked in terror, only to be taken aback. The room fell eerily silent, and suddenly, Mixiangsu's eyes bulged, veins protruding, and beads of sweat streamed down his face. A harrowing scream erupted, as if 1,000 blades were simultaneously carving into his flesh. Good heavens, this is truly terrifying. Misigega stole a glance at Hill, vowing never to provoke her again. Give him the antidote. Zhang Jun shook his head, signaling for Misigega to take the antidote from Hill and administer it to the writhing Mixiangsu. The antidote took effect swiftly, and soon Mixiangsu lay weakly on the ground. His screams subsiding, a hint of relief shining through his fatigued and lifeless eyes. Mixiangsu, you may attempt to seek others for the antidote. I am not concerned. However, as long as this poison remains unbroken, you must heed our commands. Do you understand? Zhang Jun proclaimed, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of menace that momentarily made Mixiangsu feel as though he had descended into hell. "Why, yes," he replied, mustering every ounce of strength. "Excellent. Next, you will accompany us to the Grand Line, then depart of your own volition that I need you to utilize your devil fruit powers to establish an intelligence network." Zhang Jun retracted his menacing demeanor, yet a natural air of authority emanated from him, as if everyone around him ought to regard him with respect. As for Zhang Jun's decision, it was a preparation for the future expansion of his own influence. Undeniably, this decision instilled a sense of admiration among Misagega and the others, for they believed their captain possessed a far-reaching vision and would undoubtedly go far. Understanding the situation, aside from Mitsai, everyone returned to their quarters. Content and ready for slumber, the Longting Wanli ship quietly embarked along its predetermined route, advancing steadily. The world of One Piece possesses a peculiar structure. The entire realm is spherical, intersected by the ring-shaped Red Earth continent and the ring-like Grand Line, which divides the seas into four cardinal directions. That on either side of the Grand Line lie the doldrums, devoid of wind yet teeming with sea kings. Typically, only vessels like naval ships, which possess their own propulsion and are embedded with sea prism stone, can traverse these waters with relative safety. All other pirates aspiring to enter the Grand Line and vie for the One Piece must approach via the Upside-Down Mountain, one of the intersections of the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line. The other intersection is Myriad, the headquarters of the world government. At this moment, Zhang Jun and his companions were gradually nearing the Upside-Down Mountain. "Esteemed adults, where exactly are we heading?" At that moment, all aboard the Longting Wanli gathered in the helm room, with Mitsai, bowing respectfully, having accepted the reality of being under control, inquiring obsequiously, "We are to enter the Grand Line. However, according to this nautical chart, the entrance is atop the mountain." Misoga, fixated on the chart, exclaimed in astonishment. "What? How can a ship ascend a mountain?" Hill was instantly startled, standing up to scrutinize the chart intently. "Hey, the helm is out of control." At that moment, the helmsman, Gue Moyen, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Calm down, everyone, that we indeed need to ascend the mountain. The current is flowing toward the Upside-Down Mountain, and it will serve as our impetus to rise. However, from here on, it relies on you, Misoga, that if we cannot smoothly enter that waterway, we may end up crashing into the Red Earth continent." Observing the situation, Zhang Jun promptly declared, "It seems this vessel has already caught the current." "Yes, Captain, leave it to me," Misoga replied confidently. "The Upside-Down Mountain is Winter Island, thus the current flows toward it, plunging upon encountering its rocky face. Only by locating that passage can we successfully reach the summit without shipwreck or loss of life." Hearing Zhang Jun's words, Misoga's eyes lit up, comprehending the matter at hand. "Brother Jun, you know so much," Hill exclaimed in admiration, her large eyes sparkling with wonder. "Haha, of course, your brother knows a great deal." As they were about to enter the Grand Line, Zhang Jun felt a sense of joy and chuckled. "I've never seen a ship climb a mountain," Hill exclaimed excitedly, bouncing on her feet. "That I say, esteemed adults, if we do not ascend, will we not meet a watery grave?" At this moment, Mitsai trembled as he spoke, his heart a tumult of emotions. "Why are you all taking such risks and insisting on bringing me along?" The others ignored him, their expressions serious as they prepared to enter the waterway. Ahead, dark clouds loomed, and as they entered, a torrential downpour commenced. "Ice blocks, I leave the sails to you and Mitsai," Misoga shouted, and the two hurried to the sails to make adjustments. Cooperation at this moment was essential for survival. "I see the Red Earth continent." Just then, Zhang Jun's eyes brightened. "Wow, it's so high. I can't see the summit at all." "Misoga, hurry and find the entrance, or we'll collide," Hill shouted in astonishment, anxiously urging Misoga on. Misoga, furrowing his brow, searched diligently. "That crack! Quick, Captain, to the left!" Suddenly, Misoga shouted loudly. Zhang Jun immediately exerted all his strength to steer left, while Hill blushed, assisting fervently. "Good, straighten her out." Moments later, Misoga issued another command, following the helm's correction. The Longting Wanli surged forward swiftly with the current. "The entrance lies just ahead. We need only proceed straight." Misoga smiled slightly. "We must pass through that water gate. Everyone, focus," as the ship approached the passage. Misoga's demeanor turned serious once more. Before them, a canal of water surged skyward, with massive gates standing majestically at the entrance. "We're veering off course. To the left." Suddenly, Mitsai shouted in alarm. Instantly, Zhang Jun and the others huddled together, straining against the helm. The Longting Wanli was not comparable to the Going Merry. With their combined strength, the ship slowly aligned itself on course. Oh no! A reef! Mitsai's voice rang out once more. One sword slash. With a thunderous shout, Gue Moyen drew his soul-reaping blade and unleashed a streak of light. Boom! With a resounding crash, the light collided with the reef, cleaving it in half just as the Longting Wanli passed through successfully. Brother Moyen is impressive, Hill exclaimed, having rarely witnessed Gue Moyen in action, surprised by his prowess. Gue Moyen nodded, sheathing his blade and standing tall, gazing ahead. Excellent. We've made it. Now we simply ride the current upward. As the ship entered the canal smoothly, Miss Soga shouted with joy. The Longting Wanli soared swiftly upward with the current, devoid of any obstacles ahead. Wow, we're in the clouds. How magnificent! The group couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The Longting Wanli was enveloped in mist, resembling a celestial realm. Breaking through the cloud layer, they beheld the mountain peak. Water splashed everywhere, creating vibrant rainbows that elicited further gasps from the onlookers. Everyone, we are nearing the summit. Brace yourselves, Miss Soga shouted, grasping the mast first. Upon reaching the mountain's apex, the Longting Wanli suddenly soared upon the force of the current, only to plummet instantaneously into the downstream channel. The Longting Wanli sped along the descending current. The wind howling, the shores swiftly receding behind them. Yo-ho, ahead lies the Grand Line, Miss Soga shouted with excitement. Yearning for thrilling experiences, Hill gazed tenderly at Zhang Jun, wishing to accompany him to the throne. Mitsai, feeling utterly drained, simply wanted to escape this group. Gue Moyen, filled with battle spirit, looked ahead, aspiring to become the greatest swordsman, to bring glory to his family. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, arms crossed, radiated an undeniable aura of dominance. One Piece. Here I come. Zhang Jun silently declared, brimming with ambition. Each individual harbored their own thoughts. While the Grand Line encompassed it all, the Longting Wanli sped rapidly down through the sea of clouds. Just then, a strange sound echoed. Yet only Zhang Jun immediately took note. The others seemed lost in the exhilarating rush of speed. Duh! It's that whale, Zhang Jun suddenly recalled, when Luffy and his crew entered the Grand Line. They encountered this very whale? Oh no! Brother Jun, is there a mountain ahead? Just then, Hill exclaimed in shock. What? How can there be a mountain in the waterway? After Twin Cape, it should be the sea, Miss Soga said incredulously. That is not a mountain. It is a whale. Zhang Jun shook his head, clarifying. A whale. The others exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. This won't do. We'll collide. Mitsai, as timid as ever, voiced his concern, though his words struck a chord with the group. Except for Zhang Jun and Gue Moyen, everyone displayed expressions of worry. Just as anxiety gripped the group, the whale suddenly submerged, disturbing the surrounding waters. Attention! That whale has dived. It will create a whirlpool current. Steady the helm, Miss Soga bellowed. Indeed, as the whale descended, a whirlpool formed ahead. Fortunately, the Longting Wanli was robust, utilizing cola as propulsion, gradually stabilizing and halting on the water's surface. Wonderful! Mitsai slumped to the ground, weakly expressing his relief. Pathetic! Hill shot him a glare from the side that it was peculiar. Having followed Zhang Jun for so long, it seemed their courage had grown, for it felt as though Zhang Jun could resolve any predicament effortlessly. Moreover, they sensed that Zhang Jun possessed an immense wealth of knowledge. Just as the group relaxed, tremors emanated from the sea's depths, shaking the ship. What is happening? Miss Soga leaned over the side of the boat, gazing into the depths of the sea. Wow! Come quickly! That whale seems to be crashing into the red Earth continent. Suddenly, Miss Soga waved his arms in astonishment. What? Oh, how pitiful! Why is it crashing into the red Earth continent? Upon hearing this, Hill rushed over to peer into the water, expressing sympathy. Through the crystal-clear water, they beheld a colossal whale repeatedly colliding with the towering red Earth continent, its head marred with scars. Do you wish to know about this whale? At that moment, Zhang Jun leaned against the side of the boat and began to speak softly. What is it? What is it? I want to know. Hill's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he eagerly leaned closer to Zhang Jun. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's words, everyone gathered around. Even Gue Moyen stepped a few paces closer. This whale is named Abu, the largest species of whale in the world, the island whale. Originally, it traveled with a pirate crew, forming a deep bond with them. Zhang Jun spoke slowly, gazing at the now calm Abu, likely soothed by a tranquilizer administered by the lighthouse keeper. Kolex, however, when that pirate crew brought Abu into the Grand Line, fearing the dangers of the journey ahead, they decided to leave Abu behind. Naturally, Abu was reluctant, but they made a promise to return and fetch it. Zhang Jun continued. Unfortunately, that pirate crew perished in the Grand Line. Oh, no. Wait. Only one half-dead person still lives, but they have been trapped there, unable to leave. Yet, Abu knows none of this. For 50 long years, Abu's longing for them has only deepened, leading it to attempt to break through this continent in search of them. Zhang Jun's words resonated in the silence that followed. What a noble wail! Hill's voice chimed in, laced with sympathy. But wait. Captain, how do you know all this? How do you know that someone from the pirate crew is still alive, and that they are trapped? Misoga suddenly inquired in rapid succession. Haha, your captain is well versed in both astronomy and geography. Zhang Jun chuckled lightly. The group understood and did not press further. Regardless of Zhang Jun's mysterious knowledge, they remained the best of companions. Brother Jun, why don't you convey a message to Abu, asking it to stop crashing into the Red Earth continent? Hill said with a pitiful tone. Indeed, it was often the case that women were more empathetic. All right. Zhang Jun nodded. Jiao Hodian, come forth. A red and white pokeball appeared in Zhang Jun's hand, which he hurled towards the surface of the ocean. With a flash, a massive silver dragon, Jiao Hodian, emerged from the water. Since departing from the doldrums, Zhang Jun had kept it within its ball. Roar? Jiao Hodian lowered its head, emitting a puzzled roar that I was resting comfortably in the pokeball. Why release me? Enough with the complaints. Help me deliver a message to the whale below. Zhang Jun playfully slapped its large head. He then instructed Jiao Hodian to relay Brooke's message to Abu. Roar! Jiao Hodian let out a confident roar and dove into the depths of the sea. What is this creature? At that moment, Mi Xiangxue, who had been trembling in fear, finally spoke. Oh, you timid soul, this is our pet. If you misbehave, we'll feed you to it. Hill flashed a mischievous grin. I will behave. I will behave. I promise. Mi Xiangxue nodded vigorously. Before long, Jiao Hodian resurfaced, with Abu following closely behind. Oh, Abu opened its enormous mouth and let out a sound. For some inexplicable reason, Zhang Jun understood its meaning. I speak the truth. Trust me. You will meet again, Zhang Jun asserted earnestly. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's words, Abu let out another mighty roar, and this time even Misoga and the others understood that it was expressing gratitude. Soon, Abu calmed down. Everyone, I just thought of something. The Grand Line can no longer be navigated as it once was, Zhang Jun suddenly said, furrowing his brow. Ding, congratulations, host. Task triggered. Journey to Whiskey Peak. Task reward. Premium Bait 3. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, surprising Zhang Jun with the generous reward. How can we navigate without knowing the direction? Misoga, serving as the navigator, reacted most strongly to Zhang Jun's statement, staring in disbelief. Everyone, wait. Just then, an oddly dressed old man approached in a boat. Who are you? Zhang Jun's eyes brightened, yet he feigned ignorance and asked. Oh, I am the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape. My name is Kolex. I have come to express my gratitude. Thank you for bringing hope to Abu. Kolex, dressed in a flower-like outfit, spoke, his previously serious face now beaming with joy. Oh, old man, you arrived just in time. Might I request a log pointer? Zhang Jun asked directly. Oh, no problem. Please follow me. Let me treat you all to a meal as a token of my appreciation. Kolex was momentarily taken aback, then replied. Zhang Jun readily accepted, and thus the group made their way towards the lighthouse with great enthusiasm. Captain, we were just about to ask, what is a log pointer? Misoga voiced the collective curiosity of the group. Haha, a log pointer is a unique device of the Grand Line that records directions. It allows us to travel from one island to another but requires charging. Zhang Jun explained slowly. Once we obtain the log pointer, we can officially set sail for the Grand Line. Welcome to the Twin Cape Lighthouse. Following Kolex, the dragon soaring over 10,000 miles docked at a massive lighthouse. Soon after, everyone disembarked onto the open space beside the lighthouse. Everyone, this is the catch I made earlier. Let us prepare a barbecue. Kolex said, dragging out a gigantic squid from somewhere. It's a giant squid. Leave it to me. I will grill it, Hill exclaimed in astonishment, having a certain knowledge of marine biology. However, this was her first encounter with a giant squid. Step aside. The usually silent Gui Moyen stepped forward, drawing a nearby kitchen knife. With swift movements, the giant squid was expertly sliced, its flesh separated from the bone, with delicate squid slices appearing like gossamer. Impressive, ice cube face, Misoga praised, raising his thumb in admiration, marveling that such skill required more than just good knife work. One needed to understand anatomy as well. That I used to be a butcher. Gui Moyen nodded. Tossing the knife deftly into its holder, Zhang Jun pondered. No wonder Gui Moyen's knife skills were extraordinary, accompanied by a hint of bloodlust. However, he truly was a formidable individual. To train, he even took up butchery. Wow, it smells amazing. Hill began barbecuing, sprinkling her personal spices, instantly filling the air with a delightful aroma, prompting everyone to exclaim in awe. Can I have some? Mi Xiangxue timidly peeked from behind, occasionally swallowing hard. You need not worry. As long as you remain loyal to me, you will always be one of us, Zhang Jun said, accepting a plate of meat that Hill handed him, munching as he spoke. Mi Xiangxue paused for a moment, and then, as if realizing something, she took the meat offered by Hill. So, I am also one of them. Mi Xiangxue shook her head gently, a glimmer of tears shimmering in her eyes. Having always been alone, it was only through the warmth she felt from Xier that she found herself so steadfastly attached to her. Now, feeling warmth once more, she was genuinely moved. Zhang Jun noticed the change in her demeanor and felt a surge of happiness within. He could discern that Mi Xiangxue was not inherently bad, but rather impure, requiring a gradual cultivation of a sense of belonging. After all, he truly valued Gui Moyen's phantasmic abilities. Is this your first time entering the Grand Line? At that moment, Kelakisi suddenly spoke up, his mouth glistening with oil. Indeed. Zhang Jun nodded, awaiting Kelakisi's elaboration. Well then, let me share some knowledge I possess, in hopes of aiding you. You have brought hope to Abu. My dearest friend, Kelakisi's eyes sparkled, yet his expression remained as calm as ever. Old man, let's put that aside for now. I have another matter I wish to inquire about. Zhang Jun set down his belongings. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Kelakisi's expression suddenly turned fierce. The others were taken aback, holding their breath in anticipation. It's all right. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Kelakisi maintained his intimidating demeanor. The crowd felt somewhat puzzled. All right, I'll be direct. Old man, you were the ship's doctor for the Pirate King Roger, weren't you? A smirk played at the corners of Zhang Jun's mouth, a glimmer of interest in his voice. What? The ship's doctor of the Pirate King? Exclaimed several people in unison, aside from Guang. In an instant, Gui Moyen's eyes blazed with intensity, fixated intently on Kelakisi. Indeed, I hadn't anticipated that young Zhang was so knowledgeable. Kelakisi's demeanor grew serious. Of course. I aspire to be the Pirate King. Zhang Jun instinctively uttered Luffy's catchphrase. Kelakisi paused momentarily before erupting in a hearty laughter. Old man, I mean no offense. I merely hope you can guide my companion here. She is an exceptional doctor, though still somewhat inexperienced. Zhang Jun brought Xier forward, casting an expectant glance at Klakesi. It was known that this man had been chosen by the Pirate King Roger. His skills must be extraordinary. Oh, little sister, follow me. Kelakisi's nose twitched, casting a surprised glance at Xier before turning to lead her into the lighthouse. Boss, that is he really the ship's doctor of Roger's crew? Once the two had walked away, Misuajia could no longer contain his curiosity and leaned in to inquire. Absolutely. Zhang Jun nodded, gazing contentedly at the retreating figures of Xier and Kelakisi. All right, we must stay here for a while longer. Zhang Jun stood, stretching lazily. Returning to the Long Tongue Wanli ship, he began to fish up. By the way, Misuajia, do make an effort to further develop your fruit abilities. Otherwise, they may prove insufficient when you enter the Grand Line. Suddenly, Zhang Jun remembered something and turned to Misuajia. Yes, Misuajia replied loudly. To be honest, he felt he was of little use himself and must strive to improve. Thus, during this time, the Long Tongue Wanli ship presented quite a scene. Zhang Jun spent part of his time leisurely fishing, while most of the time he soared across the sea, causing splashes to erupt. Misuajia was on the shore, surrounded by swirling mists one moment, dark clouds and thunder the next, followed by a flurry of snow. Gui Moyen stood steadfastly on the mast, sending forth bursts of blade light with a flick of his wrist, soaring towards the heavens. Meanwhile, Mi Xiangxue aimlessly roamed with Abu. Inside the lighthouse, the old man and the young girl engaged in lively conversation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired basic Ghost Shadow Step. Can be gifted. Sour Plum Fruit 50. Combat Power 50 points. Life Paper 1. Grass Slippers 1 as the system's final notification rang out. Zhang Jun rose to his feet. Stretching, his body crackled with sounds. Moyen, come. I have something good for you. After glancing at the introduction of the Ghost Shadow Step, Zhang Jun beckoned to Gue Moyen. What is it? Gue Moyen leaped onto the deck with a thud. Close your eyes. I'm giving you something. Zhang Jun said mysteriously. Without hesitation, Gue Moyen shut his eyes. Zhang Jun nodded in satisfaction, placing a finger on Gue Moyen's forehead, a flicker of ethereal light passing through. Moments later, Gue Moyen opened his eyes in astonishment. Information about a new technique appeared in his mind. Although it seemed basic, it resonated perfectly with him. I see your attacks are formidable, but your speed leaves much to be desired. Continuing like this will put you at a significant disadvantage against strong foes. Zhang Jun chuckled. Thank you. Gue Moyen responded sincerely, though his expression remained stoic. Between brothers, there's no need for excessive words. Zhang Jun patted Gue Moyen's shoulder and walked towards the lighthouse. Recently, through exchanges with Xier, he learned that she had indeed acquired substantial knowledge from Kelakisi, some of which wasn't even found in books. However, it was time for them to depart. All right, here is a record pointer for you. You are indeed headed for Whiskey Peak, correct? Kelakisi produced a bracelet from his pocket, within which was a pointer. Suajia accepted it, examining it with keen interest. Yes, thank you, senior. I apologize for the intrusion during this time. Zhang Jun nodded slightly. No worries. Young man, I assume you are already familiar with the basics, so I won't elaborate further. I wish you success in realizing your dreams. Kelakisi nodded in agreement. Abu, farewell. Trust me, the one you await will surely come for you. With a final farewell to Abu, the long-tongued Wanli set sail. The group gazed towards the horizon, each filled with anticipation. However, they had not traveled far when a small boat drifted towards them. What is that? Zhang Jun's heart stirred slightly at the sight of a tall, blue-haired woman aboard the small vessel. Hey, do you need help? Zhang Jun leaned over the side of the ship, addressing the weary blue-haired woman. Only then did she notice the large ship ahead, as she was utterly exhausted. Previously, while attempting to capture the island whale Abu with Mr. Nine, their boat had broken down, leading to their separation. Zhang Jun surmised that Luffy's storyline was about to unfold. Yet, he wondered why only the blue-haired woman was present. He recalled there should have been more people. Mi Xiangxue. Pull her aboard. Zhang Jun called to the curious Mi Xiangxue, who was peeking nearby. During their time together, Mi Xiangxue had gradually integrated into the group, though she was still not yet at the point of receiving the complete antidote. What is your name? Zhang Jun asked, feigning ignorance as he observed the blue-haired woman devouring her food at the table. I am Miss Wednesday. I apologize for not being able to disclose the name of our organization. Miss Wednesday performed a courteous gesture before speaking. Indeed, it is she. Zhang Jun's expression shifted, recognizing that she was none other than the Princess of Alabasta. She would also play a crucial role in advancing Luffy's story, though. Princess Vivi. Zhang Jun smiled faintly. Everyone else, however, was taken aback. Vivi was in disbelief, while Suajia and the others were astonished at their captain's uncanny ability to identify others' identities, especially those of significant stature. Who are you? How do you know? No, you must be mistaken. I am not. Vivi stammered in a flurry, rising abruptly and speaking incoherently. I am well aware of your circumstances, perhaps even more than you realize. But rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. Zhang Jun gestured for her to calm down. What do you want? After a moment, Vivi feigned composure and asked, in exchange for keeping your secret, I require the permanent pointer you possess. Zhang Jun lifted the tea from the table, gently swaying it in his hand. What a show-off. Misogwa whispered into Gue Moyen's ear upon witnessing this. Zhang Jun offered a wry smile and shot a glare at Misogwa. All right. Unexpectedly, Wei Wei bit her lip and agreed without hesitation. Ding. The mission was triggered. Proceed to Whiskey Peak and head straight to Alabasta. Mission reward. Exquisite bait 2. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Zhang Jun was initially elated, but then his brow furrowed. The joy stemmed from the unprecedented and bountiful rewards, but the worry arose from the fact that such rewards often signified immense danger. He shook his head, realizing that one cannot aspire to be the pirate king without facing peril. After receiving the permanent pointer from Wei Wei, Zhang Jun instructed Misogwa, and the others to prepare some food for her before she departed. After all, he did not wish for the progress of Luffy and his crew to be significantly hindered. However, unbeknownst to Zhang Jun, many things had changed since his arrival in this world. Take care, beautiful. Do visit again when you have the time. My captain means no harm. Rest assured. At the stern of the ship, Misowa waved reluctantly. In the distance, Wei Wei's expression darkened as she silently walked away. Wei Wei, I have done you a favor. Without the permanent pointer, your friend might just survive. Zhang Jun mused while toying with the permanent pointer in his hand. I knew it. Brother Jun, you would never bully someone for no reason. Hilton, who had maintained a gloomy demeanor since Wei Wei's arrival, suddenly brightened. Though Hilton did not comprehend how Brother Jun seemed to foresee the future, he would always stand by his side. Hilton wore a serious expression, his cheeks flushed. Thank you, Hilton. I certainly wouldn't bully anyone indiscriminately. Zhang Jun smiled slightly, gazing at the charming and sensible Hilton, feeling an indescribable warmth in his heart. Oh no, a storm is approaching. Just then, Misowa's panicked voice rang out. Zhang Jun and Hilton exchanged alarmed glances and hurried out of the cabin. Upon reaching the deck, they saw dark clouds rapidly closing in on the Longting Wanli. Beneath the endless black clouds loomed a massive tornado. Even from a distance, they could feel the tremendous pull. Reel in the sails, Misowa shouted to Gue Moyen atop the mast. Simultaneously, he moved to the bow, generating winds that countered the tornado. Captain, hard to starboard, Misowa yelled with great exertion. Zhang Jun immediately summoned all his strength to steer the ship. The others aboard also lent their efforts to resist the tornado. Just as everyone was laboriously resisting the tornado, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In a mere instant, the colossal tornado vanished, causing the Longting Wanli, which had been straining against it, to tilt at a precarious angle, nearly capsizing into the sea. At that moment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky like goose feathers. Fortunately, the ship gradually stabilized, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This is the Grand Line, standing amidst the swirling snow. A shared thought flickered through everyone's minds. The ensuing voyage was marked by moments of calm and moments of tumultuous waves. Throughout this journey, Misowa felt utterly drained, and no wonder the captain said his previous strength was insufficient upon arriving at the Grand Line. However, they had never lost their way, thanks to the ship's spirit that had been guiding them. Speaking of which, the ship's spirit seemed to grow increasingly lively, with the crew occasionally catching glimpses of its form in the moonlight. Look! As a patch of clouds dispersed, Mi Xiangshuer exclaimed, pointing ahead. The crew turned their gaze to see a peculiar island emerging before the Longting Wanli. The island was dotted with enormous cacti, shrouded in mist, presenting an odd sight. What a strange island, Hilton murmured. This is our first destination, Whiskey Peak, Zhang Jun declared, standing at the prow of the ship. He had grown fond of this vantage point, now using it for fishing. Captain, why are those cacti so enormous? As the Longting Wanli slowly approached the harbor, Misowa leaned closer to Zhang Jun amidst the fog. Those aren't real cacti. They are rocks. As for the spikes, take a look through the telescope, and you'll see. Zhang Jun leisurely replied while perched at the bow. Curious, the crew members immediately grabbed their telescopes to inspect the giant cactus rocks. They're tombstones, Misowa exclaimed in astonishment after a closer look. What? Let me see. Hilton snatched the telescope from Misowa's hands. Wow. Brother Jun, they really are tombstones. Hilton looked at Zhang Jun with a puzzled expression, silently inquiring about the situation. The small town on this island is under the jurisdiction of the Baroque Works, a group that specializes in hunting pirates. You all will cooperate with them and enjoy yourselves. Zhang Jun initially spoke seriously about the town's situation before flashing a mysterious smile at the crew. I'm going to train. Just then, Gue Moyen addressed Zhang Jun, and with a flash of black smoke, he vanished from sight. Wow, that ice-faced guy is getting more intimidating. Misowa patted his chest in surprise. Don't forget the time while training. Zhang Jun remarked helplessly, acknowledging the skillful ghostly steps of that fellow. However, Zhang Jun understood that for Gue Moyen, who followed the path of the ghostly blade, a graveyard was the ideal training ground. All right, we're almost there. Everyone relax and prepare to greet paradise. Ha! Zhang Jun leaped back onto the deck, laughing. The crew swallowed hard, anxiously gazing ahead. Welcome, welcome. We warmly welcome all pirates. Welcome, heroes of the sea. Welcome to the hospitable Whiskey Town. As the Longting Wanli approached the shore, cheers erupted. creating a lively atmosphere to what's going on. The others, aside from Zhang Jun, wore bewildered expressions. Suddenly, Zhang Jun's words echoed in their minds, prompting them to join in greeting those around them. Hey, Mi Xiangxue, look over there. A beautiful girl. Hee hee. Thank you all for the warm welcome. You all have worked hard. Before long, Misogwa and Hilton blended into the jovial ambience, while Mi Xiangxue trembled, too timid to speak. Your courage is too small. Zhang Jun approached Mi Xiangxue and patted him on the shoulder. Soon, the Longting Wanli docked, and the group disembarked. Welcome, welcome. I am Ikelam, the mayor of this town. A tall man with golden curly hair and a saxophone greeted them. Hello, I am Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ikelam with an enigmatic gaze. Indeed, he was a companion of Wei Wei and a good person. This place is renowned for its wine and music. So please follow me to the banquet we have prepared especially for you. Ikelam continued, somewhat perplexed by Zhang Jun's gaze at a banquet. A banquet! A banquet! Misogwa shouted excitedly. Hilton, meanwhile, rubbed his forehead, looking discontented. Sounds good. Zhang Jun smiled, thinking it foolish not to seize an opportunity. Moreover, the other party had not harbored any ill intentions. Subsequently, Zhang Jun and his companions were led through the throngs of townsfolk to a tavern. Inside, the place was filled with delectable food and fine wine. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I extend a warm welcome to the sea heroes. Please enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Ikelam raised his cup and exclaimed. Ah, but I do not drink alcohol. Hill furrowed her brow and pouted, replying, It's all right. This beverage is made from grapes and tastes just like wine, but it contains no alcohol. At that moment, an elderly farmer-like figure handed her a glass of wine. Wow, delicious. Hill took a sip and immediately found herself unable to stop. Sisters, I'm coming. Misoga, holding a glass of wine, excitedly rushed towards a group of beautiful women, a tea this time. Mixiangsu had returned to her former self, leisurely mingling among the crowd. During this period, she had been quite repressed, too afraid to reveal her true nature in front of the people aboard the Longting Wanli. Meanwhile, Hill continued to drink glass after glass of wine. Zhang Jun surveyed the area and walked directly up to Ikelam with his glass in hand. Yes, there's something I can assist you with, esteemed pirate. Have we not provided sufficient hospitality? Ikelam responded courteously. I merely wish to show you something, Zhang Jun replied with a slight smile, reaching into his clothing to retrieve the permanent pointer. You? Ikelam's eyes widened in shock. Glaring at Zhang Jun, she is fine and continues her task. I simply want to inform you that I am aware of everything you do, and I hope you will cooperate with my forthcoming actions. A smile crept onto Zhang Jun's lips as he uttered a final remark before leaving calmly. What an insufferable fellow, what on earth is his game? Ikelam muttered darkly to herself. The princess must not be harmed. Upon returning to the throng of people, Zhang Jun, like Misoga and others, began to indulge himself. At that moment, a rosy-cheeked Hill, in a drunken stupor, was approached by someone bearing a plate of candies, who handed Zhang Jun one and cheekily winked. Soon after, Misoga and Mixiangsu each indulged in a piece of candy. This seemed to be a trivial interlude as the festivities continued unabated. Little girl, give it up. You cannot outdrink me. A woman dressed as a nun declared across from Hill. Impossible. I shall never concede. Hill retorted, downing several more glasses of wine. Then, with a loud crash, she collapsed onto the table, sending the plates clattering to the ground. At that moment, the townsfolk suddenly regained their senses. This group of pirates had all succumbed to intoxication. Wonderful. They're finally drunk. They truly can eat and drink, a middle-aged woman exclaimed, to which the others readily agreed. Miss Sunday, how fortunate they fell into our trap. Outside the tavern, Ikelam sighed in relief and addressed the person beside her. The individual was the one disguised as a nun, her robust, dark physique and pink hair proclaiming her claim of strength surpassing any man but Mr. 8. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? A few children could have been dealt with at the port. Miss Sunday expressed her dissatisfaction. Considering the town's scarcity of food and the impracticality of hosting such a gathering, I have conducted thorough investigations. Look, Ikelam produced several wanted posters. What? 60 million berries, Miss Sunday exclaimed upon noticing Zhang Jun's bounty. One must not judge by appearances, Ikelam remarked languidly, causing Miss Sunday to feel somewhat embarrassed. However, Ikelam's spirits were far from light. He did not believe Zhang Jun would simply succumb to drunkenness. Although uncertain of his intentions, he felt compelled to comply for Princess Vivi's sake. With that thought, Icolum subtly cast a glance at Miss Sunday, resolved that should it come to safeguarding Princess Vivi, he might have to sacrifice her as well. Filled with determination, Icolum instructed, "Well, if he is killed, the bounty will decrease. You take your people and capture them alive." At that moment, the townspeople had gathered in front of the tavern, and Icolum directed as per the usual protocol. "All right." Miss Sunday nodded, preparing to lead her group inside. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed and a mysterious figure stood atop a distant building, slowly retracting a blade imbued with spirit energy. Below, a towering structure crumbled, threatening the crowd below. "Who are you?" Icolum furrowed her brow and stepped forward. This person had caused such chaos without uttering a word. The once gathered bounty hunters were now scattering, desperately avoiding falling debris. "You seek death." Gamoyan uttered not a word further, a chilling intent sweeping through the night air. I shall deal with him. No man possesses strength greater than mine." Miss Sunday shouted, leaping onto the building where Gamoyan stood. The ground beneath her shattered from the force of her jump. One sword style, ghost whale. Gamoyan's weight sank as a blue, ethereal light flickered, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a whale's called. In an instant, an indescribable distance met Miss Sunday's iron fist. Impossible. Within less than a quarter of a second, a massive silhouette soared far into the sky. Amidst astonished shouts, though not bad. At that moment, Zhang Jun appeared unexpectedly beside Gamoyan. "Just trash," Gamoyan replied without turning his head, his tone indifferent. "Gamoyan, eliminate everyone except him." Zhang Jun smiled slightly, gesturing towards the dazed Icolum. "Understood." Gamoyan's red eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. With a puff of black smoke, his figure vanished from sight. "Help! A monster! A demon! A demon!" The air filled with piercing screams as, within moments, all lay collapsed on the ground. This, Icolum stammered, at a loss for words. "Boss, it's all taken care of." Just then, Misoga, who had stepped away briefly, re-entered the tavern. "Good. Thank you for your efforts. Let us depart for Alabasta." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun nodded, rising to exit the tavern. "Boss, I promise to complete the mission diligently." At that moment, Mixiangsu, who had remained silent, shouted loudly, "I am awaiting you, Hill. Provide him with the half antidote. This antidote will reduce the toxicity and alleviate the pain by half." Without glancing back, Zhang Jun waved his hand dismissively. Hill produced a small porcelain vial containing a jade-white pill. Mixiangsu eagerly accepted the vial, swallowing the pill without hesitation. "My lord, I entrust this to you." At that moment, Icolum regained her composure and knelt in the direction Zhang Jun had departed. Though she was unaware of the true extent of this youth's power, she chose to place her faith in this mysterious figure. "Boss, I must ask, are we truly going to confront Crocodile? He has a bounty of over 80 million berries." "Indeed, Brother Jun. Let us avoid this risk." The crew aboard the Longting Wanli finally voiced their concerns. "You too? Are you underestimating me?" Zhang Jun feigned anger. Brother Jun, how could we? You are the mightiest in Hill's eyes." They quickly retorted, All right, I was merely jesting. You must remember, our goal is to conquer the Grand Line. It is only through battles that we can grow stronger and instill fear in others." Zhang Jun initially smiled before adopting a serious tone. "Fight." At that moment, Gamoyan, who had been typically taciturn, suddenly uttered a word, his crimson pupils radiating an aura of battle intent. "We understand." Misoga and Hill exchanged a glance, a hint of embarrassment evident in their demeanor. "All right, let us set forth." During this period, everyone must strive to enhance their combat prowess. With a grand gesture, Zhang Jun commanded the Long Tongue Wan Li to sail forth. As the group dispersed, Zhang Jun took his place at the prow of the ship. Seated upon the dragon's head, examined the attribute template, he silently intoned, and a luminous screen manifested in his mind. Information template. Host. Zhang Jun combat power. 1230 skills. Navy 6 styles. Soru, Shabandi, Jeppo, Tekai, Shurgon, Moonwalk, Lightning Release. 1000 birds. Martial art. Thunderstorm blade. Water manipulation. Wave treading. Fruit. True lightning fruit. Current development level 3. Total ranks 10. Note. Each rank enhancement permanently increases combat power by 20% of the rank up value. Items. Approximately 3.5 million berries. Cursed blade. Thunderblood. Sea King Treasure Ball 1. Jiaohao Heaven. Life Paper 1. Super Grenade 1. Large Sea Stone 1. Switch Cracked Version 1. Compass 1 Uncompleted tasks. Proceed directly to Alabasta. Upon scrutinizing his current information template, Zhang Jun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although his combat power had surged to over 1,200 through fishing and rigorous training, he still deemed it insufficient. Old Shah's combat power is no trivial matter. Shaking his head, he found solace in the sight of over 3 million berries and other items. Feeling quite pleased with his recent gains, the long-tongued Wanli swiftly navigated out of the harbor, heading towards the direction indicated by the eternal pointer. The weather was splendid, a vast expanse of azure sky above. Suddenly, a notification echoed in the air. Task triggered. Resolve the impending encounter with the Baroque Works duo. Task reward. Premium bait 4, regular bait 4. After sailing for approximately half a day, coinciding with the sun reaching its zenith, the system's voice abruptly interrupted Zhang Jun's meditation. Gather, prepare for battle, noticing a distant silhouette of a small vessel on the horizon. Zhang Jun bellowed with urgency, in another chamber. Misoga set down a barbell larger than himself, causing the room to tremble. In yet another space. He'll dropped a droplet of green liquid onto a small white mouse, which instantly transformed into the hue of the liquid, silently succumbing to its fate. Outside the cabin, the elusive figure of Gue Moyen appeared intermittently, sheathing his knife. Boss, what's going on? Brother Jun, what's happening? Before long, the trio arrived at the bow of the ship, anxiously questioning Zhang Jun. Look, it's the Baroque Works members. Zhang Jun pointed at the approaching vessel without elaborating. Based on the speed of the vessel ahead, it would likely reach Whiskey Peak in 2 or 3 days. One could not help but admire the impressive velocity of the Long-Ting Wanli. Baroque Works? Are they the type of fighters like Ikelam? Then, boss, why are you calling us out? Can't we just slash them a couple of times? Misoga shrugged dismissively. Have you grown arrogant? Do you wish to spar with me? Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent. To become a powerful individual, one must avoid pride and impetuosity. Boss, I was wrong. I got carried away. Misoga's face paled. Who would dare to spar with a freak like you? Enough of this nonsense. Those two are certainly formidable. Otherwise, Brother Jun wouldn't have summoned us all. Hill voiced her concern. Haha, Hill, you are wise. However, fret not. While those two possess considerable strength, they are not my match. My hope is for you to engage them and enhance your own abilities. Zhang Jun affectionately patted Hill's head, smiling as he spoke. The two opponents were none other than Miss Valentine and Mr. Five. They were on an entirely different level compared to Ikelam, capable of dispatching them with ease. Upon reviewing the system, Zhang Jun discovered that each of the adversaries was as formidable as the smoker he had previously encountered. Miss Valentine boasted a combat power of 980, while Mr. Five had a combat power of 1030. For Zhang Jun, this was hardly a concern, but for Misoga and the others, they represented a significant threat. Presently, Misoga's combat power had reached 912, although Hill only had slightly over 300 points. Her proficiency in toxins was noteworthy. Most impressively, Gue Moyen had achieved a combat power of 1120, coupled with his frenzy skill, which bore similarities to Zhang Jun's second-stage abilities. It seemed that during his frenzied state, his combat power might even exceed 1300. Misoga, Hill, you shall engage in this battle, while Moyen will provide support for you. After assigning roles, Zhang Jun swiftly positioned himself atop the mast. Miss Valentine, it appears that the ship ahead is coming from Whiskey Peak. Mr. Five, clad in a brown long coat and black sunglasses, arrogantly addressed Miss Valentine, who was holding a parasol and dressed as if heading for a vacation. It seems so. Mr. Five, how could they pass through Whiskey Peak unscathed, and now they collide with us? Miss Valentine wore her signature smile, though she felt an unsettling curiosity within. After all, they had traveled directly from Alabasta to Whiskey Peak. Logically, few pirates would possess the eternal pointer in that direction, let alone venture through the bounty hunter-infested Whiskey Peak. Hey, you little brats, what have you done to the people of Whiskey Peak? As the two ships drew near, they both came to a halt, and the curly-haired Mr. Five disdainfully questioned the group, driven by his arrogance. He did not believe that this group of youngsters could have possibly defeated the inhabitants of Whiskey Peak. We annihilated them. Gue Moyen, standing at the bow, embraced his ghostly blade and spoke indifferently. Ahaha, you really know how to joke, kid. Miss Valentine twirled her umbrella, chuckling. With a flash, a spectral light streaked through the air, startling the two Baroque Works executives, who instinctively leaped aside. The ethereal glow landed on the deck, cleaving it asunder. Scoundrel, Mr. Five bellowed, preparing to charge forward. Meanwhile, Gui Moyen, the instigator of this incident, silently sheathed his blade and nodded towards the bewildered Misoga and Hill behind him. How dare you look down on us? Mr. Point Five, in a fit of rage, plucked a booger from his nose and flung it at Gui Moyen's back. At that moment, a shadow of a stick appeared, striking the airborne booger. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued as the booger detonated upon impact. Misoga was sent sprawling backward from the force of the blast. Ugh, how disgusting! Hill retched, her delicate features contorted in disgust. What the hell? Boogers can explode. Misoga exclaimed in astonishment, brushing off the dust from his clothes. You lot. Mr. Five was at a loss for words, infuriated by the bizarre antics of this group. Could they not engage in a proper battle? Ah, Mr. Five, you've been mocked. Miss Valentine giggled mischievously, her body beginning to float as she laughed. Wow, she can fly. Hill was taken aback, marveling at the peculiar abilities of the duo. Misoga, you handle that booger freak while I take on the flying one. Suddenly, with a glint in her eye, Hill cheerfully suggested to Misoga. All right. With Hill's beauty before him, Misoga could hardly utter a word of refusal. The two leaped onto the opposing ship, mindful not to cause any damage unlike on the long-tongue Wanli. Heaven has its paths, yet you choose to tread into hell. Prepare to meet your end. Explosive fist, Mr. Five declared as Misoga charged towards him, ready to unleash a punch. Breaking wind, Misoga summoned all his strength. The weather stick producing a series of piercing sounds as it met Mr. Five's fist. Bang! Another resounding explosion erupted as Mr. Five's punch detonated, sending both combatants reeling backward. However, it was evident that Misoga bore the brunt of the damage. Hey, little sister, this isn't your time to spectate. As Hill anxiously gazed at Misoga's figure soaring away, the voice of Miss Valentine's Day echoed through the air, revealing her swift descent from the heights. 1 pound, 2 pounds, 10 pounds, 100 pounds, 1,000 pounds. The intensity of Miss Valentine's Day's voice escalated, her velocity increasing exponentially. This is not good, Hill thought to herself, swiftly darting to the side. Bang! Crack! Just as Hill narrowly evaded. Miss Valentine's Day plummeted downwards, creating a gaping hole in the deck. Little sister, you certainly fled quite swiftly. In no time, Miss Valentine's Day's silhouette reemerged, suspended in the air. This can't continue. Her rate of descent is far too rapid. I cannot maintain this speed indefinitely, nor can I stand still and wait for her to land. A single strike would likely spell disaster. Frowning, Hill continued to move, knowing that only by staying mobile could she make it difficult for Miss Valentine's Day to aim. Bang! At that moment, an unexpected projectile, resembling a booger, struck Hill with explosive force. As she was sent sprawling, Hill caught a glimpse of Misoga's anxious expression. How infuriating. To fight against me while still having the strength to launch a sneak attack. Die! Misoga's eyes burned red with fury as he charged towards Mr. Five. Rain came. Wind surged. With two thunderous shouts, the entire ship was engulfed in a tempest. Heavenly strike. Misoga unleashed his most powerful move, swinging directly at Mr. Five. Total explosion. Sensing the monumental threat, Mr. Five made a swift decision, countering with his own ultimate technique. Amidst the raging storm, a blinding flash of white light illuminated the chaos. Boom! Moments later, a figure careened away, crashing through the ship's hull and tumbling into the cabin. Soon, the tempest subsided, revealing Misoga, bloodied and half-kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, Miss Valentine's Day, who had been clinging desperately to the mast, was just beginning to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The howling wind. Her lightweight fruit proved ineffective, as she was blown away. Fortunately, the one conjuring the storm was now utterly exhausted. Yaha! With this realization, Miss Valentine's Day couldn't help but chuckle, taking measured steps towards Misoga. Have you forgotten something? At that moment, a melodious voice rang out, a sound that struck Miss Valentine's Day like a death knell. What? Instinctively turning, she suddenly felt a tingling sensation in her arm. Looking down, she saw a needle embedded in her flesh. What is this? Miss Valentine's Day felt her body grow increasingly stiff, panic rising within her, and her signature smile vanished entirely. Poison. Hill, her hair disheveled, stated coldly, exuding an aura of icy resolve, as if she had returned to her tumultuous past. Hill, you have done remarkably well. It seems you have found your path. At some point, Zhang Jun had arrived beside Hill, while Misoga was being carried back to the Longting Wanli by Gui Moy. Brother Jun, I feel so weak, so very weak. Since I can only wield poison, I shall ensure that all my enemies taste it." In a departure from her usual demeanor, Hill did not whine or seek comfort from Zhang Jun. Instead, her expression was resolute. Observing the determination etched on Hill's small face, Zhang Jun felt a stirring in his heart and affectionately patted her head. "Let us go. It's time to head home." Zhang Jun laughed heartily, scooping Hill into his arms and leaping back onto the Longting Wanli in his embrace. Hill's cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed dreamily at Zhang Jun's face. "All right, Hill, you should be only lightly injured. Go tend to yourself and Misoga." Upon returning to the Longting Wanli, Zhang Jun gently set Hill down, smiling as he spoke. "Okay." Hill's face still bore a rosy hue as she shyly nodded in response. Upon witnessing Hill's bashful demeanor, Zhang Jun quickly grasped the situation. However, it was best to address the aftermath first. Matters of the heart could unfold naturally. With a swish, Zhang Jun's figure vanished in an instant. And the next moment, he appeared above Miss Valentine's Day's ship. "Wrath of Thunder," Zhang Jun called out, summoning a tempest of lightning around him. In an instant, the entire vessel was enveloped in thunder. Plank after plank was shattered. And it seemed the ship was on the brink of total destruction. Ding. Task completed. Task rewards. Premium bait 4, regular bait 4. The system's voice resonated, as if this signified the true defeat of the adversary. Handflower. Suddenly, just as Zhang Jun reveled in his triumph, a voice echoed from an unknown source. On board, the unconscious Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day were seized by multiple hands and hurled in a specific direction. Although they had been rescued, they were charred and likely gravely injured. "Robin." Zhang Jun's heart stirred at the sight of those hands. Turning his gaze, he beheld a tall woman with crimson and black pupils seated atop a massive turtle. With the two figures landing squarely upon its shell. "Do you know me?" Robin inquired, arms crossed, her tone icy. "Of course, the infamous demon of O'Hara." Zhang Jun replied with a faint smile. "Who are you?" Robin's expression shifted instantly. Her composure faltering. "I harbor no ill will towards you, and I currently seek no information. That I merely require a map of Alabasta to depart." Zhang Jun contemplated, realizing he truly had no pressing inquiries for Robin at that moment. "Fine, here you go." Robin, momentarily at a loss for words, retrieved a map from her pocket and tossed it towards him. "Thank you. Oh, by the way, I should warn you that Crocodile has begun to suspect you." Zhang Jun caught the map midair, then abruptly recalled something, saying this before turning away without a backward glance. What just happened? Who was that guy? How terrifying. He seems to know everything. Robin felt a chill run down her spine, revealing a moment of vulnerability before quickly regaining her composure. Nevertheless, she was merely using Crocodile for her own purposes. Soon, Robin cast aside her distractions, guiding the turtle away. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun's figure reappeared at the bow of the ship. Watching Robin's retreating silhouette, Zhang Jun was profoundly influenced by Robin. After all, she was one of the main characters. Who was she? In a rare moment, Gue Moi approached Zhang Jun and asked, "Oh, are you interested?" Zhang Jun quipped with a teasing smile. However, Gue Moi seemed entirely oblivious to his jest, showing no reaction. "Boring. Her name is Nico Robin. She had a rather tragic childhood, quite similar to yours. Her family was annihilated when she was young." Zhang Jun shrugged, his emotions complex as he spoke. That he recalled that this companion beside him had also endured a similar fate, pursued relentlessly. The only distinction was that he had been the one to extinguish his entire clan. Zhang Jun patted Gue Moi's shoulder before departing. "Nico, Robin," Gue Moi murmured, staring into the distance at the fading figure, the name slipping from her lips. Perhaps it was their similar experiences that fostered a unique sentiment towards Robin, as this usually stoic individual displayed hints of guilt, regret, and curiosity in her eyes. "Hill, how are you?" Entering a room in the cabin, Zhang Jun found Hill preparing medicine for Misoga. "Brother Jun, your timing is perfect. I've prepared the medicine, but you should apply it to him." Hill turned, handing over the concoction in her hands. "All right, how severe are his injuries?" Zhang Jun nodded naturally, a hint of concern etched on his face. "It's nothing serious, primarily superficial wounds. His internal organs are only slightly shaken. He should recover swiftly." As Hill spoke, she lowered her head. Misaga had transformed in such a way that she felt a substantial part of the responsibility lay upon her. It was her own lack of strength that had led to this. "Well, it's all right now. You may go out. In the future, you will surely astonish everyone, won't you?" Zhang Jun gently comforted, ruffling Hill's hair. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's words, Hill immediately lifted her head, her gaze resolute as it locked onto Zhang Jun's. 2 seconds later, both individuals turned away in embarrassment, for their faces had been uncomfortably close. I will step out first. Hill fled in a flustered manner. Closing the door behind her, she patted her heart at the threshold. Phew, my heart feels like it's about to burst. Hill murmured and then cheerfully walked outside. TSK, 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 Misaga, you are indeed fortunate. Your boss shall personally tend to your wounds. Observing the unconscious Misaga, Zhang Jun sighed and earnestly began his work. Hiss. Just as Zhang Jun applied the medicine, Misaga gasped awake. Boss, it hurts a bit. Upon opening his eyes, Misaga was taken aback to see Zhang Jun administering treatment. Initially feeling touched, but the pain quickly diverted his attention, and he weakly uttered a complaint. Serves you right. That is the consequence of recklessness. Zhang Jun slapped Misaga's arm, causing him to yelp in pain. I'm sorry. But, boss, I couldn't remain calm when I saw Hill get hurt. She is our acknowledged little princess. Indeed, Misaga had long recognized Hill's feelings for Zhang Jun and had no intention of pursuing the lovely young lady. Rather, due to their time spent together, he had come to regard Hill as a sisterly figure. You must remember, under no circumstances should you lose your composure. Otherwise, the consequences may extend beyond just your own well-being. Although Zhang Jun understood Misaga's sentiments, he still offered a reprimand. This world is quite ruthless. Often, impulsiveness only invites trouble. Observing Misaga's contemplative expression, Zhang Jun nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I shall take my leave. You rest well. Standing up, Zhang Jun placed the medicine aside and exited this moment. The Longting Wanli ship resumed its voyage. With the ship's spirit present, there was no need to worry about the correctness of the navigation. One simply needed to manage the various situations that arose during the journey. Zhang Jun leaped gracefully to the prow of the ship and sat cross-legged upon the dragon's head. Fishing, he murmured, and once again began his angling. This time, the rewards were plentiful, albeit the damage sustained was also considerable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the special skill. Healing light can be bestowed upon others. Half an hour passed when the system's voice echoed in Zhang Jun's mind. Wow, this skill is impressive. Zhang Jun was somewhat astonished. This was his first encounter with a light attribute magic from another world. Healing light. Capable of healing all injuries, the degree of healing depends on the level. Current level, 1. Zhang Jun examined the skill closely and confirmed its versatility. Knock, knock, knock. Hill, open the door. After a moment's thought, Zhang Jun approached Hill's door and knocked. Brother Jun, what is it? Hill quickly opened the door. At that moment, she was clad in a white lab coat, donning gloves and various protective gear. Are you researching again? Please pause for a moment. I have something wonderful for you. Zhang Jun smiled. Oh. Hill was initially taken aback, then suddenly recalled something, causing her cheeks to flush a rosy hue. Soon, she changed her clothes and made her way to the deck. I wonder what it is. Brother Jun seems so mysterious. Observing Zhang Jun's enigmatic smile, Hill felt a tinge of curiosity. Hill, please close your eyes, Zhang Jun said gently, smiling. Okay. Hill, seemingly recalling something, shyly shut her eyes. Zhang Jun, seeing her in this state, felt a flutter in his heart. Shaking his head, he silently chanted a phrase in his mind, then extended his finger to gently tap Hill's forehead. What is this? Hill quickly opened her eyes. You can give it a try. Zhang Jun smiled slightly. Instantly, Hill excitedly dashed to Misaga's room. Healing light, a cheerful exclamation rang out. And soon Hill emerged, her face alight with joy. How was it? Zhang Jun inquired. Though Hill's expression suggested the results were splendid. Brother Jun, the effect is amazing. It can rapidly heal the skin injuries at just level 1. Although it doesn't affect internal wounds. Hill expressed her satisfaction, her happiness evident. I'm glad you like it. Zhang Jun replied with a smile. Then after exchanging a brief greeting, resumed his fishing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 200 combat power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Body transformation can be bestowed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring Kite 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 combat power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 pounds of high-quality beef. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 4 pairs of sandproof glasses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a low-end off-road vehicle 1. After half a day, All the bait had been exhausted once more. The high-quality bait truly lived up to its name. What a treasure trove, Zhang Jun murmured, then retrieved a precious ball from the system. Jiao Hodian, come forth. Zhang Jun tossed the ball, and a flash of light revealed the massive form of Jiao Hodian. Splashing water across the sea. Roar? Jiao Hodian appeared bewildered. As a creature fond of lounging and idling, he was disinclined to be summoned. So lazy. Zhang Jun sighed and rubbed his temples. Immediately, he launched a kick. The body transformation skill then entered Jiao Hodian's mind. Huh, why is it that you bestow skills on others so gently? Jiao Hodian expressed his discontent. All right, shrink. After a while, upon seeing Jiao Hodian reopen his eyes, Zhang Jun promptly declared, roar. Jiao Hodian nodded his massive head, and his form began to shrink and elongate at a visible rate. Soon, a miniature dragon appeared before Zhang Jun in midair. Not bad. Observing the exquisitely tiny dragon, Zhang Jun nodded in satisfaction that he intended for Jiao Hodian to stay by Hill's side to protect her. After all, even this lethargic creature possessed an astonishing combat power of 1050. Subsequently, Zhang Jun began to calculate his own combat power. 1,485 points of combat power. This was Zhang Jun's current apparent combat power. With the secondary augmentation, it reached 1,782 points. However, considering that Miss Valentine's and Mr. 5, under Crocodile's command, boasted nearly 1,000 combat power, Zhang Jun felt a twinge of concern, pondering just how formidable Crocodile's power might be. With a mixture of anticipation and apprehension, the Longting Wanli ship smoothly sailed toward Alabasta. Misaga, what is that? A few days later, as everyone engaged in their respective training, Hill's voice rang out to be why this time. Misaga's injuries had nearly healed, thanks to Hill's healing light and the medicine she had prepared. What? Oh, that is steam. It is due to the underwater volcano, which creates such a phenomenon. Misoga was initially taken aback, but upon seeing the scene ahead, he relaxed and remarked. Upon hearing Misoga's words, Zhang Jun felt a stir in his heart. The appearance of this vapor indicated that they were nearing land. For Zhang Jun vaguely recalled that the Straw Hat Pirates had encountered Mr. 2 Bon Clay right here. To be honest, Zhang Jun held a favorable impression of Bon Clay. However, given the mismatch in timing, their paths would naturally not cross. After a brief moment of patience, they soon sailed out of the sulphurous mist. My word, what a colossal creature! Misoga suddenly exclaimed. Behind the dragon rising, a gigantic creature breached the surface of the water. It was the sea, and as long as they could evade it, everything would be fine, for it seemed the people of Alabasta regarded such beings as some sort of good omen. Zhang Jun stated matter-of-factly. Roar! Instantly, the dragon perched atop Hill unleashed a mighty roar at the SEAI. That moment, the ocean seemed to retreat in fright. Well done, little dragon, Hill praised as the dragon returned to his shoulder. Indeed, just days prior, Zhang Jun had instructed the dragon to diligently protect Hill. Look, land ahead, Zhang Jun exclaimed from the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant continent that it was a stretch of golden earth. For Alabasta could be described as a nation amidst the desert. At last, Crocodile, I have arrived. As the ship drew closer to the land, the crew aboard the Dragon Rising grew increasingly exhilarated. Captain, that ship ahead? Suddenly, Misoga pointed at a pirate vessel and exclaimed, Crocodile? Zhang Jun followed Misoga's, gasping in astonishment. He beheld a man standing on the ship, one hand replaced by an iron hook, a scar etched across his face, and a cigar clenched in his mouth. It was none other than the infamous warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Brother Jun, what should we do? We're getting closer. Hill nervously tugged at Zhang Jun's sleeve, her small face filled with trepidation. At that moment, Gui Moyen also sensed the pressure and leaped down from the mast. No wonder the bounty for reaching Alabasta was so high. It turned out they would encounter a formidable boss here. Zhang Jun felt somewhat speechless. Crocodile's combat power was an astounding 2,100. My heavens, is this something I can contend with right now? Zhang Jun sighed, thinking he needed more time to develop his skills. Miss All Sunday, are those the pirates responsible for gravely injuring Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine? Meanwhile, Crocodile on the opposing ship disdainfully inquired of Robin beside him. Indeed, Robin replied flatly, suddenly recalling Zhang Jun's warning. She cast a discreet glance at Crocodile, realizing their misfortune. Due to the severe injuries sustained by Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, she was compelled to send them back to headquarters. although Crocodile had never regarded these two as his trusted subordinates. He could not ignore such a situation. Coincidentally, he was in the port city of Nanohara, and his other subordinates had yet to arrive. Thus, he intended to take matters into his own hands, only to unexpectedly encounter Zhang Jun and company upon setting sail. One could only say that their sailing speed was astonishingly swift. Humph, if this trash can't even handle Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, they're utterly useless. Crocodile felt no sense of danger emanating from the group across. Further scornful of his two injured subordinates. Although Robin maintained a stoic expression, she thought to herself that Zhang Jun and his companions were not weak. It was merely that Crocodile was comparatively stronger. Everyone, heed my words. Our foremost priority now is to preserve our lives. Zhang Jun's countenance grew grave, for just as their destination was in sight, a formidable obstacle emerged. Hey, you lot of scum, prepare to meet your doom. At last, as the two ships drew near, Crocodile bellowed, and the surroundings erupted into a massive sandstorm. Though this sandstorm was on the sea, its power should not be underestimated. In an instant, the entire dragon rising was engulfed in the tempest. Downpour, Misoga cried out, exerting his abilities to summon droplets of rain, which mingled with the sand to form muddy splatters against the ship. Electric net. Observing the situation, Zhang Jun immediately unleashed a vast electric net to shield the group from the sand and mud. These individuals have some potential, Crocodile remarked with intrigue. With a wave of his hand, the density and scale of the sandstorm intensified. This is not good, Captain. I can't hold it back any longer. Misoga's expression changed as the rain he summoned was completely thwarted by the sandstorm. Brother Jun, I can't breathe. At that moment, Hill's small face flushed with an unusual redness. This cannot continue. We will suffocate to death. Zhang Jun's expression darkened as he pondered their course of action. Moyen, you take them and break through while I hold off Crocodile. Zhang Jun declared resolutely. In an instant, electric sparks enveloped his body. Gear 2. Empowered by Gear 2, Zhang Jun's combat prowess surged. He radiated an aura of electricity, resembling a deity. Thunder slash. With a mighty roar, the lightning blood surged forth from his hand, cleaving a blade of energy several meters long. This was the second style of the Thunder Fury blade. The first style was a basic form, nameless, but from the second style onward, its power dramatically increased, each style bearing its own name. The second style, Thunder Slash, unleashed a massive blade of energy with penetrating attributes. The third style, Purple Lightning Flash, moved the blade in tandem with the wielder, striking the enemy with incredible speed. The fourth style, Thunder Heaven Blade, manifested a colossal blade shadow, inflicting extensive area damage. The fifth style, Thousand Blades of Film, unleashed 1,000 blade images in an instant, each strike being real. The Thunder Fury blade consisted of only these few styles, as it was merely a product of superior bait, yet Zhang Jun sensed that this was not the complete version. Back in reality, at that moment, taking advantage of the sandstorm being torn apart, Zhang Jun darted out .1,000 graves. Simultaneously, Gui Moyen also cleaved through the other side of the sandstorm, carrying Misoga and the others as they surged forth. On the opposing ship, Crocodile's brow furrowed, seemingly unable to accept that his sandstorm could be breached. Purple Lightning Flash. In the air, as Zhang Jun's voice echoed, his figure vanished in an instant. Not good. Sand Dragon. Crocodile's expression changed as his arm transformed into a long serpent of sand, the dragon's head crowned by a glimmering iron hook. Just as Zhang Jun's rapidly approaching figure was about to collide with the hook, he suddenly pivoted. Thunder Heaven Blade. The lightning blood in Zhang Jun's hand morphed into a massive blade shadow, descending upon the ship beneath Crocodile. Not good. Miss All Sunday. Crocodile instantly comprehended Zhang Jun's intent, but he had just unleashed the Sand Dragon and could not respond in time. Two-wheel flower. Although Robin was reluctant to assist, she was compelled to act. Instantly, two arms sprouted from Zhang Jun's body. Lightning Slash. Unfazed, Zhang Jun unleashed 2 bolts of lightning that severed the 2 arms. That very moment, the colossal blade shadow struck the ship. Boom! Crack! In an instant, the entire vessel was obliterated, bolts of electricity consuming the wooden planks. Within moments, flames engulfed the ship, and the hull was rapidly submerged by the sea. Flee! Seizing the moment, Crocodile lost his balance. Zhang Jun reboarded the Dragon Rising. Wind surge. Misoga quickly reacted, shouting at the top of his lungs. The Dragon Rising immediately responded in kind. erupting with a tremendous roar as a massive surge of gas propelled them forward. The dragon rising soared into the air, flying away into the distance. Bastard! Bastard! Crocodile stood on a piece of wood, his expression exceedingly grim. Meanwhile, Robin stood on another piece of wood, her face impassive, though inwardly she found the situation somewhat amusing. Phew, we finally escaped. Misoga wiped the sweat from his brow. The three of them were, in fact, quite unoccupied, and fortunately, Crocodile had retreated upon realizing that the sandstorm was of no use. Thus, they were able to remain aboard the ship. The encounter between Zhang Jun and Crocodile transpired in the blink of an eye, lasting mere moments. Before they could lend assistance, it had already concluded. Huh. The group exchanged amused glances, even Gui Moyen revealing a hint of a smile. After circling back, they returned to the previous port at this moment. Crocodile and his companions had vanished without a trace. Indeed, several days had passed, and he was undoubtedly a busy man. Zhang Jun's mind conjured an image of Crocodile tirelessly eradicating bandits and pirates in a bid to win the public's favor. Ding! Task completed. Successfully arrived at Alabasta. Task reward. Premium bait 2. Just as they docked, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Phew, it was worth it. Zhang Jun nodded in satisfaction, had it not been for his quick reflexes. He might have been left behind permanently. It's so hot. The group was currently en route to Norahala. Norahala was the port city of Alabasta, where Zhang Jun and his companions needed to resupply in order to navigate the desert smoothly. Brother Jun, do you smell something delightful? Suddenly, Hill twitched her nose and remarked, the scent of perfume. Zhang Jun detected it as well. The closer they got to Norahala, the stronger the fragrance became. I want food. Not perfume. At that moment, Misoga protested vehemently, his stomach audibly rumbling in protest. Although Zhang Jun's system stored ample food, the prolonged journey had depleted their supplies. Zhang Jun and Hill exchanged knowing smiles, quickening their pace. Hey there, you folks look a bit unfamiliar. I have something special for you. As they strolled through the bustling street, filled with vendors' calls, a man clutching a golden apple halted Zhang Jun and the others. What? What special thing? Hearing the vendor's words, Misoga's eyes lit up as he leaned closer to inquire. Look, this is the legendary golden apple. I'll let you in on a secret. I obtained this divine object from ancient ruins. Just one bite can grant you 1,000 years of life. The vendor, sensing Misoga's interest, feigned a mysterious tone. What? A divine object? Live for 1,000 years. Misoga's eyes widened in astonishment. It's true. You have a good fate. So how about just 1,000 berries? The vendor's eyes sparkled, feigning difficulty as he furrowed his brow. What? 1,000 berries. Misoga was ecstatic. Could he truly live for 1,000 years for just 1,000 berries? All right, enough of this foolishness. Hill, unable to watch any longer, grabbed Misoga by the collar and dragged him away. Simultaneously, Gui Moyen swiftly drew his sword, slicing through the fruit stand's curtain, revealing a figure inside painting the apples with golden hue. I never expected to witness such a scene in my pirate crew, Zhang Jun thought, bemused, as he followed Hill's lead. No, for just 1,000 berries, I could live for 1,000 years, Misoga shouted, still clinging to hope as he was pulled away. Stop shouting. We've arrived at the restaurant. Suddenly, Hill loosened her grip and sighed in resignation. Wow, it smells so good. Misoga, energized by the sight of the restaurant, quickly stood up and dashed inside. Boss, bring us more food. Zhang Jun and his companions found a table to settle at. He then called the proprietor over. Boss, have you seen a man without a shirt, wearing a hat, with the Whitebeard Pirates emblem on his back? Zhang Jun looked at the boss with anticipation. He recalled that this restaurant seemed to be the initial meeting place of Ace and Luffy, although it appeared Luffy had not seen Ace at that time. Whitebeard Pirates. I don't think so, the boss replied, initially startled, and then pondered for a moment. I see. Thank you. Zhang Jun responded somewhat disappointedly, gesturing for the boss to leave. That it was indeed a pity not to encounter Ace. But it was unavoidable, especially since he had arrived much earlier than Luffy. Yes, they dined. Zhang Jun muttered. Captain, who is Ace? Misoga asked with his mouth full, barely intelligible. Could you not eat like a ravenous beast? Hill shot Misoga an exasperated glance before turning her confused gaze to Zhang Jun. Ace is someone I greatly admire, Zhang Jun said, his gaze drifting. In truth, Ace was the character Zhang Jun cherished most from One Piece. Although he met an untimely demise, he left an indelible mark in Zhang Jun's memory. Admire? Upon hearing Zhang Jun's choice of words, the others were taken aback. Even someone as powerful and capable as Zhang Jun had someone he admired. Hey, were you the swordsman just now? A tall, bald man approached Gui Moyan, speaking brazenly. Gui Moyan's red eyes glowed with an eerie light. Fixated on the man before him, he sensed an air of restraint emanating from this individual. Your sword is quite swift. It has been a while since I've had the pleasure of slaughtering a swordsman. Let us engage in combat. The bald man spoke with a chilling demeanor. Oh, bald head. You must be Mr. One, right? But for now, let us finish our meal first. Zhang Jun quickly recognized the man's identity, yet continued to speak lightheartedly. Even if his combat prowess reached 1320 points, he would not be a match for Zhang Jun, who could easily defeat him by shifting into Gear 2. However, for Gui Moyan, whose combat power had barely reached 1280 points through training, this individual represented a formidable opponent. Moreover, if Zhang Jun recalled correctly, this man's abilities were quite effective against swordsmen. No need. Do not interfere. Gui Moyan seemed to grasp Zhang Jun's intention. It appeared this man was a significant threat, yet it was precisely such adversaries that made things interesting. Thus, Gui Moyan nodded at Zhang Jun, his eyes filled with the spirit of battle as he fixed his gaze upon the opponent. You are perceptive. Follow me. Mr. One snorted, yet refrained from attacking Zhang Jun directly. He sensed a looming threat of death emanating from Zhang Jun. Although he was uncertain about the identities of these individuals, once he had spoken, he felt obliged to proceed. Ding. Task triggered. Gui Moyan must defeat Mr. 1. Task reward. Premium, Bait 1. Quality, Bait 1. The system's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Gui Moyan must defeat him. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow. Defeating Mr. 1 would be relatively easy for him. But to task Gui Moyan with it was somewhat concerning. You little brat, no swordsman has ever defeated me. Outside the city, amidst the sandy expanse, Mr. 1 scoffed. You will lose. Gui Moyan slowly drew his soul reaver blade, pointing it at Mr. 1. Arrogant. Mr. 1's expression turned cold as he swung his arms, transforming them into two massive blades. What the? Boss, what's going on with that person? From a distance, Misoga exclaimed in surprise that he is Mr. 1, a high-ranking officer under Crocodile. He possesses the powers of the chop-chop fruit, able to transform any part of his body into a blade, and his body also holds the properties of steel. This means slashing attacks are ineffective against him, Zhang Jun said, his expression grave. Right now, Gui Moyan not only lacked the combat power to compete, but his abilities were also countered by Mr. 1, making the chances of victory exceedingly slim. What a monster! Hill and Misoga both exclaimed in awe. Silence. They have begun. Zhang Jun intently observed the two, the battle commencing at that moment. Suddenly, Gui Moyan's figure vanished from view, reappearing instantaneously above Mr. 1, the Soul Reaver transforming into a black flash. Striking downwards. It was the shadow step. However, Mr. 1 appeared utterly unconcerned, casually waving his hand blade upwards. Gamoyan's sword descended in a swift motion, colliding with Mr. 1's head, producing a thunderous sound. Unexpectedly, at the very moment Mr. 1 was sent flying, his hand blade struck Gamoyan's hard-won soul-reaping blade. Clang! The clash of metal resounded, propelling Gamoyan into the air, only for him to land steadily. Mr. 1, seemingly suffering greater damage, crashed into the sandy ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Did it work? Misoga exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. No. Zhang Jun shook his head, sensing that the battle had only just begun. Indeed, Gamoyan showed no signs of relaxation, still gripping his soul-reaping blade, prepared for any eventuality. The dust quickly settled as anticipated. Mr. 1 emerged unscathed, without even a scratch upon his head. Tisk, fast and powerful, but it seems you still cannot sever metal, Mr. 1 remarked nonchalantly, brushing the dust from his clothing. Following their brief skirmish, both parties gained a preliminary understanding of each other's strength. This is troublesome, Gamoyan thought, feeling a sense of foreboding. Strong indeed, but not a cause for concern. Mr. 1 remained unfazed. Now, it's my turn. With that declaration, Mr. 1 transformed his hands into blades and charged forward. Gamoyan switched to a two-handed grip on his sword, instantly entering a frenzied state, where his blade morphed into a flurry of slashing shadows that clashed incessantly with Mr. 1's hand blades. Clang, clang, the sound of metal reverberated through the air as both combatants moved with astounding speed. so swift that Sierra could scarcely perceive their actions. Masterful slash. Suddenly, Mr. One bellowed, his right hand morphing into a blade, seizing Gamoyan's soul-reaping sword. Not good. Misoga's heart raced as he instinctively wanted to rush in. Stay back. Trust in Moyan. Zhang Jun firmly grasped Misoga's shoulder, recalling the resolute gaze Gamoyan had given them when he had instructed them not to interfere. Perhaps this fellow had long awaited such an opportunity. A chance to grow stronger. Bang! Mr. One's left-hand blade came crashing down, but Gamoyan evaded with an uncanny posture, causing it to slice the hilt of his sword instead. Well done, Misoga shouted, while Sierra clenched his small fists in excitement. Whoosh! Gamoyan's arm bulged with veins, and in a moment of immense power, he wrenched his sword free from Mr. One's grasp. Demon Whale. In a flash, seizing the moment while Mr. One was slightly off balance, Gamoyan unleashed his most powerful technique. In a daze, a colossal black whale skeleton materialized, striking down upon Mr. One with overwhelming force. Bang! Mr. One was sent hurtling through the air. 1,000 tombs. Seizing the momentum, Gamoyan wasted no time soaring above the airborne Mr. One. Time and again, he slashed down, a dizzying display of blade shadows erupting. Before long, Mr. One found himself toppled to the ground. Useless, useless. Just then, when everyone thought Mr. One had been defeated, he executed a swift roll and stood up. Aside from his disheveled appearance, he appeared entirely unharmed. What a monster, Sierra shuddered, while Misoga was left speechless in shock. Useless. As long as you cannot sever steel, you will never harm me, no matter how fast you are or how strange your movements. It is all in vain. Mr. One's eyes glowed with a crimson hue. How long had it been since he had been so thoroughly pressured? Meanwhile, Gamoyan was panting slightly, feeling the toll of the battle weigh heavily upon him. Realizing that despite exhausting all his means, he had achieved no effect, the ensuing scene became increasingly vexing. Gamoyan utilized his extraordinary speed and agility to repeatedly send Mr. One flying. Yet, each time, Mr. One stood up unscathed. Moreover, as time passed, Gamoyan bore numerous wounds, blood flowing freely. Brother Jun, this cannot continue. Moyan will die. Sienna's eyes brimmed with tears as he clutched Zhang Jun's sleeve. Indeed, boss, why not intervene? I can hardly bear to watch this scoundrel. Misoga expressed his frustration, for each time Mr. One rose, he would taunt Gamoyan to no. This is Moyan's own battle. Only through this can he grow stronger. Zhang Jun's expression grew grave, though he too wished to intervene. His reason forbade it. If he acted now, his companions would never attain true growth, believing that their captain would always protect them from danger. But who could guarantee perpetual protection? Misoga and Sierra, both astute, quickly grasped Zhang Jun's intent. If they could not grow, they would forever remain burdens. Thus, both gritted their teeth, suppressing their emotions, silently praying for Gamoyan to triumph. Die, brat. At that moment, Gamoyan closed in once more, striking at Mr. One. But due to immense fatigue, he left an opening. Mr. One's eyes widened in fury, delivering a powerful kick to Gamoyan's waist. Splat. The sound of flesh being torn echoed as Gamoyan's figure was sent flying, struggling to stabilize himself. He found a gaping wound at his waist, revealing glimpses of his innards. Ah, Sierra gasped, tears welling in his eyes. Kid, surrender. Mr. One cast a wary glance at Zhang Jun, then triumphantly addressed Gamoyan. No, is it merely steel? Gamoyan touched the wound at his waist, smearing the blood onto his blade. The red hue of his pupils deepened, transforming into an ominous black in an instant. As Gamoyan spoke, a horde of ghostly figures materialized behind him. Each specter gazed at Gamoyan with eager anticipation, then converged into a brilliant light without hesitation. What is that? Misoga exclaimed in astonishment that a ghostly deity took shape behind Gamoyan. Iron Devourer. In that moment, dark energy enveloped Gamoyan as he darted forward once more toward Mr. One. Mr. One stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Human slaughter, but in the instant Gamoyan vanished, Mr. One reacted, instantly hardening his body to the maximum. Sizzle, a distinct sound resonated, revealing Gamoyan's blade slicing through like it was merely rusted iron, effortlessly penetrating. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, and only then did the onlookers react. By that time, Mr. One lay unconscious on the ground, a massive gash torn into his waist. Moyan, the others barely had time to rejoice before Gamoyan collapsed from exhaustion. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have a good partner. Task completed. Task rewards. Premium Bait 1, Quality Bait 1. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, inexplicably evoking a sense of warmth in Zhang Jun. Felt strangely more human. Shaking his head, Zhang Jun turned his attention to the fallen Gamoyan. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Sierra, hurry and treat him, please. Zhang Jun frowned at Gamoyan, who was losing blood profusely. Brother Jun. Rest assured, such injuries will not endanger his life or leave lasting effects. Sierra nodded with a smile, relieved that the internal organs were unharmed. Only the abdomen had been torn as long as it was stitched properly and allowed to heal. He would be fine. Ice-cold face. You really give it your all, Misoga muttered, a new glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Zhang Jun nodded, then retrieved a glass bottle from the system, within which lay a small ship. Indeed, Zhang Jun had made it a point to stow the Longting Wanli whenever he went ashore, sparing Gamoyan the need to stay behind and guard it. This realization brought a twinge of guilt for having previously left Gamoyan to watch over the ship. Thus, a miraculous scene unfolded. In the scorching desert, a pirate ship appeared as if conjured from thin air. Fortunately, this location is rather remote, and due to the terrain, it is unlikely to be discovered by anyone. Misoga, you shall assist till aboard the ship while also providing them with protection. I will procure a few camels to ensure our smooth passage across the desert after securing the wounded Gamoyan. Zhang Jun instructed the two and ventured once more towards the city. Through the map, Zhang Jun realized that they must first gather sufficient resources in Nayuahala. Following that, they would travel by water to the parched city of Irmal, and then proceed through Yuba to reach the current location of Crocodile in UD. This is the most comfortable route, although it is feasible to traverse the desert without entering the cities. It would indeed be quite arduous. Boss, are these camels for sale? Upon re-entering Nayuahala, Zhang Jun swiftly located a place where camels were being sold. Meanwhile, not far away, a naval officer whispered to Smoker, Colonel, reports indicate that the Thunder user, Zhang Jun, will arrive in Alabasta before the Straw Hat Kid. I must not encounter those two rascals again. I will certainly apprehend them, Smoker declared vehemently, although the Straw Hat Kid is no match for him. He acknowledges that the one who wields electricity is a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, no matter the cost, he must defeat him. Just then, Smoker suddenly spotted a familiar figure seemingly purchasing camels. The Electric Kid? An astonished voice rang out behind Zhang Jun. Recognizing the voice, Zhang Jun turned around in confusion. Oh, Smoker. Seeing Smoker, who was clad in rugged naval attire and puffing on a cigar, Zhang Jun greeted him with a slight smile and a wave. This rascal, Smoker thought, feeling a dark cloud hover above him. I am a Navy officer, and you are a pirate. How can you greet me, as if we were old friends? Enough chit-chat, surrender now, with a sweeping gesture. Smoker commanded his naval troops to encircle Zhang Jun. Look, it's the Navy. Who are they surrounding? Just an ordinary young man. You are woefully uninformed. That is the Thunder user, Zhang Jun, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries. What? Isn't that nearly on par with Lord Crocodile? Impossible. Lord Crocodile has been a hero all these years. Such a meager bounty is long forgotten. The crowd grew increasingly dense. The Crocodile's reputation has indeed been well crafted. Zhang Jun murmured to himself. Humph, White Snake. Just as Zhang Jun became somewhat distracted, Smoker's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, his arm transformed into a serpent-like plume of smoke, lunging at Zhang Jun. Hey, that's not good. Zhang Jun's brows furrowed slightly, and with a surge of electricity surrounding him, he swiftly enveloped all the smoke within. Although Smoker's combat power had risen to 1100 points, he was evidently no match for Zhang Jun. It could only be said that Zhang Jun's fruit ability happened to restrain Smoker's capabilities. Unlike Luffy, whose attacks were purely physical and thus ineffective against Smoker's smoke form, Zhang Jun's electrifying prowess made a significant difference, which was the reason he had previously defeated Smoker. Damn it. Smoker found himself firmly ensnared, unable to fully elementalize and escape. Why don't you all take a nap? Zhang Jun casually remarked to the surrounding Navy personnel. In an instant, bolts of lightning erupted, and the crackling sounds were followed by all the Navy officers collapsing to the ground. All right, boss. Let's resume our transaction. Observing that the situation was under control, Zhang Jun ignored Smoker's shouts and turned to the astonished camel vendor. All right. These camels are yours, young sir. The shopkeeper, regaining his composure, stammered and feared. That's unacceptable. Zhang Jun shook his head, tossing down 4 money bags before leading away the 4 camels. 40,000? The shopkeeper exclaimed in astonishment. This young man is truly wealthy. Once Zhang Jun had walked far enough, the dense lightning surrounding Smoker finally dissipated. Damn it. Damn it. Smoker's expression was exceedingly grim as he summoned Dashki to awaken all the Navy personnel before retreating in disgrace. He certainly had no intention of pursuing Zhang Jun. Did he not see that they were utterly outmatched? Straw Hat Kid. I cannot capture him now, but I will surely catch you. Smoker's mind was in turmoil. Impressive. After the Navy departed, the surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of admiration for Zhang Jun's formidable strength. That I have returned. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jun arrived back beneath the dragon-treading Wanli ship. At that moment, Gamoyan had awakened. And according to Hill, his wounds were miraculously healing at an astonishing pace. At this rate, he would fully recover in no more than 3 days. This revelation surprised Zhang Jun, though he was aware he possessed a similarly, if not more potent, physique. Meanwhile, Gamoyan was now barely able to ride a camel. Thus, Zhang Jun stowed away the dragon-treading Wanli once more, and the group mounted their camels, heading towards the seaside. Next, we must navigate upstream to Irmal, Misoga stated, pointing at a map in the captain's cabin. After covering some distance, they once again reached the shoreline, preparing to head towards Ud, the city where Crocodile resided. However, Zhang Jun decided to follow the same route that Luffy and his crew had taken, first to Irmal, then to Yuba, and finally to Ud. After defeating Crocodile, they might even explore the royal capital. The dragon-treading Wanli sailed swiftly, arriving at the port of Irmal early the next morning. What is that? Suddenly, Misoga, standing at the ship's edge, noticed numerous dark shapes in the water. Kung Fu. Shouts reminiscent of the term Kung Fu echoed. Instantly, a multitude of animals emerged, standing on the rocks and waving their fists. Oh, are they provoking me? Misoga scoffed disdainfully at the sight. Misoga. No. Zhang Jun suddenly recalled something but was too late to prevent Misoga from throwing himself into combat. Brother Jun, what's the matter? Hill inquired, puzzled. They're just some small animals. Can't we just shoo them away? Those are Kung Fu manatees. They possess considerable strength, Zhang Jun replied with a resigned smile. Then let us defeat them, Hill suggested nonchalantly upon hearing Zhang Jun's words. They venerate the strong. Once defeated, they will worship their conqueror as their master. Zhang Jun explained as Misoga had already taken down a number of them. Kung Fu. In less than a moment, a throng of Kung Fu manatees encircled Misoga in admiration. Zhang Jun and the others, taking their camels and gathering their belongings, leaped off the ship. Misoga, you figure it out. We shall take our leave, Zhang Jun called out, casting a sympathetic smile at Misoga as he stowed away the dragon-treading Wanli. Hey, boss, wait for me, Misoga exclaimed anxiously, trying to catch up to as expected. The Kung Fu manatees clutched his pant legs, preventing him from departing. How adorable, Hill remarked with a smile. All right, let us set off, Zhang Jun declared loudly. And the three promptly headed in the direction of Irmal. Brother Jun, are we really leaving him behind? Hill asked, somewhat perplexed. Rest assured that Misoga is quite clever, Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly. Indeed. Just after they had walked a few dozen meters, Misoga came racing up, panting heavily. Boss, you guys are truly ruthless. You really won't wait for me, Misoga gasped, having caught up to them. Did you not arrive just now? Zhang Jun chuckled in response. Misoga was left speechless. All right, Misoga, how did you manage to shake off those charming manatees? Hill interrupted, curious. That's a secret, Misoga replied with a mysterious smile. Surely some trickery is involved. With her lips pursed and an expression that suggested she was uninterested in hearing anything unless prompted. Sierra looked on. Misoga chuckled awkwardly. All right, we've arrived at Irmal, Zhang Jun spoke as he continued walking. Before them lay a desolate city. The ground was strewn with sand, and even the trees had lost their vitality. Reduced to mere decaying wood, buildings lay in ruins, deserted, as though they were remnants of a forgotten desert. Isn't this supposed to be the Green City? The name sounds like it should be an oasis of sorts. Misoga expressed his bewilderment. That was many years ago. It seems that 3 years ago, this place began its gradual decline into its current state, Zhang Jun remarked, glancing around and shaking his head. Stories. I want to hear stories. Sienna's eyes sparkled at Zhang Jun's words, and she bounced with excitement. All right, let me share what I know, Zhang Jun began. This place was once, true to its nickname, an oasis, and it thrived with prosperity. However, approximately 3 years ago, due to the actions of the Baroque studio, the rains ceased to fall across the nation, including here. Naturally, the land slowly dried up. Zhang Jun succinctly summarized the story in just a few sentences. The actions of the Baroque studio, Sierra seized upon the key detail. Yes, they used dancing powder in the capital to frame the king, which led to the current state of this nation. Zhang Jun nodded. Regardless of how old Shot turned out later, he is undoubtedly the villain now, Misoga interjected. What is dancing powder? He inquired. Dancing powder can induce rainfall, but it has a fatal flaw. It reduces rainfall in other areas. This very issue sparked numerous wars before it was ultimately banned. Zhang Jun continued to explain to the curious group. Big brother, you truly know everything, Misoga said in admiration, nodding in understanding. Sierra also expressed her agreement. Only Gue Moyen gazed coolly into the distance. Just then, a gust of wind stirred, and a sound akin to weeping echoed around them. Is someone there? Misoga exclaimed, gripping his weather stick with vigilance. Relax, it's just the sound of the wind passing through the ruins. Zhang Jun reassured him with a sigh as he patted his shoulder. Brother Jun, why is that crocodile so wicked, yet still a warlord and admired by so many? Sierra asked, unable to contain her frown. Perhaps due to the bleak atmosphere. She had sensed it in Alabasta. The people of this nation regarded Crocodile as a hero. It was truly ironic, as he was the very one responsible for their current plight. It's not kindness or justice that earns people's admiration. Rather, it's simply that they see what they wish to revere. Just as Zhang Jun was about to respond, Gue Moyen unexpectedly interjected with this statement. Moyen, you've got some insight, Zhang Jun remarked, momentarily taken aback as he patted his shoulder. The group soon departed from what was once the Green City. Although their emotions varied, they all shared a profound disdain for Crocodile. Such an organization that harms an entire nation for selfish desires will be vanquished by our Longjun pirate crew, Misoga exclaimed at It's so hot, he complained, wiping the sweat from his brow and sticking out his tongue. You're riding a camel and drinking water. Zhang Jun shot him a glare over his shoulder. Indeed, thanks to their prior preparations and the system's ability to store supplies, the 4 of them, except for Gue Moyen, were comfortably seated on camels, free from worries about water and food, simply needing to head towards their destination. As for Gue Moyen, he insisted on training, carrying the camel while swinging his sword as he walked. Perhaps he was enhancing his resistance to the heat. That ice-cold face is quite strange. I've never heard of someone carrying a camel in the desert, Misoga grumbled, though he quieted down considerably. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun turned his focus back to fishing. Indeed, even in the desert, he could fish. After all, he wasn't fishing for fish, but rather for entities from alternate dimensions. However, the others were genuinely puzzled when he took out his tools to begin fishing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the voice of all things, level 1. Just as Zhang Jun anticipated what marvelous bait he might catch, the system's voice chimed in. Wow, the voice of all things. But why does the system's tone feel a bit off? Zhang Jun silently mused. To his knowledge, there were probably no more than 5 individuals in the world of One Piece who possessed the ability known as the voice of all things. The most renowned being Gold. Roger, the Pirate King. Zhang Jun closed his eyes, maximizing the function of his ears, sand. Indeed, he thought he heard something, clearer than before he acquired the voice of all things. Yet it didn't seem to reveal anything particularly special. It appeared that a level 1 voice of all things didn't have much impact. Zhang Jun glanced at the description. The voice of all things had 5 levels, and he might need to level up 1 or 2 more times for a significant transformation. Calmly, he continued to fish. He had 2 pieces of premium bait and 1 piece of high-quality bait remaining. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 400 combat power. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Toxic Synthesis level 1, transferable. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item. A disposable human soldier card can summon a combatant with 2,000 combat power for 2 hours. With the final notification from the system, Zhang Jun nodded in satisfaction. Sierra, I have something wonderful, Zhang Jun said with a gentle smile as he rode closer to her. Brother Jun, what good thing is it? Ice cream? Sierra asked with wide eyes, filled with curiosity. Haha, little girl, Zhang Jun chuckled, playfully tapping her head. Toxic synthesis. Sierra readily absorbed the information that flooded her mind. This skill was remarkable. It allowed for the storage of toxins in advance, enabling the synthesis of new, more potent toxins when needed. It was almost akin to the power of a devil fruit, yet without any side effects. Sierra was particularly intrigued by Zhang Jun. Who was he? Possessing such formidable abilities and the capacity to bestow powerful skills upon others. Sierra, want to give it a try? Zhang Jun waved his hand in front of her, who seemed lost in thought. Huh? Oh, Sierra promptly snapped back to attention. She then retrieved several small porcelain vials from her waist, each containing pills of varying colors. Using the toxic synthesis skill, she absorbed them all in an instant. A swirling mass of pitch-black mist appeared in the sky nearby. With a wave of her hand, the mist descended upon a cactus, sizzled in less than 2 seconds. The enormous cactus transformed into a puddle of thick liquid. Wow, this skill is amazing, Sierra exclaimed with wide eyes. Realizing that with these skills, she wouldn't be a burden to Brother Jun anymore. I'm glad you like it. Zhang Jun smiled contentedly as he took a sip from a bottle of water. Humph, the captain is biased. He treats Sierra so well. What do you say, Ice Face? Misoga remarked mischievously. Misoga? Sierra's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Someone's coming. Zhang Jun initially smiled, but suddenly heard some unusual sounds and immediately changed his expression. Charge! Ha! Kill them! The thunderous shouts grew louder as Zhang Jun and his companions noticed a swarm of figures rushing towards them. So many. Misoga leapt down from the camel, brandishing the weather staff. However, he did not dismount. Instead, he continuously produced toxins to synthesize and absorb. Gue Moyen placed the camel on the ground and unsheathed the still icy soul-controlling demon blade. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun remained seated on the camel, his demeanor unfazed. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that despite the large number of adversaries, they were merely insignificant lackeys. Hill, isn't this fortuitous? A perfect opportunity for a trial of skill. Zhang Jun's expression turned cold as he spoke. Hill remained silent, but a toxic barrier enveloped the 4 individuals and their 4 camels. Toxins. Poison. Soon, the fierce band of desert pirates found themselves ensnared in the noxious fog. Scatter. Hill commanded softly, in an instant. The thick poison dispersed. The desert raiders who had narrowly escaped calamity fled in all directions, their cries echoing in despair. Cursed! Cursed! Suddenly, a voice, filled with rage, resounded as the toxic mist cleared. A burly man charged towards Zhang Jun and the others, wielding a large sword, with several monstrous creatures from the desert trailing behind him. Huge scorpions and gigantic poison frogs. Although the man collapsed before reaching Zhang Jun, the creatures had indeed set their sights on him and his companions. It seems we must rely on ourselves. After all, they are toxic beings, virtually impervious to poison. Misoga, astonished by Hill's prowess, recognized that the situation was beyond Hill's control, and thus, patted his chest and declared, Monsters, perish, with a thunderous roar. Misoga charged forward. However, at that moment, a shadow flickered past. Ghost flame. A voice resonated, chilling to the bone. Gue Moyen swung his blade. Several monsters fell to the ground, their wounds glazed with a thin layer of ice. You, Misoga stammered, pointing at Gue Moyen, unable to articulate his thoughts. Moyen truly possesses a remarkable talent for wielding this ghostly technique. Could it be due to bloodlines? Zhang Jun mused, intrigued by Gue Moyen's newfound ability. He then approached Gue Moyen with a mischievous glint in his eye. Cough, cough. Moyen, shall we see another strike? Zhang Jun produced several cups of chilled juice and placed them on the ground. Consequently, Gue Moyen, while supporting the camel, ambled forward, occasionally unleashing the ghost flame to chill the juice. Sipping the icy beverage while donning sunglasses, Zhang Jun and his companions leisurely made their way towards Yuba. Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling echoed from the sandy terrain. What could that be? Misoga exclaimed, sitting upright and surprised. It must be some creatures from the desert. Zhang Jun remarked nonchalantly. Creatures? Upon hearing this word, Hill instinctively glanced around and feared as a woman. She harbored a natural apprehension towards such beings. Suddenly, a patch of sand was disturbed, revealing a massive purple scorpion. Wow, it's enormous, Misoga marveled. Ghost flame. Without hesitation, Gue Moyen struck, and a flash of black light severed the scorpion in two, its corpse emanating a faint chill. Incredibly, Gue Moyen had only recently mastered this technique, yet had achieved such prowess. Boss, look ahead, there's a grove of stone. Let's feast on shrimp. Scorpion, Misoga exclaimed as he dismounted the camel, hoisting the scorpion's two halves and racing towards the stone grove. Wait, I hadn't finished speaking. Zhang Jun sighed, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Though they were at ease, the camels beneath them were not. 15 minutes later, Zhang Jun and his companions sat in the shade, savoring the delectable scorpion meat. The daytime desert temperatures were particularly high, and the stone slabs exposed to the sun served as natural grills that I must admit. This scorpion is truly delicious. Zhang Jun relished the meal. Indeed, Brother Jun, may I have another piece? Hill asked, nibbling on a morsel before reaching for another from the nearby stone slab. All right, there are so many people. Zhang Jun smiled as he extended his hand to take the piece, but suddenly, his ears perked up. It seemed a large group was approaching their direction. Stay alert, Zhang Jun whispered, leaping to the highest stone pillar. What is that? A contemplative expression crossed Zhang Jun's face. Rebel army, with deep tea-green. Short-cropped hair, a scar over his left eye, a long reddish-brown coat, a dark green belt, and orange gloves. A figure wielding an exceptionally long sword emerged. None other than Kusha, Vivi's childhood friend. Indeed, Kusha possessed commendable leadership qualities. Albeit slightly inferior to my own, that I find myself tempted to recruit him as a subordinate. Zhang Jun stroked his chin, deep in thought. Hey, Kusha. As the rebel forces drew closer, Zhang Jun jumped down from the stone pillar and called out loudly. Stop. Kusha raised his hand high, signaling everyone to halt. Who are you? He inquired, directing his gaze at Zhang Jun. I am a friend of Vivi, here at her request to deal with the shadowy figure behind this kingdom, Crocodile. Zhang Jun spoke slowly, feeling a twinge of guilt for using Vivi's name once more. Shadowy figure? Kusha, being the leader of the rebels, quickly seized upon the key phrase. Observing Kusha's interest, Zhang Jun's lips curled into a smile. He then recounted all the nefarious deeds he knew of Crocodile. What? It was all him. Kusha's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, that is the truth, Zhang Jun affirmed confidently. At this point, Misoga and the others approached. Yet no one interrupted Zhang Jun's discourse. As Zhang Jun's words concluded, even Kusha's well-trained subordinates began to stir restlessly. After all, the former king had been regarded as the wisest ruler in their eyes. And now, upon hearing such claims, they felt not only elation but also guilt. Silence. What proof do you have? Kusha, true to form, remained skeptical. Despite Zhang Jun's logical reasoning and alignment with the kingdom's events, he lacked evidence. Evidence? I must admit, I have none. However, how about a wager? Zhang Jun proposed with a mischievous glint in his eye. A wager? What sort of wager? Kusha looked bewildered. Let us wager whether what I say is true. As for the stakes, the loser shall become the other's subordinate. Zhang Jun stepped closer to Kusha, his expression beaming with enthusiasm. Rest assured, regardless of the truth, I will defeat Crocodile. Seeing Kusha hesitate, Zhang Jun quickly added. Moreover, he unsheathed his wicked blade, Thunderblood, infused it with lightning, and struck a nearby stone grove with a single swing. Boom! Crash! In an instant, a visible blade of light, laced with electricity, whistled through the air, shattering the entire grove into fragments. Debris raining down. What the? That's inhuman. The rebel army once again erupted into chaos. All right. I accept your wager. If what you say is true, defeating Crocodile would indeed save this nation, so I have no qualms about becoming your subordinate. Kusha's eyes sparkled with admiration for Zhang Jun, a young man possessing such formidable strength. Ding! Mission triggered. Subdue Kusha. Mission reward. Quality bait. Toot! The system's voice chimed in at the opportune moment, just as Zhang Jun anticipated. The system's tasks required his active engagement, though it appeared to also issue some tasks to guide him along a path that would unlock further opportunities. All right. It's a deal. Zhang Jun nodded in satisfaction. Unlike the intention to subdue Kusha and have him sail alongside the likes of Hill, he envisioned utilizing Kusha's leadership abilities to establish a power of his own within the Alabasta kingdom. Soon enough, the two parties parted ways. Kusha did not intend to relinquish his autonomy. Rather, he planned to execute his strategy after Zhang Jun triumphed over Crocodile. After all, he had no desire to err. Brother Jun, why do you wish to take this man under your wing? Do you intend for him to sail with us? Hill inquired, his face a canvas of curiosity, somewhat perplexed by Zhang Jun's motives. Hill, do you recall our ultimate goal? I aspire to become the king of the pirates, and to achieve that, I must possess a formidable force to support me. It is evident that I am on the verge of becoming this nation's savior. Under such circumstances, having a subordinate with exceptional leadership qualities operating within this kingdom makes it exceedingly simple to establish a vast influence. Does it not? Zhang Jun smiled faintly, recognizing that despite Hill's numerous experiences, he often resembled a blank slate. Could it be, boss, that you aspire to reign like Crocodile? Misoga exclaimed in astonishment, his mind wandering into fantasies of a luxurious life should Zhang Jun ascend to kingship. What are you daydreaming about? Zhang Jun admonished, delivering a swift chop to Misoga's forehead. As for the specific nature of this power, I believe Kusha understands it even better than I do. Nevertheless, it will certainly not disrupt the nation. Casting a glance at the nearby city of Yuba, Zhang Jun spoke slowly. Let us not enter Yuba. My objectives have been achieved. Onward through the rain. With a grand gesture, he resumed his journey. Unbeknownst to them, Gue Moyen gazed at Zhang Jun's retreating figure with increasing admiration and anticipation. He yearned for the day when the man he followed would reign supreme, with him standing at his side. Bringing glory to his family. Is this the rain-soaked land? How prosperous it is, Hill remarked, perched atop a camel, surveying the bustling city before him. This city was a stark contrast to the desolate landscapes of Yuba and Almar, teeming with life and laughter. Its inhabitants seemingly untouched by the turmoil outside. That it felt like a veritable paradise, truly deserving of its title as the land of dreams. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jun and his companions sold their camel to a merchant. Formally stepping into the city. Ding, mission triggered. Defeat Crocodile and save Alabasta. Mission reward. Premium bait, 3. Just as they settled in, the system's voice echoed in their minds. Hockey, Zhang Jun's eyes brightened. This was a formidable asset in the world of One Piece, enabling him to contend with the elemental powers of Devil Fruit users. A tribute template, he silently commanded, eager to assess his combat prowess before confronting the boss. Information template, host, Zhang Jun combat power, 1885 skills, Marine 6 styles, Soru. Shave, Gale Foot, Iron Block, Finger Pistol, Moonwalk, Lightning Release. Thousand Birds, Martial Arts, Thunderstorm Blade, Water Manipulation, Wave Step, Voice of All Things, Level 1. Fruit, True Lightning Fruit, Current Development Level 3, Total Tier Points, 10. Note, each advancement in tier permanently enhances combat power by 20%. Items, approximately 3 million berries, Evil Blade, Thunderblood, Summon Card, can summon a character with combat power of 2,000 for 2 hours. Sea King Type Pokeball 1, Dragon Roar, Life Paper 1, Super Grenade 1. Large Sea Prism Stone 1, Switch Modified Console, Compass 1, Unfinished Mission. Proceed directly to Alabasta. After reviewing the attribute template, Zhang Jun felt a sense of satisfaction. With his second tier activated, his combat power surged to 2,262, surpassing Crocodile's. Moreover, he possessed the Sea Prism Stone as a secret weapon. He couldn't help but feel as though he was cheating to a Devil Fruit user. He had no significant weaknesses. Such was the nature of fate. Shall we go straight to confront Crocodile? Zhang Jun inquired of his companions, brimming with enthusiasm and eager to deliver a decisive blow to Crocodile. But boss, we've just arrived in a proper city. Shouldn't we take a moment to rest? Misoga replied, his eyes gleaming at the allure of the vibrant city. Indeed, Brother Jun, we've been on the move for too long. How about we enjoy a meal first? Hill concurred with Misoga's sentiment. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet he could not articulate it at the moment, and simply nodded in acquiescence. The group found a restaurant and entered a private room. Now, what is the matter? I refuse to believe you do not wish to swiftly defeat Crocodile. Zhang Jun tapped his right index finger rhythmically on the table, speaking slowly. Boss is truly astute. In fact, I have pondered a question. I believe Hill has considered it as well, Misoga said with a grin, casting a glance at Hill. Indeed, Brother Jun, I recall you mentioning that in the eyes of the populace, Crocodile is regarded as a hero. Yes? Hill chuckled before continuing. Zhang Jun, ever perceptive, quickly grasped the crux of the issue. Precisely, we cannot openly confront the people's hero. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly face public opposition. Although ordinary citizens may be easily subdued, the safety of the populace must be taken into account as we present ourselves as righteous figures. Eureka! Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled as an idea crystallized in his mind. Thus, he quietly shared his thoughts with his companions. Feasible. A smile crept across the lips of Hill and the others as they nodded in agreement. Soon after, they parted ways. Zhang Jun's plan was straightforward. He intended to employ a ruse similar to what Crocodile commanded of Frankie in the world of One Piece. He would have him impersonate the Straw Hat Pirates to commit acts of mischief. Meanwhile, Misoga sought to undertake similar schemes under the guise of Baroque works. At the same time, Zhang Jun boldly issued a challenge to Crocodile in the name of a crusade. The group diverged, with the increasingly powerful Dragon Roar safeguarding Hill, leaving them with little to worry about. Before long, Zhang Jun was wandering through the city, gathering information about the local happenings. Hey, have you heard? Crocodile's subordinates are causing a ruckus. Indeed, such rumors soon spread throughout the city, escalating in intensity. Seizing the opportunity before Crocodile could react, Zhang Jun made his way to the Rain Banquet. The Rain Banquet was the largest establishment in Rainy Land, and also the grandest casino. Arriving at the building crowned with an alligator's head, Zhang Jun took to the air and proclaimed, "Look, that person can fly. What is he doing here? Surely he is here to stir trouble." The crowd began to gather around him. "Crocodile, come out. I know you are the one who has destroyed this nation. At last, your true colors are revealed." Zhang Jun's words reverberated, resonating throughout the city. What did he say? He claims Crocodile destroyed this nation. Impossible, he is our hero. Then why are his subordinates causing chaos? Indeed, what is going on? As the murmurs of the crowd reached Zhang Jun's ears, a smile crept upon his face. Success, as long as doubt arose among the populace. His plan would succeed. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the Rain Banquet, Crocodile seethed with rage, a scarred visage contorting with fury. Damn it. I let him escape once, and now he dares to cause trouble again. With a furious punch, he shattered the table before him. Miss all Sunday. Gather the men and deal with those troublemakers. Crocodile was at a loss. Many of his subordinates were dispatched to confront the Straw Hat Pirates, while others lay severely injured from their encounter with Zhang Jun, leaving him with few capable hands at his disposal. In truth, the primary reason was that Crocodile had not anticipated that Zhang Jun would return. He believed that Zhang Jun and his companions had long since fled, too terrified to set foot on the land of Alabasta. This was also one of the reasons he had hastily departed from Norhara. As he witnessed Robin's departure, Crocodile's countenance grew increasingly grim, his frustration mounting with every passing moment. Damn it! Hearing the uproar of the crowd outside intensifying, he could no longer contain his agitation. Initially, he merely needed to eliminate those nuisances, and this matter would be resolved. Yet when had the esteemed Warlord of the Sea ever endured such indignity? Thus, a sandstorm spiraled around him as he charged towards the Rain Banquet. He's coming. Zhang Jun's expression turned serious. He did not intend to employ Seastone directly. Otherwise, such a confrontation would be devoid of meaning that he sought to hone his skills for the inevitable encounters with the true powerhouses in the future. Those formidable figures did not fear Seastone. Lord Crocodile is here. A voice boomed from the crowd, and instantly, silence fell upon the assembly. You, come with me. A gust of wind swept through as Crocodile stood atop the sandstorm. His expression dark as he addressed Zhang Jun. No sooner had he spoken than he surged towards the outskirts of the city. Lord Crocodile is too benevolent. He chooses to battle outside the city to prevent the conflict from spilling over to us. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Zhang Jun arched an eyebrow at a shifty-eyed individual that a flash of lightning appeared and vanished silently. With a faint smile, Zhang Jun transformed into a streak of electric light. Pursuing Crocodile, behind him, the shifty-eyed man felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck before losing consciousness, leaving only a twitching figure on the ground. In the same moment, to the east of the city. You truly dare to come? Robin materialized from nowhere, standing in front of Sherd. At you. I've heard of your exploits from Brother Jun. You are a good person. Step aside. Brother Jun will defeat Crocodile, and then you shall be free. Shur initially regarded the sudden apparition with suspicion, but upon recognizing Robin, she exhaled in relief. Indeed, who was that person? Robin offered no response, gazing towards Zhang Jun's direction, simultaneously, to the west of the city. Gue Moyen coldly scrutinized the slender woman with a voluminous blue hairstyle before him. He had just fought against this woman, who possessed abilities akin to Mr. One, but she wielded blades. For someone who could take down Mr. One, this posed no challenge. Concurrently, to the north of the city. So many people, stop chasing me. Misoga screamed as he fled, continuously conjuring smoke, rain, and other obstructions to hinder his pursuers. although these individuals lacked combat prowess. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming. At this moment, Zhang Jun had followed Crocodile outside the city, and the battle was on the brink of erupting that I never imagined you would dare to return. Crocodile forcibly suppressed his anger. Staring at Zhang Jun, who appeared to pose no significant threat, perhaps if it were not for that unsettling feeling of danger, he would not have desired to test this individual. What can I say? I simply wish to rid the world of evil. Zhang Jun shrugged nonchalantly. Observing his flippant demeanor, Crocodile could no longer restrain himself. Die. The old sandstorm roared. Casting aside any pretense, he unleashed a sandstorm without hesitation. As the furious voice of the old sandstorm echoed, Zhang Jun and the surrounding area were immediately engulfed in swirling sand. Thunderer. Ha! Today, you shall meet your demise in the sea of sand, Crocodile retorted coldly. Transforming into a mass of sand and merging into the whirlwind, the sandstorm's power surged to its zenith, careening towards Zhang Jun amidst the cacophony of buzzing sounds and the sensation of razor-like winds slicing through the air. Humph! Zhang Jun remained unfazed, letting out a dismissive grunt. Second gear, activate. Third gear, activate. In an instant, Zhang Jun felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Simultaneously, he retrieved the iron sand he had meticulously stored in the system. This iron sand had been procured after he activated third gear. Thus, he had amassed a considerable quantity within the system, though he had yet to utilize it. Now was the opportune moment. Magnetic force. Fully unleashed, tons of iron sand danced in the air under Zhang Jun's magnetic control, forming a counteracting iron sand tornado. The sounds of sizzling and crashing filled the atmosphere. Ultimately, Crocodile realized that this maneuver posed no threat to Zhang Jun and gradually ceased the sandstorm. Damn it! You little brat, you have quite the repertoire. You Haven-T even mastered elementalization, yet you can resist my techniques. Crocodile re-emerged, his expression grim. Zhang Jun remained silent. Did he not know that villains perish due to excessive verbosity? He summoned lightning blood, and as arcs of electricity crackled, he swiftly appeared before Crocodile. With a whoosh, as anticipated, Crocodile instantly transformed into sand, which was non-conductive and inflicted no harm. At that very moment, Crocodile materialized a colossal sand fist. Striking Zhang Jun, thud, the resounding impact echoed as Zhang Jun was slammed into the sandy ground. Though he sustained minimal damage thanks to his lightning armor, he recognized that this method would prove futile. I ask, do you intend to prolong this stalemate? Or would you prefer not to turn to sand? Zhang Jun scratched his head, offering him a chance. All right, do you truly believe you can best me without turning to sand? Surprisingly, Crocodile readily acquiesced, a testament to his furious state. Nonetheless, it was fortunate for him. Otherwise, Zhang Jun would have doused him with water, though it would not have escalated to the use of sea stone. Brave man. Zhang Jun gave a thumbs up. Subsequently, Zhang Jun's body trembled, enveloping the entire sandy terrain in a tempest of lightning. Thunderous wrath, he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of lightning upon Crocodile, Sand Shield, amidst the crackling of electricity. That familiar voice resonated faintly. However, a smile played on Zhang Jun's lips. His lightning was not so easily thwarted. Indeed, as the electric light dissipated, a dilapidated spherical sand shield stood in the center of the battleground. Inside, Crocodile was charred black. Gritting his teeth in a glare at Zhang Jun, he had indeed not transformed into sand. For reasons unknown, that notion flickered through Zhang Jun's mind. Sand arrows. Crocodile, undeterred by his charred state, pressed on with the battle. A hail of arrows composed of sand shot toward Zhang Jun, their numbers overwhelming, akin to a locust swarm. Lightning sword wheel. Zhang Jun twirled his wrist, his body spinning in tandem. Instantly, he formed a shield akin to the spherical sand shield, albeit adorned with swirling blades of light and crackling currents. These techniques were the product of Zhang Jun's vivid imagination, a blend of flamboyance and practicality. Due to his strength, Zhang Jun not only fully defended against the sand arrows, but also occasionally unleashed beams of sword light directed at Crocodile. Damn it, at this rate, I might not prevail. Crocodile manipulated the sand arrows relentlessly, yet his expression grew increasingly grim. It was evident that Zhang Jun still retained energy while he felt himself waning. Erosion reincarnation. Silently, Crocodile unobtrusively activated his ultimate move. Initially, Zhang Jun merely sensed something amiss beneath his feet, but in a heartbeat, he realized that his feet had become ensnared in the sand. he swiftly recognized that Crocodile had resorted to underhanded tactics. Zhang Jun maintained his composure, allowing himself to be gradually pulled into the sand that he could distinctly feel the moisture within his body slowly evaporating. If this continued into the afternoon, his demise would be inevitable. Observing Zhang Jun's half-submerged form, Crocodile confidently approached. "Kid, you are far from my match." Crocodile wore an air of arrogant disdain, having just been unable to best Zhang Jun, yet now looking down upon him. Zhang Jun was too weary to elaborate further. The flicker of inspiration surged within him, and the iron sand that had silently infiltrated the surroundings promptly coalesced. With a swift motion, the iron sand surged forth, forming an impenetrable cage that ensnared Crocodile. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun gradually emerged from the surface of the sand, buoyed by the iron sand beneath him. Sighing, he mused that he had initially believed he would need water or sea stone to vanquish his adversary, only to find that Crocodile's current disposition was so lacking. With a sense of disappointment, Zhang Jun lamented how the once great Sandman had fallen to such depths, reduced to this state after his defeat by Whitebeard. To think he still sought to wield ancient weaponry, how utterly disgraceful. "What do you intend to do?" Crocodile's voice, laced with venomous fury, echoed from within the iron sand cage. He continued to lash out desperately at his confines. Fortunately, under Zhang Jun's deft control, the cage shifted and morphed, thwarting any immediate escape attempts. "Enough! You shall not elude me," Zhang Jun declared, retrieving a large bucket of water from his system and dousing the iron sand cage with it. Under his conscious direction, the water seeped in effortlessly. "You scoundrel! You scoundrel!" Crocodile's voice, now frenzied, reverberated as he struggled against the encroaching water. The moment it met the sand, it solidified, forcing Crocodile to revert to his human form. His face darkened with frustration. "Not struggle," Zhang Jun instructed, leading the iron sand cage toward the rain-soaked ground. "Boss, what happened?" As he neared the entrance, Misogo rushed forward. Hill followed closely behind, her expression filled with concern as she scrutinized Zhang Jun for any signs of injury. Upon seeing he bore none, she let out a relieved breath. Meanwhile, Gui Moyen approached from the distance, clutching his ghostly blade, each step deliberate. It was evident their foes had been decisively dealt with. "I can't believe you actually succeeded." Suddenly, Robin's silhouette appeared. Her sharp intellect had allowed her to deduce the situation upon glimpsing the massive iron sand cage. After all, Crocodile was not the type to let his adversary slip away. And with Zhang Jun returning unscathed alongside an unusual object, the conclusion was all too apparent. Miss all Sunday. "Nico, Robin, you dare betray me?" Crocodile roared, his fury palpable. "Brother Jun, you really did it," both exclaimed in astonishment. Gui Moyen's expression shifted, glancing apprehensively at the iron sand cage behind Zhang Jun. The last encounter with Crocodile had made him acutely aware of the latter's formidable nature, leaving him astonished that Zhang Jun had so effortlessly triumphed. A complex mixture of emotions swirled within Gui Moyen, yet the one constant was his growing admiration for Zhang Jun. "Release our hero," a voice cried out from the gathered crowd, though the number was few. After all, those with sense knew better than to provoke Zhang Jun at the height of his triumph. "Robin, it falls to you now. It would be best if you narrated Crocodile's crimes." Zhang Jun nodded toward Robin. "Nico, Robin, how dare you?" Crocodile bellowed, his desperation rising as his long-laid plans threatened to unravel, leaving him in a state of agitation and helplessness. "Very well," Robin replied, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Jun. Disregarding Crocodile's protests, she proceeded to recount Crocodile's intentions and how he had brought the nation to its current plight, even detailing that the evidence lay within the Rain Banquet Casino. Yet, why did she say almost? Because Robin refrained from disclosing Crocodile's true objective of acquiring the ancient weapon, Pluton. Zhang Jun chose not to expose her omission, and even Crocodile fell silent, perhaps resigned to his fate. The crowd erupted in excitement. The rebel forces hidden in the distance witnessing the unfolding spectacle. "He is formidable," Kosha murmured in awe. After a considerable time, Zhang Jun and his companions were ushered into the palace amidst resounding cheers of heroism. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Crocodile remained ensnared in the iron sand cage, silent as a tomb. Perhaps he awaited the moment Zhang Jun's strength would wane. Yet, he had miscalculated, for Zhang Jun suddenly hurled a hefty stone into the cage, one he recognized all too well, Sea Stone. Rendered powerless and with his spirit extinguished, Crocodile finally relinquished all attempts at resistance. This palace is quite splendid, Misogo exclaimed, his eyes darting around in admiration. Leading the way was Ikelim, who had originally been intended for a feigned death by Robin's design. But Zhang Jun had circumvented that fate, though it remained a mystery how he had managed to return to the palace so soon that it was likely that the king was already aware of all that had transpired. The hero of the Alabasta kingdom. As Zhang Jun entered the grand hall, the king, seated upon his throne, rushed forth, his excitement palpable as he shouted in unison with his court. Then, in a moment of fervor, the king embraced Zhang Jun, his towering stature rendering Zhang Jun somewhat diminutive in comparison. Ding! Task complete. Defeat crocodile. Task reward. Premium bait 3. The system seemed to delay before announcing the completion of the task. However, upon hearing the notification, a smile unfurled across Zhang Jun's face. Premium bait. 3 of them. Just as he began to indulge in pleasant fantasies, a discomforting sensation jolted him back to reality. He suddenly became aware that he was being tightly embraced by an older gentleman, prompting him to squirm. Ahem, I am Nefertari Cobra, the 12th king of the Alabasta kingdom. As Zhang Jun struggled vigorously, the overzealous king finally recognized his inappropriate behavior. Straightening his attire, the king offered Zhang Jun the highest form of respect. Your Majesty, there is no need for such formalities. My actions were driven by personal reasons, Zhang Jun replied, casting a glance at the iron sand cage, within which Crocodile remained utterly silent, as if oblivious to the world outside. Regardless, you are the greatest hero of the Alabasta kingdom. That I shall decree that statues be erected in your honor across all cities. Furthermore, if you so desire, I would like to appoint you as the next king of Alabasta. Cobra declared earnestly, his gaze brimming with gratitude, helplessness, and acceptance. Your Majesty, Ikelim exclaimed, but was swiftly silenced by Cobra's stern look. Many courtiers and guards within the hall were left dumbfounded, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. What? Both Misoga and Hill gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape. While the king's offer is generous, I prefer to remain low-key, Zhang Jun replied, somewhat taken aback by Cobra's audacity. Truly, he was a ruler of remarkable resolve, a testament to his reputation as a wise monarch within the world of pirates. By the way, if possible, I would like to stay in the palace for a day. Additionally, I would like to request your assistance in summoning Kosha, as it is time for him to fulfill his promise. Without waiting for Cobra's response, Zhang Jun continued, Very well, Ikelim, please escort these heroes to their quarters. I trust they are weary and should receive the finest accommodations. Cobra comprehended Zhang Jun's intent. His refusal to allow the conversation to continue was a clear dismissal of the earlier proposal. Satisfying their other requests would suffice. Kosha, you say? Once Ikelim led the others away, Cobra murmured the name, a complex expression crossing his face. My lord, I cannot believe you spoke the truth. You truly defeated Crocodile. On behalf of all the people of Alabasta, I thank you once more. Along the way, Ikelim expressed his gratitude respectfully to Zhang Jun and his companions. Such matters will be attended to by others. There is no need for further discussion. Currently, I seek a tranquil place. I trust you can manage Crocodile's situation, Zhang Jun remarked, casting a resigned glance at the iron sandball that lingered behind him. Though he felt no exhaustion, the sight of a floating mass of black sand was rather unsightly. Of course, my lord. Soldiers, Ikelim swiftly summoned a guard, who promptly fitted Crocodile with sea stone gloves. Subsequently, amidst Crocodile's mournful gaze, the guard escorted him away. Crocodile, I am aware that you were defeated by Whitebeard and fell into despair. However, allow me to kindly remind you that true strength never fears setbacks. Moreover, with your possession of a Logia fruit, your power should not be so diminished. Just as Crocodile was about to vanish from sight, Zhang Jun turned with a glint in his eye and exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Crocodile paused momentarily, but after a brief interval, he continued to be led away as if nothing had transpired. It worked. A subtle smile graced the corners of Zhang Jun's mouth. He had successfully planted a seed within Crocodile's heart. When that seed blossoms, perhaps he would gain another formidable general under his command. Brother Jun, I find this hard to believe. Is it truly this simple? Sierra expressed her bewilderment, as she perceived Crocodile to be a formidable adversary, one that should require the full might of the dragon army to defeat. Is it really over just like that? Sierra, do you not understand? Had I been unaware of his weaknesses, or had I feared the sea stone myself, I might have already met my demise. Zhang Jun shook his head, firmly disagreeing with Sierra's assessment. But as a time traveler, he understood that such knowledge was his innate gift, and talents must be utilized. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Observing the contemplative expressions of the three, Zhang Jun nodded and soon found a spot to sit down and began fishing. My heavens, I crave power. I desire conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey. I want it all. Watching the hook plunge into the void, Zhang Jun was filled with excitement, continually praying in his mind that a faint blue light flickered, and the hook slowly bobbed in the emptiness. The extraordinary bait seemed to envelop the entire room in an aura of mystery, making one feel as though they were in a fairyland. Behind Zhang Jun, Sienna's eyes sparkled as she admired the enchanting scene before her. Misoga appeared entranced by the azure ocean, his eyes half closed, a look of rapture on his face. Most notably, Gomo Yin drew forth his soul-reaping blade, clutched it to his chest, and his body shimmered with dark light, seemingly merging with the blue glow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring Level 2 Observation Hockey. Time passed unnoticed until the system's voice suddenly resonated in Zhang Jun's mind. What? Straight to Level 2? Although it wasn't the Conqueror's hockey he most desired, Level 2 Observation Hockey was still quite formidable. After reviewing the description, Zhang Jun finally understood. The sensations he had previously experienced were indeed the precursor to observation hockey. The Level 1 he had caught, while fishing, had merged with his essence. Elevating to Level 2. Observation hockey comprises 9 levels, though typically only 8 levels are accessible, as the 9th level is an unusual tier that is nearly unattainable through effort alone, often being innate. The voice of all things. Indeed, the 9th level is such a unique phenomenon. The system categorized this skill under observation hockey, and Zhang Jun found no fault in that. However, the voice of all things also possesses its own hierarchical divisions. As Zhang Jun sensed the might of Level 2 observation hockey, it became evident that he could now hear many sounds he had previously been oblivious to, with both distance and volume notably amplified. Furthermore, he could now vaguely perceive the positions and general movements of the soldiers outside. In summary, the acquisition of observation hockey greatly enhanced Zhang Jun's 5 senses, even providing a semblance of the psychic awareness often depicted in fantasy novels. Just as Zhang Jun was defeating Crocodile, several new guests arrived at the Mugiwaras. The Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy and his companions had initially been eager to rescue Vivi and liberate the kingdom, only to discover that Zhang Jun had already resolved the matter ahead of them. Luffy, no matter what, I am truly grateful to you all. Vivi paused momentarily, then suppressed her elation and spoke sincerely. Vivi, what are you saying? We are comrades, Luffy proclaimed, revealing the white cloth band on his arm, his pearly white teeth glinting in the sunlight. That Zhang Jun, he has grown stronger again. Ha ha ha. Let us go find him for a spar. Luffy shouted joyfully, while Vivi contemplated the word comrades, feeling a warmth swell within her heart. Fight, fight, fight. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear that he easily dealt with the Warlord Crocodile? Are you seeking punishment? Nami punched Luffy on the head, then gazed thoughtfully into the distance. The name Zhang Jun was indelibly etched in the hearts of the Straw Hat crew. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring Spirit Thunder Radiance. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun continued his fishing, and the system's voice echoed at an opportune moment. Spirit Thunder? What is that? Zhang Jun inquired, toying with the flickering white lightning in his hand, feeling somewhat perplexed. This moment, Sierra and Misoga had returned to normal and were equally curious about the lightning in Zhang Jun's grasp. Oh, after checking the description of Spirit Thunder, Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow. It turned out that this Spirit Thunder could be utilized in battle, allowing the user to briefly merge with it and gain its various attributes. For instance, the Radiance attribute purifies and counters all evils. After reading the description, Zhang Jun was eager to give it a try. With a mere thought, the Radiance surged into his palm. A warm current flowed from his palm throughout his body, making Zhang Jun feel as though he were enveloped in a hot spring, utterly comfortable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for autonomously activating the Thunder Fruit's 4th gear. 4th gear description normally allows for the storage of countless Spirit Thunders. Upon activation of 4th gear, merges with the host, enabling the free use of various abilities. The more Spirit Thunder stored, the greater the power, but the duration shortens with an increased quantity. To his astonishment, Zhang Jun had inexplicably activated the Thunder Fruit's 4th gear. However, sensing the power coursing through him, Zhang Jun felt that although his combat prowess had not significantly increased, his endurance had clearly been enhanced, and his attacks naturally carried a purifying attribute that he could control at will. Wow! Brother Jun, you look so handsome. Suddenly, Sienna's exclamation drew Zhang Jun's attention. Turning to see her starry-eyed admiration, he was momentarily taken aback. Handsome? Zhang Jun mused, bewildered as to when he had appeared handsome. Nevertheless, he approached a mirror to inspect himself. After unleashing fourth gear, he observed some subtle changes in his appearance, perhaps due to the purifying attribute. Zhang Jun now looked ethereal, with a silver lightning mark embellishing his brow. Coupled with the white robe infused with radiance, he resembled a celestial being. Zhang Jun nodded in satisfaction and retracted the effect, deactivated fourth gear. Sierra, this is not even the peak of my handsomeness. I will become even more dashing in the future. Zhang Jun flashed a charming smile, confident that as he fused with more spirit thunders, he would undoubtedly become even more attractive. Humph! Misoga feigned disdain, jealousy lacing his tone. Zhang Jun shrugged and resumed his fishing. What exquisite bait! The previous catches were remarkable. I wonder what the next one will be. Zhang Jun's thoughts drifted, and for some reason, he began to reflect on the people of Alabasta. Compassionate thoughts lingered in his mind, and the desire to save the citizens of this nation grew ever clearer. Ding! Congratulations, host, for touching the heavens with your goodwill. You have received a Rain God's 7-day experience card. At that moment, the system's voice conveyed something different than usual. It can be done this way. Zhang Jun couldn't help but express his astonishment. However, considering that this Rain God experience card could potentially save countless citizens, it was indeed worth it. Heroic sir, the king has sent me to invite you to the palace. Lord Kusha has arrived. At that moment, a guard's voice echoed from the doorway. Zhang Jun keenly caught the key phrase, Lord Kusha. It seemed that Kusha had reconciled with the king and even acquired some official position, just as depicted in the original story. Will you all accompany me? Zhang Jun inquired, casting a curious glance at Gomo Yin, who still held his eyes closed, gripping his blade. Boss, you go ahead. Sierra and I will stay here to guard the ice-faced one. Miso responded. Zhang Jun nodded, following the guards as they led him toward the hall. Something fell off. Observing the guard's gait, Zhang Jun sensed an underlying dissonance. I shall avenge Lord Crocodile. Indeed, the guard ahead abruptly turned, kicking at Zhang Jun with ferocity. Overestimating oneself, Zhang Jun muttered, shaking his head. In a flash, a bolt of lightning struck him, leaving him motionless on the ground. Just moments prior, sensing something amiss, Zhang Jun had assessed this individual's combat prowess. To his astonishment, it exceeded 900 points. Such strength was entirely incongruous for a mere guard. The fox's tail had indeed been swiftly revealed. The fallen figure twitched, reverting to its original form. Phone Kili? Gazing at the peculiar ballet dancer on the ground, Zhang Jun furrowed his brow slightly. To be honest, he held a favorable impression of this individual. As in the original narrative, he was known for his loyalty and righteousness. Mr. Point 2, I must inform you that Lord Crocodile has already been defeated by me. Furthermore, at this moment, he does not regard you as anything more than a mere tool. Should you doubt this, I suggest you inquire about the fate of Mr. 8 and his companions. Zhang Jun shook his head, uttering these words before departing. He had learned about Mr. 8's predicament from Robin. Apparently, he had been fed to a crocodile, shaking off the thoughts swirling in his mind. Zhang Jun entered the hall. Heroic sir. Upon entering, a familiar face approached eagerly. Zhang Jun kusha sidestepped, having developed quite the aversion to this uncle. Ahem, heroic sir, Kusha has arrived. King Cobra awkwardly retracted his hand, gesturing toward Kusha, standing nearby. Sir, Kusha is willing to honor the agreement, serving you diligently from now on. Kusha excitedly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. In Kusha's heart, the nation and its people took precedence, which was the very reason he had formed the rebel army. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task, subduing Kusha. Task reward, premium bait 2. Excellent. Since you have expressed such commitment, I have a wonderful gift for you. Zhang Jun assisted Kusha to his feet, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. A wonderful gift, Kusha inquired, perplexed, unable to fathom what splendid offering awaited him. What do you think has troubled Alabasta for so many years? Zhang Jun retrieved a blue card from his bosom, which was actually from the system. The card exquisitely designed, with a hazy figure faintly discernible upon it. Water. King Cobra, feeling overlooked, interjected hastily. Precisely. With this, the water crisis shall be resolved. Zhang Jun nodded, subsequently elucidating the card's usage and its effects. What? Such a miraculous item exists. Heaven bless our nation. The atmosphere in the room became electric with excitement. By employing this card, Alabasta could experience 7 consecutive days of rain, 7 whole days. This cannot be akin to dance powder. Can it? As the crowd erupted in euphoric anticipation, King Cobra trembled, his eyes brimming with hope and trepidation. Zhang Jun exchanged a meaningful glance with King Cobra. Amidst the collective frenzy, only the king maintained his composure. Contemplating the potential ramifications, truly, a king, you need not worry. The principle behind this is entirely different from dance powder. It conjures clouds out of thin air, sparing other regions from harm and preventing conflict. Zhang Jun explained with a smile, dispelling the king's concerns in a single phrase. Heroic sir, the crowd could no longer contain themselves, erupting in unison. Each face radiated joy and relief, their hearts swelling for the suffering populace. Many wept tears of joy, including the king himself. Sir, I shall commence immediately, Kusha exclaimed, eagerly accepting the card from Zhang Jun, desperate to alleviate the people's suffering without delay. Zhang Jun nodded, encouragingly gazing at Kusha. Upon receiving Zhang Jun's signal, Kusha gripped the card tightly and shut his eyes in a pitch-black realm. Kusha distinctly sensed a blue orb resting within his grasp, and he focused entirely on it as Zhang Jun had instructed. A faint humming resonated in the obsidian void. It felt as though the very world trembled in sync with the sound. Suddenly, the orb pulsated, and the humming ceased abruptly. The orb shattered, radiating blinding blue light that illuminated the entire world. A warm, invigorating energy coursed through Kusha's being that he realized he could summon rain or halt it anywhere he desired. Rain come. With a commanding shout, Kusha's voice soared, as if decreeing a mandate to the heavens. In an instant, the sky darkened, clouds gathering ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Moments later, torrential rain cascaded down, saturating every inch of Alabastus land. Rain? It's raining. Mom, can you see from up there? It's finally raining. Across the nation, countless individuals stood in the downpour, arms outstretched, reveling in the blessings from above. Many were overwhelmed with joy, their faces a blend of rain and tears. The sky loomed heavy, shrouded in clouds for 30,000 miles. Yet, no one felt disheartened. Rather, this marked the most jubilant day in Alabastus history. Kusha, follow me. Zhang Jun interrupted Kusha's daze. The two distanced themselves from the crowd, stepping into an unoccupied chamber. Kusha, I shall soon depart from Alabasta. Hence, I wish to inform you of my expectations. Zhang Jun clasped his hands behind his back, speaking with gravity. Sir, whatever you require of me, I shall devote myself entirely to fulfill it, Kusha declared earnestly. Thumping his chest, excellent. What I need is for you, in your capacity as the 3rd Division leader of my Dragon June pirates, to recruit subordinates, build a force, and support me whenever necessary. Zhang Jun articulated slowly. A formidable aura enveloping the room. Indeed. Kusha knelt on one knee, accepting Zhang Jun's command. Before you, 2 others have established divisions for me. The 1st division is led by Sonic, while the 2nd is under the leadership of Mixianx. I shall introduce you to them when the opportunity arises. Zhang Jun nodded, satisfied. The concept of divisions had been a spontaneous idea of his, and he had only shared it with Kusha. Thank you, sir, for your trust. Kusha will not disappoint, Kusha exclaimed, brimming with excitement, feeling that being appointed as the 3rd Division leader was a tremendous honor. Meanwhile, outside Lobe Town in the East Blue, a pirate ship sailed, with Satak standing at the forefront. Behind him stood a young boy, his back adorned with a pair of pointed rods, his face alight with anticipation. Simultaneously, in a subterranean locale of Alabasta, the masked Mixiangsu sat in a commanding position. Surrounded by numerous individuals clad in black robes and masks, the divisions under Zhang Jun's command were beginning to take shape. Within the Alabasta Palace, Zhang Jun and Kusha discussed specific details before parting ways. Brother Jun, you've returned. Look, it's raining heavily. Upon entering his chamber, Sierra greeted him, pointing joyfully at the window. Indeed, it is raining. That I have something for you all. Zhang Jun smiled, retrieving 3 sheets of white paper from the system. At that moment, Gimo Yin had awakened, seemingly having gained new insights. The 3 individuals accepted the paper from Zhang Jun, their expressions filled with curiosity. This is my life card. I apologize for only possessing one. Which means I could only create a single life card. What you hold is a fragment of it. With the life card, you can locate me, as it is intrinsically linked to my existence. It will shatter only upon my death. However, I am certain that I shall not meet my demise. Ha! Zhang Jun offered an explanation, and the group solemnly secured their portions of Zhang Jun's life card. It is time to depart from Alabasta. I have a destination in mind. Nodding, Zhang Jun gazed towards the distant sky. Ding! Mission triggered. Successfully reached Sky Island. Mission reward. Bait 1. Concurrently, the system's voice echoed, seemingly heralding the conclusion of matters in Alabasta. It has been raining incessantly. I feel somewhat unwell, Sierra slowly spoke, holding up an umbrella. Zhang Jun and his companions, having stealthily exited the royal palace, were making their way towards the seaside, Lord. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black and donning a devil mask suddenly appeared before them from seemingly nowhere. He bowed to Zhang Jun, standing quietly in the rain. Mi Xiang Shui, Zhang Jun inquired, his expression unperturbed. Possessing a level 2 observation haki, he had sensed something unusual in a certain location. However, recognizing the familiar aura, he refrained from unleashing a lightning strike. Yes, my lord. I have not failed your expectations. I have established a spy organization named Flash Shadow. Though it is still not sufficiently robust and refined, Mi Xiang Shui stood upright, removing his mask, and spoke respectfully. Moreover, recently I saved an individual. He possesses abilities akin to mine and is willing to join my ranks. Suddenly, Mi Xiang Shui seemed to recall something, speaking with a hint of pride. Indeed, the ability to transform is quite rare. Wait, you aren't referring to Feng Kele, are you? Zhang Jun's expression turned peculiar. My lord knows him. He can transform into anyone he has touched. Mi Xiang Shui was momentarily taken aback, appearing somewhat bewildered. Ahem, it's nothing. That is splendid. As the leader of my 2nd division, you must strive diligently. Zhang Jun coughed to mask his embarrassment while offering encouragement. Leader of the 2nd division. Yes, thank you for your trust, my lord. I shall not fail in my duties. Mi Xiang Shui was gradually treading the path of Zhang Jun's most devoted follower. Especially after witnessing Zhang Jun's overwhelming prowess in Alabasta. By the way, has your ability grown stronger? If I am not mistaken, you just transformed into a bird. Zhang Jun inquired, puzzled. If so, this fellow's abilities are astonishing. Indeed, my illusionary transformation abilities have indeed strengthened, and my range of transformation has significantly widened. However, apart from humans, I can only mimic their forms, which is still not perfect. Nonetheless, ordinary individuals would not detect it. It is remarkable that you noticed. Mi Xiang Shui's eyes gleamed with admiration. If one day you can achieve perfect transformation, I eagerly await that day. Zhang Jun murmured half a sentence before expressing his anticipation. Before long, the two parties parted ways once more. Brother Jun, you were so impressive. Sierra didn't notice at all. Boss, how did you figure it out? After Mi Xiang Shui departed, Sierra and Misoja curiously turned to Zhang Jun. They were keen to learn the means of identification to avoid being unexpectedly taken down by an unknown assailant in the future. In this world, everyone is inherently endowed with a certain ability. This ability is known as haki, and most individuals possess two types: observation haki and armament haki. I rely on observation to discern. Zhang Jun began to educate his companions. Haki, the nearby Gue Moyen suddenly interjected. Moyen, did you sense something earlier? Zhang Jun inquired, his mind stirring. Indeed, Gue Moyen nodded. The ice block face possesses haki too. Misoja exclaimed defiantly. Sierra pouted in agreement. I want it too. Fear not. I shall assist you. Zhang Jun declared resolutely. Recalling the training of Luffy, along their journey, laughter and joy filled the air as they all envisioned a bright future, save for Gue Moyen. Gue Moyen occasionally furrowed his brow, and his left palm flickered with bluish light. This phenomenon caught Zhang Jun's attention, yet he chose not to inquire further since Gue Moyen seemed unwilling to elaborate. At the seaside, Zhang Jun released the Long Tongue Wan Li from its bottle. The group eagerly boarded the vessel named Long Tongue Wan Li. Let us rest for a moment. We shall discuss our next destination after I finish fishing. Zhang Jun suddenly realized that to reach Sky Island, they must first go to Jaya, and their compass could not lead them there. Well, may the heavens bless me with a permanent compass that can take us to Jaya. Zhang Jun sat cross-legged, murmuring incantations. Perfect. I am so tired. I shall take a nap first. Misoja yawned and stretched. Sierra nodded in agreement. Even Gue Moyen, who rarely returned to his quarters, entered his room. Time flew by swiftly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the God-defying Blade 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Pirate King's full map compass 1, Two delightful notifications resounded. The god-defying blade is one matter, but I merely sought a compass to Jaya and unexpectedly received a full map compass. Zhang Jun excitedly toyed with the compass in his hand. This compass was unlike ordinary ones. It required no charging and could accept destination inputs via thought. Incredible, unable to restrain his admiration. Zhang Jun cherished this small compass. By the way, I almost forgot about this oddly named god-defying blade. Suddenly, Zhang Jun recalled that he had also caught a strangely named sword. God-defying, profaning the divine. In confusion, he retrieved the blade and examined it closely. This sword was entirely snow white, occasionally shimmering with blue light, appearing remarkably pure. Strange, this sword does not exude a sense of sacrilege at all. Zhang Jun scratched his head. Bang! At that moment, Gue Moyen's door was suddenly kicked open. Gue Moyen, with his left hand glowing blue, dashed towards Zhang Jun, his eyes fixated on the blade in Zhang Jun's hand. Zhang Jun looked on with curiosity as he observed the blue light from Gue Moyen's hand seemingly communicating with the god-defying blade. Here, Zhang Jun shrugged and handed the blade directly to Gue Moyen. Gue Moyen cast a deep glance at Zhang Jun, unceremoniously taking the blade. Upon contact with the blue light, both the blade and Gue Moyen emanated a mysterious and noble aura. It was reminiscent of the time he wielded the soul-controlling ghost blade, yet their attributes were entirely opposite. Just as Zhang Jun contemplated this, Gue Moyen seemed to have the same thought, drawing the soul-controlling ghost blade from his waist. Buzz, a massive buzzing sound erupted instantaneously, and Gue Moyen's body appeared to be on the verge of tearing apart. Stop! Seeing the situation was dire, Zhang Jun immediately activated Gear 3rd, the immense electromagnetic force swiftly snatching the god-defying blade from Gue Moyen's left hand. Humph! The moment Zhang Jun released his grip, Gue Moyen's aura dissipated, and he groaned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he half knelt on the ground. What happened? What happened? Sierra and Misoja, hearing the commotion, rushed out in a flurry. However, due to the rapid sequence of events, they could only see Gue Moyen half kneeling, blood trickling from his mouth. It's nothing. We were just sparring. Seeing Gue Moyen shake his head, Zhang Jun could only respond in this manner. Subsequently, he set the incident aside, handing the full map compass to Misoja and instructing him to steer the ship towards Jiayu Island. Sierra also returned to his quarters to study medicine. Moyen, although I am not entirely sure what transpired, this blade is evidently well suited for you. Take good care of it. Zhang Jun casually retrieved a bamboo sheath, placing the god-defying blade inside and offering it to Gue Moyen. I will master this energy. Gue Moyen firmly nodded as he accepted the Dushan blade, securing it at his waist. Lonting Wanli set sail. With the wind at their backs, Zhang Jun eagerly gazed into the distance. Wait, what is that? Hey, everyone, come out quickly. The Navy is here. Full speed ahead. Squinting his eyes, Zhang Jun suddenly noticed 3 pirate ships advancing towards the Lonting Wanli, forming a surrounding formation. Boss, are you joking? Can't we just eliminate them? Misoga rushed out, only to be greatly disappointed upon seeing the 3 pirate ships. He looked at Zhang Jun with a puzzled expression. You are thinking too simplistically. There is someone aboard that vessel who instills a sense of threat within me. Zhang Jun's demeanor turned serious. He had just discovered through the system that the pirate ship in the middle harbored a female Navy officer with a combat power of 2300, Demon Whale. Gue Moyen leaped down from the mast, charging forward with a swift slash to everyone's astonishment. The sea water coalesced into a massive whale, surging forth with a deafening roar. The whale leapt from the ocean's surface, crashing down with tremendous force, creating colossal waves that surged towards the 3 ships ahead. Quickly, Misoga, charge out. Zhang Jun cast a surprised glance at Gue Moyen and realized that his combat power had significantly increased to 1550. Misoga swiftly reacted, dashing into the captain's cabin. Fueled by cola, the Lonting Wanli sped towards the gap between 2 of the ships. Surrender willingly. Just as they were about to pass through, a tall, cool-looking female Navy officer leaped towards them, employing moonwalk and shave simultaneously, closing in on the Lonting Wanli with incredible speed. Swish, crack. Gue Moyen stepped forward and struck with his blade, but the female officer deftly sidestepped in the next instant. Her arm passed through Gue Moyen, transforming into a metallic circle that tightly ensnared him. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jun activated all 4 gears. Purple Thunder Flash, the Wicked Blade, Lei Shui, transformed into a streak of purple lightning, slicing toward the female officer at breakneck speed. As the lightning approached, the female officer's pupils constricted. She sensed the imminent threat of death. With a powerful push, she suddenly retreated. However, the purple lightning continued its relentless pursuit. Drawing ever closer, gritting her silver teeth, the female officer summoned all her strength to withstand the attack. She was instantly propelled backward. Seizing the opportunity, Misoga accelerated wildly. Boom! Amidst the tremendous roar, the Longting Wanli vanished into the horizon. On the Navy ship in the center, a female officer named Tina was puffing on a cigarette. She had just been injured by Zhang Jun's blade, but fortunately, after some maneuvering, she had sustained only minor harm. Yet they had still allowed the enemy to escape. "Tina is the coolest," a Navy officer exclaimed, eyes filled with admiration. "Damn it," Tina replied not, her gaze unwavering as she watched Zhang Jun and his crew depart. Half a day later, in an unknown sea area. "Boss, it seems we have veered off course." Misoga scratched his head, standing before Zhang Jun. Just as Misoga had pointed out, Zhang Jun and his companions had indeed strayed from the original route of the Straw Hat Pirates. "No worries. As long as we have the complete map pointer, we will surely reach Gaia Island." Zhang Jun shrugged, looking towards an unnamed small island ahead. "Brother Jun, this metal is quite difficult to handle. Even acid can't corrode it at that moment." Hill approached with Gue Moyen, who was shackled. "This is somewhat troublesome." Zhang Jun frowned. He could melt the metal using electric heating, but that would harm Gue Moyen. Moreover, he was not a pure swordsman and lacked Zoro's ability to cut through iron. "Let me try." "Hand me the blade," Gue Moyen said calmly. "Are you planning to use that corrosive ability? Can you guarantee you won't harm your own body?" Zhang Jun furrowed his brow. Gue Moyen had acquired this ability during his battle with Mr. One, but he struggled to control it, often exceeding the intended area of corrosion. No problem. Gue Moyen nodded firmly, prompting Zhang Jun to trust him. Hiss! The demon blade made contact with the metal, and in an instant, a large portion of the metal was corroded away. "Stop!" Just as the corrosion was about to reach Gue Moyen's body, Zhang Jun shouted. Clank! The metal fell to the ground, and Gue Moyen successfully freed himself from his restraints. "Excellent. Now, let's head to the island and take a look." Zhang Jun nodded with satisfaction, pointing towards the small island ahead. In Zhang Jun's perception, there seemed to be no presence of humans on this island, though. An uninhabited island adventure. By the beach, Zhang Jun secured the Longting Wanli, and Misoga immediately exclaimed in excitement. They split into 3 groups. Hill and Zhao Hodian formed one team, with her carrying a small backpack to gather herbs. Gue Moyen and Misoga teamed up to collect food, while Zhang Jun ventured alone for exploration. Humming a cheerful tune, Zhang Jun merrily walked along the forest path. Is something not right? Why does it seem like there are paths on an island that appears uninhabited? Zhang Jun suddenly recognized the anomaly. Could there be intelligent creatures here? Wow, here I come. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, filling Zhang Jun with exhilaration. Perhaps this is the essence of a man's adventurous spirit. Tap, tap, tap. The entire forest was eerily silent, with only Zhang Jun's footsteps echoing. This unusual discovery gradually made Zhang Jun's expression turn grave. The others seemed to sense the same abnormality in different directions, proceeding with caution. However, these fruits are truly delicious. Zhang Jun plucked a bright red fruit from a tree, savoring its sweet and tangy flavor. Accompanied by the fresh scent of nature he had never experienced before, the winding path led him deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and more imposing, despite it being midday. Very little sunlight penetrated through the canopy. What is that? Boldly, Zhang Jun pressed on, walking for an unknown duration until he suddenly spotted a light ahead. Through his observation haki, Zhang Jun detected no living beings. Seemingly devoid of danger, he strode confidently towards the source of the light. Swish! As he stepped forward, Zhang Jun felt a sudden brightness envelop him that a ghostly blue lake emerged before his eyes, golden sand encircling the round body of water, creating a halo under the blazing sun. With his exceptional vision, Zhang Jun noticed an unidentified object in the center of the lake, that a corpse. Zhang Jun squinted, finally discerning the shape of the mysterious object, which unmistakably resembled a person. Following Zhang Jun's gaze, it was clear that a humanoid form floated in the center of the lake. A corpse, face down, dressed in a blue long robe, and with skin that showed no signs of swelling. Strange, Zhang Jun murmured. Despite his observation haki detecting no life forms, the system revealed that this unidentified object possessed a combat power comparable to Gue Moyen. I must see what this is. Zhang Jun's curiosity surged. and he stepped onto the lake's surface, moving towards the center. While observing the body, he occasionally glanced at the water beneath him. The lake appeared exceptionally deep, evoking a sense of lurking monsters that a chill ran down his spine, instinctively prompting Zhang Jun to quicken his pace. Just as he neared the corpse, Zhang Jun suddenly felt as if he had collided with something. Upon closer inspection, he found nothing amiss. However, when he attempted to reach out, he distinctly felt the sensation of touching something transparent that it was like glass, yet more elusive and countless times harder. What the hell? In a voice laced with doubt, he murmured a phrase. Just then, Zhang Jun suddenly felt the corpse before him stir slightly. Is it a corpse transformation? Zhang Jun's expression grew somewhat grim. The eerie phenomenon sent a shiver down his spine. Fixating intently on the head of the corpse, he observed it slowly attempting to turn its head. Wow! As the visage of the corpse was revealed, Zhang Jun was instantly rendered speechless. With skin as smooth as fresh lychee, a nose reminiscent of goose fat, and an angelic face exuding an ethereal aura. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Zhang Jun's mind erupted with fervent thoughts. This person before him was even more stunning than Sierra. Recalling Sierra calmed him somewhat, as he had long sensed her feelings for him. Though he regarded Sierra merely as a younger sister, he was determined to shield her from harm. In the inexplicable isolation, the woman's eyes were vacant, her ruby lips parted slightly. Yet, Zhang Jun could hear no sound. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly sensed a disturbance emanating from the lake beneath his feet. In an instant, the entire island began to tremble, ripples expanding across the lake's surface. What is happening? On one side, Misogai jumped back in fright. Gamoyan's countenance darkened as he nodded to Misogai and proceeded toward the source of the tremor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sierra was happily foraging for unknown herbs when the sudden jolt caused her to sit down abruptly. Roar! The languid Jiao Hotian, sensing an unusual presence, sprang upright and bellowed in a particular direction. Was there truly a monster within? Zhang Jun felt the hair on his neck stand on end, and his body lifted off the ground in an instant. The Thunderblood blade transformed into a streak of light, landing at Zhang Jun's feet, reminiscent of sword flight from a fantastical novel. Despite the tumult, the corpse remained eerily calm, gradually rising to stand upon the lake's surface. Indeed, she was standing upon the water. As her delicate feet touched the surface, no ripples disturbed the stillness. It was evident that something transparent lay beneath her as well. The commotion in the lake intensified. With water surging outward in all directions, a dark shadow loomed closer to the surface. Thunder breaks the sky. Zhang Jun's expression tightened as he summoned the Thunderblood, conjuring a massive blade silhouette. Bang! Bang! Just as the blade was about to cleave through the water towards the unknown beast, it dissipated upon contact with the lake. It was that woman. Zhang Jun cast a bewildered glance at the stunning figure. Standing now, she appeared even more enchanting, with her exquisite features, tall stature, and sky-blue gown, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Refraining from further action, Zhang Jun hovered in the air, observing the unfolding events. After all, the woman seemed disinclined for him to intervene. Boom! The colossal shadow finally breached the water's surface, splashing droplets everywhere. Yet, upon reaching the woman, it was halted. It was a gigantic dolphin. As the water settled, Zhang Jun finally beheld the true form of the creature. Yip! The massive dolphin emitted a sound akin to that. Then it gently leaned toward the woman, who smiled and reached out to stroke the dolphin's head. Xiaolan, you've come again. Her ethereal voice resonated, and Zhang Jun finally heard her speak. What is this? Zhang Jun, suspended in the air, slowly inquired. Please, leave this island with your companions. The woman responded, her expression unyielding and cold. Zhang Jun was taken aback. Ghost whale. At that moment, Gamoyan's voice suddenly rang out. The lake water instantaneously coalesced into a massive whale, hurtling toward the woman and the dolphin. Stop! Zhang Jun shouted urgently, his figure flashing to stand before the woman and the dolphin. Thunder Heaven Blade. An even larger blade silhouette materialized, instantly shattering the whale formed from lake water, which then cascaded back into the depths. They are not adversaries. Approaching Gamoyan, Zhang Jun patted his shoulder, signaling him to sheath the soul-controlling ghost blade. In that case, we shall take our leave. However, as dusk is upon us, we will depart tomorrow morning. Zhang Jun turned to address the breathtaking woman before pivoting to walk towards the edge of the forest. Gamoyan cast a glance at the woman and dolphin before following. Xiaolan. That person seems rather amiable. After Zhang Jun and his companion left, the stunning woman gently caressed the dolphin's head, her ruby lips parting as her ethereal voice echoed across the lake. Brother Jun, has something happened? Returning to the beach, a worried Sierra spotted Zhang Jun and rushed toward him. Exactly, boss. There aren't any monsters. Right? Misogai added, scanning the surroundings as if fearing a beast might suddenly emerge from the forest. It's nothing. We merely encountered a peculiar individual, along with a gigantic dolphin. Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly. There are people inside? A gigantic dolphin on the island. Both exclaimed, their expressions incredulous. Gamoyan can attest. Zhang Jun sighed in exasperation. Indeed, Gamoyan nodded in agreement. All right. Let us have barbecued meat tonight. With a grand gesture, Zhang Jun produced a grill and various supplies from the system, along with ample meat. After all, aside from Sierra, the three of them, being of the Sea King lineage, were all gluttons. Before the night fully enveloped them, they kindled a bonfire and set up their tents, skewering the meat and mixing the sauces. They prepared for a delightful barbecue night. Unbeknownst to them, a blue figure lurked within the forest, quietly observing. Sierra, bring me 10 more skewers. Under the moonlight, by the bonfire, Misogai, with grease smeared across his mouth, devoured the food while speaking incoherently. You glutton! Come on, Brother Jun, pass me a few more skewers. Sierra shot an exasperated glance at Misogai before turning with a smile to hand Zhang Jun some skewers of barbecued meat. Isn't it, because you made it too delicious? Sierra? Ha! Zhang Jun laughed, nodding in agreement, while Misogai sulked, embodying a pitiful figure. Meanwhile, the typically cold Gamoyan was also consuming skewer after skewer, the grease on his lips appearing rather out of place. Crack! Just as the group was bickering noisily, the sound of a branch snapping echoed from the forest. Who? Zhang Jun's expression hardened. He had failed to sense anything. Could it be that exceptionally beautiful woman again? At the same moment, the other three also set down their skewers, intensely staring into the woods, poised for action. That I told you to leave. Why are you still here? From within the forest, the stunning woman initially felt a rush of panic before stepping out, her demeanor radiating an air of cold detachment. Her voice flowed like a gentle spring, soothing yet firm. Wow, fairy sister. Misogai's eyes widened in surprise, staring blankly at the breathtaking woman. The soft moonlight cascaded down, illuminating her exquisite features, while the blue gown she wore faintly shimmered, as if she had descended from the moon palace. Ding! Mission triggered. Air Fairy. Mission reward. Premium bait 3. Ordinary bait 5. At that moment, the system's voice rang out abruptly. Didn't I say? We will leave tomorrow morning. Suppressing his exhilaration over the mission trigger, Zhang Jun regarded the beautiful woman with confusion. Did she not possess a sound mind? Little did he know that she was merely concocting an excuse to mask her own embarrassment. Meanwhile, Sierra's gaze flitted between Zhang Jun and the stunning woman, a fleeting glimmer of sadness flickering in her eyes. Sister, we mean no harm. Since you're here, would you like to try Sierra's cooking? It's very delicious. Sierra smiled warmly as she approached the beautiful woman, her words brimming with kindness. The two beautiful women, one tall and graceful, the other petite and charming, resembled distinct yet equally exquisite flowers. Yes, fairy sister, come join us for some skewers. As Misogai's eyes twinkled with agreement, he set aside his foolish demeanor. Meanwhile, Gue Moyen silently retracted his imposing aura and resumed his seat, continuing to savor skewers. Care to join? Zhang Jun inquired with a smile. Humph. The stunning woman let out a cold snort yet gradually approached still exhibiting its Sundra trait. How delightful. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, secretly praising her. Thus, the enchanting woman became part of Zhang Jun's barbecue gathering. The air was filled with tantalizing aromas as the fire crackled and popped. However, the presence of a stranger rendered everyone somewhat reserved, except for Misogai. This shameless fellow incessantly bombarded the beautiful woman with questions. Just as Zhang Jun was about to intervene, Misogai suddenly shifted his tone. Right, fairy sister, allow me to introduce my companions, Misogai exclaimed, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head, adopting a rare formal demeanor. This is our captain of the Longjun pirate crew, Zhang Jun. Our captain is incredibly formidable. Just a few days ago, he defeated one of the 7 warlords. Misogai spoke with enthusiasm, but the enchanting woman appeared utterly perplexed. Clearly unaware of what the 7 warlords were. Ahem, this is our ship's doctor and chef, the lovely Sierra. She even knows how to use poison. Quite terrifying. Clearing his throat to mask the awkwardness, Misogai introduced Sierra loudly before leaning closer to the enchanting woman and whispering. Misogai, are you eager to experience the potency of poison? Sierra cracked her knuckles, looking as if she were ready to teach Misogai a lesson. Misogai immediately begged for mercy, and after some time, Sierra finally agreed to let him off the hook. All right. This is the stoic and formidable Gue Moyen. He possesses immense strength but seldom speaks. Having narrowly escaped Sierra's grasp, Misogai pointed to Gue Moyen, who seemed utterly indifferent to his surroundings, relishing his meal. Upon hearing Misogai's words, Gue Moyen nodded lightly. As for me, I am the captain of the Longting Wanli, the esteemed Misogai. I am merely a smidgen less capable than our captain. At last, Misogai proudly introduced himself. Thumping his chest, You are the captain? He is the leader? The enchanting woman appeared more approachable at this moment. As the saying goes, a short hand makes the mouth sweet. Haha, that's not entirely incorrect, after all. The ship has always been under his and the ship's spirit's control. Zhang Jun laughed heartily, not disputing Misogai's claims. Ship spirit, the enchanting woman murmured, perplexed by yet another unfamiliar term. All right, fairy sister, let's set these matters aside for now. It's your turn to introduce yourself. Misogai rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. I am Lan Ling. She nodded, her ruby lips parting as she slowly revealed her name. Lan Ling, Zhang Jun murmured, the name resonating like a moonlit fairy. Is there anyone else on this island apart from you? After a prolonged moment of feasting and becoming familiar with Lan Ling, Zhang Jun posed the question that piqued his curiosity the most. Yes, since I can remember, it has been just me and Xiao Lan. Lan Ling's expression dimmed slightly. Then how is it you can speak? And what about your attire? Zhang Jun smiled reassuringly at Lan Ling before continuing. I have no idea. I could speak from the very beginning, and I possessed a wealth of knowledge in my mind that I asked for this attire. Xiao Lan retrieved it from a sunken ship. Lan Ling shook her head. A sunken ship? Is there a sunken ship on this island? Misogai, who had been listening, inquired with curiosity, having already deduced that Xiao Lan referred to the dolphin Zhang Jun mentioned. No, it's in the sea. The lake at the center of this island connects to the ocean, Lan Ling clarified, shaking her head once more. The group continued their conversation, gradually uncovering some of Lan Ling's story, according to her own account. Lan Ling had lived on this island since she was very young. She had given the island a name, Lan Tun Island, derived from her own name and that of Xiao Lan. Her earliest memory was awakening in an open space. At around 5 or 6 years old, with no recollection of anything prior to arriving on the island, only the ability to speak and some basic knowledge. Upon awakening, she found herself cradling a delicate little box. Driven by curiosity, she exerted great effort to open it. Inside lay a fruit resembling transparency. Perhaps because it was the only object that felt familiar to her, she instinctively refrained from consuming it. As she calmed down, fear, confusion, and loneliness flooded the young Lan Ling's heart. With no sense of purpose, she wandered aimlessly around the island, continuing her search. Just as dusk began to fall, she found herself by the lake at the center of the island. By then, she was ravenous and utterly exhausted. Yet at just 5 years old, she could find no food. Thus, survival instinct compelled her to relent. Suppressing the indescribable nausea, she consumed the fruit. However, upon doing so, she suddenly felt an intense heat coursing through her body, quickly followed by an overwhelming thirst. Fortuitously yet unfortunately, she stood before the lake that connected to the ocean. In her hazy state, as she sought water, her foot slipped, and she tumbled into the lake. The icy sensation jolted her awake. Water rushed into her mouth. Logically, she should have struggled, should have flailed about. Yet for reasons unknown, she felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness, slowly sinking into the depths of the lake amidst her terror. The abyssal lake seemed like a beast poised to devour her. Darkness and fear quickly enveloped her body and mind. Coupled with the suffocating sensation, the young Lan Ling soon lost consciousness in her haze. A melodious voice seemed to echo. When she next awoke, it was already the following day. Upon awakening, she saw a colossal creature quietly observing her from the lake's surface. "Did you save me?" A tender voice escaped her lips. Still trembling from fear, the enormous dolphin, seemingly understanding her words, nodded slowly and emitted a beautiful sound. This was the very sound Lan Ling had heard before losing consciousness. Upon hearing it, Lan Ling felt an unusual warmth. Gradually, she calmed down in the dolphin's company. Subsequently, with the knowledge that resided in her mind and the gradually revealing powers of the devil fruit, Lan Ling managed to survive on the island. The dolphin she named Xiao Lan would reappear every few days, occasionally bringing her items from sunken ships. Armed with some fragmented books and materials, along with various clothing and utensils, Lan Ling slowly grew. Over time, she came to understand that this era was the age of pirates, filled with various pirate crews. The fruit she had consumed was indeed a type of devil fruit, although sought after by many. Those who consumed it would be shunned by the sea, which explained her helplessness in water. So, you have been alone for all these years. After hearing Lan Ling's tale, Zhang Jun inquired with a complex gaze. And Xiao Lan, Lan Ling replied, her expression unchanging, as if her experiences were of little consequence. Meanwhile, the emotionally sensitive Sierra was already in tears, softly sobbing. Even Misogai wore a look of sorrow. Lan Ling, would you be willing to join us? To explore the world beyond? Go, seek out your parents, Zhang Jun said. Gazing expectantly at Lan Ling, the mention of parents stirred something deep within her. For so many years alone, her solitude was a burden that even Xiao Lan could not alleviate. Throughout this prolonged period, the thought of finding her parents and confronting them about abandoning their young daughter had been ever present. Tears brimmed in Lan Ling's eyes as she turned to the lake. Her expression a tumult of emotions. She longed to leave, yet Xiao Lan's presence held her back. Suddenly, a melodious call resonated from the sea. Lan Ling turned swiftly to the water's surface, where a magnificent dolphin leapt gracefully, creating a stunning arc under the luminous moonlight. Wonderful! Lan Ling's tears finally fell as she waved her hand vigorously towards the dolphin's retreating form. After years together, she and Xiao Lan had developed a profound understanding of each other. She sensed that Xiao Lan comprehended her inner turmoil and chose to depart in order to ease her distress. Ding! Task completed. Rewards. Premium Bait 3, Regular Bait 5. The system's voice echoed, but Zhang Jun disregarded it. Unwilling to disrupt the poignant scene, the following day aboard the Longting Wanli, Sister Lan, what exactly is the ability of your fruit? Hiru asked, tugging at Lan Ling, who was gazing longingly at the distant Lan Tun Island. Air. I can manipulate air, Lan Ling replied softly, coming back to the present as she delicately waved her slender fingers. Hiru felt as if a platform had appeared beneath her feet, gently lifting her upwards. Wow! Incredible! She exclaimed, squatting down in astonishment as Lan Ling elevated her higher. Fairy Lan, your ability is truly remarkable, Misoga chimed in, fawningly approaching her. Lan Ling, do you possess any other techniques? Zhang Jun asked curiously, brushing aside Misoga's advances. I can also use this to pick fruits, Lan Ling replied, her expression unreadable. Your power is impressive. You should explore its potential further. For instance, you could compress air into a layer to form a shield, or condense a large mass of air into a sphere as a bomb, or allow air to flow rapidly to create a blade, Zhang Jun suggested, initially scratching his head awkwardly before becoming increasingly animated. Brother Jun, Hiru called out, bringing him back to reality. My apologies. You might want to consider trying those ideas, he said with an embarrassed smile. I think I will, Lan Ling responded, her resolve evident. From the mast, Gue Moyen rarely spoke but offered his approval. Watching the lively exchange between her companions, Lan Ling felt a warmth in her heart. She understood that they were attempting to distract her from the sorrow of leaving the island she had known for over a decade. Just days prior, upon arriving in Alabasta, the Straw Hat Pirates had learned of the collapse of Baroque works and the defeat of one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile. The crisis in the Alabasta Kingdom had been averted, with rumors circulating that the hero who saved it had even brought 7 days of torrential rain. Consequently, the Straw Hat Pirates found themselves at a loss. Luffy, thank you for all your care along this journey. I must return to the capital for a while. I hope you will visit me there. I will ensure you are well entertained, Vivi exclaimed, smiling brightly as the rain fell upon her at that moment. The image of one person filled everyone's minds, Lightning Man, Zhang Jun. Vivi recalled the confident expression he wore when taking the eternal pointer from her, although she placed her hopes in Luffy and the others she encountered later. Luffy and the crew remembered Zhang Jun's words, surprised that he had indeed dealt with Crocodile. Farewell, Vivi. The crew waved goodbye, having forged a friendship with her, though Zhang Jun's presence altered the dynamics compared to the original story. Luffy, what should we do next? Nami wondered, feeling uncertain. Eat. Eat, Luffy declared with a booming laugh as his stomach grumbled. Reluctantly, they decided to seek food. "Boss, food, food, hurry up!" Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper shouted, brandishing their forks and knives at the round table. Just then, a man with a hat and bare chest walked in, exclaiming in surprise, "Luffy!" "Ace!" Luffy cried, rushing towards him with tears streaming down his face. With Zhang Jun's involvement, many events had shifted, leaving the Straw Hat Pirates uncertain about what awaited them next. Meanwhile, in an unnamed sea, a ship adorned with a massive dragon head sailed slowly across the water, where a man was fishing at the prow. 5 regular baits, 3 premium baits. What might I catch? Zhang Jun murmured, closing his eyes to savor the refreshing sea breeze on his face. What is the captain doing? Lan Ling's ethereal voice broke the silence, her exquisite face filled with curiosity. "Duh, Brother Jun is fishing." Hiru stammered, still puzzled by Zhang Jun's peculiar behavior. Perhaps it was a hobby, she mused, voicing the common speculation among them. Over these past days, Lan Ling had grown more familiar with everyone, and she was particularly intrigued by the ways Zhang Jun suggested utilizing her abilities. Practicing whenever she had the chance that Zhang Jun, her progress was striking. Her combat power had surged to 1880. At that moment, the combat powers within the Long Jun pirate crew were as follows. Zhang Jun, 1895. Lan Ling, 1880. Gue Moyen, 1795. Misoga, 1330. Hiru, 1270. Zhang Jun's combat power had increased slowly during this time, but both Gue Moyen and Lan Ling's strengths had skyrocketed. Gue Moyen's rise stemmed from his fusion of the powers of the Soul Blade and the God-defying blade. As for Lan Ling, Zhang Jun found it peculiar that her fruit ability granted her such high combat power, especially since she had not fully harnessed it and had lived alone on the island for so long. Devoid of fierce beasts, of course, Misoga, being a navigator, had achieved his combat power through a combination of staff techniques and the powers of the devil fruit. Ironically, Hiru, with the lowest combat power, was the most formidable. Her mastery of poison techniques was unparalleled, and one slip could prove disastrous for her opponents. Thus, her true combat capability could not be accurately gauged by mere numbers. Why does it feel as though there's an imbalance of yin and yang? Zhang Jun murmured to himself, "I still closed." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random devil fruit 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 combat power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired one of the low-level 5 elements spiritual thunder. Gold spiritual thunder. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Arhit Fist. After a moment, all the bait was exhausted. The premium bait lived up to its name, but the regular bait had become increasingly lackluster. With a resigned shrug, Zhang Jun dismissed the catches from the regular bait, save for one that yielded 50 combat points and several thousand berries. "Time for a blind box," Zhang Jun exclaimed joyfully, drawing the attention of those nearby. Except for Gue Moyen, everyone gathered around to witness. With a thought, a green light orb appeared in Zhang Jun's outstretched hand. "What is this?" "Oh, how beautiful! I have never witnessed such a scene before." Several individuals gazed intently at the luminous orb, observing its gradual transformation. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have reached a stroke of luck and obtained the fish fruit." As the light dissipated, a green devil fruit, adorned with a pattern of scales, materialized in Zhang Jun's hand. A devil fruit," the group exclaimed in astonishment, for it was their first time witnessing the birth of a devil fruit. "Alas, this devil fruit is rather disappointing," Zhang Jun remarked with a hint of dejection. "It is called the fish fruit, and upon consumption, one gains the ability to transform into a fish." Noticing the curious expressions on the faces of those around him, Zhang Jun gradually elaborated. "Boss, is this fruit really that useless?" Misoga commented with a touch of sarcasm. "Indeed, while it grants the ability to transform into a fish, it is ultimately rejected by the vast ocean. One must admit, it truly is one of the most lackluster fruits. However, boss, could you possibly give me this fruit?" Misoga said with a sly grin, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "What scheme are you concocting now, Brother Jun? Do not give it to him." Siege pouted, clearly displeased with Misoga's lecherous demeanor. "You little rascal, are you planning to sell it?" Zhang Jun instantly grasped Misoga's intentions, exchanging a knowing smile with him. "Oh, Brother Jun, you too have changed," Sierra huffed, turning away in disdain, leaving Zhang Jun and Misoga to share a bittersweet smile, while Lan Ling looked on in confusion. After discussing with Misoga and practicing with Lan Ling, Zhang Jun once again stood at the helm. "Low-level 5 elements spirit thunder," he muttered, as a pulsating golden lightning flickered in his hand, exuding an aura of sharpness. It must be noted that Zhang Jun's fourth stage is not yet fully realized. According to the system's description, a single Spirit Thunder merely signifies initial activation. 5 Spirit Thunders are required to truly attain the fourth stage. This also explains why Zhang Jun's combat prowess has not surged at AS for Spirit Thunder. It remains a mystery whether such phenomena exist in this world. Relying on fishing for it could take ages. Zhang Jun lamented with a sense of helplessness. Mon, be cautious. On board the Longting Wanli, Zhang Jun gripped the wicked blade, Thunder Blood, which crackled with golden lightning, and with a powerful push of his right foot, he vanished from sight. Opposite him, Guamo stood poised, each hand wielding a blade. The keen observer would notice that although Guamo could now engage in combat with 2 swords, they seemed to divide him in 2, their essences distinct and difficult to merge. Duanjin, a thunderous shout echoed from an unknown source. In the void, a streak of golden light suddenly emerged, hurtling towards them with blinding speed and an overwhelming aura of sharpness. As if capable of severing all things, Ghost Wheel, Divine Light. Guamo reacted with remarkable swiftness. His right hand summoned a pitch-black sword wheel, while his left hand shot forth a white light. Piercing directly ahead, boom, a resounding crash reverberated, shaking the entire ship. This marked the third occurrence, the third time. Suddenly, Misoga burst from the room, howling in frenzy. Zhang Jun reappeared, awkwardly scratching his head. He had been engaged in combat with Guamo all morning. Although Lan Ling's air wall surrounded them, the occasional overwhelming force was unavoidable. It must be said that Guamo's techniques were becoming increasingly diverse and formidable. However, Zhang Jun had also experienced a burst of inspiration, integrating the Golden Spirit Thunder into Thunder Blood, which indeed rendered it significantly sharper. Boss, in your icy demeanor, could you please refrain from this? I am trying to chart the seas, Misoga said with a pained expression, wishing he could have beaten the 2 in front of him to a pulp if he were not outmatched. Very well, let us change our training location. Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled with determination as he turned to Lan Ling. What is it? Lan Ling felt a shiver under Zhang Jun's gaze, a faint blush creeping onto her cold countenance. Lan Ling, could you create a battle platform for us? Zhang Jun approached, rubbing his hands together. Behind him, Misoga shrugged and retreated into the room. Perhaps having been in a state of idleness for too long, Misoga rekindled his original dream. He remembered that when he first set sail with Zhang Jun, he aspired to become the greatest navigator. Thus, he relied on his memories to gradually reconstruct the scattered maps from their journey, transferring them onto another sheet for safekeeping. Concurrently, he was also experimenting with his weather fruit. To be frank, the weather fruit is somewhat lackluster in combat, as it does not inflict any substantial damage unless he can conjure weather of cataclysmic proportions. However, for now, his weather fruit could only serve a supportive role. I must devise a way to create favorable weather conditions for our side during battles, and I need to enhance my ability to manipulate the weather. Otherwise, encountering disasters would render me utterly ineffective. Misoga meticulously organized his papers while mumbling to himself, ascending to the open deck above. Thus, this area began to exhibit bizarre phenomena. One moment, basking in sunlight, the next, it suddenly poured rain, only to cease abruptly and unleash hail. Meanwhile, on the deck, Lan Ling sat in a chair, engrossed in a book with her right hand, while her left elbow rested on the armrest, palm facing the sky, eye in the air. 2 figures continuously clashed and separated, their movements a blur of black, white, blue, and gold. Various colors of light flickered intermittently. This was Zhang Jun's intention, to have Lan Ling utilize her air fruit to create a platform capable of supporting their duel. He aptly named it the Air Battlefield. During this time, Sierra had emerged from the room to conduct experiments, initially taken aback by the scene before her, only to return indoors, shaking her head in disbelief. Is there any need to treat a peerless beauty in such a manner? In the sky, the battle reached a fever pitch, and they paid little heed to her sentiments. Mon, I shall refrain from utilizing the second stage. But aside from that, I will exert my full strength, Zhang Jun declared, standing firm, gripping his sword, as his aura gradually solidified. All right. Guamo's expression grew serious, his body radiant with black and white light. Movie Thousand Blades. Zhang Jun unleashed a mighty shout. In an instant, countless blade apparitions materialized in the air, rushing towards Guamo Yin with unprecedented velocity. In this technique, Zhang Jun not only incorporated spirit thunder, but also amplified the power with the third stage's magnetic force. Each blade imbued with a sharp essence, hurtling through space with the might of thunder. Ghost God transformation. Guamo Yin pondered momentarily, forcibly merging the black and white blade apparitions into a colossal heavenly blade. As countless blade images collided with the heavenly blade, the world momentarily dimmed. Buzz, a tremendous resonance echoed as Zhang Jun stood rooted, slowly retracting Thunderblood, while Guamo Yin knelt on the ground. Just as Zhang Jun, who had initially thought everything was fine and was about to assist Guamo Yin to his feet, witnessed him spitting a mouthful of fresh blood and then collapsing unconscious. Sierra, Zhang Jun scooped up Guamo Yin and dashed towards Sierra's room. What happened? What happened? As soon as Sierra opened the door, she saw Zhang Jun carrying Guamo Yin rushing in. What is wrong with him? At the bedside, Sierra furrowed her brow. I finished my duel with him, and he ended up like this. Logically, he shouldn't have sustained such severe injuries. Zhang Jun expressed his confusion, fully aware of his own strength. Believing Guamo Yin should not be in such a critical state. Brother Jun, you are correct. It is not due to your actions. Sierra began to examine him carefully. He has sustained significant injuries due to the uncontrolled energies within him. Sierra sighed, feeling helpless. She could only treat the wounds, but could not quell the two conflicting powers. Unless this issue is resolved, his body will continue to suffer harm. Observing Zhang Jun's dawning realization, Sierra uttered with concern, "What shall we do?" Zhang Jun now comprehended that it was undoubtedly a result of Guamo Yin employing that so-called ghost god transformation, which was clearly beyond his current grasp. At this moment, I find myself at an impasse. However, I can restore his physical state to a semblance of balance despite the injuries he has sustained. Whether he can awaken remains uncertain. With a helpless sigh, he'll turn to prepare the medicine. Alas, why are you pushing yourself so hard? Zhang Jun remarked with resignation before turning to leave. For now, I can only search for anything that might heal Guamo Yin, or else rely on the system to fish for answers. Unfortunately, I have no bait on hand. Boss, what's going on? Just as he exited the room, Misogwa and Lan Ling approached him. After Zhang Jun explained the situation, their expressions turned both peculiar and anxious. At this moment, everyone was enveloped in a shared concern for Guamo Yin and a quest for something that could cure him. One noticed a small boat slowly making its way toward them from a distance. On board was a figure with keen, eagle-like eyes, clad in unusual attire, and carrying a large sword, who was currently resting with his eyes closed. Interesting, the aura of that blade. Suddenly, a barely audible murmured word escaped his lips. Alas, I have yet to hear of anything in this world that could resolve such an issue. Inside the room, Zhang Jun scratched his head. Feeling rather helpless, he sat in silence for a considerable time, his mind racing yet unable to devise a solution. Ding! Task triggered. Engage in combat with Eagle Eye for 10 seconds without defeat. Task rewards. Legendary Bait 1. Premium Bait 1. Quality Bait 1. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, causing Zhang Jun to break into a cold sweat. What? Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. What is he doing here? No, how did I run into him? Zhang Jun sprang up from his chair, hastily rushing out of the cabin, his words tumbling out in a frenzy. In his mind, Eagle Eye was among the closest individuals to the pinnacle of power within the world of One Piece. Thus, he completely overlooked the generous rewards. His mind fraught with anxiety as he sought to ascertain the situation. Though he was yet unaware of the extent of the combat prowess, he could surmise that he would easily be outmatched by this formidable presence. Gulping, Zhang Jun stood on the deck. And indeed, he spotted a small boat steadily approaching from afar. Goodness, sailing a small vessel in the East Blue is one thing, but to do so in the New World? Unbelievable! Zhang Jun silently cursed, betraying his nervousness. Striving to regain composure, he attempted to check Eagle Eye's combat strength through the system. In an instant, he was nearly thrown into a frenzy once more. He could not perceive it. He could not gauge Eagle Eye's combat power. This was the first time since arriving in this world that Zhang Jun had been unable to discern someone's battle capabilities. Captain, what are you doing here? Just then, Lan Ling's melodious voice chimed in. Zhang Jun, drenched in cold sweat, turned to gesture for her to look in Eagle Eye's direction. Is it possible to navigate a small boat? Lan Ling mused thoughtfully. I must say, this enchanting lady, you must be aware of the dangers of the New World by now. What sane person would venture alone in such a small vessel? Zhang Jun replied, a mix of humor and exasperation in his tone. Are you implying that I am not sane? Suddenly, a voice interjected from beside him, causing Zhang Jun's hair to stand on end. Ahem, he coughed, slowly turning his head, only to lock eyes with Eagle Eye's piercing gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Eagle Eye had silently appeared aboard the Longting Wanli. Now, he stood before Zhang Jun, regarding him with an icy stare. Ahem, you are indeed the strongest swordsman in the world, are you not? Zhang Jun inquired, feigning ignorance, his true intention to divert the conversation. You wield a blade. Eagle Eye did not respond directly, merely casting a glance at the thunderblood at Zhang Jun's waist, sort of. Zhang Jun replied, calming himself, his voice steady. Although he wielded a blade, it was not purely so. He relied more on the power of the devil fruit. Not you. Eagle Eye shook his head, scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. Whom are you looking for? Zhang Jun questioned, puzzled. A swordsman. Eagle Eye continued his search, aware that he was on another ship. That I believe I know who you seek. But if you're looking for him, Zhang Jun began. Realizing that Eagle Eye had likely been drawn by the previous clash, let us spar. Eagle Eye stated flatly. Unfortunately, he is severely injured and may not be able to engage in a bout with you. Zhang Jun replied, feeling a sense of pride that Eagle Eye regarded Gue Moyen so highly. You are injured? Eagle Eye fixed his intense gaze on Zhang Jun, his sharp eyes exuding a formidable pressure. At this moment, everyone aboard the Longting Wanli, aside from Gue Moyen, emerged, and with Eagle Eye's keen perception, he immediately discerned their presence. Yes, I wish to spar with you, Zhang Jun declared resolutely, his tone imbued with determination. Though he felt a twinge of fear, he understood that succumbing to fear would hinder his growth. Overcoming it was essential. Boss, Brother Jun, Captain, the three voiced their concerns simultaneously, their tones laced with worry, although they lacked the ability to gauge combat strength. Eagle Eye's inherent aura, combined with Zhang Jun's earlier performance, made it abundantly clear that he was an exceptionally powerful individual. Zhang Jun waved his hand, signaling them to remain calm. Very well. Eagle Eye did not decline. Sensing the presence of a blade's essence emanating from Zhang Jun, while it was not entirely pure, it was nonetheless worthy of examination. Indeed, Eagle Eye roamed the world to encounter various swordsmen, hoping to elevate his own prowess to a higher level. Lan Ling, I entrust this to you, Zhang Jun said with a serious nod before turning to Lan Ling. He certainly did not wish for the Longting Wanli to be cleaved in two by Eagle Eye's blade. Moments later, the two stood upon a floating platform of air created by Lan Ling. Even someone as seasoned as Eagle Eye found himself subtly impressed by this ability. Make your move. Eagle Eye crossed his arms, his tone calm. This was a testament to his immense confidence in his own strength. All right. All gears engaged. Thunderblade. Zhang Jun roared, his aura surging dramatically. The air around him trembled, releasing an overwhelming pressure. Zhang Jun unleashed his full combat power, reaching an astonishing 2,574 points. Attempting once more to probe Eagle Eye's strength through the system, he was met with the same inability to discern it. As a fellow warlord, the disparity in combat power was quite remarkable. Nevertheless, Zhang Jun deemed it acceptable, as Old Sand's strength had notably declined, and Eagle Eye was among the closest to the four emperors. Suppressing his astonishment, Zhang Jun focused his energy into the thunderblood. Purple thunder flash, he shouted, propelling himself and his blade forward like a bolt of purple lightning. Not bad. Eagle Eye's eyes glimmered, finally taking a serious interest in the young man before him, with what seemed like a leisurely pace. Eagle Eye drew the massive sword from his back. As the blade emerged, an invisible aura radiated outward in waves. Zhang Jun, racing forward, felt a sudden halt in his momentum. His speed significantly reduced. What appeared to be a slow motion was, in fact, executed with incredible speed. Before Zhang Jun could reach him, Eagle Eye swung his blade. A shadow of the sword sliced through the air at an extraordinarily cunning angle towards Zhang Jun. Sensing the immense force behind the attack, Zhang Jun had no choice but to meet the sword's shadow with his purple thunder flash. A piercing hum resonated as Eagle Eye stood firmly in place, seemingly unfazed, while Zhang Jun, exerting all his might, was sent staggering backward. You are not a swordsman. You merely wield a blade as a medium. If you truly understood the essence of the sword, you would be far stronger. Eagle Eye remarked, unusually verbose. That I understand now. Zhang Jun nodded earnestly. He suddenly realized that his enhancements in combat strength over time had largely been reliant on the system, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Shaking his head vigorously, Zhang Jun refocused his attention on the battle before him. The time for probing had concluded. With hawk-like eyes narrowing slightly and garments fluttering without a breeze, an intense sense of oppression instantly engulfed the arena. How terrifying! On the deck, Hill's eyes shimmered with tears as he anxiously gazed at Zhang Jun at that moment. Zhang Jun was far too focused to observe his surroundings, grasping the swirling gold and blue lightning blood. His thoughts were more concentrated than ever before. Swish! The hawk-eyed swordsman's blade sliced through the air, producing an almost imperceptible sound. Boom! As the massive blade was retracted, the subtle air currents erupted. An invisible and colossal shadow of the blade surged towards Zhang Jun with overwhelming force. Before the blade's shadow even approached, the fierce winds arrived first. Whoosh! Zhang Jun's robes were whipped about, the ferocity of the wind nearly causing him to lose his footing. Not good. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jun made a swift decision. Under the immense pressure, the lightning blood pierced through the air barrier. Below, Lan Ling's complexion turned pale as she gritted her teeth to endure. Zhang Jun held tightly to the lightning blood. His feet lifted off the ground, floating upwards with the wind. With all his strength, he drove the lightning blood deeper. Swish! The enormous blade shadow screamed past Zhang Jun's back, the ensuing damage creating a profound sensation of tearing across his spine. In an instant, the overwhelming pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Fortunately, tempered by the trials of the Corpse Mountain, he managed to grit his teeth and endure. Zhang Jun stood upright once more. Upon seeing Zhang Jun's back, the few individuals below gasped in horror. Flesh was mangled, revealing stark white bones. However, before Zhang Jun could even breathe a sigh of relief, the hawk-eyed swordsman was already making his next move. In a flash, he vanished from sight, brandishing his terrifyingly large blade. Purple thunder flash. Zhang Jun reacted instantaneously, his body transforming into a streak of violet lightning as he soared through the air. Bang! Clang! Yet, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Zhang Jun did not even see from which direction the hawk-eyed swordsman struck before he was cleaved down. The lightning blood was sent flying from his grasp, his palms torn apart. Zhang Jun trembled as he knelt on the ground. The gap was too vast, too vast. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Although he had exchanged blows twice, they transpired in mere moments. If one were to count carefully, it was not even 2 seconds. I will die. I will die. A profound sense of fear surged within Zhang Jun. He knew the hawk-eyed swordsman would truly strike to kill. Just like when he battled Zoro, he would unleash his full strength with every slash. If so, then this is where it ends for you. The silhouette of the hawk-eyed swordsman reappeared, casting a cold gaze at Zhang Jun, who seemed to be engulfed in despair. No, boss. Below, Hill and Misoga rushed forward with bloodshot eyes. Lan Ling bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable sorrow. I will never concede defeat. At that very moment, Zhang Jun recalled the countless times he had plunged into despair on the Corpse Mountain, only to struggle his way back out. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stood tall. With a slight motion of his right hand, the lightning blood that lay afar flew back to his side. Hovering in the AIR's blade lights flickered. The entire space dimmed. Zhang Jun finally unleashed his full abilities. In mere moments, the entire area was enveloped in lightning. Among them, 2 strands of spiritual lightning surged with extraordinary vigor. The flicker of untraceable satisfaction crossed the hawk-eyed swordsman's eyes. Rarely wielding his blades with both hands, he prepared for the next moment. Zhang Jun's figure suddenly retreated explosively. A torrent of thunder surged into the lightning blood, simultaneously, under Zhang Jun's manipulation. The lightning blood transformed into a slender beam, shooting towards the hawk-eyed swordsman at an unimaginable speed. The beam left a trail of white in its wake. The hawk-eyed swordsman squinted. His hands moved rapidly, summoning a flurry of blade shadows. However, the slender line always found its way through the gaps in the knife shadows. From a distance, Zhang Jun maneuvered the lightning blood while evading the oncoming blade shadows. His injuries grew more severe, and his speed began to wane. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Jun channeled all his strength into the lightning blood, bracing himself against the incoming blade shadows. Buzz! Just as the lightning blood was about to pierce the hawk-eyed swordsman, The speed of his blade surged, instantaneously intercepting the lightning blood that a tremendous shockwave erupted, scattering all blade shadows. Zhang Jun was also flung backward. Ding! Congratulations to the host on completing the mission. Mission rewards. Legendary Bait 1. Premium Bait 1. Quality Bait 1. In the fleeting second before losing consciousness, Zhang Jun vaguely heard the system's voice. Instantly, his mind relaxed as he plunged into darkness. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Zhang Jun, he had forced the hawk-eyed swordsman back by a step. He was also unaware that below, Hill wept tears of joy while Misoga dug his nails into his palms. When he awoke, it was already the next day. This was the result of his body being tempered. Combined with Hill's exceptional medical skills, as soon as he regained consciousness, Zhang Jun instinctively attempted to rise, only to be seized by excruciating pain that made him gasp sharply, "Ah, Brother Jun, you're awake." Hill, who had dozed off with his head resting on his hand, was startled awake. Meeting Zhang Jun's gaze, his eyes reddened instantly. "I'll go fetch the hawk-eyed senior." Hill quickly stood, turning away to wipe his tears. He's still here." Zhang Jun was somewhat surprised, but quickly regained his composure. What was that move called? The hawk-eyed swordsman soon entered, nodding at Zhang Jun before speaking indifferently, "The line of heaven." Zhang Jun replied somewhat laboriously. That move had been a sudden thought, much like some of his self-created techniques he had used in the past, which inexplicably did not get recorded in the system. Very impressive. Even if you are not a pure swordsman, this move deserves my recognition. The hawk-eyed swordsman did not inquire how Zhang Jun had manipulated it from afar, as that was a secret of another's combat power. "I've more or less healed you. Consider it your medical fee." Without further ado, the hawk-eyed swordsman turned to leave, pausing at the door to say one last thing. "Thank you." Zhang Jun's eyes brightened as he expressed his gratitude. He had not anticipated that the hawk-eyed swordsman possessed such abilities. "Boss, that's wonderful. You're still alive." As soon as the hawk-eyed swordsman departed, Misoga rushed over, tears and snot streaming down his face as he clung to Zhang Jun. "Get off!" Zhang Jun was exasperated. Had he not been injured, he would have kicked this repulsive fellow away. The scene elicited a giggle from Lan Ling, who looked at Zhang Jun with a complex expression before nodding and exiting. "Boss, you truly lack empathy. I've been worried about you for so long." All right, I'll leave now. You should rest well." Misoga attempted to continue but shrank back at Zhang Jun's glare and scuttled out. How wonderful! Time flew by swiftly, and the Longting Wanli ship had been sailing alone on the sea for several days. During this time, they encountered neither hazardous natural disasters nor monsters or enemies. Everything was tranquil. "Brother Jun, why don't you rest a few more days?" By the bedside, Hill frowned as he observed Zhang Jun unwrapping his bandages. "Hill, I've completely recovered. By the way, hasn't Tmo Yin awakened yet?" Zhang Jun smiled wryly and then looked at Hill in confusion. "Not yet, but his aura seems to be growing stronger." Hill nodded. The day Zhang Jun first regained consciousness, the hawk-eyed swordsman had spoken those words before departing. However, the fellow known as Mo Yin showed no signs of waking. "I'll go check." After finishing with the bandages, Zhang Jun hopped about on the ground, feeling satisfied as he strode out, following his battle with the hawk-eyed swordsman. Zhang Jun discovered that his strength had increased significantly. His combat power had reached 2345. Without utilizing the second gear enhancement, Zhang Jun could still confidently defeat Crocodile. As Zhang Jun stepped into Gue Moyin's chamber, he was immediately taken aback. The system's readings indicated that Gue Moyin's combat power was fluctuating, and astonishingly, this fluctuation ranged from 2230 to 3000. Gulyalu. He swallowed hard and promptly turned to leave. "Boss, aren't you going to take a look at him?" Misoga queried, a perplexed expression adorning his face. "Look at what? He's perfectly fine." Zhang Jun shook his head, realizing that everyone had been worrying for so long, only to discover that this fellow was merely assimilating power to enhance his strength. Contemplating this, a figure appeared in Zhang Jun's mind. Hawkeye, truly, the mightiest swordsman, capable of harnessing the sword aura within Gue Moyin's body as a bridge for the fusion of two energies, with a silent commendation. Zhang Jun made his way to the long-abandoned deck. "You are awake," Lan Ling remarked, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her ethereal voice soothing to the soul. What is this?" Zhang Jun felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Nodding as he pointed to the newspaper in Lan Ling's hand, "This is a bird that fell from the sky. It seems to have something about you all," Lan Ling stated casually, extending the newspaper towards him. Could it be that the bounty has increased again? Both Hill and Misoga rushed over, intrigued. Dragon Jun pirate crew, Captain, Thunderer Zhang Jun, bounty of 120 million berries. Member, Mad Ghost Swordsman Gue Moyen. Bounty of 80 million berries. Suspected Navigator, Misoga, bounty of 40 million berries. Poison Lady Hill, bounty of 30 million berries. Pet Snake, 100 berries, 120 million. The group exclaimed in unison, their disbelief prompting them to scrutinize the newspaper repeatedly. Defeating a warlord really boosts the bounty fast, Zhang Jun muttered, if his memory served him correctly. In the original story, Luffy's bounty had also reached 100 million after defeating Crocodile. Even the iceberg-faced fellow had an astounding bounty of 80 million berries. By the way, what on earth does suspected navigator mean? Misoga felt a surge of impotent rage upon seeing his name. Perhaps he was puzzled as to why a navigator could still be quite formidable in battle. Zhang Jun chuckled heartily before suppressing his laughter to speak. Humph, Hill only has a bounty of 30 million. Hill pouted. However, ha ha ha. Pet Snake. Only 100 berries. Just a second after her anger, Hill grabbed the sleeping Jiaoho Tian from her shoulder. Roar! Jiaoho Tian groggily awoke, its tiny mouth emitting a perplexed roar. Roar! Upon seeing its bounty, Jiaoho Tian broke free from Hill's grasp that it soared into the sea, transforming back into its original form. An enraged roar resonated in all directions, causing even the air to tremble. What did you expect when you kept sleeping on my shoulder? Hill exclaimed, reveling in the misfortune. After venting its frustration, Jiaoho Tian reluctantly shrank in size and returned. Roar, 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 roar. After a flurry of gestures, the crowd began to grasp its meaning. It declared that next time, it would surely showcase its prowess, allowing those blind to witness its might. In truth, Jiaoho Tian's combat power was quite impressive. Perhaps due to its continuous growth, its strength had steadily risen, now reaching an impressive 1820 points, making it the fourth strongest creature in the Dragon Jun pirate crew. Boss, haven't you noticed something? Misoga slowly pointed at the image on the newspaper. Oh no, I completely forgot, Zhang Jun exclaimed, smacking his forehead in frustration. It dawned on him that they still lacked their very own pirate crew flag when he had first acquired the Longting Wanli. He had been too excited to consider this detailed. As more members joined, at some point, they had casually hung up a random flag, and everyone had assumed it represented their pirate crew. Over time, this matter had been forgotten. Sigh. Gazing at the flag adorned with a knife and fork fluttering above, Zhang Jun sighed deeply. Misoga, the honorable task of designing the flag is entrusted to you. It must feature a dragon and thunder. The simpler, the better, Zhang Jun said earnestly, patting Misoga on the shoulder with a serious expression. With that, he quickly turned and walked away. Hee, it's all up to you now. Hill giggled as she skipped into her room. Is this what they call self-inflicted hardship? Misoga scratched his head in confusion, trudging towards his own room. Lanling. Zhang Jun approached Lanling, who was gazing into the distance by the ship's edge. Lanling turned her head, smiling and nodding. We are partners. Everyone is eager to welcome your integration. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jun spoke softly. Ever since Lanling joined the Dragon Jun pirate crew, she had yet to truly blend in. The likely reason was her years of isolation from human interaction, leaving her uncertain of how to engage. After all, during their interactions, Zhang Jun sensed that Lanling was not of the same ilk as Gue Moyen. Gue Moyen was simply reticent, preferring solitude, yet his heart was warm and passionate. Not a flicker of emotion crossed Lanling's eyes. She felt profoundly lonely, truly lonely. It was the first time in many years that she had encountered another human. Yet, she was at a loss, unsure how to converse or interact with others. She could only speak less and act more, minimizing the likelihood of errors. Zhang Jun smiled, making his way towards the bow. He felt a surge of excitement. What kind of marvel would the highest grade bait attract? Days spent on the sea often felt repetitive and dull. Sitting at the bow, Zhang Jun stretched his limbs. Preparing to cast his line as per usual, he aimed to catch the best, muttering to himself. Zhang Jun silently recited his intention to use the highest grade legendary bait available. The sky was overcast, an endless expanse of dark clouds looming overhead, dampening the spirits. The fishing hook sliced through the air gracefully, plunging into an unknown mystical realm. Glimmers of light flickered in that area, appearing and vanishing. The ship was enveloped in silence as everyone busied themselves with their tasks. Zhang Jun listened to the howling sea breeze, watching flying fish leap from the water in the distance. His thoughts were enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. Ever since his battle with Hawkeye, he had gained much. However, his heart remained unsettled. As a traveler with an advantage, he found himself utterly outmatched by those true powerhouses. During this time, Zhang Jun yearned for strength, desiring an immediate surge in power. His restless emotions had persistently clouded his mind. Now, as he calmed down, he suddenly realized how foolish he had been in recent days. Having read countless novels and classics in his previous life, how could he have forgotten such a crucial truth? Rapid ascension in strength often resulted in an unstable foundation. Reflecting deeply, he recalled that every time he fished for power, he would soon receive a task, leading to conflict. With this thought, an idea flickered in Zhang Jun's mind. The system was cultivating him according to a specific protocol. Once this notion took root, he found it impossible to dismiss it. However, he understood one thing clearly. He was currently too weak. Only by strengthening himself could he confront potential threats. Shaking his head, he cast aside the thoughts that disrupted his hard-won tranquility. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a unique item. The Wanjie fruit. Time flew by swiftly, and this fishing session felt especially prolonged, extending into the moonlit night. Wanjie fruit. Zhang Jun held this seemingly unremarkable fruit in his hand. Wanjie fruit. The only item in the myriad worlds. Extremely rare, yet its ability was somewhat lackluster. Ability allows the consumer to effortlessly convert energies from various realms for their own use. After glancing at the introduction, Zhang Jun helplessly scratched his head. This item truly possesses a peculiar flavor, neither particularly enjoyable nor entirely dispensable. Although the concept of myriad realms lingered in Zhang Jun's mind, he was acutely aware of one fact. Only the most formidable beings from a singular realm could transcend their boundaries and ascend to higher realms. Such an achievement felt painfully distant for him. Furthermore, the notion of seamless transformation sounded rather appealing, yet in reality, it merely suggested that the consumer would forego the process of acclimatizing to another realm. In summary, Zhang Jun felt that this item was rather lackluster. Well, a free meal is a free meal. He shrugged and took a hearty bite of the myriad fruit. The taste was quite pleasant, but suddenly, oh my! Zhang Jun smacked his lips and then collapsed to the ground. Groaning that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from his abdomen. The places where this energy flowed felt as though they were being obliterated, and the excruciating pain rendered Zhang Jun incapable of even uttering a scream. In the eerie silence, no one noticed their captain convulsing on the floor. Time passed without his awareness, and Zhang Jun sensed something in the air surging violently into his body. This was no longer pain. It was an exhilarating sensation. The pleasure was so intense that his toes tingled, and he felt as though he might dissolve entirely. Soon, this sensation waned. Zhang Jun bore no thick scabs, nor did he even break a sweat. This feeling, he let out a bitter laugh, closing his eyes to reflect on his transformation. After a thorough examination, Zhang Jun discovered that there were no changes whatsoever. Alas, he sighed, proceeded to have dinner, and then resumed his fishing. Ever since his body had been tempered, he hardly required sleep. Coupled with his current high spirits, he decided to continue fishing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired Yin-Yang Spirit Thunder. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained low-level 5-element Spirit Thunder. With Spirit Thunder, as dawn broke, Zhang Jun finally exhausted all his bait to Yin-Yang Spirit Thunder. With Spirit Thunder was trivial, especially since he had previously obtained Gold Spirit Thunder. However, this Yin-Yang Spirit Thunder, entangled in black and white, was entirely different. With its dual colors, it appeared as though there were two Spirit Thunders. Could it possibly count as two? Zhang Jun mused, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If it could be counted as two, then he would have 4 slots. Zhang Jun felt a surge of excitement. All the Spirit Thunders floated before him. In the next moment, they all entered Zhang Jun's body simultaneously. Whoosh! Instantly, an indescribable sensation flooded Zhang Jun's heart. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked complete 4 slots. At that very moment, the system's voice echoed. Zhang Jun smiled faintly. Indeed, as he had anticipated, just as he was about to exit 4 slots, he suddenly felt an intuitive pull. Closing his eyes, all the Spirit Thunder's energy surged toward his back. Buzz. Once the energy converged, it erupted in an instant. A deafening hum resonated. Zhang Jun turned slowly to see a colossal figure, 5 or 6 meters tall. Standing behind him, clad in Yin-Yang armor, its chaotic light flowed, exuding an imposing aura. Regrettably, the figure's face remained shrouded in darkness, rendering it indistinguishable. Susanu. In his delight, Zhang Jun couldn't help but make a quip. Ding. Complete 4 slots includes the embodiment of the Thunder God. The system's voice chimed in timely fashion to in the early morning. What an incessant affair, Misoga grumbled as he stepped out, rubbing his eyes while walking. Wow, how cool. Hill also emerged, his eyes wide with excitement. Lan Ling gazed at Zhang Jun with curiosity. My apologies. This is my new technique, just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Did I disturb you? Zhang Jun retracted the 4 slots, and the giant behind him vanished. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone and enjoying breakfast, Zhang Jun strolled alone onto the deck. Information template. Host. Zhang Jun, Myriad Realm Transformation, Combat Power, 2814 Skills, Navy 6 Styles, Saru, Shabandi, Renjiki, Tekai, Shurgan, Jeppo, Observation Haki, Level 2, Lightning Release, Chidori. Martial Technique, Thunder Fury Blade, Water Manipulation, Wave Treading, Voice of All Things, Level 1. Fruit, True Lightning Fruit, Current Development Level, 4, Total Slot Points, 10. Note. Each time a slot is upgraded, combat power is permanently enhanced by 20% of the combat power at the time of upgrade. Items, Evil Blade, Thunderblood, Summoning Card, can summon a character with combat power of 2000 for 2 hours. Sea King Treasure Ball 1, Dragon Roar Heaven, Life Paper 1, Super Grenade 1, Large Sea Floor Stone 1. Switch Cracked Version, Compass 1. Spirit Thunder, Radiant Lightning, Yin-Yang Spirit Thunder, Low-Level 5 Elements Spirit Thunder, Gold, Wood. Upon reviewing the information template, it was evident that his combat power had increased. Strangely, there was now an additional term. Myriad Realm Transformation, whose purpose he could not discern. Nevertheless, overall, Zhang Jun felt quite satisfied. Alas, how dull. One day, aboard the dragon's soaring, endless voyage, Zhang Jun lounged in a deck chair, legs crossed, leisurely swaying. Captain, isn't it a bit odd that Ice Block Face hasn't awakened after such a long time? Beside him, Misoga mirrored his position, swaying in tandem. Don't worry about that guy. When he finally wakes, you all will probably be in for quite a shock. Zhang Jun yawned and waved his hand dismissively. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm light that made one feel lethargic. Commander, a pirate ship has been spotted, a naval officer reported, holding a telescope, noting that the ship's design bore a striking resemblance to the Dragon Jun pirate crew. Despite the flag being unfamiliar, the Dragon Jun pirate crew's flag had been designed by Misoga, garnering unanimous praise from everyone, excluding the unconscious Gue Moyen. The golden skull of a dragon, flanked by 2 similarly golden bones, shone brilliantly against a black backdrop. Full speed ahead, pursue. At the command of the naval officer, the fleet of 7 naval vessels surged forward in a fan-shaped formation towards the dragon's soaring, endless voyage. Zhang Jun and Misoga, reclining in blissful relaxation, felt the ship jolt slightly. The speed of the dragon's soaring, endless voyage suddenly intensified. Brother Jun, there are naval ships behind us, Misoga exclaimed, urgency in his tone. Hurry! Hill dashed over from the upper deck, raising his voice. With the presence of a ship spirit, the dragon's soaring, endless voyage generally required no steering. However, the spirit was not a professional navigator, struggling to cope with natural disasters and human calamities. Instantly, Misoga leaped from his chair and rushed to the helm. Sigh. Why are there navy ships everywhere? Zhang Jun sighed, gradually rising. Fire, the naval officer shouted, and all 7 ships simultaneously opened fire. Control. Return. Zhang Jun's expression hardened. Beneath the 3rd slot, he instantly manipulated the electromagnetic force to seize the multitude of cannonballs overhead, then propelled them back at astonishing speed. Get out of the way. The naval officer's face paled as he shouted hoarsely. Misoga, move. Zhang Jun bellowed in a desperate attempt to evade the cannonballs. Some naval vessels capsized, while others were riddled with holes from the incoming fire. Only one ship in the center remained unscathed. Meanwhile, under Misoga's command, the dragon's soaring, endless voyage veered sharply, speeding into a thick fog. Commander, they are fleeing, a naval officer reported to the commander, pointing towards the direction in which the dragon's soaring, endless voyage had vanished. Save them, the commander glared at him, watching Zhang Jun and the others disappear before he barked orders. That moment, the commander's mind was flooded with a torrent of frustration. Initially, he had thought that the Zhang Jun pirate crew was merely a group with a high bounty, and he might seize the opportunity to elevate his own status. Little did he expect that after just one encounter, his side would suffer such severe losses. Was Smoker truly capable of defeating Crocodile? The sergeant spoke with a hint of confusion. Recently, the Navy had been proclaiming that their hero, Smog, had vanquished Crocodile. However, the sergeant found it difficult to believe this claim, especially considering the numerous rumors suggesting that Zhang Jun was the one who had defeated Crocodile. Given the impressive display of Zhang Jun's effortless strength, he began to waver in his conviction. The fog is so thick, Hill said, glancing around at the dense mist. No worries. I can navigate through these reefs. Misoga replied confidently. Indeed, as he made his way with deft turns, adjusting the sails from full to half, they soon caught sight of the mist's edge. Is that an island? Zhang Jun remarked, peering through the gradually thinning fog. Before them lay a vast expanse of flat land, resembling a wooden plank floating atop the water, barely elevated above the sea by mere centimeters. Stop the ship. Quickly, halt the vessel. Suddenly, Hill's expression changed, as he urgently urged Misoga to cease their journey. What is the matter? Misoga inquired, halting the ship with a puzzled look. This is the land of demons. Hill's face turned pale. That I think I've read about that too, Lan Ling chimed in, having just emerged from her quarters. Are you referring to that platform-like area ahead? Zhang Jun asked, pointing thoughtfully towards the front, unable to recall any mention of such a place in the original story. Could it be an addition? Indeed, the land of demons. According to the book I read, in the New World, there exists an unknown region with an incredibly flat piece of land, which hosts a portal to hell. Every evening, as the sun sets, countless demons emerge from this black hole to wreak havoc across the island. Hill spoke tremulously, casting a fearful glance towards the island. What do demons look like? Lan Ling nodded in agreement, her curiosity piqued. Demons, you say? They possess crimson bodies, gaping maws, a pair of black wings, and two sharp red horns atop their heads, wielding forks to capture beautiful maidens and children for their feast. Misoga's eyes sparkled as he deliberately adopted a frightful expression. Go die, Hill shivered slightly, her cheeks flushed as she kicked Misoga. Demons, you say? Zhang Jun murmured, observing the mysterious island ahead with an air of calm. That I shall investigate. You all stay here. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Jun leaped into the air, soaring towards the island. That I want to see too. Lan Ling floated behind him, buoyed by the air. Hill hesitated. Why aren't you going? Suddenly, she noticed Misoga standing still, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, which ignited her frustration. I am scared too, Misoga admitted weakly. Ding, mission triggered. The Secret of Demon Island. Mission rewards. Premium bait 2. Quality bait 1. In midair, as Zhang Jun sped along, he suddenly heard the long-lost voice of the system, bringing him to light. Soon, Zhang Jun and Lan Ling landed on the island one after the other. Upon close inspection, Zhang Jun found the ground of the island remarkably flat, and contrary to his expectations, it was teeming with life, with many plants bearing edible fruits, albeit much larger than those he had previously encountered. Where are the demons? Lan Ling's ethereal voice echoed, sounding somewhat ethereal in the vastness. Wasn't there supposed to be a hole? Let us search for it. Zhang Jun nodded, surveying the surroundings as they advanced. The island was rich with vegetation, some reaching human height, creating a dense barrier that obscured their path. Zhang Jun led the way, channeling lightning into countless small blades that swiftly cleared a path ahead. Damn pirates! In an unknown region, amidst the darkness, a pair of eyes filled with rage glimmered, devoid of any color but white. As he pressed a button, the island began to undergo some changes. Captain, I'll take a look from above, Lan Ling said softly. Ascending into the air, I think I saw a shadow flicker on the other end of the island. Suddenly, she floated down, whispering as she pointed to the right. Zhang Jun nodded and directed the lightning blades towards that direction. While Zhang Jun could have soared directly towards it, he sensed something unusual about the ground beneath him, opting instead to proceed cautiously step by step. Indeed, as he moved, he could faintly discern a tremor beneath his feet through his advanced observation skills, suggesting that something was stirring deep below the surface. Misoga, do you think we should investigate? Hill paced back and forth on the loading Wanli, her face etched with concern. Nightfall is approaching, and it would be perilous to leave Ice Block face alone and unconscious on the ship. Misoga bit into an apple, his brow furrowing. Hill nodded in agreement, casting him a reproachful glance. Misoga felt perplexed by her reaction as he took another bite. Found it. Finally, Zhang Jun cleared away more vegetation to arrive at a pitch-black cave entrance, which seemed bottomless, exuding a chilling aura. Lan Ling. Wait a moment. Zhang Jun halted her advance. With a flick of his wrist, a sphere of light materialized in his hand, composed of concentrated lightning, with countless small sparks dancing within. Zhang Jun had a sudden inspiration. Thinking of a way to glimpse the depths of the cave, he crouched down and tossed the luminous sphere into the abyss, utilizing his formidable control to release it like a fishing line. The line, crafted from lightning, illuminated the surroundings brilliantly. However, peering into the cave revealed only smooth walls. The line grew longer, stretching beyond what Zhang Jun could see. No, it's too deep. Zhang Jun stood, shaking his head. Why not just go in and take a look? Lan Ling asked, puzzled, her understanding of danger still quite naive. Just as Zhang Jun was about to respond, he suddenly felt a violent tremor beneath his feet. The entire island shook, and he shouted, "Fly!" Yet before he could take off, a wave of cold swept down his spine, causing him to momentarily lose control. When he regained his bearings, he found himself and Lan Ling plummeting towards the depths below. Lan Ling, create an air barrier and then ascend, Zhang Jun shouted. However, Lan Ling appeared unresponsive, merely gazing at him helplessly. Damn it, sea prism stone, Zhang Jun exclaimed in disbelief. In an instant, he wrapped his arms around Lan Ling's waist and surged upward. But once more, he felt a chill down his back, losing control again. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. After what felt like an eternity of falling, Zhang Jun and Lan Ling finally reached the ground. To mitigate Lan Ling's injuries, Zhang Jun shielded her with his own body. Fortunately, during their descent, he had desperately clung to the walls to slow their fall, so he emerged relatively unscathed. Thank you. Lan Ling weakly uttered a phrase. Her typically refined and composed visage now adorned with a delicate blush, rendering her utterly enchanting. Zhang Jun supported Lan Ling as she rose, vigorously shaking his head. This was hardly the moment for matters of the heart. Casting a glance around, Zhang Jun noted numerous ominous dark openings surrounding them, each leading to an unknown destination. In such an unfamiliar environment, compounded by Lan Ling's frailty, he felt a twinge of headache. Misogai, stop eating. Meanwhile, aboard the Dragon Rising ship, a distressed Hill slammed her hand on the table. It's pitch dark. Why haven't Brother Jun and the others returned yet? At that moment, the sun had just dipped below the horizon. Yet Hill still saw no sign of them, her heart racing with anxiety. Indeed, why have they not yet returned? Misogai also grew serious, furrowing his brows as he gazed towards the island. Hill, look quickly. Suddenly, Misogai exclaimed, removing the binoculars with a look of shock. What? Have they returned? Hill's expression shifted as she seized the binoculars. What are those? Stammering, she struggled to articulate as she beheld the scene on the island, where numerous shadowy figures darted about. Having appeared so abruptly from nowhere, the chill ran down their spines. It's over. Our leader is in grave danger. Misogai trembled as he spoke. Impossible. Can you not speak more sensibly? Hill's eyes reddened as she chastised Misogai. Right. Suddenly, Hill recalled something, pulling out a thin box from her pocket. Upon opening it, a tattered piece of paper lay within. They are safe. At least Brother Jun is unharmed. Hill cried tears of joy. This paper was Zhang Jun's life card, proving invaluable at this moment. Thus, Misogai and Hill, clutching the life card, anxiously turned their gaze towards the island. Simultaneously, deep within the Devil's Island, Zhang Jun hesitated, pondering which passage to take. This way, Lan Ling suddenly spoke. Having grown up on this isolated island, I have developed a keen awareness of life forms. Perhaps due to the long absence of other beings, I sensed a presence in that direction, she explained calmly. You are incredible. Zhang Jun couldn't help but exclaimed. In such circumstances, Lan Ling's ability made her akin to the goddess of dawn. On the boundless sea, a solitary naval vessel sailed slowly. Major, we are approaching the waters where the Dragon Jun pirates have been sighted. A naval officer stood respectfully nearby. Are we finally to meet the Dragon Jun pirates again? A brawny man, whose body was a perfect blend of muscularity without appearing bulky, spoke slowly. In the pitch-black depths, Zhang Jun supported the feeble Lan Ling with his left hand while holding a luminous sphere of light composed of lightning in his right. Perhaps due to the oppressive darkness, the light only illuminated a radius of 3 meters. Beyond that, it was an impenetrable void, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The left, Lan Ling instructed, and Zhang Jun immediately guided her in that direction. They had been meandering through this labyrinth for quite some time, developing an unspoken understanding. The crescent moon hung high as the dragon-rising ship quietly anchored about 100 meters from Devil's Island. "We must devise a plan," Hill exclaimed, her face etched with worry. They had been staring at the life card for several hours, yet there was still no sign of Zhang Jun and Lan Ling. Only countless shadowy figures flitted about. "First, we must ensure Gai Moyan's safety. Second, if our leader cannot resolve this matter, I doubt we can either. Third, rather than blindly charging in and complicating matters, we would be wiser to wait for their return," Misogai stated with unprecedented seriousness. Wah. Upon hearing Misogai's words, Hill sank to the ground, weeping. No one could comprehend the depth of her sorrow at that moment, having fled and wandered at such a tender age. She had finally found a semblance of warmth and belonging within the Dragon Jun pirates. Hill felt immense gratitude towards Zhang Jun for providing her with this sense of home. Therefore, she was terrified of losing him. "Hill, do not fear. You must have faith in our leader. He is mysterious and powerful, and he will surely be all right." Misogai crouched down, gently stroking Hill's head. He too felt the weight of his own distress. Crack! "Be careful!" A faint sound echoed through the dark passage, instantly heightening Zhang Jun's senses. Whoosh! From the shadows, countless cold arrows suddenly shot forth, hurtling towards the pair. With a swift motion, Zhang Jun summoned a barrier of lightning to encircle them. The arrows struck the electric net one by one, falling to the ground. After a while, the barrage ceased. Zhang Jun focused his thoughts, commanding the system to absorb all the arrows. This was not their first encounter with such an ambush. They had faced various traps along their path, rolling boulders, spiked pits, and treacherous floors that suddenly gave way. Fortunately, they had navigated through them unscathed, though Lan Ling had come perilously close to injury on several occasions. Thus, Zhang Jun remained exceptionally cautious, fearing that his negligence might harm her. The consumption of lightning power was not particularly taxing, but it did take a toll on Zhang Jun's mental stamina. Ahead, they approached a vast chamber. Inside, a large round table was surrounded by a throng of individuals. These figures were notably diminutive, with unnaturally pale skin and eyes devoid of color. "Intruders! Pirates! Kill them!" The clamor of voices echoed. "Their power overwhelming. Lead them outside. The consequences could be dire." Amidst the raucous debate, had it not been for the room's remarkable soundproofing, Zhang Jun might have already charged in silence. "They are approaching," a figure of apparent authority commanded. Sporting an enormous beard that reached nearly to his waist, leaning on a wooden staff. "Chief, spare them. We are not a belligerent race." At that moment, a woman's voice interjected, a middle-aged matron cradling a young girl. "They have destroyed so much of our food. We cannot let them go." Another man with a scarred face and a fierce demeanor retorted. "Chief." After a moment's silence, the leader called out loudly. A youth, approximately 1 meter 30 tall, stood up, accompanied by several others who bore a striking resemblance to him. Each wielded 2 massive hammers, their size seemingly disproportionate to their stature. The woman sighed deeply, falling silent. At that same moment, Zhang Jun and Lan Ling pressed on, guided by Lan Ling's heightened senses, drawing ever closer to the source of life. "Someone is approaching." Lan Ling suddenly sensed something and whispered. Zhang Jun's eyes brightened. He was not afraid of the arrival of others, but rather of the continuous absence of company. Bang! Bang! With each resounding thud, Zhang Jun felt the approach of others. These sounds carried an inexplicable, eerie harm that made him feel a loss of bodily control, though not to the extent he had experienced before. The noise intensified, and Zhang Jun gently hoisted Lan Ling onto his back, instructing her to hold on tightly. "They're coming." Zhang Jun sensed a shift, and, within the illuminated radius of the lightning, several figures suddenly emerged, little dwarfs. As Zhang Jun gazed at the 7 diminutive figures, squinting with their large hammers, he was momentarily taken aback. "Are you the legendary 7 dwarfs?" he quipped, relieved at the sight of others. The group exchanged puzzled glances, perplexed by Zhang Jun's words. "Invaders, you have ravaged our crops and trespassed into our tunnels. We have come on the orders of our leader to punish you." One of them, Oda, stepped forward, striking his massive hammers together with a resounding clatter. Wait, let us speak calmly." Zhang Jun raised his left hand to halt the advancing figures. Through the system's scrutiny, he discerned that these tiny beings possessed a combat power of around 1,000. While this was somewhat formidable, it posed no significant threat to Zhang Jun very well. It seems a proper conversation will have to wait. As Oda and his companions charged at him, Zhang Jun furrowed his brow. With a swift motion of his left hand, 7 bolts of lightning surged forth. To his astonishment, the dwarfs shattered one of the lightning strikes with a single hammer blow. However, they had underestimated him. A confident smile spread across Zhang Jun's face. Ever since he sensed something peculiar in this place, he had been cautious with every step. Just like now, as he commanded each bolt of lightning to split into 2 upon contact with the hammers. They had only destroyed one, while the other struck true, embedding itself within their bodies. The crackling of electricity coincided with the thud of hammers hitting the ground. Some individuals simply do not grasp the art of communication. Zhang Jun gently placed Lan Ling against the wall, exhaling a sigh of exasperation, before he gathered the 7 dwarfs into a heap. "Captain, what now?" Lan Ling, seated on the ground, attempted to muster her strength, but found herself utterly drained. With her brows knitted in worry, she inquired, "Since there are indeed others down here, that simplifies matters. We shall wait until they awaken, or—" Zhang Jun glanced into the depths of the darkness. "We can weave a cage of lightning." Prior to this, Zhang Jun had sensed a small mole hastily retreating deeper into the tunnel upon witnessing the swift defeat of the 7 dwarfs. An avid reader of various novels, he immediately deduced that the mole was likely a scout for these beings. Since the message of their desire to communicate had already been conveyed, they would now await the response. Sure enough, from the depths of the chamber, a frantic little mole scurried in. Squeak, squeak. The mole stood upright, behaving almost human-like, continuously squeaking in distress. "All right, take your time." The previously dissenting woman who had opposed the attack on Zhang Jun squatted down. Speaking softly, the woman was voluptuous, with fair skin, raven black hair, and pure white eyes, her petite form exuding feminine allure. The mole gradually calmed, continuing to make its squeaking sounds. "Xiao Xiao, what is happening?" the leader asked as he approached. Leaning on his cane, his brow furrowed, observing the change in the woman's expression, he sensed that the situation was dire. "Leader, that person is far too strong for us to contend with. We should expel them." The woman, referred to as Xiao Xiao, stood, her face clouded with concern. She then recounted in detail what the mole had witnessed. According to the mole, it had seen a man and a woman. Initially, the man had intended to communicate. However, Oda had not consented and had attacked directly. Consequently, with a mere wave of his hand, the 7 dwarfs had fallen in an instant. Upon hearing the woman's translation, everyone in the room was left in stunned silence. This was, after all, a misunderstanding. The mole was too small and lacked sufficient vision to see the lightning. Yet, even if it had seen the lightning, it likely would not have made a difference, as the group would still have been thrown into panic. "Leader, Oda is our strongest warrior," a young man stammered. Instantly, the atmosphere grew restless. Thud! The leader struck the ground twice with his cane, casting a sweeping gaze over the room until silence fell. "Meyer," the leader then turned to a small girl sitting in a corner. The girl was exceptionally cute, her diminutive stature resembling that of a porcelain doll. "Grandfather, no. Meyer has no combat abilities." The girl blinked her large, glistening eyes, pleadingly. "Alas, everyone listen. You must all return to the station at once. Take the others and hide in the shrine. Only when I call for you may you emerge." The leader sighed, standing tall and speaking with authority. "Grandfather." Meyer anxiously approached, tugging at the leader's garment. "Leave." The leader's expression remained unchanged as he spoke coldly. Soon, everyone hurriedly fled through a passageway, leaving only the woman, the mole, Meyer, and the leader in the chamber. "Meyer, stay close to Aunt Xiao Xiao that I shall return shortly," the leader said, affectionately stroking Meyer's small face. "Xiao Xiao. I entrust Meyer to your care," he added, placing Meyer's small hand into the woman's grasp. Without further hesitation, he leaned on his cane and exited. "Grandfather." Meyer broke free from the woman's hold and chased after him. But the leader turned and closed the door behind him. Seizing the opportunity, the woman hurried after Meyer, enveloping her in her arms. "That it will be all right," she comforted, while the little mole squeaked in agreement. "Someone is coming." Meanwhile, Zhang Jun sat beside Lan Ling, meditating, when he suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Another dwarf, but this one resembles an old man. Zhang Jun mentally scoffed as he beheld a diminutive elder, leaning on a cane, entering the illuminated area. "I apologize." To Zhang Jun's surprise, the elder promptly set aside his cane and knelt in a deep bow. Wait, wait, wait. I don't want to shorten my lifespan. Zhang Jun hurriedly approached to assist him back to his feet. They were sent by me. You may take your revenge as you wish, but I hope that after your reprisal, you will depart as if you had never arrived. The leader remarked, looking at Zhang Jun with astonishment before pulling away from his grasp and lowering his head. Lan Ling, do I seem like a villain? Zhang Jun, somewhat baffled, turned to Lan Ling, seeking clarification. Uft! Lan Ling instantly burst into laughter, leaving Zhang Jun momentarily spellbound. Old man, we simply stumbled upon this place. We had no ill intentions, Zhang Jun replied with exasperation. Initially, he had merely come to observe, only to find himself inexplicably ensnared and unable to leave. Zhang Jun thought to himself, I'm the one feeling aggrieved. Subsequently, he poured out his grievances to the old man, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Well, young man, we initially believed you were damaging our crops, which prompted us to frighten you, resulting in that significant tremor. Unfortunately, you happened to be near the entrance, and we were not entirely certain, assuming you had invaded intentionally. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's explanation, the leader pieced together the situation and reached a conclusion. However, despite his words, in the past, there had been individuals who had inadvertently trespassed to prevent those individuals from disclosing the location. Some were imprisoned until death, while others were executed outright. Now, due to Zhang Jun's overwhelming strength, they had to express goodwill. So it was merely a misunderstanding. Zhang Jun, oblivious to the implications, exclaimed with delight, since it's a misunderstanding, allow me to escort you both out. The leader glanced at the still unconscious Oda and his companions before responding. May I visit your settlement? Zhang Jun inquired tentatively, eager to engage with this unique race, especially since the system had yet to signal the completion of his task. That would be acceptable, the leader replied, furrowing his brow slightly, casting a discontented glance at Zhang Jun. Yet, upon catching sight of the incapacitated Oda and his companions, he relented that it was best to avoid provoking such a powerful individual. By the way, old man, why is my friend so weak? A few individuals, awaiting the awakening of Ao de Chi Ran, settled down cross-legged on the ground. Zhang Jun glanced at the frail Lan Ling and, with a hint of confusion, posed a question. This place, situated in the depths of the ocean, exerts a formidable restraining effect on those who have consumed devil fruits. The chief, with his eyes closed and unaccustomed to the brightness, opened them upon hearing Zhang Jun's words and turned his gaze toward Lan Ling. Lan Ling offered a faint smile to the chief. Indeed, Lan Ling, it seems I must rely on you to endure just a little longer. Zhang Jun nodded, expressing his apologies that it's nothing, just feeling a bit weak. However, I sense that my body is gradually adapting. Lan Ling replied nonchalantly, shaking her head slowly. Adapting? Zhang Jun exclaimed, taken aback that it is almost an ironclad rule that the ocean detests those who consume devil fruits. Apart from individuals like the protagonist Luffy, very few can overcome this inherent weakness. This could indeed be her opportunity. We possess a mysterious force here that can assist devil fruit users in surmounting this drawback. The chief's raspy voice interjected. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall May Air, his beloved granddaughter. Were it not for her, perhaps this point would have gone unnoticed. Cough, cough. At that instant, a cough echoed through the air. Aoda had awakened, and soon several of his brothers followed suit. The chief provided an explanation and led the group towards their base. Brother, you're impressive, but aren't you a devil fruit user? How come? Aoda approached, tilting his head to gaze at Zhang Jun. He seemed inclined to throw an arm around Zhang Jun's shoulder, only to find himself unable to reach. That you're not too shabby yourself. Zhang Jun chuckled, though he had no intention of elaborating further. Aoda, with his affable demeanor, engaged Zhang Jun in conversation throughout their journey. He recounted numerous tales about their tribe, and in return, Zhang Jun shared snippets about the world beyond. From Aoda's narration, it became clear that their tribe had resided underground for an exceedingly long time. They possessed an innate aversion to sunlight, and their eyes could see distinctly in the dark. The flora on the surface of the island constituted their sustenance, which was scarce. This was the primary reason Zhang Jun had initially angered the chief. Simultaneously, the duo learned that, contrary to external perceptions, the so-called demons were not truly demonic. The shadows that loomed were merely illusions conjured by the chief's granddaughter, devoid of any offensive capability, serving solely to induce momentary loss of body control, a perfect tool for intimidation. During their exchange, they ventured into a concealed passage. The The corridor twisted and turned, ultimately leading them to a dead end. Upon pushing open a grand door, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. Zhang Jun extended a thread of radiant lightning ahead. And, under the dim light, his exceptional vision allowed him to discern everything before him. That it was an expansive space, layered with numerous chambers, and at the very center, there stood a structure reminiscent of a palace. Yet, at that moment, not a single soul could be found. They must be hiding. Let me call them out. The chief nodded and proceeded down a staircase toward the lower levels. Zhang Jun, mindful of the underground dwellers, deliberately dimmed the brightness of the radiant lightning to its lowest setting, following Lan Ling step by step. Everyone, come out. The chief reached the entrance of the grand hall and knocked on the door. Creak. The door swung open swiftly, and a cacophony of voices spilled forth. The remarks predominantly centered around the chief's return and reassurances that all was well. Grandpa, a porcelain doll-like figure, dashed forth, enveloping the elder in a warm embrace. Her large, twinkling eyes fixated on Zhang Jun and Lan Ling. At that moment, everyone within the hall turned to regard Zhang Jun and Lan Ling, falling into an immediate silence. They were acutely aware that this tall, seemingly harmless youth had effortlessly defeated their tribe's strongest warrior. The chief gestured for everyone to remain untroubled and turned to make introductions. However, Zhang Jun, at that moment, was lost in a trance, his gaze fixated on the altar at the center of the hall. This altar, ancient beyond measure, bore no record in any tome, nor had it been passed down through oral tradition. No one knew the purpose of this hall or the altar, yet it was revered as a shrine by the underground dwellers, housing numerous spirit tablets. At this moment, Zhang Jun was entirely oblivious to his surroundings, his mind wholly captivated by the altar. Within his consciousness, myriad voices seemed to whisper something, but he could not discern their meaning. The cacophony grew louder, and he felt an increasing pressure in his head. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. Task rewards. Premium bait 1. Quality bait 2. Just then, the system's voice resonated, jolting Zhang Jun back to awareness. Young man, what has transpired? Upon regaining his senses, he noticed the chief standing before him, his expression laden with curiosity. It's nothing. I was simply lost in thought, Zhang Jun replied thoughtfully, his gaze involuntarily drifting back to the altar. The altar was adorned with many peculiar patterns, ancient and enigmatic. Old sir, what purpose does this altar serve? Zhang Jun turned to the chief. I do not know. It has existed for a long time. All we understand is that it warrants a sense of reverence, though its true function remains a mystery, the chief responded, observing Zhang Jun with a peculiar look. He was bemused by Zhang Jun's earlier demeanor and his sudden inquiry regarding the altar. Elder brother, you aren't bad people, are you? Suddenly, the porcelain doll, Mei tugged at Zhang Jun's sleeve, speaking in a hushed tone. Of course not, Zhang Jun replied with a smile. Lan Ling, who he was supporting, also displayed a hint of amusement. The little girl was simply adorable. Meanwhile, aboard the long-tongued Wan Li, Misoga, did you just see that? What on earth happened? Hill voiced her concerns. Zhang Jun's life card had exhibited no abnormalities, only turning pitch black for a fleeting moment before returning to normal. She suspected she might have imagined it. I saw it. However, look, everything seems fine now, which indicates they are safe. Misoga expressed his own confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. The two exchanged glances and sighed in unison. At that moment, in the dense fog behind the long-tongued Wan Li, a naval ship was sailing slowly. Major, the Long Jun pirate group has vanished into the fog. There are too many hidden reefs. Should we proceed? A naval officer respectfully requested instructions. Proceed, replied the man referred to as Major, his voice indifferent. That he gazed expectantly into the distance, never anticipating the young man he had encountered previously would grow so swiftly. Was it not too unsatisfactory to avoid a confrontation? Deep within the bowels of Devil Island, the underground dwellers had largely lowered their guard, returning to their homes. The chief announced his intention to show Zhang Jun and Lan Ling around, followed by a feast in their honor. Naturally, Zhang Jun and Lan Ling agreed, although Zhang Jun indicated his desire to closely observe the altar. Initially, the chief appeared somewhat reluctant, as it was a sacred site steeped in the traditions of his clan. However, upon reflection, he realized that Zhang Jun merely sought to observe and would not cause any disruption, thus he nodded in agreement. At this point, Lan Ling had gradually adapted and was able to walk independently. She regarded Zhang Jun thoughtfully before requesting the chief to guide her on the tour. Thus, only Zhang Jun remained, along with Aoda, who had been assigned to stay behind by the chief. What exactly is this altar, and why did such occurrences transpire earlier? Zhang Jun pondered, filled with trepidation as he muttered to himself that in the distance. Aoda leaned against the door, blissfully asleep, seemingly at ease with Zhang Jun's presence. As he approached the altar, Zhang Jun felt an unsettling discomfort wash over him. The altar was adorned with numerous strange symbols, among which the one he recognized most distinctly was a swastika. Curiosity triumphed over his sense of dread, and suppressing his unease, Zhang Jun stepped into the center of the altar. The central area was a circular expanse, surrounded by numerous depressions that appeared to be some sort of mechanism. But what could the key possibly be? Zhang Jun paced thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he wandered around the empty space aboard the Longting Wanli ship. At this moment, the first light of dawn began to break. And Messiah and his companion also noticed the dark shadows on the Demon Island start to dissipate. Messiah, as soon as day breaks, I shall venture onto the island. You must remain on the ship to protect Brother Moyen. Hill, though somewhat fatigued, resolutely declared, let us set that aside for now. Something is approaching. Messiah's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on the dense fog behind the Longting Wanli. Faint sounds of a vessel navigating through the mist could be discerned. With Zhang Jun absent and Ghost Moyen unconscious, Messiah bore a heavy burden, making him unusually serious throughout the night. Suddenly, a horn echoed, and a massive silhouette of a ship began to emerge from the fog. This is bad. It's a Navy ship, Messiah said, peering through a telescope and catching sight of the flag on the vessel, panic evident in his voice. What should we do? Hill immediately stood up, instinctively reaching for the poison. Wait. Quickly steer the ship to the left rear. I will conceal the Longting Wanli. Messiah rose, waving his hand decisively, gritting his teeth. Instantly, layers of thick fog enveloped the Longting Wanli, merging with the mist from behind. Utilizing the cover of the fog, the Longting Wanli sailed towards the sea shrouded by natural mist. Colonel, we just spotted a ship, but suddenly the fog thickened, and it's vanished. A Navy officer hurriedly reported to the colonel aboard the Navy ship. No worries. Continue straight ahead, the colonel replied, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Found it. At this moment, deep beneath the ground. Zhang Jun was lost in thought as he paced, when suddenly a voice resonated in his mind. In a daze, he descended from the altar and walked deeper into the ancestral hall. Strangely, Aodai fell into a deeper slumber. Even the sound of his breathing had ceased. The innermost part of the hall lay a spirit tablet, layered one upon another. Zhang Jun traversed through each layer until he reached the highest point. There stood a fragmented statue, devoid of a head and hands. Only the lower half remained. Following the instructions of the voice in his mind, Zhang Jun drew out the Thunderblood blade and struck downwards. A resounding boom echoed, shaking the entire ancestral hall. Surprisingly, none of the subterranean dwellers felt the tremor, nor did they hear the deafening sound. Even Aodai remained in a deep slumber. Chief, did you hear anything? Lan Ling inquired, puzzled, by a subterranean river. No, not at all. The chief's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, but he concealed it well, evading Lan Ling's notice. The Navi Lan Ling, unaware of the underlying tension, assumed it was merely her imagination and dismissed it. On the surface of the sea, amidst the fog, a voice rang out. Kid, long time no see. If it weren't for my observation hockey, you might have truly escaped. A pirate ship intercepted the Longting Wanli. Messiah stood protectively in front of Hill, poised for confrontation, when suddenly, a familiar figure emerged to greet them. You are Colonel Shiomaki? Messiah scrutinized him closely, suddenly recalling their previous encounters. Boom! Before they could reminisce, a tremendous rumble erupted from the depths of the sea. What is happening? Their expressions shifted, particularly Hill and the others, who anxiously glanced towards the direction of Demon Island, deep beneath the ground. Zhang Jun scratched his head, bewildered. What is going on? How did I create such a commotion? What just happened? He only remembered feeling a bit dazed. Upon regaining consciousness, he was met with a deafening roar. These stones? Zhang Jun observed the glowing stones scattered among the ruins, glancing back at the altar. These stones clearly fit into the grooves, likely serving as keys. With a thought, he collected the stones into the system. His expression darkened significantly, evidently troubled by an unknown force that had manipulated his thoughts. Although brief, he felt a sense of unease and trepidation. Ding! Ding! Hidden task. Ding. System. Ding. Upgrade. Just as Zhang Jun trudged towards the exit of the ancestral hall with a grim countenance, the system's stammering voice suddenly interrupted him. What the hell? Is the system malfunctioning? Zhang Jun halted, closing his eyes to sense the situation. However, he discovered that there was absolutely no information from the system. This meant that he was unable to utilize any of the system's functions, that he couldn't retrieve items, store them, nor even assess his combat power. What? Is it really crashing? He scratched his head, slowly regaining his composure. If his memory served him right, before the system vanished, he had heard something about a hidden task and an upgrade, implying that the system had likely gone for an upgrade. After completing the upgrade, it should return, right? Casting one last glance at the altar, Zhang Jun continued his way outside. Come back! Come back! At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from within the altar. Zhang Jun felt a sharp pain in his head and instantly lost consciousness. In a daze, he entered a dream realm. The protagonist of this dream was a porcelain doll-like little girl, set in a time long ago. The girl's clan, due to their diminutive stature, faced discrimination from humans. They lived in dire conditions, devoid of rights, regarded as the lowest of all races. At last, one day, the girl's father, the current clan leader, made a monumental decision. Migration. In search of a stable abode, the clan embarked on a long journey under the cover of night. Along the way, countless clan members perished. One day, the little girl contracted a mysterious illness. As she lay on the brink of death, her father procured a fruit imbued with an eerie aura from an unknown source. It was said that this fruit possessed miraculous powers. Desperate, the girl's father fed her the fruit. Miraculously, she did not die. Instead, she became lively and energetic. However, the girl grew increasingly averse to sunlight, covering her face with cloth, refusing to expose even her eyes. The girl's father continued to navigate with the clan. One fateful day, disaster struck that a band of pirates set their sights on them, intending to exploit their unique physique to steal and even sell them as playthings to the ruling class of the world. The Celestial Dragons, the girl's father, as the clan leader, remained defiant, refusing to yield. Thus, the girl watched helplessly as her father met a tragic end before her eyes. The blood that gushed from her father's throat drenched her entirely, turning her once snow-white ragged dress crimson. In that instant, the girl underwent a profound transformation. Tears of blood streamed from her eyes, her pupils turned pure white, and her long black hair billowed around her. An aura of dark mist enveloped her. She hovered silently in the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. But at that moment, the whispers of demons echoed in the hearts of her clan members. Without hesitation, they offered their souls to the little girl. Thus, a legion of demons emerged into this world. The girl ruthlessly tore apart the band of pirates, feasting upon their flesh and drinking their blood. From that day forth, the Grand Line was haunted by a terrifying band of pirates who called themselves the Demon Pirate Crew. They burned, killed, plundered, seized, and even resorted to cannibalism. In a moment of trepidation, the hearts of the people quaked, particularly due to the enigmatic prowess of the captain of the Demon Pirate Crew. Thus, the Demon Pirate Crew became a taboo upon the seas. One fateful day, a young girl gnawed on a bloodied human thigh. Suddenly, an individual appeared before her. This person exuded a power that seemed innately designed to counter her own. Every strike from his formidable frame caused her to cough up blood. Ultimately, the young girl was vanquished, and they were brought to the very location of what is now known as Demon Island. There, they were cast down into the abyss. Beneath lay an ancient altar, within which the girl was imprisoned. Subsequently, he fashioned a peculiar statue, embedding several stones into it, which served as keys that he then departed. The girl, gravely injured and subjected to the altar's strange suppression, found herself trapped. As the years rolled by, the clan's people outside underwent numerous transformations. Each generation inherited remnants of the first generation's sacrificial soul changes, white pupils, and a disdain for sunlight. Over time, they grew accustomed to their current existence. Yet the girl resisted. She exerted every ounce of her strength to compel one of the clan's people to shatter the statue, only for that individual to bleed from every orifice upon touching the stones and perish. In the aftermath, she recounted the tale of the altar and the keys to each successive leader, urging them to devise a means of summoning humans to excavate the stones and liberate her. However, throughout the countless years, leaders changed one after another, yet no human managed to succeed. all meeting their demise upon contact with the stones. The girl, having consumed the devil fruit in its human form, sustained her life by absorbing the souls of a clansperson every century. Thus, she persisted, but the altar's oppression gradually weakened her. Perhaps one day, she would be unable to absorb souls at all, with the current leader seemingly having discovered something. She grew unwilling to assist in seeking humans. In her frenzy, she slaughtered many, driving her clan's people away. Though she had consumed numerous souls, augmenting her power, it was not through the channel of sacrificial souls. And her gains were ultimately limited. She had begun to feel despondent. Yet, fate intervened, and at this very moment, Zhang Jun arrived. With a hum, all illusions dissipated, and Zhang Jun awoke. I have consumed the devil fruit, the human form of the human fruit. Release me, and I shall serve you, elevating you to the highest of statuses. I can even forge an army for you, who will offer me their souls. Becoming the most loyal of followers, as Zhang Jun pondered his dream, a clear voice echoed, suffused with seductive power. Instantly entranced, he rose slowly. Captain, a voice called out, jolting Zhang Jun awake. He turned to see Lan Ling's figure at the entrance of the shrine. We must hurry. Initially relieved and grateful, Zhang Jun's heart sank as he realized the peril he had just witnessed in his dream, that the young girl possessed the ability to bewitch and attack souls. As an observer, he had watched helplessly as she devoured several subterranean dwellers within the shrine. It is too late. The childish yet piercing voice rang out. In an instant, Lan Ling's eyes glazed over, blood seeping from her orifices. Release me, or else you shall all perish. A chilling laughter echoed in Zhang Jun's mind. Frowning deeply, he trembled, not out of fear, but from hatred. Hatred for his own lack of power. Hatred for having placed those stones into the system, now irretrievable. He had to find a way to rescue Lan Ling. Clenching his fists, Zhang Jun dared not move, fearing the girl might harm Lan Ling in a fit of rage. Just then, a small figure suddenly appeared. Shadows enveloped the shrine within moments. Lan Ling snapped back to her senses. Run, Mel shouted, dragging Lan Ling towards the exit. Zhang Jun dashed towards the shrine's exit. Just as Zhang Jun was about to escape, the girl's anguished scream pierced the air. All shadows shattered in an instant, causing Mel to spit blood. Fortunately, they managed to escape. Zhang Jun turned to face the altar. Release me, please. The girl's voice sounded hauntingly forlorn, stirring a flicker of compassion within Zhang Jun. Yet, glancing at the figures before him, he shook his head at that moment. Only Zhang Jun and 5 figures remained in the shrine. The girl's ability to harm souls appeared to have dissipated. This realization struck Zhang Jun only upon the emergence of those 5 figures. Yet it was already too late. He found himself surrounded. Among the 5 figures were both humans and subterranean dwellers, all now fallen beings who had sacrificed their souls to the demon. They, too, could be deemed demons. This was the culmination of the girl's efforts over countless years. Had it not been for the insufficient energy that restrained her, perhaps all subterranean dwellers would have transformed in this manner by now. Zhang Jun's expression grew grave, despite lacking the system to gauge combat power. He sensed the situation was dire. Young man, it seems you are in quite a predicament. Just then, a rugged yet familiar voice echoed. Xiaomachi? Zhang Jun exclaimed in surprise. Time rewound half an hour before. Xiaomachi had just intercepted Miso Jia and his companions when a tremendous noise erupted from below. Miso Jia had briefly informed him of the current situation. Xiaomachi, pounding his chest confidently, insisted they remain there while he sought out Zhang Jun, citing a need to bring him to justice. Miso Jia held a favorable impression of Xiaomachi, despite his previous warnings of not holding back upon their next meeting. It was evident he did not regard them as enemies. Still, Miso Jia was not entirely reassured by Xiaomachi's strength, knowing he had surpassed the former Xiaomachi considerably. In response, Xiaomachi disdainfully glanced at him, leaping into the air and delivering a punch. The force of his strike stirred a tempest, causing 2 ships to sway violently, and then plunged into the water, creating a gaping chasm several meters deep. Miso Jia swallowed hard, giving a thumbs up in agreement with Xiaomachi's decision to seek Zhang Jun. After all, they were the Navy. Could they be trusted? Xiao leaned close to Miso Jia's ear, whispering, "Can we trust him?" "Absolutely." Ha ha ha. Just as Miso Jia was about to respond, Xiaomachi's voice echoed from afar. Miso Jia could only smile wryly, nodding in acknowledgement to Sierra. Unfortunately, Guamo Yin had not yet awakened. both sighed inwardly. Thus, Xiaomachi arrived at Demon Island, following the trail left by Zhang Jun and his companion, leaping into the cavern below with a resounding crash. He landed firmly. "Are you Zhang Jun's companion?" As he surveyed his surroundings, a voice emerged from the shadows. "Ao Air, the younger brother of Aoda, stepped forth. That I suppose so. Where is he?" Xiaomachi nodded, casting a peculiar glance at the diminutive Ao Air. "Follow me." Ao Air, unlike his brother, radiated an air of aloofness. Consequently, Xiaomachi trailed Ao Air towards the shrine. The appearance of Ao Air was orchestrated by the leader, who anticipated that the individuals on the distant sea would come seeking Zhang Jun and his companion. Upon sensing the tremor, as he had surmised, events unfolded just as he predicted. Meanwhile, the leader had initially intended to keep Lan Ling, the seemingly innocent young girl, from getting involved and potentially harmed, thus concealing the matter. However, concerned that Zhang Jun's unexplained demise might incite the girl's fury, he ultimately chose to inform her. Upon hearing the news, Lan Ling was momentarily taken aback before dashing towards the shrine. "Leader, you were never this benevolent." The woman, Xiao, approached softly after Lan Ling departed. "When one possesses great strength, there is no need for caution. However, in moments of weakness, one must possess the wisdom to assess the situation," the leader remarked nonchalantly, not perceiving any fault in his actions. Indeed, those who ascend to leadership are rarely simple-minded. Returning to the present, Xiaomachi greeted Zhang Jun and moved towards him. "Do not come closer. They are formidable." Zhang Jun raised his hand to halt Xiaomachi. "This is your last chance. Let me out." A piercing shout echoed in Zhang Jun's mind for the first time, and the others heard the voice as well. "You are pitiable, and I sympathize with you. However, you are also despicable, to have slain so many innocents and wish to escape." "Dream on," Zhang Jun declared loudly, striking one of the fallen with his blade. "Seeking death." Simultaneously, a young girl's voice rang out, and in an instant, all the fallen seemed to receive a directive and began to mobilize. Clang! Zhang Jun's blade did not meet the fallen, but was instead blocked by his arm. Although Zhang Jun exerted little force, the fallen's body was remarkably resilient. "Kid, you're not strong enough," Xiaomachi bellowed as he sent one of the fallen flying with a punch. Zhang Jun looked at Xiaomachi in surprise. "Not strong enough?" He raised an eyebrow as the dazzling lightning coursed down his blade. With a swift motion, he unleashed a violent arc of lightning, and the fallen before him was caught unawares, suffering a grievous wound and collapsing to the ground. Zhang Jun had just realized that using the dazzling lightning seemed to alleviate the discomfort he previously felt. "Ha ha ha! Those who dare defy the orders of the Demon Lord shall perish." A few fallen cackled eerily as they charged forward. Zhang Jun and his companion ceased their conversation. These fallen were not to be underestimated, especially with a 5-against-2 scenario. Originally, Lan Ling had intended to assist, but having recently sustained damage to her soul, she was unable to intervene. 3 fallen rushed towards Zhang Jun with incredible speed. Exuding an unsettling energy, Zhang Jun did not falter and surged towards the nearest fallen. Purple lightning flash. To maximize the effectiveness of the dazzling lightning, he employed only the golden spirit lightning and dazzling lightning, activating all 4 stages. Boom! A tremendous crash resounded as the fallen, clearly stronger than the others, was sent hurtling back, leaving only deep imprints upon his skin. Meanwhile, the other 2 fallen attacked Zhang Jun from either side. Following the momentum of his previous strike, Zhang Jun pivoted and floated forward. The 2 fallen missed their attacks and immediately pursued him. As Zhang Jun landed again, he twisted his body and struck at the fallen on his left, the very one he had previously wounded. Upon seeing Zhang Jun charge at him, a flicker of panic crossed the fallen's eyes. Thunderous breakthrough. With a mighty roar, a colossal arc of light surged forth, imbued with penetrating attributes. The situation unfolded unexpectedly, leaving the fallen no time to evade. Just as the collision seemed inevitable, a swirling black mist erupted from the fallen's body, colliding with the arc of light. The mist was cleaved apart, yet the fallen vanished from sight. Such a technique? Zhang Jun furrowed his brow and swiftly dodged to the side. Bang! Just as he vacated his previous position, another fallen crashed into the very spot Zhang Jun had occupied, sending debris flying. Yet, Zhang Jun remained composed, his mental fortitude allowing him to consistently respond to the attacks of the 3 foes. In an instant, blades of light danced amidst the chaos, with black mist materializing and dissipating intermittently. Each time a blow seemed imminent, the mist would obscure the fallen, only for them to reappear elsewhere moments later. After several exchanges, Zhang Jun had yet to land a blow on a single fallen. Instead, taking a few punches himself, it appeared that his earlier success against one of them had been mere luck. With a sigh, Zhang Jun's thoughts raced. He needed to break the stalemate. Otherwise, he might very well exhaust himself. He could distinctly sense that the generation of black mist was taking a toll on the fallen, yet this drain was negligible compared to the harm they inflicted upon him. While dodging, Zhang Jun caught a glimpse of Xiao Ma Qi in combat. His strikes were straightforward and unembellished, reminiscent of Vice Admiral Karp's approach, relying purely on physical prowess and domineering spirit. According to the original narrative, Karp had no disciple named Xiao Ma Qi, indicating that he had forged his own path. Impressive, Zhang Jun mused as he watched Xiao Ma Qi evade an attack from a fallen and send the creature flying with a single punch. Unfortunately, the fallen Zhang Jun faced seemed intent on merely outlasting him. Their strategy rendered it difficult for him to counterattack, in stark contrast to Xiao Ma Qi's engagements with his two opponents, who often clashed head-on while occasionally using the black mist to evade. Realizing this, Zhang Jun acknowledged that Xiao Ma Qi's combat abilities were still inferior to his own. Engaged in battle, various thoughts swirled in his mind. How foolish I am! Suddenly, Zhang Jun muttered under his breath, seizing a moment to retrieve 3 nails from his attire and hurling them forward. These nails had been prepared since he activated the 3rd stage. Yet he had not been compelled to employ them until now. With Zhang Jun's electromagnetic control, the nails zipped through the air at high speed, complementing his assault on the 3 fallen. Purple Lightning Flash. As his swiftest technique, the Purple Lightning Flash suited Zhang Jun's intent perfectly. The violet light flared as his blades surged towards the injured fallen, while the 2 nails soared towards the remaining adversaries. The black mist dissipated, causing the fallen to vanish in an instant. However, the poised nails and Zhang Jun's vigilant gaze would not allow this opportunity to slip by. In a split second, one of the nails pierced through the fallen's forehead. Ugh! A feeble sound escaped the fallen's throat before it collapsed to the ground. Zhang Jun recalled from the memories imparted by the young girl that she had once commanded many powerful fallen. However, the ones before him were merely the weakest of the weak, a result of countless years of accumulation. Though they were sustained by the girl's extensive lifespan, their demise would spell the end of all. With one fallen dispatched, Zhang Jun swiftly turned to confront the 2 remaining adversaries that had been emerging from the black mist. No. Just as Zhang Jun was about to employ his previous strategy to eliminate the last fallen, the girl's piercing voice echoed. Zhang Jun and Xiao Ma Qi felt a sharp pain in their foreheads, rendering them momentarily immobile. Although this power was considerably weaker than before, it remained lethal amidst the fray. As anticipated, the fallen seized the opportunity and lunged at the 2. Bang! Bang! However, the fallen collided with an invisible barrier. Though they breached it swiftly, the damage inflicted was significantly lessened. At that moment, Wan Ling, her face pale at the entrance of the shrine, fainted once more. Puffed! Zhang Jun was struck by 2 fallen simultaneously, sent hurtling backward while coughing up blood. Xiao Ma Qi fared slightly better, but still bore a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Given his rigorous physical training, Zhang Jun wiped the blood from his lips and roared as he charged forward. Although the girl continued to wail, her influence had diminished significantly. Soon, all the fallen were vanquished. Zhang Jun leaned against the ground, gasping for breath. The toll had been considerable. Let me out! Let me out! The surroundings fell unnaturally silent, save for the girl's sobs echoing. Zhang Jun felt a pang of sorrow, almost compelled to release her, despite knowing he could not. Alas, the sins you carry have not been cleansed through the years. Rather, they have multiplied. Thus, death may indeed be your most fitting sanctuary, allowing all to return to dust. Zhang Jun spoke coolly, straightening his posture alongside Xiao Ma Qi as they made their way outside. I am innocent. Why should I be guilty? It is those celestial dragons, those who oppress us, who are truly at fault. They all deserve to die. Damn it. A moment of silence ensued before the little girl screamed in a frenzy, her voice diminishing as Zhang Jun and his companions ventured further away. Chief, henceforth, do not allow anyone near that place. The spirit tablet should be relocated as well. Zhang Jun refrained from addressing the person before him as old man. His refusal to assist the little girl warranted a more serious and respectful title. Thank you, the chief said with a slight bow, aware that the demon could no longer emerge. As long as they maintained their distance, thus averting any danger. This effectively resolved a dilemma that had plagued his race for many years. Zhang Jun offered a faint smile, glancing at Mei, who was supporting Lan Ling. Mei bore a striking resemblance to the little girl. Yet, Zhang Jun chose not to inquire further, knowing that Mei was a good girl and that it was likely just a coincidence. Before long, Zhang Jun, carrying Lan Ling, exited the underground labyrinth alongside Xiao Machi. Boss, Brother Jun, beside Demon Island, on the long-tongue Wanli ship, Mi Suajia and Shi waved frantically. Let us board the ship first. Zhang Jun glanced at Xiao Machi, who smiled and nodded. With a swift movement, Zhang Jun returned to the long-tongue Wanli with Lan Ling on his back. What happened to Sister Lan Ling? Shi looked at Zhang Jun, relieved to see he was unharmed, but her attention quickly shifted to Lan Ling. Boss, looking good. Mi Suajia teased Zhang Jun with a wink. She seems to have suffered a minor injury to her spirit. A bit of rest should suffice, Zhang Jun replied, dismissing Mi Suajia's antics as he spoke to Shi. He then entered the cabin, gently placing Lan Ling down. Ismo, Yin still unconscious? Zhang Jun inquired as he stepped onto the deck. The two shook their heads in resignation. Kid, after a brief chat, Xiao Machi's voice suddenly rang out. He was standing on the naval ship adjacent to Longtung Wanli. Munching on an apple. Colonel Xiao Machi, it has been quite a while. Zhang Jun greeted him warmly. Enough with the pleasantries. I initially came seeking a fight with you, but it seems I've underestimated you. Xiao Machi shrugged, having sensed Zhang Jun's prowess during their previous encounter. Haha, the rising tide carries ever greater waves. Xiao Machi laughed heartily. Colonel, your rate of growth rivals my own, Zhang Jun remarked with a smile. It was not flattery. Xiao Machi's advancements were indeed impressive. However, Zhang Jun was curious as to why the original story had depicted him as an obscure figure. So, Colonel, what brings you to these waters? Could it truly be for my sake? Well, aren't you becoming rather conceited? Xiao Machi quipped, I have a mission. He tossed the apple core into the sea, brushing his hands and raising an eyebrow. What mission? Zhang Jun instinctively sensed that this task was the source of his troubles. Are you considering joining the Navy? Xiao Machi chuckled. Zhang Jun quickly realized he had inquired about a naval secret and awkwardly scratched his head. All right, since you seem disinterested in such matters, our meeting has concluded. I must take my leave. Xiao Machi shot Zhang Jun a glance, signaling his crew to set sail. And remember, don't engage in any nefarious activities with those young lads and lasses, or I shall be the first to hold you accountable. Suddenly, Xiao Machi turned, his expression fierce. Yes, Zhang Jun stood at attention and saluted. Ha ha ha. The two exchanged a knowing smile as the naval ship gradually receded. Colonel, that was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 120 million, but are we truly letting them go? A naval officer questioned as the ship sailed away. What? Can you take him on? Because I certainly cannot, Xiao Machi replied, his face expressionless, though internally he felt a complex mix of emotions watching his juniors surpass him. Boss, Colonel Xiao Machi remains as ever, impressive, Mi Suajia remarked thoughtfully aboard Longtung Wanli. Zhang Jun did not respond but merely nodded. He pondered on how to assist Xiao Machi in a fitting manner. Mi Suajia, you all stay here for a while. I have something to attend to, and I shall seek you out later. Zhang Jun could not bear to watch Xiao Machi walk into danger. He trusted his intuition from having reached the second level of observation hockey. After speaking, Zhang Jun leaped towards the naval ship, nearly engulfed by the mist. Brother Jun, Shi called after him, only to be restrained by Shi. The boss surely has his own matters to attend to. Let us wait for him here. After all, Mo Yin is still unconscious. Mi Suajia reassured her. Shi nodded, pouting as she retreated into the cabin. Indeed, Zhang Jun had just returned and had yet to exchange more than a few words with her before departing again. Leaving Shi feeling reluctant and aggrieved out on the sea, Zhang Jun swiftly approached the naval ship, then deftly boarded it. Who goes there? Several naval officers were startled, brandishing their guns at Zhang Jun. Hey, kid, what brings you here? Colonel Xiao Machi waved his hand, signaling them to relax. Looking at Zhang Jun with curiosity, and I feared you might perish on that mission, so I came to lend a hand, Zhang Jun stated plainly. TCH. Well, since you're here, let us get you a Navy uniform. Haha, so you've ended up as a naval officer after all? Xiao Machi initially frowned, but soon relaxed, joking he understood that Zhang Jun would not have come without reason. After all, he was not a rigid person, and bringing along a pirate with no notable transgressions was not a significant issue. Moreover, Xiaomachi had immense trust in his subordinates. First, find me a room. I am utterly exhausted. Zhang Jun shrugged, fatigue evident on his face. Thus, a pirate with a bounty of 120 million successfully blended into the naval ship, that I in the room. Zhang Jun sat on the bed with his eyes closed. Where's this damn system? He exclaimed after a moment. He then reclined back onto the bed. Soon, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, and sleep beckoned. Where am I? In his dream, Zhang Jun found himself in an extraordinary space devoid of up or down, left or right, with no tangible objects, only streams of light flashing by. Zhang Jun attempted to touch the streams of light, only for them to pass through his form. This hazy realm reminded him of the space he entered while fishing. When the hook, laden with bait, plunged into the depths, he floated there for what felt like an eternity, repeatedly attempting to reach a stream of light, but failing each time. Ding! System upgrade complete. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the system jolted Zhang Jun awake from his dream. Upgrade details. 1. Bait limit increased. Mythical bait. Multiverse level bait. 2. Task levels subdivided, corresponding to bait inferior, ordinary, superior, exceptional, legendary, mythical. Multiverse. 3. Contact with items from beyond this world grants one specified fishing opportunity if the specified item exceeds the bait level. The chance of failure is high. Current opportunities. 1. After a moment, Zhang Jun absorbed all the information. Ding! Hidden task completed. Task reward. Exceptional bait 2. Ding! Task triggered. Alter Xiaomachi's fate. Task reward. Exceptional bait 3. Before Zhang Jun could ponder further, the system's voice chimed again. The changes from the upgrade seemed modest, but the concept of specified fishing was quite intriguing. Moreover, he unexpectedly received the reward for that elusive hidden quest, and triggered yet another mission. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Jun felt somewhat disoriented. Additionally, his keen eyes caught sight of an item that clearly did not belong to this world. He immediately recalled those few stones that served as keys. Zhang Jun found himself increasingly curious about the origin of the altered deity that moment. A perplexing thought struck him. How was it possible to catch this lightning fruit with merely a premium bait? Up until now, he felt that even the finest bait would struggle to lure such a prize. Could it be a novice reward? That seemed highly likely. The system appeared to be somewhat flawed. It was understandable that it hadn't been mentioned before, but why now? Zhang Jun had stockpiled 3 premium baits and 2 quality baits. Major, is that really the Thunderer Zhang Jun? A Navy officer leaned toward Zayamaki. Speaking in hushed tones, Zayamaki turned to gaze at Zhang Jun, who had been sitting at the bow of the ship, fishing for quite some time. Every now and then, he would pull up his line, revealing an enigmatic smile, yet the hook remained bare. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained level 1 Conqueror's Hockey. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained level 2 Armament Hockey. Ding! Congratulations, host, your lightning fruit's tier has increased by 1. Listening to the melodious chimes of the system, Zhang Jun felt as though the world was a splendid place. Ha 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 ha. As the last bait was used up, he erupted into laughter and rose to his feet. Hey, kid, are you out of your mind? Zayamaki exclaimed, furrowing his brow, suppressing a smile as he shouted. The surrounding Navy personnel turned their heads to look at Zhang Jun ahem. Zhang Jun coughed awkwardly a couple of times, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, aboard the Longting Wanli ship, sigh. I wonder when Brother Jun will return. Sierra sat beside Gamoyan's bed, slowly exhaling a sigh. Suddenly, a subtle, yet palpable aura manifested within the room. Sierra felt a chill run down her spine and leaped to her feet. She beheld Gamoyan enveloped in a hazy glow. Within that glow, it seemed his hands stirred slightly. In an instant, countless blades of light flickered, slicing through the air from all directions. Sierra screamed, shutting her eyes. And after a while, she realized that the pain she had anticipated was absent at that moment. She noticed a figure at the doorway. Turned out Lan Ling was about to enter, having protected everything in the room, including Sierra, with an air barrier upon witnessing the scene. Sister Lan Ling, you scared me to death, Sierra exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes as she rushed to embrace Lan Ling. What happened? What happened? Misogai, hearing the commotion, rushed over and was greeted by the sight of the 2 beauties, one large and one small, in an embrace. Goodness! Huh! Ice block face, you're awake, Misogai exclaimed, first with a strange expression, Then with surprise upon seeing Gamoyan sitting up on the bed, Gamoyan descended from the bed, nodding slightly, emanating a sharp aura that was distinctly different from before, giving off a feeling of being as sharp as a blade. Thank you. Gamoyan glanced curiously at Lan Ling before bowing in gratitude to the three of them simultaneously. Before they could respond, he strode toward the deck. Upon reaching the deck, Gamoyan unsheathed the soul-controlling demon blade that had been hanging at his waist. Without uttering a word, he executed what seemed to be a mundane strike. An indescribable hue emanated from the blade, and an exquisitely fine blade of light detached from the demon blade, gently descending into the sea. Sizzle! In an instant, the ocean was rent asunder, revealing a vast chasm, where one could faintly glimpse the seabed soil. Perhaps it was due to the relatively low sea level in this area, but such power was simply astounding. The individuals behind him were already left utterly dumbfounded. Where's the captain? Suppressing the joy in his heart, Gamoyan finally voiced the confusion that had lingered since his awakening. Ice block. No, Brother Gue, the captain has gone out for something and asked us to wait here. Misogai explained, rubbing his hands together, his lips dry. Gamoyan nodded, turning to head back to his quarters to further explore the enhancements in his strength and the changes he had experienced. Ice block face. It can be called that. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he paused his steps and spoke plainly. Huh? You scared me to death? I thought this guy had undergone a complete transformation after a nap. Once he closed the door, Misogai finally reacted, joyously exclaiming. Sierra also smiled, while Lan Ling appeared somewhat bewildered, as she did not fully comprehend the situation. Back aboard the Navy ship Zaimaki, Zhang Jun returned to his quarters. Smiling as he closed his eyes. Information template. Host. Zhang Jun. World Traveler. Combat Power. 3960 Skills. Navy 6 Styles. Shave. Paper Drawing. Gale Foot. Iron Block. Finger Gun. Moonwalk. Observation Hockey. Level 2. Armament Hockey. Level 2. Conqueror's Hockey. Level 1. Lightning Release. Thousand Birds. Martial Technique. Thunderstorm Blade. Water Manipulation. Wave Treading. Voice of All Things. Level 1. Fruit. True Lightning Fruit. Current Development Level 5. Total Tier Points. 10. Note. Each tier increase permanently enhances combat power by 20% of the tier increase. Items. Non-World Stones 5. Evil Blade. Thunderblood. Summoning card. Can summon a character with combat power of 2000 for 2 hours. See King-type Treasure Ball 1. Dragon Roar. Life Paper 1. Super Grenade 1. Large Sea Floor Stone 1. Switch Emulator 1. Compass 1. Spirit Lightning. Radiant Flash Lightning. Yin-Yang Spirit Lightning. Low-level 5 elements Spirit Lightning. Metal. Wood. What the hell? After reading through the information, Zhang Jun fell silent for a while before suddenly erupting. This surge in combat power was truly the legendary skyrocketing. The last time he fought, he might have gained a bit of combat power, and then 2 premium baits led to 2 massive boons, totaling 400 combat power. Adding to that, the Devil Fruits tier had unexpectedly risen to 5, his combat power was soaring. Finally calming his emotions, Zhang Jun began to examine the 5th tier of the Lightning Fruit. What was this ability? After a careful study, he felt his consciousness shift into a being infused with lightning. Elementalization. It seemed to be more than that. The lightning-infused Zhang Jun shook his head. The description of this tier was notably unclear. Yet he sensed that elementalization was far from simple. In fact, he had attempted it before, but found himself utterly incapable of elementalizing, even a part of his body. Now it seemed that within the design of this lightning fruit, elementalization might be deeply intricate, evoking a sensation of merging with the heavens and earth. Murmuring to himself, the lightning-infused Zhang Jun gradually closed his eyes. He felt his spirit slowly merging with the world around him. At a certain moment, Zhang Jun's spirit jolted. He felt an exquisite harmony with the universe, as if with a mere thought, countless bolts of lightning would descend. Unable to suppress the urge to experiment, he suddenly sensed the energy within him surging uncontrollably toward the heavens. In just a moment, he felt as though he were on the brink of exhaustion. If this continued, he would surely be drained. A chill ran through Zhang Jun's heart, and he forcibly exited the 5th tier. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen. This was perilously close to costing him his life. Zhang Jun bitterly smiled and shook his head. It seemed this technique was not yet within his grasp. At that moment, Zhang Jun suddenly heard a cacophony outside his room. Numerous hurried footsteps were accompanied by various shouts. Struggling to maintain his composure, Zhang Jun made his way toward the door. Although he felt fatigued, He was fortunate to have exited the 5th tier in time, still possessing some strength to support his movements. Bang! Just as Zhang Jun grasped the doorknob. Someone pushed the door open and barged in, sending the weak Zhang Jun flying. "Kid, what's going on? Why do you look so weak?" The rugged voice of Xiao Maki echoed through the air, revealing Zhang Jun sprawled on the ground. His face a canvas of confusion. Clutching his chest, Zhang shot him a glance filled with disdain before slowly rising to his feet. "What has transpired?" he inquired, taking a moment to steady his breath. "You'll find out once you step outside," Xiao Maki replied without a second thought, completely oblivious to the fact that he had sent Zhang flying. He seized Zhang's arm and hurried toward the deck. "What in the world?" Upon reaching the deck, Zhang's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The entire sky above the naval vessel was shrouded in ominous dark clouds, with countless bolts of lightning weaving through the layers like colossal dragons. It seemed that in the next moment, an endless torrent of thunder would rain down. At that moment, chaos reigned aboard the naval ship. The helmsman was steering frantically as directed by the navigator. Desperately attempting to escape the stormy sky, they clung to the hope of evasion, for only that patch of sky appeared so foreboding, while the surroundings basked in clear blue skies. "Is this somehow related to you?" Xiao Maki suddenly leaned in close to Zhang Jun's ear, his gaze playful. "Cough. How could that be? It has nothing to do with me." Zhang's heart raced with guilt, yet he maintained a facade of bravado. Patting his chest with a pale countenance, "By the way, did you know Xiao Maki's combat power has reached 2790? Quite impressive." "Huh." Xiao Maki shot him a sidelong glance, exuding an air of skepticism, as if he were utterly unconvinced by Zhang's claims. Fortunately, the Navy responded swiftly, and after navigating a distance, they managed to escape the stormy sky. Zhang stood at the stern, eagerly gazing back. Thunder rumbled ominously. The tremendous sound reverberated, as if the thunder had accumulated to its breaking point. In an instant, a column of lightning, composed entirely of electric fury, descended violently towards the sea. Countless fish in the waters darted away in a frenzy, aware that even a moment's delay could spell their doom. When the lightning struck the sea, arcs of electricity erupted, scattering amidst the tumultuous waves. The speed of the lightning column was not particularly swift, but the water beneath it vanished in a frenzy upon contact. A thick mist enveloped the area, only to explode violently moments later. It seemed as if that stretch of seawater was entirely vaporized, creating a realm belonging solely to the thunder. The number of sailors aboard the naval ship felt their hair stand on end, their bodies tingling with energy. Fortunately, none sustained significant injuries. However, all present gaped in awe, mouths agape in astonishment, as they beheld the spectacle. That an electrolysis explosion? Zhang's mind was reeling, caught between shock and disbelief. "Enough already. I truly respect your prowess. I can't compete with you." Xiao Maki, standing beside him, failed to comprehend Zhang's words. Yet, this did not diminish his indescribable astonishment. "Quickly, hard to port, follow the current. Otherwise, we will be swept away." After a prolonged moment, the navigator bellowed his commands. The column of lightning eventually dissipated, and torrents of seawater surged toward the void left behind, forming a massive whirlpool. Zhang gripped the railing of the ship tightly, excitement coursing through him, even momentarily forgetting his own fatigue and pain. Gradually, the surface of the sea calmed, and apart from the restless crew aboard the naval vessel, the lifeless bodies of fish bobbing on the surface bore testament to the reality of the earlier chaos. "Follow me," Xiao Maki instructed Zhang Jun sternly, turning to stride towards the captain's quarters. After signaling others to refrain from interrupting, Xiao Maki allowed Zhang to rest in the captain's cabin while he departed. Sitting on the chair, Zhang felt a bit uneasy, as Xiao Maki seemed almost like a guardian figure, and given the near disaster they had just escaped, he felt a twinge of guilt. After some time, Xiao Maki returned, carrying a bowl of medicine, signaling for Zhang to drink before speaking. "Thank you." Feeling warmth spread through his body as his strength gradually returned, Zhang's mood began to settle. "Kid, Haven T, you always wanted to know what mission I'm undertaking this time." Surprisingly, Xiao Maki did not broach the subject of the thunderous lightning column. "Right," Zhang responded, regaining his composure and adopting a serious tone. He considered Xiao Maki a friend and was reluctant to ignore the matter, knowing full well that trouble was brewing. Initially, it had been mere intuition, but now with a confirmed mission, Zhang felt fortunate that he had followed his instincts. My task this time involves the celestial dragons. Shiomaki glanced at the closed door before speaking softly. Celestial dragons? They are not to be trifled with. Zhang's brow furrowed, astonished internally. Noticing that Zhang did not interrupt, Shiomaki realized that the youth before him was no longer the naive boy he once was. Clearly aware of the celestial dragons, those who stood at the pinnacle of the world. According to Shiomaki, he was acting under government orders to apprehend an individual who had offended one of the so-called descendants of the creators. The celestial dragons. Based on reliable intelligence, this individual had fled to a small island known as Rabo. The specifics of their offense remained unclear, as the offended celestial dragon had not provided that information. Sounds like a simple task, Zhang muttered. Indeed, which is why I still can't fathom why you insisted on following me. Shiomaki leaned back, speaking with a composed demeanor. Zhang smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Although the task appeared straightforward, he held little faith in its simplicity. The system would not make mistakes. This was Zhang's unwavering trust in the inexplicably powerful system he possessed. Could the issue lie with the person being apprehended? Or was this a trap set by the celestial dragons for Shiomaki? A flurry of thoughts raced through Zhang's mind. I think I'll head back to rest. After a moment of silence, feeling a headache coming on, Zhang bid farewell. Shiomaki watched Zhang's retreating figure, hesitating, his gaze contemplative. Sigh, he exhaled deeply as Zhang closed the door behind him. Some matters were uncertain, and he pondered whether he should disclose them to Zhang, hoping that everything would not unfold as he feared. Otherwise, it might end in disaster. The naval ship sailed swiftly, bolstered by exceptionally favorable weather. Within just a few days, Zhang and his companions arrived near Rabo Island. Our target this time is called Kakelarki. Here is what he looks like. In his workshop, Shiomaki presented a wanted poster before Zhang. 80 million. Zhang initially nodded, then gasped in disbelief. Was a mere offense against the celestial dragons worth such a staggering bounty? It seems trivial, Shiomaki mused. The implication was clear. Even the slightest transgression against the celestial dragons could result in exorbitant bounties. The naval ship cannot approach any closer. We must disguise ourselves and take a small boat to Rabo Island, or we risk alarming them. At this moment, Shiomaki's naval vessel lay anchored amidst a rocky area near Rabo Island, the unusually large rocks concealing their presence. Understood. Zhang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, aboard the dragon soaring 10,000 miles, Hill and the others convened to discuss the information they gleaned during their previous communication with Zhang Jun through the snail phone. Brother Jun said it was just about capturing someone, that it wasn't dangerous, but I still feel uneasy, Hill expressed, worry etching his features. Yes, it certainly won't be simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pursued it, Lan Ling replied calmly, voicing her agreement, despite not being well-versed in worldly affairs. What should we do? The boss instructed us to wait here, clearly not wanting us to get involved, Misoga said, furrowing his brow in resignation. No, it's because of me. Gamoyan, standing aside with his arms crossed, spoke softly. The others paused momentarily before grasping his meaning that he implied that Zhang Jun had left them behind due to uncertainty about when Gamoyan would awaken. And indeed, this was the correct interpretation, though the boss had not explicitly instructed them to assist. They could not allow him to face danger alone. Misoga rose to his feet and made a decisive conclusion. Thus, the Longting Wanli set sail from this sea area, following the guidance of the lifeguard towards Rabo Island. Upon arriving at Rabo Island, Zhang Jun did not change his attire, while Zamaki donned a casual outfit. This time, in plain clothes, only a few individuals remained to guard the vessel, while the rest dispersed. Zhang Jun and Zamaki proceeded together. This was, of course, Zhang Jun's suggestion. If Zamaki were to perish due to their separation, would his efforts not be in vain? Look, that restaurant ahead. Suddenly, Zamaki leaned closer to Zhang Jun's ear and whispered. Zhang Jun looked at Zamaki in confusion as he hurried past, a thought stirring in his mind. Could the target be right here? Had they found it so easily? Zhang Jun quickly maintained his vigilance and followed suit. Boss, serve us a large portion. As they entered, Zhang Jun saw Zamaki swiftly choose a spot and hurriedly order from the menu. Proclaiming loudly what's going on, Zhang Jun scanned the surroundings, sitting beside Zamaki, his brow furrowing as he quietly inquired. I'm starving to death. Were those things on the ship even fit for human consumption? To his surprise, Zamaki leaned back nonchalantly, disdain evident in his tone. Zhang Jun's lips twitched. He had not anticipated such a facet from this seemingly serious and honest individual. However, look at that waiter over there. Just as Zhang Jun thought Zamaki was genuinely there to dine, Zamaki suddenly pointed his chin towards a waiter in the corner serving dishes to customers. The waiter wore a hat that obscured his forehead and a mask, revealing only a pair of pale blue eyes. Could it be that he recognized him just by the color of his eyes? Zhang Jun marveled at Zamaki's perceptiveness. Observe his left hand's fingers. Zamaki seemed to notice Zhang Jun's bewilderment and smiled enigmatically, speaking softly. Zhang Jun feigned indifference as he stole a glance. He noticed the individual's left pinky finger bent unnaturally, seemingly unable to straighten. Despite this, Zhang Jun held a profound admiration for Zamaki's observational skills. This person is not to be underestimated. Zhang Jun stated seriously. He had just assessed through the system that this individual's combat power exceeded 2,500. Moreover, there was an aura emanating from him that made Zhang Jun feel a sense of danger. These elements were not included in the combat power, but could inflict damage far surpassing his own capabilities. Zhang Jun harbored doubts that Zamaki might have perished at his hands due to carelessness. Not good. Just as Zhang Jun momentarily lost focus, Zamaki suddenly murmured and immediately stood up. Zhang Jun quickly turned his head to see the disguised Kakalazi seemingly unaware as he headed towards the kitchen. However, at the moment of entry, he glanced back towards Zhang Jun and Zamaki, his gaze I in an instant. Zhang Jun promptly followed Zamaki. Crash! The clang of metal echoed as several metal plates came flying towards them. Zhang Jun and Zamaki dodged, the plates embedding themselves into the wall. Simultaneously, Kakalazi made his escape through the window. I'm going after him. Zhang Jun's expression hardened, transforming into lightning as he pursued with incredible speed. Soon, he was on the verge of catching up. Suddenly, Kakalazi turned with a strange smile, hurling himself against the wall. Zhang Jun was bewildered. However, the anticipated scene of blood and flesh did not unfold. Kakalazi bizarrely passed through the wall. Water fruit? No, it can't be. Zhang Jun instinctively recalled the water fruit of Senior, but it was clear that two identical fruits could not exist under normal circumstances. Nonetheless, Zhang Jun did not allow his thoughts to disrupt his actions and swiftly maneuvered around, intending to intercept Kakalazi at a potential exit. Yet, he found no trace of him. Zhang Jun realized he had misjudged. Had he directly shattered the wall, perhaps he would have had a chance to seize him. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhang Jun returned to the previous restaurant. Bang! Just as he was about to enter, he heard commotion inside. In an instant, Zhang Jun dashed in. There, he found Zamaki engaged in combat with a masked man clad in black. From the looks of it, Zamaki had sustained considerable damage. 3,000. Zhang Jun gasped in astonishment before drawing his thunderblood and charging forward. However, the black-clad figure seemed entirely disinterested in fighting, swiftly retreating. As Zhang Jun pursued, he discovered that this person, like Kakalazi, had vanished without a trace. How are you? Zhang Jun helplessly returned to the restaurant, assisting Zamaki to his feet. Blood trickled from the corner of Zamaki's mouth, his expression grim as he slowly shook his head. Could it be that Kakalazi and his associates belonged to an organization? Zhang Jun first compensated the restaurant owner for damages before exiting with Zamaki. They returned to the ship, just as Zhang Jun had anticipated. Zamaki clenched his teeth, articulating each word carefully. It was evident that he knew something significant. On the ocean, the Lone Ting wanly sped towards Rainbow Island. Enjoying the view, Lan Ling approached the side of the ship, where Gue Moyen stood, gazing into the distance. Gue Moyen cast a fleeting glance at her, nodding slightly. Can you fight alongside me? Lan Ling uttered unexpectedly. Gue Moyen regarded her with interest before nodding again. Lan Ling's devil fruit abilities were extraordinary. Previously unrefined, she had now undergone a transformation. Under Zhang Jun's guidance, Lan Ling had acquired numerous offensive and defensive techniques. For instance, offensive abilities included air blades, air shocks, and vacuum explosions, while defensive techniques encompassed air walls and rapid air expansion. She could even enhance her speed through the flow of air. With Zhang Jun absent, no one could accurately gauge Gue Moyen's strength. Nevertheless, Lan Ling felt that the gap between her and Gue Moyen had significantly narrowed. In this context, battling him would undoubtedly accelerate her growth. Hill and Misogwa stood below, observing the aerial duel between the two with a sense of melancholy. Their combat abilities, which once allowed them to keep pace with Zhang Jun, now paled in comparison to even Gue Moyen and his companions. Misogwa, it's all right. You are a navigator, and I am a doctor and poison specialist. As long as we grow stronger in our respective fields, we will not fall behind. He'll seem to understand. patting Misogwa's shoulder in encouragement. Hope and aspiration flickered in their eyes. Near the reefs surrounding Rainbow Island, aboard the Navy's ship, Zhang Jun and Zamaki navigated back to the naval vessel after several discreet maneuvers. Zamaki had already received treatment and was now reclining in a deck chair. "Speak. What exactly is going on?" Zhang Jun inquired as he settled beside Zamaki. "Sigh. I thought it was all behind me. But it seems they are unwilling to let me go." Zamaki sighed, lost in thought. According to him, his family had once served as vassals to the Celestial Dragons. That Celestial Dragon family was none other than the family of Charlos Saint. This family wielded considerable power among the 20 Celestial Dragons, acting with rampant arrogance. Anyone who crossed their path would face arbitrary punishment. However, Zamaki's family, during his father's generation, suddenly awakened and refused to remain their pawns, unwilling to endure their oppression any longer. Thus, they defected. Yet, how could the haughty Celestial Dragons allow such a thing to transpire? They dispatched formidable warriors to pursue, ultimately nearly annihilating the entire family of Xiemqiu. Only the young Xiemqiu managed to escape, aided by the sacrifice of his parents. Later, he was rescued by a benevolent naval officer who adopted him as he matured. It was only natural that he joined the Navy, gradually rising to the rank of lieutenant colonel. Yet, for reasons unknown, one day the Celestial Dragon family suddenly uncovered Xiemqiu's lineage. Consequently, what once promised a bright future for Xiemqiu was abruptly stunted at the rank of lieutenant colonel. Moreover, he found himself subjected to frequent harassment. Not long after, Xiemqiu, whose strength had surged due to relentless training, was assigned a particular task. He had previously imagined this to be an ordinary mission, believing that the lofty Celestial Dragons would not target him. Little did he know, the Celestial Dragons were indeed vindictive. Alas, perhaps it was my lack of restraint that led to such rapid growth in power. With a sigh, Xiemqiu lamented, his eyes filled with bitterness. His family had been exterminated, and he dared not seek vengeance, forced instead to live a life of furtive survival. Upon being discovered, he was plagued by incessant anxiety. Terrified of retribution, truly, it is an abject cowardice. Xiemqiu howled at the heavens, his heart brimming with rage and sorrow. "No, you are not a coward. To knowingly tread into the lair of a tiger demonstrates your fortitude." Zhang Jun, unwittingly, straightened his posture and spoke with gravity. The Celestial Dragons, unbeknownst to him, Zhang Jun had developed a significant animosity towards the Celestial Dragons, the myriad of malevolent deeds from the original narrative, coupled with the current revelations, deepened Zhang Jun's disdain for them. "That figure in black was sent by the Celestial Dragons?" Zhang Jun inquired, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, it is said that this individual was once a member of an organization tasked with protecting the Celestial Dragons, only to be replaced and continue serving them. But Xiemqiu finally calmed his emotions enough to respond. CP0. This was Zhang Jun's initial thought. The members of CP0 are exceptionally powerful. Zhang Jun had previously witnessed the combat prowess of that cloaked figure, 3,200. However, he bore no items that instilled a sense of danger in Zhang Jun. "We shall eliminate them." Zhang Jun stated solemnly to Xiemqiu. "No, you must depart swiftly. These individuals are far too powerful. And the two who appeared now are not even the core. There must be an exceptionally formidable presence lurking." Xiemqiu cast a grateful glance at Zhang Jun, then declined his generous offer. "Hey, I came to help you because I consider you a friend. What else would I be doing here?" Zhang Jun feigned irritation, expressing his discontent. "You rascal! Ha, cough, cough." Xiemqiu clapped Zhang Jun on the back, laughing heartily, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing. "Moreover, reinforcements have arrived." Zhang Jun smiled slightly, gazing towards the distant horizon. There, a small black was approaching in his direction, with his exceptional instincts. Zhang Jun sensed that it was the dragon soaring across the seas. At that moment, Gui Moyan had also awakened, his combat power likely surging. On board the dragon soaring across the seas, in midair, Lan Ling stood in place, continuously waving her hands. Waves of transparent energy surged towards Gui Moyan. Unfazed, Gui Moyan waited until the air blades were near before suddenly drawing his blade. Swish, swish, swish. All of the air blades were neutralized. Simultaneously, he propelled himself, instantly transforming into a wisp of black mist and vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he swung his cursed blade towards the close approaching Lan Ling. Bang. The anticipated tearing sound did not ensue, as Gui Moyan's strike was thwarted by an imperceptible air barrier. Nevertheless, Lan Ling was sent flying, barely managing to stabilize herself with the air. With just a single strike, Gui Moyan was able to maintain a firm upper hand over Lan Ling. Meanwhile, on the naval vessel, Zhang Jun and Shi Q sat silently in their respective chairs, the atmosphere exceptionally heavy. The sky gradually darkened. The Navy personnel who had ventured out during the day returned in succession, reporting no gains. This came as no surprise to the two, however. The fact that everyone returned unscathed provided them with some reassurance, albeit accompanied by a deeper sense of unease that it seemed evident that these individuals were targeting Shi Q. Zhang Jun felt that if the objective was to deal with Shi Q, the previous two would have sufficed. Had Zhang Jun not intervened, he feared Shi Q would have met his end right there. If that were the case, was it possible they would simply give up? After all, there were only two of them. Zhang Jun muttered, glancing at the distant black, which was growing larger. The dragon soaring across the seas was indeed rushing towards him, providing a measure of comfort. Just as Zhang Jun prepared to rise and find something to eat, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Danger! Thoughts racing, Zhang Jun acted swiftly, grabbing Shi Q and pushing him down onto the deck. Bang! Bang! Two dull sounds echoed as the deck was punctured by two small holes. Dodge! Shi Q shouted, having regained his wits, while Zhang Jun swiftly drew his blade, Thunderblood, and turned around. Clearly visible, several bullets were hurtling towards Zhang Jun. Bullets? Zhang Jun lowered the hand that held Thunderblood, a smile creeping onto his lips. Third gear. In an instant, a tremendous electromagnetic force immobilized the incoming bullets. At that moment, Zhang Jun had the opportunity to survey the scene before him. He spotted a figure clad in a black robe, masked and standing upon the sea, wielding a sniper rifle. Had Zhang Jun not activated his observation hotkey, he might not have noticed him, blending seamlessly with the night. This individual was encountered during the day. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, channeling his formidable electromagnetic power to return the bullets, now crackling with electricity. Just then, a noise from behind prevented Zhang Jun from checking whether the bullets had struck. He swiftly turned around, only to see Shi Q being struck in the chest by a figure that had emerged from the deck. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and Shi Q spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, wielding his cursed blade, and unleashing a wave of purple lightning towards Kakilarchi. At that moment, Zhang Jun activated second gear, his combat power soaring to 4752. The speed and force of his strike sent Kakilarchi flying, causing him to spew blood midair. This surprised Zhang Jun. How had he not been cleaved in two? Noticing the vanishing black object at Kakilarchi's waist, Zhang Jun realized it might be the effect of the Navy's 6 styles iron block. How do you fare? Zhang Jun inquired, helping Shi Q to his feet, his brow furrowed. That I can still manage to move, albeit with great difficulty, Shi Q replied, slowly wiping away the blood that had trickled from his mouth. Zhang Jun nodded. It was commendable that Shi Q could still function after sustaining damage twice. As for his combat capability, Zhang Jun had no such expectations. Suddenly, with the sound of several objects piercing through the air, figures began to appear on the naval vessel. Strangely, none of the Navy personnel seemed to notice the commotion or emerge to confront the intruders. Zhang Jun, the Thunderer? After a brief silence, a man in a white robe and mask stepped forward, his voice raspy. Noticing his combat power of 5200, Zhang Jun's expression grew serious as he nodded. Initially just a routine task for my subordinates, yet I stumbled upon a pirate with a bounty of 120 million. How unfortunate for you, little brother, that we are in the vicinity. A captivating woman, also masked, spoke slowly, her voice laced with a soothing quality. CP0. Zhang Jun replied in a low voice, glancing at the woman with a combat power of 4,600. Oh, so you are aware of CP0? Kakilarchi remarked from the back, clutching his abdomen, his tone dripping with arrogance. Humph. The lead man in the white robe scoffed, causing Kakilarchi to immediately fall silent, his body trembling slightly. Zhang Jun casually glanced into the distance, but the darkness obscured any outline of the dragons soaring across the seas. Nevertheless, based on their speed, it was clear they remained quite far away. Attack. The man in the white robe appeared disinclined to continue the idle chatter. Speaking in a cold tone, in an instant, Zhang Jun's nerves tightened. The severely injured Kakilarchi had retreated far, leaving only the man in the black robe to charge forward, with a mere combat power of 3,200. A thought flashed through Zhang Jun's mind. He aimed to defeat him with lightning speed before confronting the other two formidable opponents. However, just as Zhang Jun intended to swing his blade, A wave of dizziness washed over him. A sensation of drowsiness enveloped him instantly. This is bad. Zhang Jun was alarmed and instinctively surged with electricity, using the current to invigorate himself, just as he felt a semblance of clarity returning. He saw a fist hurtling towards his face. Zhang Jun swiftly tilted his head, then spun around, delivering a rapid strike that sent the man in the black robe crashing to the ground. The sequence of events unfolded so quickly that the black-robed man seemed unable to conjure his iron block in time. Consequently, a large gash visibly opened at his waist, blood gushing forth. A chilling scream erupted as Zhang Jun hoisted up Zamaki and dashed toward the sea. At that moment, the man and woman in white robes were momentarily stunned, presenting an excellent opportunity for escape. Put me down. Without me, your chances of fleeing are far greater. As soon as they touched the ocean's surface, Zamaki's voice rang out, "No time for nonsense." Zhang Jun barked, speeding away into the distance, simultaneously unleashing a massive bolt of lightning into the sky. At that moment, he thought, had it not been for the fear of you being slain during the battle, I wouldn't even consider fleeing, fool. On the naval vessel, the man in white reacted almost instantly, muttering a curse under his breath. Yet at that moment, Zhang Jun had already darted away, his speed astonishing, landing on the ocean's surface in the blink of an eye. A devil fruit user isn't afraid of seawater. The enchanting woman also grasped the situation, speaking with keen interest. You, catch up quickly. I'll pursue ahead. A glimmer of determination flashed in the eyes of the masked man in white as he lowered his center of gravity slightly. And in the next instant, he shot forth like a cannonball. The entire naval vessel trembled. Oh, Lord Roca is truly magnificent, the alluring woman in white exclaimed. Idiot, it's fortunate we didn't let you join. Saying this, she kicked the black-robed man, from whom blood continued to flow. Meanwhile, several shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, beginning to tend to the black-robed man and Kakelarki. The woman in white found a small yacht, gathering a crew, and headed in the direction where Zhang Jun had fled. Aboard the Loading Wanli, look over there, that lightning. It's striking from the ground up, Hill exclaimed, springing to his feet in astonishment. Not good. The boss must be in trouble. Misoga initially froze, then quickly reacted. Gue Moyen and Lan Ling exchanged glances before vanishing from their spot, racing towards the direction of the lightning. Quick, turn around. Misoga hurriedly ran to grasp the ship's helm, executing a complete 180-degree turn. Misoga, what are you doing? If you flee, I won. Hill frowned, believing Misoga was attempting to run away. You fool, if the boss is calling for help, it means the enemy is too formidable. And we must retreat. We need to prepare. When the boss gets on board, we'll use the wind to propel us. Misoga explained rapidly, his hands never ceasing their movements. Hill instantly understood, her heart racing as she moved to the back of the ship, scattering something into the sea in the distance. Zhang Jun, carrying Zamaki, transformed into a streak of lightning, speeding away. Behind him, the man in white charged like a human cannonball, gradually closing the distance between them. Suddenly, Zhang Jun's sixth sense warned him of impending danger. He swiftly darted to the left. Bang! Just as he vacated his original position, a void was created in the ocean's surface where he had just stood. That moment, the man in white was slowly retracting his fingers in midair. Finger gun! Zhang Jun did not pause, continuously evading the finger guns as he headed towards the Loading Wanli. Dual-wielding, gods and demons. Just then, a familiar voice resonated. The black and white blades glimmered as they sliced through the air towards the man in white. Air bomb. Simultaneously, a cool voice sounded, causing the air in front of the man in white to constrict, then instantaneously expand. Run. Zhang Jun initially displayed a glimmer of hope, but the next moment, he shouted loudly. The disparity in combat power was too great. Encountering them would result in instant defeat, even though at that moment, Gue Moyen's combat power had reached 3,300. Not to mention Lan Ling's barely reaching 2,400. Although their powers were increasing rapidly, they were ultimately outmatched. Lan Ling and Gue Moyen were both astute, instantly turning and fleeing. Indeed, as the smoke dissipated, the man in white stood unharmed, though his clothing was somewhat tattered. You seek death, the man in white bellowed in fury, and one could imagine the color of his face beneath the mask was undoubtedly ashen. Fortunately, Lan Ling's fruit abilities were quite effective at obstructing pursuit. Walls of air emerged, making it persistently difficult for the masked man in white to catch up with Zhang Jun and the others. After dodging several finger guns, they finally glimpsed the Loading Wanli. Quick, get on board. Misoga shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them landed on the Longting Wanli in an instant, the same moment. Several cannonballs were fired toward the man in white behind them. Almost simultaneously, the Longting Wanli, supported by Cola power, soared toward the distant horizon. Wind propulsion. Bang, bang, bang. The cannonballs exploded in midair, releasing a cloud of smoke. Quick, take one. On board the Longting Wanli, Hill produced a small porcelain bottle, handing each of the four who boarded a pill. You released poison? Zhang Jun could hardly suppress a smile, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Indeed, this poison is colorless and tasteless, with a delayed reaction, just perfect for them to experience. Hill proudly lifted her chin. The group exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Surviving the ordeal, behind them, the man in white emerged from the smoke, a grim expression on his face as he gazed at the Longting Wanli soaring into the distance. At this moment, the sun began to rise, painting a beautiful scene, yet his mood was anything but pleasant. Lord Roca. Moments later, the enchanting woman in white stood on a yacht, calling out with irresistible charm. The masked man in white's expression shifted beneath his mask, and in an instant, he was aboard the small yacht. Pursue them. He seized the enchanting woman by the neck, lifting her high before coldly tossing her aside. Leaving her gasping and coughing on the ground, the yacht sped away. However, mere minutes later, the people aboard the yacht began to foam at the mouth, collapsing and convulsing on the deck. Roca, too, clutched his chest. Kneeling on the ground. Damn it, there's poison. Chiji, antidote. Roca gritted his teeth, uttering a command at that moment. The only one unharmed on the yacht was the enchanting woman known as Chiji. Oh dear, even poisoned, Lord Roca remained so charming. Chiji said, swaying her body as she approached, producing a small vial from her ample bosom. She then poured a pill into her palm, intending to personally feed it to Roca. Humph, Roca scoffed, snatching the pill and swallowing it himself. After a considerable delay, everyone finally managed to stand. However, by that time, the Longting Wanli had vanished into the distance. Damn it. Next time we meet, I will ensure they are torn to shreds, Roca declared begrudgingly. Before commanding the yacht to return, aboard the Longting Wanli, the successfully escaped Zamaki was laid upon a bed, while Hill tended to his wounds. Moyen, quite impressive, suddenly so powerful, Zhang Jun remarked, patting the long-absent Gue Moyen. Smiling in admiration, Gue Moyen remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun understood his implication. You are far stronger than I am. After sharing some light-hearted banter, the fatigued Zhang Jun retreated to his cabin. Ding! Mission accomplished. Alter Zamaki's fate. Mission reward. Premium Bait 3. As soon as Zhang Jun lay down, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. A flicker of joy crossed his mind. And the figures of the man and woman in white robes resurfaced in his thoughts. Judging by their attire and combat prowess, it seemed these two were indeed members of CP0. However, their fighting abilities did not quite match Zhang Jun's exaggerated expectations of CP0. Perhaps they were merely peripheral members? Zhang Jun shook his head. In any case, that Kakalarki and the man in black robes were definitely not part of CP0. Interestingly, the threat that Kakalarki emanated remained unutilized. And Zhang Jun could not fathom why. Fortunately, prior to this mission, Zhang Jun's combat strength had surged. Otherwise, with his previous speed and fighting capacity, he would likely have perished right there. Next, to the Sky Island? Zhang Jun murmured, feeling somewhat disinterested in heading to the Sky Island after witnessing so many formidable individuals. Ding. The mission was modified. The destination changed from Sky Island to Bia Island, with a reward of a premium bait 1. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, jolting Zhang Jun. So, missions could be altered? Under what circumstances would such changes be triggered? Moreover, what island was Bia Island? A series of questions flooded Zhang Jun's mind. Could it be that there was no significance in proceeding there? Hence the alteration of the mission? This appeared to be the most reasonable explanation Zhang Jun could muster. It seemed that Luffy and the others were either about to set foot on the Sky Island or had already done so. Rushing there would be futile. Zhang Jun speculated aloud. Fatigue overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to sleep. Lower the sails. Steady the helm. Secure the items on deck. In a certain sea region, a tempest raged. The Longting Wanli was in chaos, with crew members scurrying about to prevent the ship from capsizing in the storm. Thankfully, the power of the Masaga fruit had grown increasingly formidable, rendering the storm aboard the ship significantly milder than that outside. Meanwhile, Repair Magic lay in a room, eyes closed, seemingly deep in thought. After an indeterminate amount of time, the Longting Wanli finally entered a region of clear skies. They were now following the direction indicated by the full map pointer, heading towards the unfamiliar Bia Island, with a brief passage through an island called Chochio Island. Zhang Jun tidied the room, which had been disheveled by the storm, and then, feeling lighthearted, made his way to the bow. At that moment, Gue Moyen stood atop the mast, brandishing two blades intermittently. Lanling and Xiao sat together, engrossed in books and conversing, with Xiao occasionally bursting into laughter. Misaga practiced his devil fruit abilities on the upper deck while also observing the surroundings, ready to respond to sudden changes in weather. What a splendid day, Zhang Jun exclaimed, calling upon the system to begin fishing. The long fishing rod, accompanied by an equally lengthy line, was gently cast, with the hook gracefully tracing a beautiful arc as it fell silently into a mysterious realm. 3 premium baits. What could he possibly catch? Zhang Jun let his thoughts drift as he gazed at the azure sea. Hey, kid. At that moment, Repair Magic, whose injuries had significantly healed, approached Zhang Jun from behind. Is there something you need? Zhang Jun turned his head slightly, curious. Thank you for this time. Repair Magic paused for a moment, then spoke softly. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing on his face. Yet he remained silent, merely nodding. The rugged man expressed his gratitude in a hushed tone. How amusing. Next, we will be heading to an island called Chochio, right? Let us part ways there. Repair Magic, somewhat taken aback by Zhang Jun's lack of teasing, finally spoke after a while. I say, old Xiao, why not join me and become part of our Longjun pirate crew? Zhang Jun did not directly agree, but instead extended an olive branch. Repair Magic possessed admirable character and combat prowess. Recruiting him as a crew member would be a splendid choice. All right. Unexpectedly, Repair Magic readily agreed. However, I have some matters to attend to and cannot sail with you all. Before Zhang Jun could respond, Repair Magic continued, that's easily arranged. Become my 4th division leader. A spark of inspiration struck Zhang Jun, and he immediately proposed. I believe I have heard of the Longjun pirate crew's 1st division. It was quite renowned in the East China Sea and has just entered the New World. The captain is a pirate with a bounty of 20 million, Sonic. Repair Magic stroked his chin thoughtfully. Zhang Jun's eyes brightened. Sonic was quite the character. Indeed, that is my division. So, what do you think? Zhang Jun inquired. All right. Repair Magic nodded without hesitation, then returned to his room after exchanging a few words with Zhang Jun. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the exquisite photograph of the Empress. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 400 combat power. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the cat fruit. Form. After a while, all the bait was used up when Zhang Jun reeled in the exquisite photograph of the Empress. He panicked momentarily, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, before secretly tucking it into his bosom with a satisfied expression. The 400 points of combat power brought Zhang Jun immense joy. His combat power had now reached 4360. If he activated the 2nd gear, it would soar to 5232. If he encountered that CP0 member in white robes again, there would be no need to flee. A flicker of determination crossed Zhang Jun's eyes as he thought. Misaga, retracting the fishing rod, Zhang Jun stood up and called out, Boss, what's up? Misaga hurried over upon hearing Zhang Jun's voice, with the others casting curious glances in their direction. Here, we now have 2 devil fruits. When should we sell them? Zhang Jun said, handing the recently caught cat fruit to Misaga. Last time, we had no time to sell that fish fruit. By the way, boss, what kind of fruit is this? Misaga mumbled, examining the fruit in his hands. This is also a zoan-type fruit, the cat fruit. The user can partially and fully transform into a beast, gaining various abilities. Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, though the notion of the female aspect of it sparked some imagination. Heh. Oh dear. Indeed, Misaga entertained similar thoughts, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Jun, whose lewd laughter prompted Sierra to walk over and deliver a punch to him. Sierra, what are you doing? Misaga rubbed his shoulder, feigning a look of grievance. Ugh, Sierra expressed her disdain. Brother Jun. I want. Sierra pulled Zhang Jun aside, her head lowered as she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Sierra, what is your dream? Zhang Jun noticed Sierra glancing at the cat fruit, and suddenly understood, then spoke slowly. T.O.B. the greatest physician, the most fearsome poison master. After a moment of contemplation, Sierra declared, Goodness, a poison master. Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback. However, you must not halt your steps because of these seemingly beautiful sights along the way. Moreover, as a poison master, if you wield your abilities appropriately, the entire world will tremble before you. After a brief silence, Zhang Jun spoke earnestly. The sea breeze gently caressed them, and Sierra felt an inexplicable surge within her heart that I'm sorry. I will strive towards my dream without faltering. Sierra raised her head. Gazing steadfastly at Zhang Jun initially, she had feared that her lack of combat strength would hinder Zhang Jun, but hearing his words made her realize that if direct confrontation was not her strength, she could approach it from the side or the rear. All enemies of the Long Jun pirate crew should tremble in fear of the potential poison master. I have become the master of banter. Observing the resolute figure of Hill, Zhang Jun self-deprecatingly remarked, "At that very moment, Chochio Island came into view for everyone. The island's shape resembled a massive hemisphere, adorned with numerous spherical protrusions, which served as the residences of its inhabitants. This peculiar design inexplicably reminded Zhang Jun of a deity from Buddhism. Nevertheless, the round contours imparted a sense of charm to the island, forming their first impression that land, how long it has been." Soon, Zhang Jun and his companions disembarked at the harbor of Chochio Island. This harbor, too, sprawled in a semicircular fashion, floating upon the sea's surface. Advancing along the harbor, they encountered a series of ascending ramps, flanked by spherical houses. "Brother Jun, look, they are all staring at us," Hill remarked, leaning closer to Zhang Jun. In truth, Zhang Jun had already noticed that most of the island's inhabitants donned inflated, spherical garments, casting curious glances at the foreign visitors clad in such unrounded attire. "Do you not mind them?" he replied nonchalantly. Continuing down a street, that moment, Hill and Lan Ling bid farewell, hand in hand, embarking on their own shopping adventure, declaring it a time of indulgence exclusive to women. Thus, the four men continued their journey. "There's a tavern over there." After a moment of silence, Xiaomachi pointed towards an establishment. "Let us go have a drink," despite having never set foot in a tavern and scarcely having tasted alcohol. The seasoned Zhang Jun feigned familiarity as he led the way. Xiaomachi, a veteran of such venues, instantly recognized the pretense and stifled a chuckle as he followed suit. Guamo Yin remained silent, trailing behind, while Misu Jia excitedly clamored, eager to sit in the tavern and indulge in drink, despite being a novice himself. Upon entering the tavern, they found a spot to sit, and under Xiaomachi's suggestion, each ordered a drink. Zhang Jun and Xiaomachi coughed from the fiery liquor, but any awkwardness dissipated swiftly as their conversation grew animated, save for Guamo Yin, who occasionally interjected with insightful remarks. "The Chochio auction will commence tomorrow. Have you brought sufficient funds?" At that moment, a clearly foreign patron seated nearby spoke up, capturing the attention of Zhang Jun and his companions. Eagerly listening, they learned that this auction was renowned far and wide. Pirates from neighboring waters and prominent figures frequently attended, with rumors of even devil fruits being auctioned here. Of course, while the others expressed longing at the mention of devil fruits, Zhang Jun felt no such inclination. "Boss, what a grand opportunity." Misu Jia, slightly inebriated, leaned in to whisper to Zhang Jun, nodding in acknowledgement. Zhang Jun feigned ignorance of the impending auction involving the two devil fruits that pertained to their group. "Kid, I'm leaving tonight," Xiaomachi declared suddenly, his tone serious. Zhang Jun merely nodded in response, pulling a pouch of berries from his system to hand to him. Xiaomachi accepted it without hesitation, and the atmosphere grew tense. Fortunately, Misu Jia's increasing joviality soon lifted the mood as dusk descended. The group assisted the inebriated Misu Jia out of the tavern, despite his limited experience with alcohol. Zhang Jun's honed physique forbade him from succumbing to inebriation as they traversed the street. Misu Jia intermittently shouted in exuberance, "Hey, you there!" Suddenly, a youthful voice called out. They turned simultaneously to see a small boy in round clothing, hands on his hips, pointing at them. "Robbery! Robbery!" The boy, trembling, brandished a small knife, stuttering his demand that Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback. "Who dares to rob Lord Misu Jia? Such folly!" Drunken Misu Jia reacted vehemently, poised to charge at the boy. Wah! The boy froze for a moment before bursting into tears, frightened by the raucous display. "You all take Misu Jia to find him in, uncle. Let us part ways here." Zhang Jun pushed Misu Jia towards Guamo Yin and turned to Xiaomachi. Xiaomachi nodded, his expression complex. "Kid, don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, I won't act as the captain of the 4th Division," he declared nonchalantly, turning his back to Zhang Jun and the others as he waved goodbye. Zhang Jun smiled faintly, watching as Guillermo Yin led Mi Su Jiao away, who continued to bellow about avenging his honor. "Little one, why would you think of robbing someone? It's not advisable for children to play with knives." Zhang Jun turned to kneel before the chubby child, retrieving the fallen knife and gently patting his little head. I, the boy stammered, his cheeks flushed, struggling to articulate his thoughts. After a long pause, Zhang Jun's comforting words finally calmed him. As he explained, he had no intention of robbing anyone. His mother had raised him alone and had recently fallen gravely ill. Bedridden and unable to care for him, he had sought help from neighbors, yet none were willing to assist. Even the doctor demanded a substantial fee to provide treatment, taking all the boy's meager savings, leaving him with the cold remark that without money, there would be no hope for a cure. But how could a single mother and her child afford such expenses that could barely sustain their daily lives? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun felt a pang of confusion. The island's residents, clad in such charming attire, had given him the impression of kindness, yet he was disheartened to discover their unwillingness to lend a hand in times of need. They seemed more indifferent than those in ordinary garb. This reminded him of the scrutinizing gazes they had received upon arriving on the island. It became clear that the island was not as benevolent as it first appeared. Brother Jun, are you bullying a child?" Hill's voice interjected, filled with incredulity. Zhang Jun turned to see the two ladies laden with packages. He managed a wry smile before explaining the situation. "Don't cry, little one. I can help your mother. I am a doctor." Upon hearing Zhang Jun's words, Hill initially shot him an apologetic glance, then knelt down, radiating kindness. What was once a lovely scene was slightly marred by the burdens they carried. Just then, Guillermo Yin returned after settling Mi Su Jia, taking the packages from Hill and Lan Ling, expressionless as he informed Zhang Jun of the inn's location before departing. Zhang Jun decided to accompany Hill and Lan Ling to assist the boy's mother, primarily for the safety of the two ladies. "Little one, where do you live? Let me take you to your home." Hill lifted the now calm boy, handing him a piece of candy with a warm smile. Lan Ling stood to the side, observing intently as if learning the ways of the world. "You can call me Lang. Everyone does that. My home is right there," the young Lang replied, pointing with his plump little finger towards a nearby alley. Hill nodded at Zhang Jun, cradling Lang as they ventured into the alley. "Lang, what do you usually do?" Zhang Jun inquired, breaking the silence as they walked. "Well, I usually sweep the floor and wash the dishes at home," Lang replied. "Alas, I occasionally shatter bowls, yet my mother does not scold me. She is truly wonderful." Young Shiro furrows his brow and pouts his small lips, ultimately breaking into a few silly giggles. He appears quite adorable, though Zhang Jun and the others find it hard to smile. Young Shiro seems no more than 5 or 6 years old. At such an age, shouldn't a child embody innocence and joy? Frolicking merrily every day, the atmosphere grows somewhat heavy. Young Shiro, perceptive as he is, notices the silence from these kind older siblings and obediently closes his little mouth, only occasionally pointing in a direction. The alley is deep and dark, but fortunately, Zhang Jun can illuminate the way that a small orb of radiant light materializes in Zhang Jun's palm, casting brightness over a small area ahead. Brother, are you a celestial being?" Young Shiro finally asks, his face flushed with anticipation after holding back for quite some time. "Celestial being? No, brother is not a celestial being. He is even more powerful than one," Zhang Jun replies with a smile. Witnessing the child's natural curiosity. "Wow. Then brother, can you conjure up a great deal of money?" Young Shiro inquires eagerly. "I don't need much, just enough so that Shiro and Mama can have full meals every day." Evidently, young Shiro, still a child, takes Zhang Jun's jest to heart, leaning in and clutching Zhang Jun's clothing with his chubby little hand. Shiro, a true man should not plead like others. He must earn what he desires through his own efforts. A complex expression flashes in Zhang Jun's eyes as he involuntarily recalls his mother from before his journey. He gently pats young Shiro's head, speaking earnestly. Young Shiro pauses, then solemnly nods after a while. "We have arrived. This is my home." After walking a bit further, young Shiro dismounts from Sierra and points to a door. This place is quite cramped, having reached a dead end. The wooden door shows signs of decay, creaking under the occasional gust of wind. The moon remains hidden, perpetually shrouded by dark clouds. and the air is thick with an unpleasant odor. From within the wooden door, persistent coughing echoes, each cough seeming to struggle to expel its own lungs. Each sound is hoarse and filled with a sense of frailty, interspersed with various snoring noises. Occasionally, someone mutters curses about why they haven't coughed themselves to death yet. Young Shiro's eyes turn red. He grips Sierra tightly and rushes towards the house. The wooden door creaks open, unleashing an indescribable stench that overwhelms the senses, far more intense than what was detected outside. Sierra instinctively covers her nose, while Lan Ling frowns in distaste. The group follows young Shiro inside. There are numerous rooms, some with doors ajar and others firmly shut. Various sounds and scenes create a cacophony in the stillness of the night. Young Shiro leads Sierra to the third room on the right, pulling out a key to unlock the door. The room is small, barely accommodating a bed, a table, and a small cabinet. Various items hang on the table and walls. Some are peculiar trinkets collected by young Shiro, while others are everyday utensils. Zhang Jun surveys the room, taking in everything. The group feels somewhat confined in this cramped space, especially with only a small window for ventilation. Without delay, Sierra approaches the woman lying on the bed. The woman is extremely thin, skin stretched over bones, her coughs echoing like cries from the depths of hell. Her eyes are tightly shut, her complexion ashen, and her lips pale. This is the result of her excessive toil. How dreadful, Sierra observes for a time with various methods, her expression growing grave in an instant. Zhang Jun comprehends Sierra's intent. This is not some strange illness. Any competent doctor could easily diagnose it. Moreover, with current medical practices, it could be treated rather easily. However, the doctor's reluctance to treat her is somewhat understandable for someone living in such conditions, even if this ailment is cured. As long as she continues to toil, she will inevitably fall ill again. Thus, the doctor's disdain for the impoverished and greed for wealth may not be the only reasons for his refusal. Perhaps he believes that even if she is cured this time, it holds little significance. Shiro, I and your older siblings will step outside for a moment. You give this to your mother, and we will return shortly, Sierra says, producing a pill and handing it to Shiro before stepping outside with Zhang Jun. She first provides a brief explanation to the bewildered Lan Ling, then turns to Zhang Jun. Sierra, no matter what, we must ensure she is treated this time. Zhang Jun ponders for a moment before making a decision. Subsequently, Sierra re-enters, utilizing the light of healing, leaving behind some pills that alleviate much of young Shiro's mother's ailment. After giving young Shiro some instructions and promising to return the next day to check on her condition, the group heads towards the inn. Throughout the journey, Sierra is visibly disheartened. She confides that she initially viewed healing as a matter of addressing immediate needs. As long as she could heal the person before her, she would feel content. Yet this time, she has come to realize that even if an illness is temporarily alleviated, it does not equate to a true cure in the long run. Zhang Jun and Lan Ling share a similarly heavy heart. Perhaps this is the true reality of life for the impoverished. The next day, the rising sun dispels much of the heaviness from the previous night. Zhang Jun and Sierra take advantage of the daylight before the auction begins to purchase a few modest gifts. They return to the narrow alley with the gifts in hand. Lan Ling remains at the inn, expressing that she feels burdened and is reminded of the family that abandoned her, thus preferring not to enter that place again. Through the decaying wooden door, Zhang Jun and Sierra once more enter young Shiro's home. Despite the early hour, the rooms are largely deserted. "Sister, you've come," young Shiro exclaims, rushing to open the door upon hearing a knock. Inside, a woman gazes at them with a worried expression, beside her a small bowl with a chipped edge, filled with a watery porridge. "Benefactors, thank you for saving me to a poor person. I have nothing to offer in return. Perhaps I could give you Shiro, so he can serve you tea, wash clothes, and cook meals," the woman hastily suggests, pulling back the covers in a fluster. "Mother, what are you saying? I don't want to go." "No." Young Shiro is taken aback, clearly hearing such words for the first time, and bursts into tears, calling out in distress, "Auntie, we don't need anything from you. We simply wish to help this lovely little fellow." "Shiro," Sierra quickly reassures, embracing him. Zhang Jun remains silent, observing the woman with keen interest. He admires her. Indeed, he never expected the woman to seize every opportunity. Her words are clearly a means to excuse her child from enduring further suffering alongside her. Furthermore, in her eyes, Zhang Jun and his companions as good-hearted individuals, would not mistreat Shiro even if they accepted him. Very well. Zhang Jun's mind races, and he scans the room once more, taking in the sobbing young Shiro and earnestly addressing the woman. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The woman, who had been somewhat despondent, suddenly freezes in shock, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly expresses her gratitude. Sierra, initially intending to counter, finds herself understanding the situation and refrains from interjecting. We will step outside for a moment and return shortly. Zhang Jun incredulously places young Shiro back in front of his mother, then steps outside with Sierra. They converse for a while, and Sierra nods with a complex expression. Thus, as they depart the alley, a small figure trails behind them, glancing back repeatedly. Zhang Jun leaves a sum of money with the woman, ensuring she can maintain a semblance of stability in her life. Though this amount would barely suffice for a while, young Shiro insists that Zhang Jun take him with him. Perhaps he understands, on some level, that she wishes for her child to escape the confines of this place. Big brother, you're back. Quickly, let us go eat. And then we must head to the auction house before it starts at 3 in the afternoon. Huh? Who is he? The vivacious Misagawa seemed to have forgotten the inebriated escapades of the previous night. Chattering away in a rapid-fire manner before approaching Shiro, whose eyes were still tinged with redness, Hill provided some explanations, then encouraged Shiro to change into the clothes he had purchased on their way back. Although the round and plump attire was rather adorable, it lacked elegance and practicality. Subsequently, the group set off in high spirits for lunch. Children are quick to forget, and after a hearty meal, they gradually regained their energy. Afterward, Misagawa took charge of the auction arrangements, and the group followed the early arrivals into the auction hall. The venue was a magnificent spherical structure, comprising 3 levels within. The ground floor served as the main hall, while the second and third levels housed VIP rooms. The VIP rooms, situated above, protruded perfectly to provide a splendid view of the central auction stage. Due to the valuable items they possessed, Zhang Jun and his companions were directly escorted to a VIP room on the second floor. Gue Moyen stood quietly in a corner, eyes closed in contemplation. Lan Ling and Hill were amusing little Shiro, while Misagawa and Zhang Jun sat at the front, their attention fixed on the auction stage. With Misagawa incessantly chattering away, the auction commenced officially, welcoming all attendees and announcing the presence of 3 highly valuable items for bidding. As the voice resonated throughout the structure, the atmosphere of the auction began to take shape. Zhang Jun observed the scene with keen interest, as this was his inaugural experience at an auction. One by one, elegantly attired maidens appeared, occasionally carrying trays or cradling boxes. The host introduced each item in a booming voice, prompting the audience to begin their bidding. Occasionally, exceptional items would spark fierce competition, causing bidders to flush with excitement. However, many items went unnoticed, ultimately resulting in their withdrawal from the auction. Although Zhang Jun found little of interest, he could not help but be swept up in the fervor, symbolically placing a few bids. Yet, it was merely a playful engagement. Their primary objective was to auction off the devil fruits. As the auction drew to a close, Zhang Jun's 2 fruits had soared to an astonishing price of 800 million berries. My bounty is merely a fraction of the price of the devil fruits, Zhang Jun muttered at that moment. All in the VIP room were elated. After all, 800 million berries. Oh, we struck it rich, several exclaimed, particularly Misagawa, who could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Thankfully, the room's soundproofing ensured that they remained unnoticed, or else they might have attracted unwanted attention. The most animated of all was little Shiro, whose face turned pale with astonishment as he repeatedly murmured 800 million berries. However, the final item up for auction swiftly extinguished Zhang Jun's excitement. It was a mermaid. Zhang Jun was perplexed by the presence of a mermaid in this place, yet the members of the Longjun pirate crew gazed incredulously at the auction stage below. Celestial dragon, Zhang Jun exclaimed, eyeing the injured mermaid curled in a corner of the large fish tank. Her fearful gaze fixed upon the shouting crowd below, gritting his teeth in anger. Such mermaids were often purchased by celestial dragons, only to be discarded once their novelty wore off. This was a known fact from the original narrative, as well as something he had recently learned. By her, we must rescue her, Zhang Jun declared fiercely. The others did not object, though Gue Moyen and Lan Ling appeared troubled, while Hill, Misagawa, and little Shiro wore grim expressions. The last item, the mermaid, was not particularly precious, but rather a novelty. with Zhang Jun's current prowess of 800 million. Acquiring her was a simple task that, of course, the primary reason was that this mermaid had already been exhausted of her appeal, and no celestial dragon would contest the bidding. Zhang Jun successfully purchased the mermaid for 80 million berries and returned to the Longting Wanli with her and all his berries in hand. Captain, just as they settled aboard, the mermaid, overwhelmed by fatigue and anxiety, fainted. Misagawa hurriedly rushed to Zhang Jun's side. What is it? Zhang Jun inquired, his expression darkening. There are suspicious figures outside, and they seem up to no good. Misagawa gasped for breath, pointing towards the shadows flickering at the harbor. Humph, a bunch of petty thieves. Zhang Jun had anticipated that the significant amount of money involved in this transaction, along with the uniquely special mermaid, might provoke the greed of certain individuals. He hadn't expected them to arrive so swiftly. Hey! At that moment, a rotund man clad in a garish outfit, struggling to conceal his ample girth, ran towards the Longting Wanli, waving his arms. Who are you? Hill, standing at the ship's edge, glanced at Zhang Jun before speaking coldly. I am the owner of the Ball auction house. The plump man finally reached them, panting heavily as he leaned against his knees. Lan Ling, please bring him aboard, Zhang Jun instructed thoughtfully. Lan Ling nodded, her delicate hand waving, sending the rotund figure soaring through the air towards the Longting Wanli. Whoa, I'm flying, the man exclaimed in astonishment as he landed on the deck, still wearing an expression of exhilaration. What do you want? Zhang Jun brought over a chair, crossing his arms with an air of indifference. Wow, the captain is really putting on a show, Misagawa thought to himself, stifling a laugh, with even Hill unable to suppress a chuckle. You all have no idea. This is about crafting my formidable image. Zhang Jun shot them a sidelong glance, feigning disdain internally. I'm here to inform you that since you've acquired so many items, it would be prudent to set sail soon. There are several powerful pirates lurking on this island, the rotund man stammered, sensing the imposing presence of Zhang Jun and feeling a bit flustered. Are you not afraid? Zhang Jun asked, suppressing his surprise as he spoke in a relatively calm tone. This man had dashed over so boldly, seemingly unafraid of the powerful pirates he spoke of. Me? Huh? They wouldn't dare touch me. The plump man regained a measure of confidence, puffing out his chest. It seemed he had considerable backing. Suddenly, Zhang Jun's gaze shifted, and with a flick of his finger, a small knife flew out with a clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed as an arrow was intercepted mid-flight, aimed straight at the rotund man. What the hell? Who dares to touch Lord Taboo? The man recoiled, then furiously pointed at the harbor, shouting in outrage. Enough! Moyen, please handle it. Zhang Jun called out loudly, silencing the noisy man before addressing Gue Moyen. Gue Moyen nodded, his shadow vanishing from sight. Moments later, cries of agony echoed from various corners of the harbor, and soon after, Gue Moyen returned to the Longting Wanli, seemingly unfazed at it. Resolved, the rotund man gaped, his jaw dropping as he pressed his chin against his bulging attire. Gue Moyen cast him a fleeting glance, nodding before leaping onto the mast with arms crossed. Impressive, truly impressive, the rotund man exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Little Shiro, who had been huddled beside Hill, peeked out to take in the scene. His small face filled with astonishment that moment. Zhang Jun caught sight of Shiro and furrowed his brow in contemplation. There's something you need? I can assist. The rotund man suddenly approached, thumping his chest. Little Shiro, come here, Zhang Jun beckoned, his eyes glinting with intent, ignoring the rotund man. Brother Zhang Jun, Shiro scampered over, obediently standing nearby. Shiro, what did your mother tell you? Zhang Jun asked, ruffling the boy's hair. And my mother said that I must always listen to my older brothers and sisters, to work hard and strive for success, so that I won't have to live such a life anymore, Shiro replied, his voice quivering as he fought back tears. Shiro, I now present you with two choices. First, you can go with this plump brother. I believe he will ensure you have plenty of wealth in the future, and you can stay on Ball Island, where it is quite safe. Secondly, you will accompany us and become a provisional member of the Longjun pirate crew. We will empower you, granting you strength, high status, and abundant wealth. However, you may not return to Chi Island for a long time, and our journey is fraught with peril. Zhang Jun spoke calmly, allowing little Shirlang ample time to ponder. Is that the request? Very well, it is a trivial matter. Little one, come with me, and you shall enjoy the finest delicacies. The portly Taboo nodded, proudly proclaiming. Little Shirlang glanced at the rotund figure, Then at Zhang Jun bowing his head, he clasped his small hands together. I want to set sail. I wish to be a pirate. After a long pause, little Sherlang resolutely declared, raising his gaze to meet Zhang Jun's. He recalled the tales his father used to tell him when he was very young, before his father's passing. Those were stories of pirates, and his father often sighed, lamenting that he never had the chance to become one in his youth. Little Sherlang remembered his father's profound regret and longing for the pirate's life. He too had harbored such dreams, but ever since his father's demise, life had become increasingly arduous, and that dream seemed to have faded away. Yet now, it had sprouted anew. Little Sherlang yearned to become the world-renowned pirate his father had spoken of. As for his mother, he knew that Zhang Jun had left her with a considerable sum, so there was no need for concern regarding her well-being. With that in mind, he resolved to pursue his own desires. His father's aspirations, and his mother's hopes for him to achieve greatness, to become a pirate. Excellent. Taboo, I entrust you to take good care of his mother. A smile tugged at the corners of Zhang Jun's mouth as he spoke to Taboo. He then briefly mentioned the location of little Sherlong's home and advised Taboo to provide appropriate assistance. No problem, a mere trifle. Though it feels somewhat unworthy of Lord Taboo's name, Taboo mumbled, yet he accepted without hesitation. After bidding farewell to the portly Taboo, the group returned to their quarters to rest. Little Sherlang was overjoyed to have his own room, nearly moved to tears. The mermaid resided in Hill's room, where Hill occasionally cast healing light upon her wounds. Splash. Early the next morning, Hill was startled awake by a tremendous splash. Upon waking, he discovered that the mermaid, who had been brought home the previous night, had attempted to leap out of the water tank and had fallen back in, splashing water everywhere. Oh dear, do not be afraid. We mean you no harm, Hill said, rubbing his sleepy eyes and speaking gently to soothe the mermaid. Your injuries are nearly healed, though your strength has yet to fully recover. Hill observed the curled-up mermaid, a flicker of sadness crossing his eyes. You need not rush to speak. Take your time that I will prepare something for you to eat first. With that, Hill stepped outside. The mermaid, with her flowing light blue hair and sparkling green eyes, remained curled up in the tank, quietly listening to Hill's words. Once Hill had left, she slowly began to unfurl her body. No, I mean no harm, the mermaid's melodious voice timidly echoed. After several attempts to leap out of the tank, she realized her body lacked the strength. Mermaid-chan. At that moment, a voice approached, startling the mermaid into retreating once more. Misoga's lively figure quickly appeared before her. Mermaid-chan, the weather is splendid today. The captain asked me to bring you outside to bask in the sun. Misoga exclaimed cheerfully, leaning towards the tank, noticing the mermaid's silence. He remained undeterred and pushed from behind the tank. As he walked, he continued to chatter. Mermaid-chan, you are so beautiful. Do you have a partner? The mermaid remained silent, her body trembling slightly. Soon, the tank was pushed onto the deck. Wow, the mermaid's sister is so beautiful. Since it had been late the previous day and everyone was in a hurry, they had not had the chance to closely observe the mermaid's beauty. Little Sherlang was instantly captivated. Perhaps due to his youthful innocence, the mermaid seemed to relax a bit. What is your name? Zhang Jun also approached, speaking softly. Everyone kept a respectful distance, avoiding overwhelming her. I am called Xiaohua. The mermaid softly replied, seemingly starting to feel that these people truly meant her no harm. You need not worry. I purchased you with the intention of freeing you. Zhang Jun nodded sincerely. This was the truth. As a former member of the Gourmet Empire, the notion of equality had long been ingrained in his soul. Upon witnessing the abused mermaid, he could not help but feel a sense of righteous indignation. Free me. Xiaohua gasped, her voice involuntarily rising. Yes, but first, you must heal completely, Zhang Jun replied earnestly. Lan Ling occasionally glanced at Zhang Jun, feeling a strange sensation within her. The group then savored Hill's culinary skills, which were truly delightful. As time passed, Xiaohua gradually relaxed, her sweet smile occasionally emerging. Through their fragmented conversations, they learned of Xiaohua's harrowing past. Originally, she was merely one of the curious mermaids observing the surface world. However, one fateful day, she inadvertently found herself above the waves, the vast ocean, the endless sky, the gentle caress of the breeze. Xiaohua slowly lost herself. She aimlessly swam far from her home and unsuspecting. Xiaohua encountered a band of pirates. With greedy eyes, they scrutinized her every inch, and soon, they pounced upon her. Before long, battered and bruised, Xiaohua was captured. They treated her wounds only to sell her to a celestial dragon. For a long time thereafter, Xiaohua's identity was that of a mere possession for the celestial dragon. She had sought help from many, but none were willing to offend the aristocracy at the pinnacle of the world for her sake. Gradually, she became despondent. The once vibrant Xiaohua was met with disdain. The celestial dragon subjected her to various cruelties. Then, one day, the celestial dragon grew weary of this helpless puppet. Xiaohua was discarded. His subordinates sent her to the auction house on Chi-Chi Island, hoping for one last profit. And thus, she was purchased by Zhang Jun and his companions. Celestial dragon, celestial dragon. Misoga gritted his teeth, and the others' expressions turned grim. Zhang Jun had long informed them of the celestial dragons. Initially, they had been unaware of the reason behind Zhang Jun's disgusted expression, but now they understood. Xiaohua, it is all right. Everything is in the past, Hill said, holding back tears. Perhaps, this was the fate that awaited her had she remained captive. Hill felt a profound gratitude for having encountered Zhang Jun, relieved that he no longer had to live a life of evasion. Thank you, truly, thank you. Xiaohua could no longer contain her tears, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Woo-wah. The young little Shirlang was affected by the atmosphere and soon began to cry as well. Witnessing this, the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, the sadness dissipating somewhat. The Longting Wanli had set sail once more. In just a few days of staying on this island, the assets of the Longjun pirate crew had soared dramatically. The sorrow stemming from Xiaohua gradually transformed into an atmosphere of joy that enveloped the entire ship. Money, oh money. Misoga hummed merrily as he wandered the ship. At that moment, Xiaohua poked her head out of the water. Since her body had fully healed, she eagerly embraced the ocean once more. Everyone, Xiaohua called out loudly from the deck. Soon, everyone gathered around her. During this time, I am deeply grateful for everyone's care, and I have decided to leave. Xiaohua bowed deeply and expressed her heartfelt thanks. Can you return by yourself? Having already forged a deep friendship with Xiaohua. Sierra Heelan gazed longingly at her. Fear not, for as a mermaid, the ocean is my foundation. Xiaohua embraced the two of them and proudly proclaimed. Zhang Jun smirked, pondering how she seemed to forget that she was captured in the sea herself. I understand now. We shall meet again at Fishman Island. Zhang Jun spoke slowly. Really? Wonderful. I will ensure you are well entertained upon your arrival. You must come, Xiaohua exclaimed joyfully. Brother Jun, I would like Xiao Long to accompany Xiaohua back. Sierra extended her hand to retrieve the sleeping Jiao Hodian from her shoulder. All right. Zhang Jun did not refuse. Xiaohua, do not be deceived by Xiao Long's slumber. He is quite formidable, Sierra said, handing over Jiao Hodian. The creature opened one eye and immediately coiled around Xiaohua's shoulder. Did I entrust him to you? Sierra, thank you so much. You must come to Fishman Island. Xiaohua gently patted Jiao Hotian's head, then bowed in gratitude before eagerly leaping into the sea. Sierra, without Jiao Hotian's protection, you must be even more cautious, Zhang Jun said sternly, standing before her. Brother Jun, worry not. My poison synthesis skills are quite formidable now. Sierra replied with a cheerful grin. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Upon hearing Sierra's words, he checked her combat power again using the system and was astonished to find a significant change. Sierra's combat power had reached an impressive 3,000. However, an additional phrase accompanied this power: low defense against poison damage. This meant that Sierra's proficiency with poison had elevated her to a level comparable to someone with 3,000 combat power. Albeit with low defensive capabilities, Zhang Jun pondered for a moment, concluding that this must be a result of the system upgrade. He then checked Misoga's stats, but found them to be different from Sierra's. Although Misoga also boasted a combat power of 2,000, there were no additional notes. This suggested that the system update allowed for certain unique damages to be converted into combat power. Poison was indeed a challenging metric to measure. Zhang Jun nodded thoughtfully. Sierra, while your poison is quite powerful, you remain too fragile. After coming to this realization, Zhang Jun approached Sierra once more to impart this wisdom. He then walked onto the deck, determined to assess the combat power of the other crew members. The combat power of the Longting Wanli had improved significantly. Zhang Jun, 4,400. Guo Moyen, 3,400. Lan Ling, 2,400. As for Misoga and Sierra, their prowess was already established. However, it was Xiao Shilong's combat power that nearly made Zhang Jun burst into laughter. A mere 5. Xiao Shilang possessed only 5 points of combat power. Was this what they referred to as the fifth-rate fighter? Zhang Jun chuckled helplessly as he made his way to the bow. Gazing into the distance, in less than a year since arriving in this world, his combat power had surged, and he had formed bonds with several companions. As he glanced at the distant horizon, Zhang Jun felt a mix of melancholy and joy that he had even defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who were nearly as formidable as the 4 emperors. Lost in thought, Zhang Jun recalled Crocodile, a minor boss introduced early in the original story. Crocodile had rapidly declined in strength since his defeat by Whitebeard. Furthermore, it appeared that the system's assessment of combat power, particularly for unusual types, was not entirely accurate. It was these factors that led to the observation of Crocodile's combat power not being particularly high. If I remember correctly, after Old Sand stops moping, his combat power should recover. However, it will probably only reach around 5,000. Zhang Jun shrugged, finding little interest in this defeated foe. Captain! Suddenly, Misoga called out while running, interrupting Zhang Jun's contemplation. What is it? Zhang Jun noticed that the Longting Wanli had come to a halt. Captain, look at the stern. There are so many octopuses, Misoga panted. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow. What about the octopuses? Before long, he arrived at the back of the ship. What on earth? A sea of octopuses surrounded them, rapidly enveloping the Longting Wanli, some even clinging to the vessel, causing it to sink slightly. Quick, we need to. Just as he was about to instruct everyone to clear them away, Zhang Jun faintly heard a voice calling out. The crew, noticing Zhang Jun's abrupt silence, refrained from taking action. Xiao Shilang, who had never witnessed such a scene, curled up in Sierra's embrace, his little eyes filled with curiosity and fear. Zhang Jun was perplexed, completely unaware of where the voice originated, yet he felt its owner drawing closer. Lan Ling, could you please guide them back into the sea without harming them? After carefully sensing the situation, Zhang Jun turned to Lan Ling. Lan Ling nodded. Her delicate fingers gracefully waved, and walls of air appeared and vanished between the octopuses and the ship. With a series of plops, the octopuses tumbled into the sea as if being dropped like dumplings. They made no attempt to climb back aboard, instead watching the humans from the depths that it's coming. Zhang Jun felt a stirring in his heart. Gradually, a colossal head emerged from the water's surface, displacing countless waves. Whoa, Misoga gasped, pointing at the enormous octopus. Xiao Shilang, more terrified than ever, buried his head in Sierra's shoulder, peeking out with cautious glances. The octopus did not vocalize, yet Zhang Jun distinctly heard a voice resonating in his mind. Moreover, he was certain that the voice belonged to the giant octopus before him. Was this the voice of all things? Zhang Jun murmured, moving closer to the colossal creature. Brother Jun, be careful. The crew called out in concern as they observed the giant octopus extending a massive tentacle toward Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun turned with a slight smile, signaling for them not to worry. Indeed, the enormous tentacle halted before him, and he sensed that the octopus wanted him to climb aboard. Without hesitation, he complied, feeling no malice. Only a request for assistance. Ding, mission triggered. Request of the giant octopus. Mission reward. Quality bait 2. At that moment, the system's familiar notification echoed in his mind. Big fellow, do you need my help? Lead the way. Zhang Jun replied with intrigue. This was a novel experience for him, and his youthful curiosity was piqued. You all wait for me here. I'll be back shortly. Zhang Jun turned, a smile gracing his lips. The crew exchanged glances, each aware that their captain could be somewhat capricious. Much like when he had pursued Zymark without a word of explanation, the giant octopus emanated a sense of joy and gratitude, lifting Zhang Jun and placing him atop its head, swimming towards a specific direction across the ocean. Are they going to surround us the whole time? Behind them, Sierra, who suffered from a fear of densely packed things, half covered her eyes, seemingly understanding her words. The octopuses began to sink into the depths. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun stood atop the giant octopus, which, despite its massive size, moved surprisingly swiftly. Zhang Jun estimated that he had been standing on its head for 2 hours. Just as he prepared to sit down, he suddenly sensed a signal from the giant octopus in his mind. We've arrived. Zhang Jun raised his head and caught sight of a slight protrusion on the surface of the sea to his right. It was a reef. He sensed the intention of the gigantic octopus and, with a splash, leapt into the water. Simultaneously, the colossal creature expelled a large bubble that enveloped Zhang Jun as he sank beneath the waves. This reef was substantial. If placed on land, it would resemble a small hill. As Zhang Jun descended to the ocean floor, he noticed a deep entrance to a cave, which was also covered by a massive bubble. True to the saying that those with great skill possess great courage, Zhang Jun stepped inside without hesitation. The cave was deep, devoid of seawater. Although somewhat damp, it was filled with air and even emitted a faint glow. Who goes there? Suddenly, a voice bellowed from within the cave. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow and, with a flicker of lightning, directed an electric bolt toward the source of the sound. A chilling scream echoed through the chamber. With a luminous lightning flash illuminating his left hand, Zhang Jun strolled deeper into the cave and could see his current level of combat prowess. It was rare to encounter anyone capable of threatening him. It appeared that the occupants of the cave, upon hearing their comrade's anguished cry, quickly rushed out. These individuals were evidently pirates, their demeanor saturated with malice, yet their combat power averaged around 1,000. Sighing, Zhang Jun felt as though he were bullying children. Without wasting time, he unleashed a brilliant glow from the lightning in his hand. After the light subsided somewhat, all those surrounding him collapsed, unconscious, their hair frizzing as they twitched sporadically. Zhang Jun, uninterested in prolonging the encounter, dashed to the innermost part of the cave. Initially, the cave functioned as a narrow passage, accommodating only a dozen individuals. However, upon venturing further, he found himself in an expansive chamber. It resembled a hollowed-out disc, with a hole the size of a grinding stone at the center of the ceiling, allowing sunlight to stream in. Beneath the direct sunlight lay a golden egg. While the ground was strewn with numerous ordinary octopus eggs, Zhang Jun immediately discerned that the golden egg was the very object the gigantic octopus had entrusted him to protect at that moment. A thought crossed his mind. How could such a narrow cave serve as a spawning ground for the massive octopus? Was it some sort of contraction technique? The image struck him as somewhat amusing. In reality, the gigantic octopus had not laid its eggs directly in the cave. Rather, they had been transported in by smaller octopuses. Zhang Jun's musings were interrupted by the intense gaze of an individual staring directly at him, clearly the leader of the pirate group. With hair as dark as seaweed cascading over his head and elongated eyes, he was unmistakably a nefarious figure, albeit with a combat power of only 2,300. Calmly, Zhang Jun observed as the pirate leader approached him with a fierce expression. "Oh no, the big shot has finally arrived. Help! I can't get out. Help me! Big shot!" To Zhang Jun's astonishment, the seemingly villainous pirate leader suddenly changed demeanor, rushing forward to cling to Zhang Jun's leg, wailing inconsolably. In that moment, Zhang Jun felt as though his worldview had shattered in the cold wind. "Monkey steals peach." Just as Zhang Jun was taken aback, a lewd voice rang out that he felt a chill at his lower body. Instinctively encasing himself in electric energy, with a crackle, the seaweed-haired pirate was transformed into a frizzled mess, collapsing to the ground with one hand suspended in midair, electricity flickering around him as he twitched. "Ugh," Zhang Jun grimaced. After a while, he found himself standing beside the golden octopus egg, while the pirate leader knelt respectfully, his subordinates following suit behind him. "Speak. What on earth is happening here?" Zhang Jun inquired. Inspecting the golden egg, the egg was strangely small, even smaller than the typical size for octopus eggs. "Boss, my subordinates are truly not villains," the pirate leader began, exuding an air of sleaziness. Thankfully, upon noticing Zhang Jun's menacing glare, he finally recounted the events. They were part of the shark pirate crew, known in the surrounding waters by chance. They had heard rumors of a gigantic octopus nest in the area. Coincidentally, someone was offering a fortune for the giant octopus's eggs. Unable to resist the allure of such wealth, they ventured here. Naturally, they were not the only ones with this intention. However, the cunning seaweed-haired leader had previously gathered ample information and had hidden away, waiting for the gigantic octopus to be lured away by those fools before sneaking in with his crew. To their surprise, the octopus was even more protective of its eggs than they had anticipated. Upon receiving a report from the young octopuses, it immediately rushed back. However, by that time, the seaweed-haired crew had already infiltrated the cave. The furious giant octopus smashed their ship to pieces, and the pirates left behind were unable to escape. Falling into the sea, they subsequently found themselves trapped, with waves of octopuses attacking them intermittently. Though they managed to fend them off each time, their attempts to communicate with the giant octopus were met with fierce retaliation. With scant provisions, their stamina had nearly depleted after 3 days. It was at that moment that Zhang Jun arrived, seemingly with hostile intent. After hearing the pirate leader's account, Zhang Jun's lips twitched. He then scanned the area. Noting that the octopus eggs were mostly intact, his expression softened slightly. "All right, you can all leave. Given that you have not caused any harm, I will do my best to ensure it spares you." Zhang Jun waved his hand dismissively. The seaweed-haired leader glanced back at his visibly emaciated subordinates and nodded. Thus, Zhang Jun escorted them to the cave's entrance as if they were prisoners. Upon seeing these intruders, the gigantic octopus outside erupted in fury, its massive tentacles crashing down. Zhang Jun swiftly positioned himself in front of them, using immense strength to send a wave of forceful water towards the oncoming tentacles. Dissipating their momentum, Zhang Jun felt the giant octopus momentarily pause, seemingly perplexed by this powerful human, who, despite having promised to help drive away the intruders, was now preventing it from exacting punishment on them. "You all, step forward and speak." Zhang Jun did not elaborate but shot a glare at the seaweed-haired leader and his crew, who were applauding behind him. Yes, boss." The pirate leader felt a chill run down his spine. Hastily beckoning his subordinates forward to "Dear Octopus Lady, we initially came here with malicious intent. We truly apologize. Sorry." The seaweed-haired leader took the lead, followed by his crew, who bowed and apologized in unison. The gigantic octopus appeared somewhat bewildered. Its tentacles poised mid-air, unsure whether to strike or withdraw, creating an awkward standoff. "However, we have repented. After the boss's earnest teaching, we will never engage in such deeds again. We are truly sorry." "Sorry." Zhang Jun's lips twitched again. The seaweed-haired leader certainly knew how to navigate the situation. Following a series of apologies from the pirate leader and his crew, coupled with Zhang Jun's suggestions, the matter was resolved amicably. The seaweed-haired crew would guard the giant octopus's nest for a year, preventing other pirates from seizing the opportunity to invade. In exchange, the octopus clan would provide them with food during this period, and once the year was up, the giant octopus would bestow upon them a chest of treasures left behind by sunken ships. This is also the primary reason they are willing to remain. The situation has been perfectly resolved, and Zhang Jun took the opportunity to admire the wonders of the deep sea, of course, aided by the brilliance of the dazzling lightning. Soon, just as he had arrived, Zhang Jun found himself standing atop the colossal head of the giant octopus, returning to the Longting Wanli at By this time. Night had fallen, with the stars twinkling brilliantly in the sky. The giant octopus halted before the Longting Wanli, expressing its gratitude to Zhang Jun. Before him lay two somewhat decayed chests. Before long, the giant octopus, accompanied by its smaller octopus companions, sank into the depths of the ocean. Ding! Mission accomplished. Task reward. High-quality bait, too. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Zhang Jun nodded in satisfaction. Captain, what are these?" "Treasure." As soon as the giant octopus departed, Miss Agaden eagerly approached, reaching out to open one of the chests. Whoosh! Various glimmers radiated under the moonlight, dazzling those who beheld them. "Wow, so beautiful." The child Shiro rushed forward and picked up a glass cup. In an instant, everyone was astounded by these treasures. However, when they collectively opened the second chest with anticipation, their expressions shifted. It was filled with numerous rotting garments, though the few intact edges revealed that the fabric was of fine quality. "No worries, at least this chest is filled with treasures." Heel happily began to play with the beautiful items. That moment, Zhang Jun couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the seaweed head and his crew. The octopus clearly had no idea that those items were treasures in the eyes of humans. It seemed he had merely struck luck to obtain a true chest of treasures. Yet, he wondered if Seaweed Head would be so fortunate. Meanwhile, the seaweed head, deep in slumber within the giant octopus's lair, suddenly shuddered, as if having a nightmare. The peaceful night soon passed, and as the sun rose, the Longting Wanli quietly increased its speed, with the presence of the ship's spirit. The Longting Wanli could glide steadily through the night. "Captain, ahead lies the waters of Bia Island." After breakfast, Miss Agaden approached with a full map pointer. The full map pointer was quite miraculous, revealing a small portion of the map near their destination. This was discovered the last time Miss Agaden sailed towards Labo Island. Following Zhang Jun's direction, Zhang Jun glanced at the holographic minimap, noticing that Bia Island had a rather peculiar appearance on the map. It appeared as a disk, reminding Zhang Jun of Chio Island. However, looking in the direction the Longting Wanli was heading, he could see something resembling a peak towering into the clouds, based on the geographical position in conjunction with the map. Zhang Jun realized that was their destination, Bia Island. The islands of the new trade route are truly remarkable. Heel had unknowingly joined, exclaiming in awe, having never seen a mountain so high before. Miss Agaden nodded in agreement, affectionately ruffling the hair of little Shiro, who was nestled beside Heel. "Brother Captain, why is that mountain so tall? Is it a mountain or an island? Does anyone live on it? Little Shiro wriggled free from Miss Agaden's grasp and tugged at Zhang Jun's sleeve. The child's nature was gradually being unleashed, with an increasing number of questions bubbling forth. Zhang Jun's lips twitched as he sought help from Lan Ling. After all, only Lan Ling enjoyed explaining such things to little Shiro, seemingly pleased to find someone who knew less than herself. Meanwhile, Gui Moyan remained coldly stationed at the mast, arms crossed, occasionally revealing a barely perceptible smile at the conversations on deck. That, of course, Zhang Jun, whose observation hockey had unknowingly leveled up to 3, easily detected this. Reserved, yet flirtatious, was Zhang Jun's summation of Gui Moyan. After chatting and teasing for a while, Zhang Jun, as was his custom, sat at the bow and began to fish. To be honest, he no longer expected to catch anything of value with the current high-quality bait. Suddenly, Zhang Jun remembered the photograph of the Empress he had caught earlier, still hidden beneath his bed. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Zhang Jun pulled his thoughts back. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a body refinement pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the bomb specialist ability 1. Can be gifted. With the sounds echoing, Zhang Jun's fishing session came to an end. What is this? Zhang Jun puzzled over the items he had just caught. The body refinement pill seemed to be a weakened version of the vitality-enhancing pill he had originally fished up. Zhang Jun was now certain that his initial fishing had involved some sort of buff. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that such powerful items could be caught with such inferior bait. It seems the system is indeed severely flawed. Then, Zhang Jun examined the bomb specialist ability that appeared to allow the owner to proficiently configure certain explosives and use them skillfully. Subsequently, it seemed one could advance to become a bomb master, bomb grandmaster, bomb sovereign, and bomb emperor. Upon reading this, Zhang Jun realized that the ability appeared to surpass ordinary explosives, leaning more towards a supernatural ability akin to a devil fruit, as it could create and detonate bombs out of thin air. For some reason, Zhang Jun recalled a character from a game he had played in his past life, a short figure who constantly threw bombs. Suddenly, inspiration struck Zhang Jun. He retrieved a few items from the system and hurried over to little Shiro, who was playing on the deck. Little Shiro, come here. Zhang Jun placed the items on the table on the deck and beckoned him over. What is it, brother captain? What are these? Little Shiro scampered over, curiously picking up a card. This is a magical card that if you hold it and say summon, a person will appear to protect you for 2 hours, Zhang Jun explained with a smile, suddenly covering little Shiro's mouth. He had noticed that Shiro's eyes were shining with excitement as he was about to utter the word summon. This card shouldn't be used carelessly. It could save your life at a critical moment. The somewhat precocious little Shiro quickly grasped Zhang Jun's intent. That I understand. His childish voice chimed, prompting Zhang Jun to nod in satisfaction. By the way, little Shiro, I have a question for you. If I could make you stronger right now, but it might come with some pain. Would you be willing to accept it? Zhang Jun shook the vial containing the body refinement pill in front of Shiro. For some reason, he felt a twinge of guilt, as if he were tricking a child. Yes, I want to, little Shiro replied without hesitation, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Great. Also, I can grant you a power that will enable you to grow stronger through its channel. Do you want it? Zhang Jun nodded with satisfaction and asked. Unsurprisingly, little Shiro eagerly agreed. The others, except for Lan Ling, displayed understanding expressions. They were all experienced individuals. Zhang Jun nodded, then signaled for little Shiro to prepare for the impending pain before swallowing the body refinement pill. To his astonishment, little Shiro simply swallowed it down. It's fine, brother captain. I'm not afraid of pain when I get hit. Pride radiated from little Shiro's innocent face, tugging at the hearts of those present. The effect of the body refinement pill was remarkable. Soon, little Shiro's face began to redden and contort. However, surprisingly, he bit his lip tightly, suppressing any sound of pain. Before long, his lip had split. Heel, who had always been close to little Shiro, was already misty-eyed with concern. Fortunately, the effects of the body refinement were swift, and soon the unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Heel hurriedly took little Shiro to wash up. When little Shiro emerged again, Zhang Jun discovered that his combat power had reached 50. Not bad. Zhang Jun nodded slightly. Refining one's body is a means to enhance innate talent. Although it does not directly augment combat prowess, it still results in a notable improvement. Subsequently, Zhang Jun extended a finger to touch the center of the young Shiro's forehead at the same time. He activated his thoughts to bestow upon him the abilities of a bomb expert. Before long, Shiro opened his eyes, brimming with excitement. Wow, I can create bombs. Huh. Captain Brother, is that a bomb? Shiro exclaimed, first bouncing with enthusiasm before pointing at a black lump that Zhang Jun had previously placed on the table. That was the super grenade Zhang Jun had fished up. Though its exact power remained uncertain, this bomb should possess considerable strength. I'm giving it to you. But do exercise caution, Zhang Jun said with a faint smile, handing the grenade along with the summoning card to Shiro. Soon after, Shiro eagerly explained the ability he had acquired to the group. Upon hearing his description, their admiration for Zhang Jun deepened, as they felt their captain was indeed both mysterious and extraordinary. Thus, as the Lonting Wanli sailed toward the seemingly close Beiji Island, the sounds of explosions often echoed around the ship. Each time a blast occurred, several fish would surface, belly up. The Lonting Wanli was almost turning into a fishing vessel. However, seeing Shiro's infectious excitement, the others merely offered gentle reminders to refrain from throwing bombs into the schools of fish. Shiro obediently complied, choosing to throw in areas devoid of fish. He crafted numerous bombs. Hilt specially designed a new look for him. Now, the petite Shiro sported a light blue shoulder bag, with his clothes and pants laden with bulging pockets. This made Zhang Jun somewhat apprehensive that the bombs on him might detonate and cause harm. Nevertheless, Shiro assured him that the bomb expert's ability allowed him to control the explosives proficiently, eliminating any risk of self-harm. This reassurance put Zhang Jun and the others at ease that Shiro amassed more bombs. Zhang Jun noted that his combat power had reached 500, which was quite impressive. Furthermore, to ensure he could adeptly utilize bombs at this stage, he had Guamo Yin accompany him for some physical training. For Shiro, who had consumed the body-refining pill, this would not jeopardize his young physique. On the contrary, it would promote his development. Boss, Weeve arrived, Misoga announced as he approached Zhang Jun. Turning his head, Zhang Jun beheld the towering peaks drawing nearer. Beiji Island had finally come into sight. They did not dock the Lonting Wanli at the port, for Beiji Island was vast, and they might stay for some time. Thus, Zhang Jun stored the Lonting Wanli away. Lan Ling and Shiro were left speechless by this miraculous act, particularly Lan Ling, whose ethereal image nearly shattered. After securely stowing the Lonting Wanli in a concealed corner, the group boarded a small boat they had prepared and made their way to the port. Beiji Island had but one port, the sole entry point to the island. Other areas were cordoned off, with patrolling guards preventing entry. Beiji Island lacked sandy beaches, featuring only rocky terrain, with the port constructed atop a massive boulder. Ding, mission accomplished. Arrive at Beiji Island. Mission reward. Premium bait 1. As they just arrived, the system's voice chimed in. Zhang Jun smiled impassively. Premium bait should yield valuable items, even potent combat gear. The group disembarked at the port, soon reaching a grand passageway. This corridor was spacious, with soldiers stationed on either side. Beiji Island a stronghold for a small nation, Zhang Jun mused, surveying the soldiers patrolling the port. He had long known that Beiji Island was no longer on the navigational route of Luffy. Thus, he was entirely unfamiliar with the locations along this route. Entry to the Beiji country requires a fee of 500 berries. Just as they followed the sparse crowd toward the passage, the soldiers crossed their massive spears to block the way. The New World comprises numerous nations, of which 20 are core powers of the world government, including Alabasta. The Beiji country, which they were about to enter, was a small nation situated on Beiji Island. 500 berries is rather exorbitant. Misoga, known for his frugality, muttered upon hearing the soldiers in different voices. Humph, no payment, no entry, scoundrels. Before Zhang Jun could respond, the soldier on the left retorted, looking down on the impoverished. Instantly, the expressions of the group soured. After enduring the payment and finally entering, Misoga wore a face of grievance, almost wishing to hurl a chest of berries at the soldier's face. After all, the funds of the Longjun pirates could be described as frighteningly ample compared to the average person. Hey, Brother Jun, look at all these intriguing items. As they traversed the winding upward path, the group arrived at the only town at the foot of Beiji Island. This town, designed to accommodate the terrain, stretched along a serpentine mountain road. Various vendors lined the main street, displaying an array of toys, accessories, and delicacies that resembled a market outside a tourist attraction. Observing his companions, except for Guamo Yin, brimming with excitement, Zhang Jun encouraged everyone to explore independently, as there was no specific purpose for their visit. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun and Gui Mo Yin made their way to a tavern. After the last experience of drinking at a tavern, Zhang Jun found the sensation remarkably pleasurable. This tavern also exuded exotic charm, with various stones serving as benches and tables. The second floor featured a completely retractable wall, opening up to the forest below and the distant ocean. Despite some minor issues, the splendid view offered a unique charm. The tavern was bustling with patrons of all kinds. Zhang Jun and his companions settled near the open wall. Gui Mo Yin was not one for conversation, creating a somewhat somber atmosphere. Fortunately, the lively chatter among the surrounding guests provided Zhang Jun with engaging entertainment. From their discussions, he gleaned considerable insight into this nation. Babiji country, renowned as the country atop the peaks, is a well-known tourist destination. Numerous fierce pirates and even significant figures from the Navy frequent this place for vacation. Thus, it is universally acknowledged as a no-fighting zone. Conflicts must be resolved without violence. If disputes remain unresolved, the only option is to head to the highest point, the Hall of Sin, for a life-and-death contest. Initially, Zhang Jun thought this system was quite commendable, as it allowed most people to relax peacefully. However, through his keen observation and powerful conqueror's haki, Zhang Jun overheard a man in the corner, excessively drinking, mumbling something that it turned out that battles do occur in the Hall of Sin. These fights are death matches among slaves, akin to cricket fighting, serving as entertainment for the elite. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun's lips twitched. The darkness within this world was indeed abundant. Simultaneously, Zhang Jun acquired more information about Bijia Island. Bijia Island is also referred to as Bijia Peak. Soaring into the clouds, even the Babiji country established on Bijia Island is situated only halfway up the mountain. Higher up lies a realm engulfed in clouds, blanketed in perpetual snow. Many adventurers who ventured further never returned. Zhang Jun suddenly became intensely interested in the realm above. Ding! Dual missions triggered. Abolish the Hall of Sin. Ascend to the pinnacle of Bijia Island. Mission rewards. Legendary Bait 1. Premium Bait 2. The system's voice resounded abruptly, leaving Zhang Jun momentarily stunned that it was not solely due to the enticing rewards, but rather the system's uncanny understanding of his intentions that astonished him. Just then, Zhang Jun sensed the previously raucous sounds from the first floor abruptly cease. As if something had transpired, he exchanged glances with Gui Mo Yin, deciding against immediate investigation. Moments later, a squad of soldiers ascended to the second floor. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to pay the living tax. The leading soldier removed his hat, offering a slight bow. With a sneer playing at the corners of his mouth, Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. At that moment, a middle-aged man sitting at a nearby table seemed to discern that they were newcomers, unfamiliar with the situation, and he took the initiative to approach them. The king of Bibigua and a rear admiral shared a close relationship, frequently imposing a living tax on all citizens within the borders of Bibigua, a significant portion of which was allocated to that rear admiral. It was precisely due to this admiral that nearly everyone felt compelled to dutifully pay their taxes. The man swiftly conveyed the general situation and particularly emphasized the presence of the lieutenant general, seemingly warning them against any form of resistance. Zhang Jun nodded in acknowledgement, casting a grateful glance at the MANAT. That moment, individuals on the second floor had already begun tossing money into the burlap sacks held by the soldiers. The living tax was standardized at 100 belly. For Zhang Jun and his companions, it was not a considerable amount, but for many civilians, it represented a long stretch of sustenance after all the soldiers had departed. The man approached once more. Alas, Bibigua was once a splendid place. Ever since that rear admiral arrived, it has become increasingly chaotic. On the surface, he often assists in suppressing troublemakers, yet many are aware that he is the true source of turmoil in Bibigua. The man lamented for quite a while. From him, Zhang Jun learned that the rear admiral was named Luke, a name that sounded rather unremarkable, yet in reality, he was exceedingly cunning. The infamous den of iniquity was his masterpiece. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jun realized that if he wished to utterly dismantle the den of iniquity, the most crucial step might be to eliminate this rear admiral. Reflecting on this, Zhang Jun considered that the individual known as Xiaomichi, originally a major, possessed formidable combat prowess. According to his descriptions, he appeared to have a rather unique physique, allowing him to rapidly enhance his fighting capabilities. In terms of sheer combat ability, he had likely already brushed against the threshold of lieutenant general. This suggested that the rear admiral named Luke might not possess combat prowess that surpassed Xiaomichi's. If that were the case, eliminating him would not pose a significant challenge. After assessing the situation, Zhang Jun resolved to reunite with the others before formulating a specific plan. After bidding farewell to Gue Moyen and the man, he casually wandered about. Eventually, he arrived at the only inn in town, which was also the designated meeting place for the group. As expected, Hill and Lan Ling returned with numerous bags. Even Misoga was adorned with a plethora of items. Yet his expression suggested he was quite enjoying himself. Little Shiro, on the other hand, had a lollipop in his left hand and an unknown candy in his right. Eating too much sugar will lead to cavities. Unexpectedly, Gue Moyen, who usually remained silent, suddenly interjected with this remark, and surprisingly, it proved effective. Little Shiro instantly ceased his candy consumption, casting a fearful glance at Gue Moyen. Zhang Jun couldn't help but chuckle softly at the scene. At that moment, he suddenly felt several pairs of eyes scrutinizing his group from the shadows. Consequently, Zhang Jun discreetly signaled for everyone to enter and secure their rooms while he remained at the rear. They were all astute individuals and quickly sensed that something was amiss, with Gue Moyen seemingly picking up on it as well. Choosing to follow closely beside Zhang Jun Moyen, I'll exit through the left window. You take the right, Zhang Jun whispered, stepping into the inn and swiftly darting towards the left window. Gue Moyen wasted no time, vanishing into a wisp of black smoke. Soon, the two found themselves in a dark alley. Confronting several individuals, state your identities. What are your intentions? Zhang Jun commanded, electricity crackling in his hand to intimidate the foes. The leader among them was a dark-skinned man clad in coarse clothing. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's inquiry, the group remained silent. Zhang Jun sneered dismissively, unleashing a spark of electricity from his hand in an instant. One of the individuals collapsed to the ground, convulsing and emitting anguished cries, accompanied by an unmistakable scent of burnt flesh. The other's expression shifted dramatically, terror evident on their faces. I'll talk. The leader gritted through clenched teeth. Zhang Jun nodded, signaling him to continue. We are the eyes and ears of Rear Admiral Luke, monitoring the appearances of pirates listed on the bounty board. Once we ascertain their locations, we report back to the Admiral, who then sets ambushes outside Bia Island to hunt these pirates. The small leader spoke without hesitation, occasionally glancing at Zhang Jun before quickly averting his gaze. Another mention of that Rear Admiral? Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow. However, his instincts told him that these individuals were not lying. He casually struck the ground before departing with Gue Moyen. Why did you divulge so easily? In the alley, one of the small leader's subordinates inquired, puzzled. Are you foolish? Didn't you see how powerful he is? The small leader's eyes flickered, and he slapped his subordinate on the head. He hadn't initially portrayed such cowardice. As a native of Bibigua, he harbored animosity towards the Rear Admiral who had plunged the country into chaos. His actions were intended to incite a conflict between the notorious pirate with a bounty of 150 million and the Admiral. Indeed, since escaping from the clutches of those two from CP0 last time, Zhang Jun's bounty had risen again. Yet, it seemed he had picked up on my intentions, departing so easily. Does he wish to avoid a confrontation with Luke? The small leader pondered, feeling a headache coming on as he rubbed his temples. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, who had walked away, was questioned by Gue Moyen. He too was puzzled as to why Zhang Jun had left so readily. Engaging them now would only alert the snake. Moreover, that small leader clearly had ulterior motives, which aligned perfectly with my desire to deal with Luke. Perhaps he could be of some use. Zhang Jun spoke slowly, a confident smile gracing his face. Upon returning to the inn, Zhang Jun articulated his intention to dismantle the den of iniquity and venture towards the unknown peaks of B Island. Once everyone was apprised of the specifics regarding the den of iniquity, they expressed unanimous support. Misoga even suggested that they strip the Rear Admiral of all his ill-gotten gains. Perhaps he was incensed after being repeatedly extorted. After further deliberation, Zhang Jun resolved to gather intelligence on Luke's movements through the small leader. The following morning, Misoga nonchalantly stepped out. Zhang Jun entrusted him with the task of communicating with the small leader. As he exited the inn, Misoga indeed sensed watchful eyes lurking in the shadows. As Zhang Jun had anticipated, the small leader was a clever individual, aware of the possibility of such surveillance, and thus deliberately left a subordinate behind for Zhang Jun to contact. Misoga followed the unmistakable gaze of the watcher. Soon, he encountered a timid figure. Are you one of the individuals who followed us yesterday? Misoga crossed his arms, feigning disdain. Conveniently, such small-time thugs were easily swayed by this tactic. Yes, yes, the small thug immediately lowered his posture. A flicker of delight crossed Misoga's eyes as he cleared his throat to suppress a laugh. Subsequently, Misoga conveyed Zhang Jun's intentions, and the small thug nodded vigorously, watching the small thug disappear into the distance. Misoga nodded in satisfaction that it feels great to wield the boss's influence. By the afternoon, Zhang Jun and his companions were dining at a restaurant when a suspicious individual intentionally walked past them. Dropping a crumpled piece of paper in front of Zhang Jun without revealing any emotion, Zhang Jun collected it and unfolded it to reveal only a few words. 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Den of Iniquity. Zhang Jun suddenly comprehended the situation. It appeared that the Major General would indeed make his appearance at that time tomorrow. Originally contemplating an assassination, Zhang Jun pondered briefly and deemed this a fortuitous opportunity. It was the perfect moment to dismantle the Den of Iniquity before the eyes of all, while simultaneously eliminating the puppet master behind it. Subsequently, Zhang Jun instructed Misoga to procure some masks to conceal their identities. He certainly did not wish for himself and his companions to venture to the summit of Bia Island, only to be besieged by a throng of naval officers upon their descent. After confirming the plan once more, Zhang Jun would take charge of assassinating Luke, while the others would disperse the crowd and wreak havoc in the hall. Once their mission was accomplished, they would each make their escape. Regrouping in the capital of Bibibi. The capital of Bibibi was the highest town on Bia Island, serving as the only route to the unknown territories above as the bright moon hung high in the sky. Its silvery light bathed the earth. Yet, despite the night being illuminated, shadows lingered in the corners that a pristine hall stood upon a massive rocky platform. Although it was 10 o'clock at night, the number of individuals entering the hall surpassed that of the day. For the grand spectacle commenced under the cloak of darkness. Outside the hall, 5 masked adults accompanied a child, each dispersing into the crowd. Zhang Jun entered alone, followed by Hill and Lan Ling along with little Shirlang, while Gue Moyen and Misoga moved in another direction. Zhang Jun was responsible for the assassination, Hill and Lan Ling for crowd control, and Gue Moyen and Misoga for creating chaos out of course after Shirlang's persistent requests. Zhang Jun decided to entrust the task of demolition to him. Amidst the throng, Zhang Jun noticed little Shirlang occasionally tossing small objects resembling pebbles into the corners. These were the explosives he had recently fashioned. Their exact potency was uncertain, but he exuded confidence. The ability of a bomb expert could be mastered with ease, akin to having a cheat code. Zhang Jun surveyed the area again before making his way to the second floor of the hall. In the center of the first floor, there existed a recessed circular area, serving as the dueling ground, and on either side of this space, there were doors, reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum, Zhang Jun silently remarked. Suddenly, an impulse stirred within him, and he instinctively gazed toward the VIP room across the second floor. Indeed, he spotted a seemingly righteous figure being escorted into a private chamber by several sycophants. Luke, having previously seen the portrait of Major General Luke, Zhang Jun squinted his eyes, and beneath the guise of the golden dragon mask, no one noticed the cruel smile that curled at the corners of his mouth. With a combat power of 2600, although lower than he had anticipated compared to Shiomaki, it was noted that Shiomaki had claimed he could touch the threshold of the Vice Admiral rank. The Vice Admiral that left the deepest impression on Zhang Jun was undoubtedly Carp, the legendary Carp. Thus, he had envisioned that the combat strength of Vice Admirals should be quite formidable. However, Shiomaki's previous assertion shattered that illusion, leading him to believe that the combat power of a more ordinary Vice Admiral might hover around 3,000. Thus, this Major General nearly reached that level, which caught Zhang Jun slightly off guard. Just as Zhang Jun prepared to move toward Luke's private chamber, a sudden uproar erupted in the arena. Following the gazes of the crowd, he observed 2 bare-chested brutes emerging from the dueling ground through the 2 doors. Unarmed, Zhang Jun noted that both men bore numerous scars, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Yet, his keen perception discerned that behind that murderous glare lay pain, fear, and helplessness. What a sight to behold today. Contestants 51 and 37 were both hot favorites. Indeed, they were individuals who had won 30 consecutive matches. If they could secure another 20 victories, they would be free. Tisich, you can't possibly believe that, right? How could they ever attain freedom? We are only able to witness such duels thanks to the benevolence of Lord Luke. Empowered by his observation hockey, Zhang Jun clearly heard the conversations around him. his expression growing increasingly grim. How could one from the modern era tolerate such occurrences? Amid the crowd's raucous cheers, the referee raised his hand, signaling the start. Contestants 51 and 37 instantly charged at each other, engaging in a brutal fight like wild beasts. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed, and soon, blood began to flow freely. Yet their past experiences had taught them that in this arena, it was a matter of life and death. In a corner of the hall, Hill, wearing a rabbit mask, covered little Shirlong's eyes, biting her lip in anguish. Meanwhile, Lan Ling, adorned with a moon goddess mask, coldly observed the scene, the air around her thickening with tension. In another corner, Gui Moyen, donning a demon mask, crossed his arms, his crimson eyes flashing with bloodlust. Misoga, wearing a jester's mask, alternated between gasps of shock, expressions of sympathy, and cheers of encouragement, embodying the very essence of a clown. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly heated. Zhang Jun stealthily approached the private chamber, from which laughter occasionally emanated. Zhang Jun turned discreetly, signaling his two companions in different directions to act accordingly. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, entering the private room with astonishing speed. Upon entering, Zhang Jun beheld the seemingly righteous Luke, his right arm wrapped around a provocatively dressed woman, while his left hand raised a wine glass to toast with those surrounding him. Through the one-way mirror before him, he could clearly see the gruesome scene. Without hesitation, Zhang Jun sprang into action, unleashing a strike with his blade, the Thunderblood, aimed at Luke's neck. However, Luke's reaction was surprisingly swift. Unhesitatingly using the woman on his right as a shield, Zhang Jun frowned, retracting his attack in an instant. "Who are you?" Luke bellowed, immediately realizing that an assassination attempt was underway. The crowd outside the private chamber had only just begun to react, as everything had transpired far too swiftly. In the corners, Lan Ling and the others commenced their actions. A thick mist enveloped the entire space, while Gui Moyen occasionally slashed downward, creating chaos. Hill, accompanied by little Shirlang, began to distribute explosives, while Lan Ling utilized the air to push the crowd toward the hall's exit. Inside the private room, Zhang Jun showed no signs of hesitation. If one strike failed, he would follow with another. The entire room was soon engulfed in a tempest of electricity, inflicting equal harm upon all present. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was momentarily incapacitated, Zhang Jun unleashed the Thunderblood, a streak of purple light aimed straight for Luke's forehead. Luke's face paled in terror, and in the face of imminent death, his body instinctively reacted. His hands, coated in dark, armed hockey, shielded his forehead. Clang. Although his hands were nearly severed, he managed to block the attack. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the rebounding Thunderblood pierced through from behind his head. Trash. Zhang Jun gripped the returning blade, wiping the blood off its surface with disdain. Luke's finger trembled as he pointed at Zhang Jun, his eyes glazing over as he collapsed. Without pausing, Zhang Jun turned and exited the private chamber. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Within the chamber, he had only slain Luke. The chaos outside diminished at a visible rate, as Lan Ling's powers had propelled many directly outside. Zhang Jun swiftly made his way to the dueling arena, and before the bewildered eyes of the two unfortunate souls, he struck twice, shattering the arena's wall. Inside, pairs of eager eyes emerged, filled with longing. "Luke is dead. You are free," Zhang Jun called out loudly, before turning away without another glance. "Free? We are free. Luke is dead. Ha!" The sounds of jubilation echoed, yet the people did not linger, collectively bowing in gratitude before hastily fleeing. Zhang Jun noticed that among them were even children, truly deserving of their fate. Zhang Jun couldn't help but spit on the ground in disdain. Soon, the members of the Long Jun pirate crew gathered, each harboring excitement and relief in their eyes. Without waiting for the arrival of the Babibi guards, they departed swiftly, taking advantage of the night to ascend to a rooftop, gazing down at the den of iniquity. "Shirlang, now is the time." As Zhang Jun observed a procession of guards making their way towards the Hall of Sin, he turned to Xiao Shirlang just before they entered, signaling that it was time to detonate. "All right, let the fireworks commence." Xiao Shirlang's youthful voice brimmed with exuberance. He promptly produced a small device containing a button and, with his plump fingers, pressed down. Boom, 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 boom. A resounding blast echoed, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Brilliant flashes streaked across the night sky, creating a dazzling spectacle. The smoke generated by the explosions billowed outward, forming a vast dark cloud. Misoga, with a glint in his eye, merged the ominous cloud that would not have reigned with the one conjured by his powers. Suddenly, the area was drenched in a torrential downpour. The guards of Bibigwa stood frozen in place, stunned by the unfolding chaos. "Captain, what should we do now?" A subordinate whispered urgently to the leader of the Bibigwa guards. "Humph," the captain snorted disdainfully, waving his hand to signal a retreat. Meanwhile, those who had just been expelled from the Hall of Sin were filled with trepidation. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they might have met their demise within. Originally, the captain was supposed to instruct his subordinates to take statements from those present to identify the assailant. Yet, participating in the spectacle at the Hall of Sin was a blatant violation of world government laws. He dared not conduct an open investigation, especially since he had long harbored disdain for the Hall. "What? Major Luke went to the Hall of Sin today and hasn't come out?" A rotund middle-aged man, seated at the highest position within the palace of Bibigwa, stood up in astonishment. After receiving confirmation, he sank back into his throne, despondent. "It's over. It's over." He had relied heavily on Major Luke, committing numerous acts that had incited public ire. However, with the backing of a major from the Navy headquarters, the populace had been compelled to endure silently. All dissenting protests had been quashed. Now that his pillar of support had fallen, the king was left in despair, fearing for his throne. No. Quickly, go to the naval camp and inform them to relay the news of Luke's death to his father." The plump king seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope as he struggled to rise and instructed a reporting minister. On a rooftop near the Hall of Sin, the crew of the Zhang Jun pirates reveled in the spectacle before quietly returning to their inn, pretending as if they had not stepped outside. That night, despite the ruckus outside, they slept soundly. The following morning, several members of the crew gathered in the inn's lobby, eager to partake in breakfast. "Dear guests, our boss is in high spirits today, and all breakfast is complimentary. Please enjoy at your leisure." The innkeeper's face radiated with joy, as though a momentous event had transpired. Zhang Jun exchanged glances with his companions, then feigned ignorance, expressing his confusion. "You are unaware, but last night, Major Luke was assassinated. I wonder how many people in the kingdom are celebrating right now." The innkeeper leaned closer, chuckling. "I see." Zhang Jun unleashed his acting skills, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Indeed, little brother." "Splendid." The jovial uncle from the tavern approached, carrying a jug of liquor, as he poured and spoke. "Boss." The innkeeper slightly bowed his head in acknowledgement. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, realizing that this character had recommended the inn. "Which he owned. Ha, little brother, no offense meant. It's the nature of business." The uncle chuckled, exchanged a few more pleasantries, then instructed the innkeeper to grant Zhang Jun and his companions a discount on their lodging before departing. After finishing breakfast and settling their bill, Zhang Jun and his crew made their way towards the capital of Bibigwa. "He's here," Gue Moyen whispered conspiratorially to Zhang Jun, although only a single word was uttered. Zhang Jun grasped his meaning. "It's all right," Zhang Jun replied, glancing back at the jovial uncle who was drinking at the inn's entrance. The uncle raised his jug in greeting, and Zhang Jun nodded in acknowledgement. "Thunderer," the uncle muttered almost inaudibly to Haiti that moment. Zhang Jun realized that the uncle had likely recognized their identities, that he had assumed that, given the different routes they had taken, news would be scattered and few would recognize him. Hence, he was surprised that this uncle could identify him. If he could recognize them, it meant others might as well. Nevertheless, Zhang Jun was not keen on attracting trouble, though he was not afraid of it either. "Brother Captain, my explosive skills are impressive, aren't they?" Xiao Shilang chimed in eagerly, seeking praise. Last night, Brother Captain had not commended him. This was the truth behind Xiao Shilang's thoughts. "Incredible. Our Xiao Shilang is the best." Zhang Jun chuckled and ruffled his hair. The group was far from ordinary, and after a couple of hours, they arrived at the outskirts of the capital of Bibigwa. Due to the terrain, the capital remained a long, mountainous region. However, the main route was obstructed by thick city walls, leaving only a grand gate for regular traffic and a side gate for emergencies. At that moment, the sun shone brightly as the Zhang Jun pirates stood outside the capital of Bibigwa. The news of Major Luke's death seemed to still be reverberating. At least Zhang Jun and his companions had to pay the entrance fee to the capital. This indicated that the repercussions of his death had not yet fully erupted. This capital is rather picturesque, Sierra remarked, linking arms with Lan Ling and holding Xiao Shilong's hand as they took in their surroundings. The others nodded in agreement. The architecture of Bibiguo's capital was uniquely charming, with every structure seemingly built from a particular type of stone, bound together with a substance resembling cement. Additionally, every household adorned their rooftops with climbing plants, such as ivy as far as the eye could see. The buildings exuded a natural ambience. At the center of this elongated capital stood a colossal stone palace, flanked by roads known as King's Avenue. From any direction, one could only walk to the right, forbidden from going against the flow. Moreover, the guards in the capital were evidently more vigilant than those in other towns, with soldiers frequently seen patrolling the streets. Zhang Jun initially intended to traverse the capital directly towards the unknown territories above. However, at Misoga's strong insistence, he decided to linger for a while. After all, Zhang Jun found Misoga's reasoning compelling. He argued that Bibigua had stood here for many years, undoubtedly harboring ambitions for ascension. Yet, until now, there had been no expansion, indicating that dangers lurked above. Thus, Misoga suggested they first gather information about the unknown territories above Bia Island before proceeding with preparations. That it must be said, there were times when Zhang Jun marveled at how comprehensive Misoga's thoughts were. Of course, if it were only Zhang Jun, such issues would not arise. He could simply flee from danger on his own. Ding. Task triggered. Befriend the princess. Task reward. Premium bait 2. Zhang Jun paused slightly in his stride, then continued walking as if nothing had occurred. In truth, his mind was filled with questions, and he instinctively activated his observation hotkey to scan the surrounding individuals. There was no sign of any princess nearby. After observing with interest for a while, Zhang Jun found no trace of a princess. Brother, I finally found you. Mama wants me to tell you to come home for dinner. Suddenly, a ragged little girl rushed over, tugging at Zhang Jun's clothing with urgency written all over her face. Zhang Jun's gaze flickered, noticing a pair of eyes lurking in a nearby alley. Watching the girl intently, though, very well, let us return home. Zhang Jun knelt down to pinch the girl's muddy cheek. Then, with a sudden push of his legs, he vanished from sight. Speak. Who are you? A flash of lightning surged as Zhang Jun swiftly knocked the owner of the gaze to the ground, pressing his right foot firmly upon him. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. The individual at Zhang Jun's feet continued to cough, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. At that moment, Zhang Jun noticed that this person had a resolute countenance and was clad in attire reminiscent of the soldiers from the BB Kingdom, albeit with subtle differences. Oh dear, brother, please do not harm him. A little girl, witnessing the scene, rushed over in a flurry and tugged at Zhang Jun's clothing. Were you not the one who asked me for help to get rid of him? Zhang Jun's mind concocted a melodramatic narrative, yet he feigned ignorance as he spoke. Well, the little girl instantly faltered, unable to find her words. No. Brother, please let him go. He means no harm. After a brief pause, the little girl spoke again. Cough, cough. Miss, do not plead for him. The man beneath Zhang Jun's foot exclaimed angrily. All right, I believe I understand now. Is this yet another case of a wealthy young lady playing at being a runaway? Upon hearing the words of what appeared to be a bodyguard, Zhang Jun swiftly realized that this little girl was likely a princess. However, it was evident that they did not wish to reveal their identities. So Zhang Jun tactfully responded, pretending not to notice. He is merely pretending not to see. Thank you, brother. The little girl helped the bodyguard to his feet, her gaze a mixture of reproach and concern. Zhang Jun involuntarily shivered. Was this little girl infatuated with older men? By the way, little sister, as a daughter of a wealthy family, do you know anything about the unknown regions of Bia Island? At that moment, Hill, who had been curiously observing the little girl, approached with little Shirlang beside him. We would like to learn more. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement. Oh, you also wish to explore up there? Are you adventurers? Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, the bodyguard behind her rubbed his temples in exasperation, seemingly wanting to say something but unable to articulate it. Well, I suppose so. Zhang Jun replied, nodding. That's wonderful. I came out to seek adventure in the unknown regions. I know a lot. Brother, please take me along. The little girl exclaimed, her enthusiasm causing her to jump up and down as she clutched Zhang Jun's hand. Shaking it vigorously, Zhang Jun felt as though a crow had flown overhead. Miss? No, you cannot engage in such dangerous endeavors. The bodyguard's expression darkened as he seized the little girl's collar, lifting her up. No, no. I want to go. I absolutely must go. Star, if you don't let me go, I will ignore you forever. The little girl continued to struggle in the air. Miss, look, he hasn't agreed either. You should just give it up. The bodyguard, named Star, furrowed his brow, evidently worried that the little girl might indeed ignore him, and thus redirected his frustration. He cast frantic glances at Zhang Jun. All right. Zhang Jun felt a stir in his heart. Disregarding Star's resentful glare at "Oh yay, Star still won't let me down." The little girl cheered, turning to glare at Star. Star seemed poised to say something more, but ultimately sighed in resignation and set the little girl down. Ding, mission accomplished. Mission reward. Quality bait 2. Ding, chain mission triggered. Mission 1. Adventure with the princess. Mission 1 reward. Premium bait 1. Note: if the princess perishes, the mission fails. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed. Clearly, this task was not as simple as it appeared. It had triggered some sort of chain mission. However, Zhang Jun felt indifferent, believing that with his current abilities, as long as he maintained a humble and calm demeanor while completing the task, nothing would go awry. Brother, let's find somewhere to eat first. I'm so hungry. Then we can go on our adventure, all right? Oh, just call me Xingxing. Princess Xingxing eagerly exclaimed. Zhang Jun shrugged and, after introductions, the group made their way to a restaurant. During this time, little Shirlang approached the same-aged girl to greet her, only to be met with an expression of disdain from Xingxing, as if she found him a bothersome child. Little Shirlang felt quite wronged. Despite his appearance suggesting he was merely 5 or 6 due to stunted growth, he was nearly 10 years old. Observing this, Zhang Jun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Discreetly glancing at Star, who stood behind them with a dark expression, Star was clearly over 20, older than Zhang Jun thus. Was it possible that Princess Xingxing considered her mental age to be akin to Star's? Which explained her perception of Shirlang as a mere child? Zhang Jun shook his head in exasperation. The group soon arrived at a restaurant. Observing Princess Xingxing devouring her food with gusto, Zhang Jun found it hard to believe she was a royal. Meanwhile, Misoga, who had been clamoring to gather intelligence, greeted Zhang Jun before vanishing. Gamoyan remained as taciturn as ever, eating in silence. Conversely, Lanling had recently become quite loquacious, often laughing and playing with Hill, resembling good friends. On the opposite side of the round table, little Shirlang poked at his food with a forlorn expression. Star, however, resolutely abstained from the table, his demeanor suggesting that they ought not to dine with Princess Xingxing. Yet, given her royal status, he refrained from vocalizing such sentiments. Zhang Jun and the others paid no mind to these considerations and sat down to eat without hesitation. Boss, it's chaos. Just as Zhang Jun marveled at the unique flavors of the food. Misoga burst in, panicked. What happened? Speak slowly. Zhang Jun turned, perplexed. Cough. The king of the BB kingdom has been murdered. The palace is in disarray, and the princes are reportedly fighting for the throne. After taking a moment to steady himself, Misoga took a large gulp of water before continuing. What? Princess Xingxing, her mouth still full of food, gasped in disbelief that I said, the BB kingdom. Misoga attempted to elaborate, but was cut off by Zhang Jun. What do you plan to do next? Zhang Jun turned to Xingxing, his eyes reflecting sympathy, understanding that she had just learned of her father's demise. Oh, I want to go on an adventure with you. Xingxing momentarily paused before nonchalantly stating her intent, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow. This was intriguing. Princess, no need to conceal it. He has already figured it out. Star, displaying keen insight, cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Jun. Upon hearing Star's words, everyone except Gamoyan and Lanling appeared bewildered. You are a princess. The one most taken aback was little Shirlang, who exclaimed in shock. Fortunately, they were in a private room. Otherwise, his outburst might have alerted the entire world. Yes, Xingxing replied, somewhat surprised but soon graciously confirming her identity. That I apologize. Your father just passed away. Please do not be too sorrowful that I lost my father when I was very young. Little Shirlong's eyes darkened as he spoke in a subdued tone. It's all right. It doesn't matter. He never truly regarded me as his daughter. Xingxing forced a bitter smile. Star, who served her, also revealed a look of sadness. Subsequently, Xingxing recounted her story. It turned out that although she was the only princess of the BB kingdom in name, she was merely an illegitimate daughter of the king. The entire palace regarded her with disdain, and even the servants seldom treated her kindly. The only one who had ever shown her kindness was Star. Thus, she felt no grief over the king's death, only a sense of bewilderment. Why do I always seem to encounter tragic figures? Zhang Jun sighed inwardly, surveying the group. Each seemed to bear a past filled with sorrow. Suddenly, amidst the somber atmosphere, the sound of marching troops echoed from the street. We must leave, Zhang Jun spoke solemnly. Since the star has clearly expressed the desire to continue the expedition, I shall refrain from further words. Misoga conjured dark clouds that enveloped the entire royal capital. For him, at this moment, creating these ominous clouds was a trivial task. Under the dim sky, the group swiftly traversed the King's Avenue. Along the way, they encountered soldiers conducting inspections, yet they passed through without incident. Wait, ahead lies the Snow Gate, exclaimed the Star Princess. The Snow Gate typically does not permit passage, hence those adventurers take alternative routes. It was evident that she had done her homework in preparation for this ascent. Zhang Jun nodded and, accompanied by a few companions, followed her lead. The Star Princess guided them to a corner of the Snow Gate, where she rhythmically tapped on the wall. This method was acquired at a high price from an adventurer. She declared proudly. Indeed, the wall soon stirred to life, appearing as if it were being drawn inward. Impressive, Miss Sogo whispered in admiration. Once the wall had fully receded, an old man cautiously poked his head out. Are you adventurers? He inquired, his confusion evident as Zhang Jun's party included 2 children, which seemed peculiar. Indeed, Zhang Jun stepped forward, exuding a faint aura of authority. The old man's expression shifted, and he hastily cleared a path for Zhang Jun and his companions. 1,000 berries. Upon witnessing the group's entrance, the old man activated a mechanism to restore the wall, then extended his hand. Previously, someone discovered valuable treasures here and made a fortune. To assuage any potential objections from Zhang Jun's group regarding the fee, he added, although I fear you, I must earn my keep. Very well, here you go. Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly. A mere 1,000 berries was but a trifling sum. The old man accepted the pouch without counting, merely weighing it in his hand before grinning broadly. Follow me. He then led the group through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at another wall. As the wall opened, an icy breeze rushed forth. Both Xiao Shilang and Star shivered simultaneously, prompting Star to disdainfully glance at Xiao Shilang and emit a huff. Xiao Shilang pouted in indignation. Observing the 2 children, he couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you may proceed. I wish you good fortune. The old man tightened his clothing, signaling for Zhang Jun and his group to hasten their exit. Following a similar operation, once they had passed through, the old man sealed the wall once again. Oh, is there a path up there as well? Hill queried, pointing at the grand avenue before them. This route was once forged by our nation in an effort to explore the heights, but after those soldiers retreated in panic to construct the Snow Gate, only the occasional adventurer dares to tread here, the Star Princess explained, revealing her considerable knowledge. Zhang Jun gazed at the snow-covered expanse approximately 100 meters away and then looked up at the towering peak. Curiosity swelling within him about the mysteries that lay above, beyond the Snow Gate. The landscape transformed into a vast expanse of pristine white, seemingly composed entirely of accumulated snow. The group advanced along the path once blazed by the explorers of the BB Kingdom. As they walked, the Star Princess regaled them with tales of the snow-capped summit and the history of the BB Kingdom, with occasional interjections from his guard. Star, it was said that Bia Island had once harbored no indigenous inhabitants. Presently, the citizens of BB Kingdom predominantly comprised those who fled here, along with some who drifted ashore and settled. Initially, these individuals confined their activities to the foothills. However, human ambition is perpetually insatiable, and the evident abundance of resources higher up beckoned them to venture forth. Through the relentless efforts of generations, the BB Kingdom gradually took shape. During that time, the people lived in comfort, free from worry. As the saying goes, when one's belly is full, thoughts turn to desire, and gradually, the reigning king became restless. He dispatched a contingent of soldiers to ascend the summit, tasking them with uncovering its secrets and any potential resources or rare creatures. Alas, that contingent vanished without a trace. It was not until 6 months later that the corpulent king recognized their fate. Enraged and impotent, he sent wave after wave of soldiers, yet they too disappeared as if they had evaporated into thin air. The king, in a state of panic, hesitated. The cost of exploring the summit was too great. Just as he was on the verge of abandoning the pursuit, a ragged, gaunt figure appeared, claiming to be the sole survivor of the lost soldiers. He recounted tales of monstrous beings resembling snow beasts that feasted on human flesh. Yet, he also spoke of their dwelling, filled with treasures akin to sparkling crystals. The king, momentarily taken aback, ultimately succumbed to the allure of the gems. Outweighing the threat posed by the monsters in this land devoid of war, the king mobilized all available forces towards the summit. What transpired thereafter remained shrouded in mystery. A mere third of the army returned. While the king and several ministers vanished without a trace, those soldiers who returned remained tight-lipped about the horrors they had encountered. Even under duress, fear gripped the populace, leading to the establishment of the Snow Gate. Yet, in truth, no creatures have attacked it to this day. Gradually, some adventurers sought to ascend the peak for fame and fortune. Yet, similarly, none returned. I have always felt these legends are exaggerated, if the creatures above are truly as bloodthirsty and formidable as described. How could other life forms possibly survive on this island? Star remarked candidly. That may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps there are limitations. Zhang Jun mused upon hearing this. That moment, he suddenly felt the corners of his garments being tugged. Brother Jun, perhaps we should reconsider our ascent. Yes, yes. On his left, Hill's face was etched with fear, while Xiao Shilang mirrored the same expression on his right. In contrast, Star, who was of a similar age to Xiao Shilang, scoffed, causing his face to flush crimson. It sounds perilous. If anyone is reluctant, perhaps it is best to wait in the city. Zhang Jun pondered, recognizing that while Hill and Xiao Shilang had high offensive capabilities, they lacked self-defense skills. He cast a few glances at Star as he spoke. Meanwhile, Star subtly tugged at Star's clothing. Nevertheless, she maintained her stubborn resolve to proceed. All right. Hill hesitated as she glanced at Lan Ling. I will protect you. Lan Ling suddenly stepped forward, declaring. Zhang Jun's lips twitched, as if implying he would not safeguard her. Hill expressed her gratitude by hugging Lan Ling, yet hesitated to respond immediately, for it would be unfair to allow Xiao Shilang to return alone if he did not wish to proceed. I will also. Just as Xiao Shilang bore the weight of everyone's gaze, the usually reticent Guimoyan suddenly spoke coldly. Then I shall protect little Star, Miss Soga interjected playfully, approaching the Star Princess, only to be met with a glare from Star. It seemed that everyone had resolved not to turn back, so Zhang Jun concluded, in that case, let us proceed with caution. We embark. Zhang Jun nodded in satisfaction, seeing that Xiao Shilang also chose to continue the adventure. He waved his hand and led the way forward. As the group ventured further, the snow beneath their feet grew increasingly thick, gradually reaching the height of their calves. At this moment, Guimoyan carried Xiao Shilang on his back, while Si Tabor Xingxing. A chilling gust of wind swept through, causing Zhang Jun's hair to stand on end. Be careful, something is lurking. Zhang Jun whispered sharply, the glint of his blade flashing in the dim light. Hiss, hiss, two sharp sounds echoed, revealing a stain of crimson on the snow. Two pristine white snakes lay severed in half, their bodies crumpling to the ground. Wow, how impressive! Xingxing exclaimed excitedly from Sita's back. Sita, gripping his gun, turned in astonishment to look at Zhang Jun. Just moments ago, he had sensed nothing, yet the danger had been swiftly averted. Are there snakes in the snow? Hilton's eyes gleamed as he approached the severed snakes. Prying open their jaws for inspection, they seemed non-venomous, he remarked with a hint of disappointment, rising to bury the two snakes beneath the snow. Everyone, be cautious. The creatures here appear to be white and blend in easily. After traversing a bit further, they encountered some other small animals, prompting Zhang Jun to speak up. The group nodded in agreement. Not a single tree was in sight. Staring at the endless expanse of white was indeed visually exhausting. If they were ambushed by more white animals, it would be quite distressing. Fortunately, both Zhang Jun and Guimoyan possessed the observation haki, significantly reducing the likelihood of hidden dangers. Hey, is that a structure over there? Xiao Shilang, perched on Guimoyan's back, pointed towards the right front of the group. Following his gesture, they indeed spotted a white protrusion that appeared to be a building. Let us head over there and take a look. Zhang Jun decisively stated. Wandering aimlessly was not a viable option. Ding, side quest 2. Explore the ruins. Quest reward. Premium bait 2. The system's voice chimed just as Zhang Jun made his decision. Could it truly be ruins? Zhang Jun pondered to himself. The saying goes, a mountain may seem close, but it takes time to reach it. Although the structure appeared near, it took them several hours to arrive, primarily due to the upward incline of the path. Behind the building loomed a thick shroud of mist. The structure was erected on a prominent platform entirely composed of ice. As was the building itself, it resembled a grand hall, with numerous grooves adorning the icy walls, suggesting that something had once been embedded there, now long vanished. The palace's top had been destroyed, revealing a vast gaping hole, Fragments of ice littered the interior, bearing the scars of impact. Inside the hall stood 12 pillars, each showing varying degrees of damage, yet they managed to support the entire structure. As they ascended, the temperature dropped sharply, but fortunately, they had purchased ample warm clothing beforehand. Even so, a relentless chill continued to assail them. "Ho, boss, let us spend the night here. At least it provides some shelter," Misoga suggested, sniffling and trembling. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement, and, to the astonishment of the group, retrieved a variety of items from the system: tents, beds, cups, and wood. It feels a bit like camping, Xingxing mumbled, her face lighting up as she dashed towards the bed inside the tent, although Xingxing and Sita were both surprised and curious, given the extraordinary nature of Zhang Jun's method of item retrieval. Their intelligence prevented them from probing too deeply into the secret. Observing their innocent expressions, Zhang Jun discreetly nodded, relieved that they harbored no ill intentions regarding his storage method. Nightfall soon enveloped them, and the cold intensified imperceptibly. Gathered around the campfire, the group finally decided to retreat to their tents for sleep. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, startling everyone into a defensive stance. "Shilang!" Flashbang. Zhang Jun turned to see Xiao Shilang with his hand in his bag. Without a word, Xiao Shilang hurled a spherical object into the darkness. In an instant, the previously dark area illuminated as bright as day. Roar! A fierce growl echoed, and despite Zhang Jun's keen reflexes and vision, he caught only a fleeting glimpse of a pale figure darting past. It escaped, Zhang Jun murmured, casting an appreciative glance at Xiao Shilang. During this time, the bomb expert Xiao Shilang had created numerous devices under Zhang Jun's guidance and the knowledge imparted by his abilities, even having Hill concoct a special poison to mix with his explosive devices. "Look!" Suddenly, Lan Ling's ethereal voice resonated within the hall. The group turned their attention to a glimmer of light in the darkness. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a humanoid figure. Instinctively, Zhang Jun summoned the Yaoshan Lei, but as the light flooded the hall, the figure vanished. Zhang Jun frowned, retracting the Yaoshan Lei, plunging the hall back into darkness. "It has appeared," Hill exclaimed. Zhang Jun observed that the figure resembled a holographic projection, a humanoid silhouette holding a white flower and adorned with a transparent crown. "Is this a statue?" Xingxing murmured, noticing the puzzled expressions of her companions. She elaborated. It turned out that the BB Kingdom also possessed statues, and this one bore a striking resemblance to theirs, hence her assertion. The group understood and followed Zhang Jun closer to the statue. "Moyan, can you move a bit?" Zhang Jun suddenly noticed a small section missing from the statue, which led him to deduce that it was indeed a projection. As Gui Moyan shifted, the statue reassembled perfectly. "How fascinating!" Lan Ling, always intrigued by new phenomena, whispered in awe. Zhang Jun wholeheartedly agreed. This world was undeniably imbued with an otherworldly essence, capable of producing such holographic projections. "Hey, there's a huge footprint here, and this wall is broken." Suddenly, Sita exclaimed. Unable to discern the significance of the statue, Zhang Jun decided to summon the Yaoshan Lei once more to examine the footprint Sita mentioned. "This footprint is enormous." Hill, knowledgeable about biology, crouched down for a closer look. Could it be a Yeti? Xingxing suddenly recalled something, gasping with excitement. "Look, this footprint resembles a human's, just much larger. I've heard legends about Yetis, and their footprints are just like this." As she spoke, Xingxing scanned the surroundings, evidently fascinated by the idea of Yetis. Ding. Side quest 2 complete. Side quest triggered. Yeti. Quest reward. Premium bait 2. The system's voice chimed, seemingly urging Zhang Jun to investigate matters related to the Yeti. "You all stay here. I'll follow the footprints." Zhang Jun contemplated briefly before addressing the group. He did not wait for their approval or dissent. Since his goal was to uncover the Yeti, swift action was imperative. Otherwise, it is highly likely that we will lose our leads due to the passage of time. As they watched Zhang Jun's figure slip through the shattered wall, a profound silence enveloped the group for a considerable moment. It was only after Misoga's suggestion that they each retreated to their tents to rest, taking turns to keep watch for Zhang Jun's return. Initially, both Shilang and Xingxing, along with Star, were deeply concerned about Zhang Jun's solitary venture. However, upon hearing the reassurances from Misoga, Hill, and others about Zhang Jun's formidable strength, their worries dissipated entirely. At that moment, Princess Xingxing realized that the person she had always referred to as brother was, in fact, someone even the 7 warlords could not contend with. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun, following the tracks, encountered a dilemma as the footprints were swiftly obscured by the sudden snowstorm, standing still with Yao Shanshan in hand. He realized he had indeed arrived too late. Nevertheless, Zhang Jun harbored no intentions of surrendering easily. By closing his eyes and attuning to his surroundings, he surprisingly sensed a faint disturbance, transforming into a flash of lightning. He instantly arrived at the source of the anomaly. A snow rabbit. Zhang Jun lifted the source of the disturbance, exhaling a resigned sigh. Little fellow, do you happen to know where the snowman is? He mused aloud, scanning the area. Suddenly, an intriguing thought struck him. Of course, I possess the voice of all things. Zhang Jun slapped his forehead with his left hand, a wry smile forming on his lips. As he closed his eyes to concentrate, he began to grasp the essence of the snow rabbit's intentions. Gently, he set it down. The snow rabbit glanced at him before dashing off in a particular direction. Satisfied, Zhang Jun nodded and followed suit. The night air was brisk, with snowflakes drifting down now and then. Fortunately, Zhang Jun's physique was exceptional. Otherwise, an ordinary person might have succumbed to the biting cold. The snow rabbit scurried across the snow for quite some time. And Zhang Jun refrained from unleashing Yao Shanshan, instead relying on the moonlight and his observation haki to trail it from a distance. After what felt like ages, Zhang Jun sensed the temperature dropping gradually. Finally, the snow rabbit came to a halt. After assessing the situation and detecting no imminent danger, he swiftly appeared beside the snow rabbit. Startled, the creature leaped away and fled without looking back. Zhang Jun paid it no mind, for his attention was captivated by the entrance of a cave before him. The entrance was substantial, approximately 10 meters in diameter. Quietly, Zhang Jun unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the cave's wall, which dissipated without a sound. Sensing the changes in the magnetic field with his eyes closed, he nodded in satisfaction. This was a unique ability he had developed himself, by manipulating his control over lightning and magnetic fields. He could alter the magnetic field of a location, effectively marking it. As long as he remained within a certain range, he would be able to sense it. He had no intention of entering the cave to explore at that moment. Instead, he planned to return and wait for dawn, bringing the others along to avoid the danger of getting separated and picked off one by one. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jun transformed into a streak of lightning. Heading back to the location of the ruins. He had previously left a mark there, allowing him to sense it perfectly within that range. The speed of Zhang Jun, now a flash of lightning, was astonishingly swift. Although he could not reach the speed of light, it was still remarkably fast. Previously, he had suppressed his speed to track the snow rabbit, but now, there was no need. Mere seconds later, Zhang Jun arrived back at the ruins. Upon entering through the damaged wall, an ominous feeling washed over him. His expression changed, and he illuminated the entire area with Yao Shanshan. Where is everyone? Zhang Jun's heart raced as he discovered only the tents and the campfire remained. With no sign of any individuals, after a thorough inspection, he found no traces of a struggle, deepening his confusion. Logically, given Hill and the others' understanding of him, it was inconceivable that they would not wait at the original location. So, what was the situation now? Compelling himself to remain calm, Zhang Jun began to circle the ruins, observing intently. Suddenly, Zhang Jun noticed a deep mark in the snow about 8 meters away from the ruins. It resembled a knife wound, though it was gradually being filled in by the snow. Gui Moyen. Zhang Jun's eyes lit up as he rushed towards the direction of the knife mark. Indeed, not far ahead, Zhang Jun spotted a second knife mark. This one was more distinct than the previous one, clearly left behind later. Zhang Jun's expression darkened as he swiftly pursued the trail of marks. Abruptly, the lightning form of Zhang Jun revealed itself. Here, the knife marks had completely vanished, and despite searching diligently, he could not uncover the next mark. Lowering his head, he stood in place for a while. Eventually, he raised his gaze, eyes ablaze with determination. He would scour every inch of the snowy landscape until he found them. I will search tirelessly. Zhang Jun gritted his teeth, for during their time together, he had come to regard them as family, trusted kin willing to sacrifice for one another. However, just as Zhang Jun prepared to commence a thorough search, a faint sound emanated from the nearby snow. Turning his head, he beheld a metallic glint shimmering in the emerging sunlight. What is this? Zhang Jun approached with curiosity. After a moment of scrutiny, he recognized the gleaming tip of one of Gui Moyen's dual blades. The Duhun blade. Reaching out, he grasped the blade and pulled it upward. Instantly, the blade came free, along with the figure of its wielder. Moyen, Zhang Jun froze for a moment as he observed the figure collapse into the snow. Gue Moyen lay on the ground, lips turning purple, eyes tightly shut. Zhang Jun hurriedly retrieved a bottle of hot water from his system and gently propped Gue Moyen up, carefully feeding him. After a considerable time, Gue Moyen finally opened his eyes. "You've returned," the weakened Gue Moyen uttered, and then his eyes sharpened with focus. He proceeded to recount the events that transpired after Zhang Jun's departure. Originally, they had intended to remain in place, awaiting Zhang Jun's return, while designating one person to keep watch in rotation. That time, it was already the latter half of the night, and it happened to be Gue Moyen's turn to stand guard. He was leaning against the fire, arms crossed. However, for reasons unknown, despite having recently slept, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Unconsciously, he succumbed to a deep slumber, dreaming that he was still standing by the campfire. As if nothing had transpired that moment, he had no inkling that he was dreaming. After a while, the blade energy within him suddenly alerted him. He awoke with a start, only to find several towering shadows emerging from the tent. Clutching Misogwa and the others in front of him stood one such figure, who seemed to sense Gue Moyen's sudden awakening and turned to flee without hesitation. Naturally, Gue Moyen could not let this go unanswered. He swiftly drew his dual blades and pursued. During the chase, he unleashed several slashes, but none landed. Moreover, those figures were not only tall but also moved with an uncanny speed, making it difficult for him to catch up, forcing him to maintain a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Eventually, it seemed that Gue Moyen's relentless pursuit had provoked them. Suddenly, a vast expanse of snow descended upon him. Indeed, Gue Moyen had witnessed a snowfield that appeared to stretch across the entire sky, crashing down towards him. Although he could have evaded it with his speed, an overwhelming sense of drowsiness enveloped him. Consequently, he found himself pinned beneath the weight of the snow. The snow was thick, and combined with the extreme cold, Gue Moyen's attempts to dig himself out slowed considerably. Ultimately, as the tip of his blade barely broke the surface of the snow, he succumbed to the cold and lost consciousness. Listening to Gue Moyen's account, Zhang Jun pondered several questions. Firstly, were those beings truly snowmen? Secondly, what were their intentions? Thirdly, was the dreamlike state induced by a devil fruit? Or did they inherently possess such powers? Fourthly, while creating such a vast expanse of snow, Zhang Jun recalled that the ability to manipulate snow belonged to a female user, suggesting that there might be another power at play capable of generating snow. Shaking his head, Zhang Jun realized that the immediate priority was to rescue Hill and the others. He turned to the gradually recovering Gue Moyen, hoping he could assist in locating Hill and the others. Life card. The specter of Gue Moyen regained his icy demeanor and spoke in a measured tone. "Indeed," Zhang Jun exclaimed, slapping his forehead as a fragment of torn paper materialized in his hand. As anticipated, the life card trembled, drawn by an unseen force in a particular direction. "Let us proceed." Zhang Jun produced several restorative pills crafted by Hill for Gue Moyen to consume before heading toward the direction indicated by the life card. Along the way, he subtly adjusted their course several times, and after a duration of 1 hour, they arrived before a vast cavern. Sensing the distinct magnetic field at the cave's entrance, Zhang Jun's lips twitched. Was this not the very entrance he had discovered earlier? "Moyen, how do you fare now?" Zhang Jun inquired, glancing back at Gue Moyen. The latter remained silent, merely nodding to indicate that he was unharmed. What is the combat capability of those entities? At this juncture, Zhang Jun finally had the opportunity to delve into such matters. Their defensive power is exceedingly high, and their speed is remarkable, yet their offensive capability is lacking. Gue Moyen reflected, recalling the encounter they had faced. Although their speed was impressive, Gue Moyen was no novice and had exchanged blows with them. Zhang Jun nodded. Then together with Gue Moyen, they advanced into the cavern. However, after traversing nearly 20 meters, they halted, for the cavern had reached an impasse. "No, it must contain mechanisms or hidden passages," Zhang Jun muttered, commencing his exploration of the walls. Gue Moyen also began to scrutinize the surroundings. Moments later, Zhang Jun furrowed his brow as he surveyed the icy wall before him. How could it be? How could it all be solid? Indeed, after groping for some time, Zhang Jun discovered no mechanisms. Each icy wall was solid. The life card, Gue Moyen interjected, pausing to contemplate. He suspected they were not mistaken in direction but had yet to reach their destination. This cavern was not the place they sought. Zhang Jun was taken aback but swiftly dismissed this notion. for it was last night when the snow hare had guided them to this very cavern. Such a coincidence was implausible. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Jun's gaze hardened. "Mohan, distance yourself," he commanded without turning back. Mohan hesitated briefly before retreating. Within the cavern, Zhang Jun flipped his wrist, gripping the thunderblood as the electric currents coursed. A white mist began to rise. Zhang Jun was employing the principle of electrical resistance to heat the thunderblood to an extreme temperature, and due to its extraordinary material properties, it could withstand such heat. This experiment had been previously conducted by Zhang Jun. He then released his grip, allowing the thunderblood to hover in midair, continuing to be heated. Dazzling red light and surging steam filled the cavern. With a swift motion, Zhang Jun directed the thunderblood to strike 3 walls in rapid succession. Throughout this process, he maintained the electric current, preserving the thunderblood's elevated temperature. Due to the excessive heat, the thunderblood pierced through the icy layers, advancing deeper within. Mohan's pupils dilated slightly, questioning whether he could endure the searing touch of such a blade. The left wall was penetrated, solid. The right wall was breached, solid. The front wall was pierced, solid. Just as Zhang Jun was on the verge of despair, Mohan pointed beneath their feet. Zhang Jun's gaze shifted, and the thunderblood shot forth, hollow. Indeed, the thunderblood had penetrated over 100 meters when Zhang Jun suddenly sensed a change in force. Below, Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. With Zhang Jun's manipulation, the thunderblood swiftly excavated a massive opening. "Let us go." Zhang Jun summoned the radiant thunder and leaped down without hesitation. Mohan quickly followed suit. After falling for approximately 5 to 6 seconds, Zhang Jun landed on an icy surface. The ice was slick, and he nearly lost his footing. With a thud, Zhang Jun turned to see Mohan rising expressionlessly. Suppressing a smile, Zhang Jun reminded himself that rescuing others was of utmost importance. Illuminated by the light of radiant thunder, Zhang Jun noticed a tall icy staircase before him, evidently leading to a sealed cavern. Strange. Did they intend to entomb themselves? Zhang Jun shook his head, surveying the area. This was a vast, open space, reminiscent of being within a mountain's core. Subsequently, Zhang Jun cut through the adjacent icy wall, revealing rock formations. This enormous open space featured 2 passageways, one on the left and one on the right, suggesting that the central area merely served as a junction. Zhang Jun did not linger and took out the life card. Following its guidance, he ventured into the right passage. This moment, Zhang Jun had already stowed away the radiant thunder. For within these passageways lay crystalline structures that emitted light. Were these the gems akin to those described in the Tale of the Stars? After all, crystals do not emit light. The lengthy tunnel instilled a sense of impatience in Zhang Jun, leading him to ponder in a somewhat distracted manner. The tunnel twisted and turned, reminding Zhang Jun of the caverns of the subterranean dwellers, with the sole distinction being that this place generated its own light source. Something approaches. Suddenly, Zhang Jun signaled Mohan to halt. He then concentrated, confirming that something was drawing near at the left turn ahead. Zhang Jun signaled Mohan to remain still before vanishing like a bolt of lightning. Crackle! The sound of electric shocks echoed, and soon, Zhang Jun emerged, dragging a massive entity behind him. He then discarded it onto the ground for examination. This creature bore resemblance to an ape, yet its back was more upright. Its face leaned more towards the human form, and it was entirely covered in snow-white fur, with 5 knuckle-like fingers adorned with sharp claws. However, its fur was now charred black. Was this the snow beast? By the way, Mohan, have you ever heard them speak? Zhang Jun kicked the fallen snow beast and inquired. No. Mohan shook his head. Nevertheless, Zhang Jun paid little heed, as he possessed the skill of universal voice. While he could not engage in a fully normal conversation, he could grasp the general meaning. Thus, Mohan hoisted the enormous snow beast, following Zhang Jun as they continued onward. Approximately 15 minutes later, Mohan halted Zhang Jun and dropped the snow beast onto the ground. It was awakening. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, realizing that these snow beasts possessed unusual resilience. Previously, Zhang Jun had assessed that even the lowly snow beasts had a combat capability of 1760. No wonder the exploration team from Bibigua was no match for them. Zhang Jun dismissed these distractions and eagerly gazed at the snow beast, awaiting news of Hill and the others. Within the snowy cavern, Zhang Jun and Mohan stood before a colossal figure. Zhang Jun commanded the thunderblood to levitate before him, heating it to an exceedingly high temperature to intimidate the recently awakened snow beast. Where are my companions? Zhang Jun urged the Thunderblood to approach the snow beast cautiously. The snow beast visibly trembled in fear of the intense heat, but dared not utter a sound. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's inquiry, its massive head nodded slightly. Lead the way, Zhang Jun instructed, allowing the Thunderblood to retreat slightly, granting him adequate space to rise and guide. Gui Mohan remained vigilant, attentively observing the surroundings for any potential threats. The snow beast obediently rose, its gaze towards Zhang Jun resembling that of a creature confronted by a demon. With a stern glare from Zhang Jun, it promptly obeyed, proceeding in a specific direction. Sensing the searing heat behind it, the snow beast dared not make any rash movements. Zhang Jun exchanged a glance with Gui Mohan and took the lead, while Gui Mohan utilized the shadow step to linger behind, advancing stealthily through the shadows. This strategy would allow them to catch any unknown foes off guard. After passing through several intersections, Zhang Jun noted that the number of snow beasts appeared to be quite sparse. Until now, he had only encountered this singular creature. Indeed, if there were thousands of such formidable beasts, they would have long since conquered one island after another. Zhang Jun mused in his boredom. After walking for a while longer, he suddenly sensed a breeze wafting toward him. Was he nearing the cave's exit? Zhang Jun refocused his attention and gazed ahead at that moment. He was startled by the sound of footsteps echoing from both the left and right passages. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he allowed Lei Shui to continue hovering behind the snow beast. Then, in a flash, a crackle of electricity erupted. The snow beast within the two passages had no time to scream before they collapsed to the ground. Incapacitated by the shock, the snow beast, coerced into leading the way by Zhang Jun, let out a low, mournful growl. Though its eyes were primarily filled with astonishment, their kind had always prided themselves on their unique gifts, possessing intelligence akin to that of humans, but with combat prowess far superior. Although there were exceptions, this was the first time it had witnessed such a display. What are you howling about? We haven't killed you, Zhang Jun retorted angrily. Isn't it you who brought this upon yourselves? Lead the way. Upon hearing his words, the snow beast, intimidated, hastily continued onward as they progressed. Zhang Jun could distinctly feel the air flowing more smoothly. And ahead, the light was no longer that of the luminous crystals. At this moment, there were no shadows present, and Gui Moyan silently trailed behind as they drew closer to the exit. The snow beast's pace quickened slightly. This caused Zhang Jun to furrow his brow. Could it be that after witnessing his overwhelming combat strength, it still had some reliance? Suddenly, he cast a glance at Gui Moyan. Indeed, a being capable of defeating Gui Moyan might very well be able to contend with him as well. Zhang Jun felt a flicker of excitement. With his newfound strength, it had been ages since he had encountered someone worthy of a fight. Embracing a sense of eager anticipation, he followed the snow beast. To be frank, Zhang Jun was not particularly concerned about the safety of Xier and the others. After all, Lan Ling was present. According to Gui Moyan, while pursuing him, an ice shard shot from the shadows toward the back of his neck. His reaction had been a moment too slow, resulting in him only being able to slightly tilt his head just as it grazed his neck. Suddenly, an invisible barrier had appeared, intercepting the ice shard. Thus, Gui Moyan was confident that Lan Ling had feigned unconsciousness to infiltrate their midst, and they were unlikely to encounter any misfortune. Hearing this, Zhang Jun visibly relaxed, which was also why he could entertain stray thoughts in such a situation. As the surroundings brightened, guided by the snow beast, Zhang Jun and his companion arrived at a location resembling a volcanic crater, a circular basin. Feeling the extreme cold enveloping him and observing the environment, Zhang Jun could ascertain that this was indeed the summit of Baya Peak. Due to the high altitude, he experienced a slight adverse reaction, though it was not overly bothersome, as he was now solemnly observing the enemies before him. This appeared to be the lair of the snow beasts. Numerous ice structures had been constructed upon the flat ground, and at that moment, several snow beasts of varying sizes were fixated on Zhang Jun and his companion. However, upon the snow beast under Zhang Jun's compulsion letting out a roar, the others retracted their fierce gazes, though hostility still lingered in their eyes. Zhang Jun nodded in satisfaction. These snow beasts, whose combat strength peaked at just over 2,000, truly failed to pique his interest, even rendering him reluctant to squander time on them. As the coerced snow beast pointed toward a direction, Zhang Jun saw a group of individuals in the center. Their eyes tightly closed. Moyan. Zhang Jun scanned the area, not spotting any threatening foes, his brow furrowing as he called out to Gui Moyan. True to his nature, Gui Moyan quickly grasped Zhang Jun's intent. With a flash of black smoke, he swiftly appeared on the circular platform at the center. Zhang Jun, meanwhile, continued to escort the snow beast step by step toward that area, observing Ge Moyan awakening the individuals one by one. Zhang Jun's frown deepened. If it were this simple to succeed, what was the purpose of their abduction? Had they truly been intimidated by Zhang Jun's apparent strength? Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. His power had not yet been fully unleashed, and he doubted anyone could perceive combat strength as he could. On the platform, Ge Moyan glanced at Lan Ling, who had already regained her footing, and nodded to her. He then proceeded to awaken the last of the sleeping star princess. Gaga, welcome, everyone. It is my pleasure to host you from afar. At that moment, a peculiar-looking individual, clearly a leader, emerged from one of the passages accompanied by 4 others. Zhang Jun turned, understanding dawning upon him, and his pupils constricted. 4500, 3600, 3200, 2800, 2400. The combat prowess of these individuals far exceeded Zhang Jun's expectations. He no longer paid attention to the coerced snow beast, transforming into a bolt of lightning that zipped onto the platform. Brother Jun, Captain, Boss, the group erupted in joyous exclamations, but upon noticing Zhang Jun's serious expression, they immediately fell silent. If it were only Zhang Jun, he would have been entirely unconcerned. However, with so many people present, it became difficult for him to ensure everyone's safety. He could not bear the thought of anyone losing their life because of this. What are you planning? Zhang Jun's eyes crackled with electricity, prepared to unleash his full power at the slightest hint of malevolence, striving to resolve the situation swiftly. At the summit of Baya Peak, within the dormant volcanic crater, Zhang Jun and his companions stood on the central platform as she air distributed healing pills. The others took their medicine while standing behind Zhang Jun, vigilantly watching the front. Gaga, dear guests, we harbor no ill will. Accompanied by an eerie laughter, the 5 oddly dressed individuals slowly approached Zhang Jun and his companions. They were 4 men and 1 woman, adorned not in fabric but in garments crafted from animal pelts. Were it not for their human-like heads and hands, one might easily mistake them for diminutive snow beasts. As they drew near, the snow beasts seemed to find their backbone, gathering behind them and roaring at Zhang Jun's group. Halt. Zhang Jun's gaze turned icy, Lei Shui swirling in midair, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. The air around the heated Lei Shui warped, observing the lightning in the air. The individuals opposing him wore expressions of grave concern and halted their advance. Dear guest, please do not be angry. We mean you no harm. We merely invited you as guests. The tall man adorned with intricate markings spoke to Zhang Jun, while the woman behind him relayed something to the snow beasts, who promptly quieted down, their gazes seemingly devoid of hostility. Yet, Zhang Jun, attuned to the voices of all things, sensed that deep within their pupils lay a lingering malice. Zhang Jun refrained from responding, instead leaning toward Xier to whisper a few words. Xier subtly nodded in acknowledgement. I just inquired with my companions, and they indeed have not suffered any harm. Since that is the case, we shall not impose further. Zhang Jun turned, a smile gracing his lips. The 5 individuals opposite him regarded Zhang Jun's words with skepticism, but ultimately chose to acquiesce. Oh, how can that be? Our esteemed guests have traveled such a distance. We must extend our hospitality. The Soul Woman stepped forward, her gaunt, slender form making it challenging for Zhang Jun to immediately recognize her as a woman without intuition. Well, Zhang Jun feigned difficulty, scanning the surroundings before winking at Misogia. Boss, look at how hospitable they are. We cannot simply leave. I want to sample the local delicacies. Misogia immediately caught on, feigning dissatisfaction. The clever star princess also understood the cue, eagerly chiming in. All right, fine, then it shall be a bother. Zhang Jun pretended to act helpless. Not a bother at all. Eldest brother, you and 3rd brother go prepare the food, and we will take our guests to the dining hall. A flicker of triumphant amusement crossed the leader's face as he issued his command. Zhang Jun nodded, leading the group to follow suit. During the journey, Zhang Jun feigned a cordial inquiry about various matters, to which the leader responded in detail. However, the veracity of his answers remained uncertain. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Hill moved, a fine white powder silently fell to the ground, blending into the snow. Before long, Zhang Jun and his companions arrived at a chamber constructed of ice. The icy benches were adorned with furs. Yet they remained frigid. At least, Xiao Shilang was already stamping his feet in discomfort. Zhang Jun noted that the cold indeed posed some inconvenience to the group. Without hesitation, he retrieved a plethora of blankets and other items from his system. The expressions of the three individuals across from him shifted, yet they exhibited no further reaction. Shortly thereafter, some snow monsters, led by the second and third, entered bearing a substantial amount of food. All the dishes were steaming hot, greatly stimulating the appetite of the onlookers. Only Hill wrinkled his nose, a frown adorning his face. Esteemed guests, you may commence your meal. The leader gestured for Zhang Jun and the others to begin, himself taking the first bite of a steaming piece of meat. Ugh! Upon witnessing this, Hill's complexion turned pale, and he retched audibly. The other's expression shifted dramatically. Hill, what is the matter? Zhang Jun smiled faintly at the leader, then patted Hill's back, posing a double-edged question. Hill nodded resolutely. Esteemed guests, I have a query. Is there something amiss with this food? Upon hearing Hill's voice, Zhang Jun turned, his expression frosty as he inquired. Humph, attack. The leader's face changed dramatically as he charged towards Zhang Jun with fervor. Mo Yin, Lan Ling, let us advance. The rest, be wary of the enemy. Zhang Jun's expression remained unchanged, as if his earlier concerns had vanished in an instant. Indeed, as the five adversaries initiated their assault, they felt their blood and energy coalesce, their movements immediately slowing. You humans are indeed more insidious than we are, the leader screamed frantically, a multitude of steam erupting around him. The steam quickly condensed in the frigid air, transforming into sharp icicles. With a flurry of hand movements and swift kicks, the leader sent the icicles hurtling towards Zhang Jun and his companions. However, Lan Ling waved her delicate hand, causing all the icicles to collide against an air barrier. Shattering into a cascade of ice shards, the leader's pupils constricted, yet he pressed on, undaunted. Subsequently, Zhang Jun opted to confront the leader, the strongest among the opposition. Gue Mo Yin faced the second, while Lan Ling clashed with the third. Hill and Star took on the fourth, and Mi Suajia along with Xiao Shilang faced the fifth. Meanwhile, Xing chose to hide. During the skirmish, Gue Mo Yin found the confines of the room too restrictive. With a few flashes of his blades, the room erupted in chaos. Outside, the snow monsters lay sprawled across the ground, and Xing hastily fled to the distance. Through the exchanges, Zhang Jun confirmed that the leader had consumed a type of devil fruit, granting him the ability to generate steam and even transform into it.at. This moment, Zhang Jun refrained from activating his second gear, desiring a vigorous and exhilarating battle. The woman, designated as the fourth, seemed to wield peculiar powers, continuously blowing into an odd instrument. Although it emitted no sound, everyone felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. Fortunately, Hill possessed a toxic synthesis skill that intermittently summoned clouds of poison near the fourth, causing her complexion to grow increasingly pale. Although Hill and his companion endured the brunt of the attacks, feeling drowsy, the woman appeared to be teetering on the edge of collapse as well. Conversely, the adversary facing Gue Mo Yin exhibited no extraordinary abilities, wielding a chilling bone club that appeared remarkably resilient, coupled with a speed that surpassed even Gue Mo Yin. Nevertheless, Gue Mo Yin's erratic movements allowed him to evade at crucial moments. Armed with the god-defying blade in his left hand and the soul master blade in his right, he emanated an immense aura of yin and yang. Should Zhang Jun have observed at that moment, he would have noted that Gue Mo Yan's combat power had surged to 3740. This indicated that when employing his dual-wielding technique, his strength increased by 10%. Although it did not reach Zhang Jun's second gear level, it was still formidable. Additionally, two shadowy figures lingered behind him, one exuding a ghastly aura, the other radiating divine essence. Gue Mo Yan's blades, one black and one white, continuously slashed through the air, intercepting the swiftly moving second. Simultaneously, his form flickered, suddenly appearing in the predetermined path of the second, delivering a blow that sent him crashing through several ice structures. Meanwhile, Lan Ling's side remained relatively tranquil. Her devil fruit ability was undeniably formidable, allowing her to both attack and defend, rendering the third unable to close the distance. Bloodied, the third was on the verge of becoming the first adversary to fall. Roar! At that moment, the third brother suddenly let out a thunderous shout. His form unexpectedly swelling in an instant, he reached nearly the same height as the snow monster, the only distinction being that he still retained a human visage. With his newfound size, the third brother's speed, strength, and defense surged dramatically. Lan Ling, caught off guard, found him closing the distance and was sent crashing to the ground by a single punch. The swirling snowflakes descended, revealing Lan Ling, unscathed in a critical moment. Her reflexes were exceptionally sharp. She harnessed the compression of air to propel herself upward, mitigating considerable damage. Upon landing, she conjured several air barriers to cushion her impact, almost on the brink of severe injury. Lan Ling's demeanor shifted from a carefree nonchalance to one of grave concern. In an instant, she summoned a multitude of air blades, launching them in a relentless assault towards the third brother. Observing Lan Ling's near mishap, Hilton, who had been drowsy, suddenly jolted awake. Turning his gaze, he discovered Star was fiercely engaged in combat with that female fourth brother. Their respective movements were gradually slowing. Hilton had long perceived that this woman's prowess lay in inducing drowsiness. Her actual combat capability was rather lacking, much like herself, devoid of any fighting strength without her poison. However, in that moment, a realization struck Hilton. He was not only adept at concocting toxins, but also skilled in crafting medicines. As a physician, he always had an array of pharmaceuticals at his disposal. Sensing the fog creeping back into his mind, he promptly retrieved a pill and swallowed it. This particular medication stimulated the nervous system, ensuring the user remained in a heightened state of alertness within its effects. Feeling a surge of exhilaration coursing through his brain, Hilton cast a well-meaning glance at the woman, though the battle raged fiercely. The most thunderous clashes resonated from the side of young Shiro. The fifth brother, rotund as a snowball, was facing off against Misoga, who felt the brunt of his formidable strength, albeit accompanied by a less than quick speed. Thus, Misoga consistently employed his fruit abilities to create adverse conditions, hindering the fifth brother's movements. Simultaneously, young Shiro hurled explosives at him, resulting in a cacophony that echoed throughout the volcanic crater. Misoga even pondered whether these detonations would awaken the slumbering volcano. Fortunately, it appeared that such explosions were inconsequential, for the caldera remained stable. However, despite the grand spectacle, the fifth brother seemed hardly affected. His toughened skin and flesh allowed him to persist, cursing as he charged towards Misoga and Shiro. At this juncture, it was Misoga's turn to shine. His weather staff was brandished with a ferocious vigor, and employing the true essence of the wind and thunder staff technique. Using force against force, he successfully impeded the fifth brother's advance. Seizing the opportunity, young Shiro tossed more explosives as soon as Misoga spotted the bombs. He swiftly dodged, yet the sluggish fifth brother invariably found himself caught in the blasts. Gradually, signs of fatigue began to show on the fifth brother, with wounds appearing on his body. However, young Shiro's explosives were dwindling, and Misoga had already expended a significant portion of his stamina. While young Shiro remained oblivious to the impending exhaustion, the astute Misoga sensed that they might be the first to succumb. At that moment, Misoga's feelings were profoundly complex. He had once been the second most formidable fighter aboard the ship. Although he was a navigator and not primarily reliant on combat prowess, when such a moment arose, he always hoped for a greater strength within himself. Thus, he would not be a hindrance. With this thought, a shadow fell over Misoga's gaze. The dexterous Zhang Jun naturally took note of the situation unfolding with Misoga. Feeling a twinge of disinterest in more games, with a deft movement, Zhang Jun evaded the leader's attack and stood still, shrugging his shoulders. Second gear, he silently intoned, and in an instant, he was enveloped in crackling lightning. The opposing leader felt an immediate chill, his hair standing on end, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he beheld Zhang Jun. It was as if two entirely different beings stood before him. This is bad. After a brief moment of shock, the leader's expression shifted dramatically, transforming into a cloud of vapor as he fled into the distance. Run! Simultaneously, his voice echoed throughout the volcanic crater, prompting his subordinates to freeze momentarily before scattering in a panic. They had all witnessed the arrival of Zhang Jun, akin to a deity of thunder. However, escaping was not so simple. Zhang Jun's companions would not allow their foes to flee so easily. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhang Jun transformed into a bolt of lightning, pursuing them. In the next moment, a charred figure plummeted from the sky. With their leader dispatched, the remaining minions instantly fell into disarray. Soon, they were vanquished by Guillermo Yin and others. Only the battle involving Misoga and his ally concluded under Zhang Jun's electrifying strike. Subsequently, they were all heaped together. In truth, this entire scenario had been Zhang Jun's strategy. fearing that he might be hindered and that his comrades could be individually overwhelmed by the enemy's leader. Zhang Jun devised a plan to strike first. He had first instructed Hilton to covertly administer poison, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Then, upon seizing the opportune moment, he swiftly eliminated their leader while they were caught off guard. This not only allowed his companions to hone their skills in battle, but also mitigated the risk of unforeseen calamities. The only unexpected variable was Misoga. Zhang Jun cast a glance at the sullen Misoga, feeling a twinge of frustration. Yet upon reflection, perhaps this was not entirely negative. It might serve as motivation for him to strive for greater strength. Brother Jun. Hilton approached, linking her arm with Zhang Jun's, seemingly seeking his praise. However, upon noticing Misoga's expression, she refrained from speaking. What shall we do next? The cold and detached Gui Moyin inquired, glancing at the 5 individuals sprawled on the ground. I believe they possess a wealth of knowledge. Zhang Jun remarked meaningfully. Indeed, upon hearing Zhang Jun's words, Princess Xingxing's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked towards him. Brother Captain, shall we wait for them to awaken and inquire? I'm quite curious about those legends and such. Young Shiro discreetly glanced at Xingxing before speaking. Zhang Jun immediately understood and nodded subtly. No one opposed the idea, for everyone shared a sense of curiosity. Ding. All linked tasks completed. Task reward. Premium bait 5. Ding. Task triggered. Cannibal tribe. Task reward. Quality bait 3. Just as Zhang Jun stood by the campfire, the system's voice echoed unexpectedly. Cannibal tribe? Zhang Jun was taken aback, suddenly recalling Hilton's reaction upon seeing the meat. Hilton, why did you look so unnerved when they brought out that meat? Zhang Jun leaned closer to Hilton, inquiring. The others turned their attention to Zhang Jun's voice. Oh, Brother Jun, that meat, it's human flesh. Hilton reflected for a moment, her expression paling as she nearly retched. Human flesh. The group exclaimed in unison, casting peculiar glances at the heap of individuals nearby. At that moment, the oddly dressed leader stirred, as if on the verge of awakening. Despite having long acclimatized to the cold, he still felt a chilling sensation throughout his body. As he opened his eyes, the leader instinctively recoiled, for Zhang Jun and his companions were staring intently at him. Why you? The leader stammered, trembling as he instinctively prepared to flee. However, upon witnessing the crackling lightning in Zhang Jun's hand, he promptly dispelled that notion. You consume human flesh? Zhang Jun nodded with satisfaction, speaking in a calm tone. The leader appeared bewildered, snapping back to reality and nodding in response. Zhang Jun gestured for him to elaborate. Cough cough. We are of the cannibal tribe. The leader pondered before continuing. Cannibal tribe? I believe I have heard of it. Lan Ling nodded thoughtfully before speaking. Ever since she boarded Zhang Jun's ship, she had spent nearly every waking moment engrossed in reading, with most of her purchases being books. Naturally, she had acquired considerable knowledge. We, the cannibals, are the indigenous people of Bia Island. It is you invaders who have seized our land and oppressed our people. Of course, we shall feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. The chieftain's eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness, as if the act of devouring human flesh had driven him to the brink of insanity. Indigenous people? I do not recall any mention in history of the existence of indigenous people on Bia Island. Princess Xingxing remarked with confusion, and Star also nodded in agreement. That is merely a fabrication by you outsiders, a ploy to conceal your crimes. The chieftain bellowed in frenzy. His subordinates began to show signs of awakening. Zhang Jun swiftly summoned bolts of lightning, sending them back into slumber. Proceed. Is it true that the army dispatched by Bibigwa vanished at Snow Peak, and that those adventurers have yet to return? Zhang Jun's voice turned cold. Indeed, that wretched king. Our entire tribe allied with the Snow Monster clan, and we drove him away in disgrace. Yet in the end, he perished here. The chieftain, now slightly calmer, nodded and continued. Through this exchange of questions and answers, as well as the chieftain's narration, Zhang Jun began to piece together the true history. Bia Island was originally a peaceful isle, home to many indigenous people. One day, some individuals washed ashore and discovered the island's abundant resources. Thus began an unstoppable influx of newcomers. How could the indigenous people stand idly by as these outsiders plundered their resources and occupied their land? War inevitably broke out. However, as more and more outsiders arrived, the indigenous people were forced to retreat to Snow Peak. There, they allied with the snow monsters to resist these invaders. Ultimately, they dealt a heavy blow to the armies of the foreign settlers and signed several treaties. In the end, the indigenous people were confined to Snow Peak, while the outsiders, in a bid to preserve their image, fabricated history. The survival conditions at Snow Peak were extremely harsh, leading to a dwindling population. Those who remained, fueled by hatred, began to capture and consume those who intruded upon their territory, both to alleviate their hunger and to seek vengeance. The earlier attempt to present human flesh to Zhang Jun and the others was meant to incorporate their formidable strength into their tribe. For the flesh was seasoned with a special spice. Once tasted, one could never resist the temptation of human flesh again. And what of that temple? Princess Xingxing, her spirits dampened, posed one final question. That was built by our mother. It is the soul of Bia Island. Yet, it was destroyed by you invaders. One day, you shall be punished by our mother, reduced to ashes. Tears welled in the chieftain's eyes, his gaze ablaze with hatred and sorrow. His parents and kin had perished from starvation. Alas, even the despicable have their pitiable aspects. Zhang Jun sighed. Hearing the most authentic version of the story, everyone's mood had soured, especially Princess Xingxing, once proud of her ancestors and her nation. She now grappled with the revelation that her forebears were the invaders, and her homeland was built upon the bones of the indigenous people. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Regardless, that is a matter of the past. It bears no relation to our beloved little princess, the kind-hearted Xie gently reassured her, patting her head. How can it not concern her? All you invaders are sinners, just as Xingxing forced a smile and nodded. The chieftain muttered under his breath. The malice in his words sent shivers down everyone's spines. Enough, regardless of your plight. It is of no concern to us. We cannot assist you, nor do we wish to. Zhang Jun kicked him lightly and spoke slowly. Indeed, he felt no inclination to assist these pitiable yet detestable individuals. Who was that mother you just mentioned? At that moment, Lan Ling stepped forward, her voice lively. Zhang Jun cast a puzzled glance at her before turning his attention to the chieftain. Mother? Mother is the guardian spirit of Bia Peak. We, the indigenous people, have venerated her for generations, the chieftain replied, his eyes reflecting nostalgia. Though these tales were merely passed down from his ancestors, Lan Ling nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Jun looked at her, then pulled her aside. What is it? Have you discovered something? He asked, eyeing her contemplative expression. I'm not entirely sure. I recall reading something similar in one of my books that it spoke of an island that pierces the clouds, inhabited by a godlike figure. This deity possesses an artifact whose power is only slightly inferior to the three ancient weapons. Lan Ling explained after a moment's thought. What? Zhang Jun was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Is that true? After a brief silence, he regained his composure and asked seriously. It's merely a legend. Lan Ling replied, shaking her head. Such mythic tales. Who could ascertain their truth? Regardless, it was better to believe in their existence. Zhang Jun understood but felt a yearning to search for it. After all, this artifact was said to rival the ancient weapons. Just consider Poseidon, the god of the sea, who could summon countless sea creatures. Such power could wreak havoc. Surely, this artifact would not be far behind. Wait, Captain, calm down. I actually hadn't finished what I was saying, Lan Ling said, stopping Zhang Jun, who was about to interrogate the chieftain. What? Zhang Jun paused, realizing he had indeed lost his composure. Such a mindset would hardly lead one to greatness, according to legend, because of this artifact. The goddess of that island was betrayed by her own people. In her final moments, she used all her strength to escape her pursuers and fled to a distant land known as the Realm of the Dead. Lan Ling succinctly summarized her thoughts. Betrayal, the Realm of the Dead? Zhang Jun felt overwhelmed by the weight of this information. Could it be that these indigenous people were not as virtuous as they appeared? Yes, I have also encountered the Realm of the Dead in a book that is linked to the tale of the Rainbow Mist. However, the entrance to the Realm of the Dead manifests as a particularly large door. Appearing annually at the same location, Lan Ling continued, sharing what she had gleaned from her readings. Zhang Jun nodded frequently. Lan Ling's voracious reading had proven unexpectedly useful. The Realm of the Dead was set to appear in half a month's time. They could discuss the specifics later. Lan Ling glanced at Sierra and the others waiting in the distance. All right, Lan Ling, you are impressive. Not only are you as beautiful as a celestial being, but you are also so intelligent. Zhang Jun could not help but give her a thumbs up. Lan Ling smiled softly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Zhang Jun gazed at her, a vision of grace akin to an ethereal spirit. Momentarily lost in thought, oblivious to the cold around him. Brother Jun, Sierra waved her hand in front of Zhang Jun's face, bringing him back to reality. Boss, how shall we deal with them? Misogwa chimed in, nudging him with a foot before looking at Zhang Jun. Brother, please don't kill them. Or perhaps, let them go. Princess Xingxing, recovering from her earlier despondency, immediately interjected upon hearing Misogwa's inquiry about their fate. Humph, spare your feigned compassion. The chieftain shot her a glare, muttering defiantly. Zhang Jun pretended not to hear the chieftain's words and nodded at Princess Xingxing. Indeed, she is still a child, with a pure heart and clear sense of right and wrong. Well, we have gained some insights from this encounter, particularly Misogwa. Zhang Jun received heartfelt gratitude from the stars, and with a smile, he remarked, finally winking at Mitsai. Mitsai, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, lowered his head but soon grasped the leader's intention. The leader hoped that, having recognized his shortcomings, he would strive to catch up. Upon this realization, a look of deep emotion welled up in Mitsai's eyes, causing Zhang Jun to feel a shiver run down his spine. Truly, he was a man ensnared by his own imagination. Zhang Jun recalled a television drama he had watched previously and looked at Mitsai with a hint of sympathy as he muttered softly. The subsequent events unfolded simply. The group bound the cannibalistic natives together and then turned to descend the mountain. By the way, I have something wonderful to share. Would you like it? Upon reaching a snowy slope, Zhang Jun tapped his forehead and spoke mysteriously. After receiving unanimous enthusiasm from the crowd, he pulled an array of items from the system. What is this? Snowboards. Mitsai, feeling his spirits lift, suddenly grew animated. Yes. How about we snowboard down the mountain? Zhang Jun nodded. He had never snowboarded before, and this rare opportunity was one he was eager to seize. How delightful. The ever-vibrant Xingxing stood in stark contrast to the more subdued Shirlang. Ultimately, after some distribution, every weaker individual was paired with a stronger leader, ensuring safety. As for Zhang Jun, he preferred to go solo, not out of disdain for others, but simply to relish the experience alone. Yes, indeed. Thus, the group stood atop their snowboards, hurtling down the mountain. Whoa! Charge! Slow down. Atop the fabled snowy peak of Bia Island, a group of individuals gleefully glided down. Among them, Zhang Jun reveled the most, twisting and flipping through the air with various stylish maneuvers. Ascending was arduous, yet descending was effortless. Within an hour, they reached the boundary between the snow-capped summit and the lower terrain. This area was surrounded by city walls, with only one entrance and exit through the snow. However, Zhang Jun and his companions harbored an inexplicable aversion towards the Bia kingdom. Consequently, they decided to simply vault over the wall. During this escapade, they were spotted by soldiers on the opposite side, prompting Zhang Jun to reward each with a lightning bolt, rendering them unconscious on the ground. Have you heard? The eldest prince has ascended to the throne. Indeed, it is said that the former Major General Luke's father orchestrated the entire situation. That scoundrel Luke's father. Are you courting death? He is the infamous pirate Lunan. If he hears this, it could cost you your life. As Zhang Jun and his companion strode through the bustling streets, such conversations echoed around them. As if the entire kingdom had undergone a seismic shift, panic gripped the populace, fearing they would be forever under the thumb of that pirate's minions. Brother, what should we do? That pirate seems formidable. He must be here to avenge his son. Princess Xingxing, in a state of distress, clutched Zhang Jun's arm anxiously. You all should flee, cautioned Star, standing behind her with a grave expression. What pirate? I've never heard of him. Is he really that formidable? Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference. He has a bounty of 150 million. Star's face reflected his fear. A pirate with such a bounty was indeed rare. Oh, he even has a bounty higher than our leaders. Let's see if we can't take him down. Mitsai dramatically proclaimed. Who is this fool, speaking so recklessly? Is he seeking death? Before anyone could react, a sharp voice pierced the air. Turning to see a pallid man approach, accompanied by a squad of soldiers, Mitsai exclaimed, "Oh my, a ghost," and jumped back in fright. Laughter erupted from the group. You, well, heaven has a path you refuse to tread, while hell has no door you dare enter. Ha ha ha. The pale-faced man initially fumed, but upon recognizing Zhang Jun and his companions, he broke into hearty laughter. Zhang Jun frowned, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. Quick, capture them. One princess and one murderer, together at last. Seize them for a grand reward. Go. The pale man grinned wickedly, retreating while directing his soldiers to advance. Indeed, Zhang Jun realized. It seemed that this notorious pirate was indeed after him. Moreover, the royal family appeared to have become mere puppets. You dare? I am Princess Xingxing. She stepped forward, head held high, only to find the soldiers before her rife with disdain. Their hearts burned only with greed. All right, once I deal with that pirate, you will have your chance to teach these wretches a lesson. Zhang Jun smiled slightly, his figure flashing like lightning towards the palace. Brother Jun is truly remarkable. Leaving at a moment's notice, Sierra sighed. With a wave of her small hand, a cloud of dark green mist enveloped the soldiers. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, those soldiers lay on the ground, pale and frothing at the mouth. Let us find a place to wait for the boss to return, Mitsai said, a hint of trepidation in his eyes as he glanced at Sierra. The group did not argue, striding boldly down the street without fear. In a deserted alley, the pale-faced man shivered. Oh my, that scared me to death. Thankfully, I am clever. He cowered within, having survived this long purely by being quick on his feet, never daring to be the one in the spotlight. I can't risk it. These folks seem formidable. I should observe for a while, and if things go south, I'll bolt, he muttered, showing no inclination to report the danger to his leader. However, just as he prepared to flee, a streak of lightning appeared seemingly from nowhere, striking the back of his head. The world faded to black for him, and he barely managed to utter, "Oh no." In the skies, Zhang Jun, transformed into a bolt of lightning, sped towards the palace. Moments later, he bypassed layer upon layer of guards, reaching the grand hall of the palace. Inside, a towering man, approximately 2.5 meters tall, sat upon the throne. His massive frame was covered in bulging muscles. Exuding an aura of intimidation, in his left hand, he wielded a roasted animal leg, gnawing on it ferociously. You worthless scum, your fathers are scum, and you are all scum. My son was sent here to enjoy life. Yet he was brutally slain. The giant spoke, his words muffled as he chewed. Below, 3 young men trembled, afraid to breathe, even though the man above them was their father's murderer. You spineless cowards, if the one who killed my precious son is not found, you shall all pay with your lives. The giant's fury escalated, and with a mighty slap, he shattered the table before him, producing a deafening crack. The 3 youths quaked in terror, one even soiling himself in fear. Zhang Jun arrived at the hall's entrance just in time to witness this scene, letting out a scoff of disdain. After all, this royal family was not virtuous. They wielded the name of Luke as a shield. Zhang Jun had previously wondered how a mere major could exert such influence, only to realize he had such a father. Zhang Jun sized up the man on the throne, noting his combat power, 5,000. Who the hell are you? The giant's expression darkened, and he casually tossed the bone to the ground. Aren't you looking for me? Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, tossing a ball of electricity in his hands, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Well, you have some nerve, showing up here yourself. The giant, named Lunan, regarded Zhang Jun with a mischievous glint in his eye, as if to challenge him to a contest of indifference. Picking up another roasted leg to gnaw on. I hear your bounty is 150 million. Zhang Jun provocatively inquired. Lunan did not even lift his head, responding in a vague manner. I hear you have come to avenge your foolish son. Zhang Jun pressed forward. Who the hell gave you the audacity to call my precious son a fool? Lunan raised his head, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Well, it's fortunate that he is indeed a fool. Otherwise, why would he not follow me properly as a pirate, but instead choose to side with those wretched navy scum? Lunan stood up, his thigh once again gnawed clean that he interlaced his fingers, performing some warm-up gestures. Moments later, Zhang Jun and Lunan locked eyes, their expressions devoid of emotion. The entire hall seemed to tremble. A battle was imminent. Meanwhile, within the palace of the kingdom, Misoga and his companions found themselves surrounded by a throng of soldiers and pirate navy. Although they were originally opposing forces, they had decided to unite against their common enemy. The Longjun pirate group. Alas, have we indeed been too ostentatious? Sta sighed, seemingly reproaching Misoga and the others. Princess Xingxing shot him a glare, then turned to Hill with an apologetic expression. But it's all right. Don't worry. We are not to be trifled with. Hill had been feeling somewhat resentful lately, watching his beloved Jun Gu and Lan Ling exchanging glances and harboring a bellyful of indignation. These reckless fools had arrived just in time. With that thought, Hill's former ferocity resurfaced. With a flourish of his hand, a cloud of poisonous gas enveloped the surroundings. Simultaneously, he distributed an antidote to each person present. However, this time, resolving the situation was not so straightforward. Emerging from the poisonous mist was a burly man of the same rank as Luke, a major general. Upon seeing his side engulfed in toxic fumes, he swiftly drew the massive cleaver strapped to his back. With a mighty swing, he dispersed the poison with ease. Although he had protected the Navy personnel, Hill was still far from pleased. Pear Blossom Needle. Hill's brows furrowed slightly as he flicked his fingers, sending 8 venomous metallic needles hurtling toward the Major General. A.S. Hill's wrist moved with remarkable speed. Countless poison needles formed a whirling storm directed at him. The Major General, who had just deflected 8 needles with his cleaver, was taken aback by the sheer number of incoming projectiles. Yet, with a stern shout, he flexed his muscles, transforming the cleaver into a spinning shield. Crack. Pop. None of Hill's poison needles found their mark, but the venom corroded the Major General's cleaver, leaving a multitude of dents on its surface. Damn it, the Major General muttered under his breath in frustration. Humph. Gue Moyen snorted coldly, a flash of black smoke darting past. In the next moment, he appeared above the entire Navy contingent. With a sweeping arc of black and white blade light, a massive, indistinct shadow of a blade formed in the air. Get down. The Major General, sensing the overwhelming power contained within the blade shadow, was thrown into disarray. However, their escape was ultimately a fraction too slow. Coupled with the suppressive effect of the blade shadow, all Navy personnel were enveloped within its ominous presence. Boom, a thunderous sound erupted, shaking the very foundations of the surrounding structures. All right, Ice Block has made his move, and success is at hand. Now let's go. Misoga cheered with delight, then pulled little Shiro forward, leading the way to this juncture. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. When the blade light and smoke dissipated, they were met with the sight of a massive crater on the ground. Lying within it were Navy personnel scattered haphazardly, along with several pirates caught in the crossfire. Even the seemingly formidable Major General lay there, frothing at the mouth. Good heavens, these individuals are terrifying. After a prolonged silence, one person finally broke the stillness with a loud exclamation as Gue Moyen and his group departed. Meanwhile, within the palace hall, Zhang Jun and Lu Nan continued their standoff. Lu Nan, rugged in appearance yet keenly observant, maintained his calm demeanor as he scrutinized Zhang Jun, who, in contrast, was beginning to lose his composure. Am I out of my mind? Suddenly, Zhang Jun slapped his forehead, exclaiming in frustration. Lu Nan was startled. Could this man be a lunatic? In truth, Zhang Jun had just realized that he was here to eliminate this so-called pirate. Moreover, with the system's divine abilities, he was already aware that the opponent's combat power could not match his own second-tier strength. What was the point of this standoff? Why not attack directly? Zhang Jun steadied his thoughts, suppressing his feelings of foolishness, and turned to face Lu Nan with a serious expression. Whoosh, crackle. With a mere thought, Zhang Jun activated his second-tier power. Lightning crackled around him, forming a suit of electric armor. Upon witnessing this transformation, Lu Nan's heart raced. This fellow seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis. Without hesitation, Zhang Jun aligned his right hand's index and middle fingers, making the slightest motion. Clang, the lightning blade shot forth, trailing electric light as it spiraled through the air. With a swift gesture, Zhang Jun sent the lightning blade darting toward Lu Nan's forehead. To hell with you. Lu Nan cursed vehemently. He retrieved a massive bone hammer from behind his chair, striking toward the rapidly approaching lightning blade with tremendous force. Bang! Lu Nan's quick reflexes and speed allowed him to collide the bone hammer with the lightning blade, resulting in a tremendous impact. Lu Nan's colossal frame was sent flying backward, struggling to regain his footing.